Chapter 914. This time, I plan to take away all the magic airships from the Partington Plain. I leave 3 magic airships to maintain shipping from Padstow to Plateau City. You need to persevere in the Partington Plain for a while. Roy leaned back in his chair and said to Rosander. He rolled up the nautical chart on the table and continued, What I'm most worried about is the prisoner of war camp in Mulin. Although it has been moved to various mines, the number of grey dwarves and plateau headhunters in the camp is still too large. The number of half-elven guards in Plateau City is less than half of the prisoners. If a riot breaks out, without the Griffin cavalry and magic airships to provide air support, it will be very dangerous. Padstow City will give Mulin the greatest support in this matter. Rosander, after careful consideration, suggested to Roy, or send Captain Helic over there. Those plateau headhunters are really afraid of him. Roy shook his head in disapproval. He said, Captain Helic is fine in other respects, but he's incredibly hostile to those Duergar slave traders. I'm a little worried he challenged the Duergar in the prison camp in Plateau City. If he were to execute a whole bunch of them, I doubt anyone would be able to stop him. Lysander's mouth twitched slightly, and he smiled wryly. You really know him well. It seems Lysander and Helic will need some time to get used to each other. He's the governor of Padstow, and Helic is the highest military commander there. Roy whispered to Lysander, he's capable of starting a riot in Padstow with a group of half-elves because of the slave trade by the elven nobles. And because the headhunters of the plateau are rampantly hunting half-blood elves, he leads 5,000 rebels into the headhunters' ancestral lands in the northern plateau. Who could be more ruthless than him? Hearing Roy's words, Lashanda, who had been feeling somewhat resentful, suddenly felt less angry. Thinking of Captain Helic's past, some of his actions now seemed quite restrained. And yet, there are still so many half-blood elves in Padstow who support him. Lysander was silent for a moment, then looked up at Roy and said, Are you not taking Helic with you on this trip to Mensa Strait? Roy shook his head firmly and said, I already transferred most of the main force of the Mine Guard. I don't want them fighting on the front lines, while chaos breaks out in the rear. Padstow's population now exceeds 1 million, and many conflicts haven't yet surfaced. What's most needed here is a strong-willed sheriff, who keeps a close eye on every corner of the city. I hope that this Partington Plain can become a refuge for half-blood elves in the future. Half-blood elves need to establish a series of fair and just systems in Padstow. Roy was right. Padstow needed a strong-willed sheriff. The problem was that Captain Helic's methods were too harsh. Almost every day, a group of half-blood elves gathered outside the city hall to accuse him. Lysander was about to have a chat with Roy about Captain Helic, but Roy stood up and looked out the window. Well, it's getting late. I have to go to the airport to pick up the magic airship fleet. Lysander knew rescuing the half-elves was the most important priority, so he kept his mouth shut. Boss Roy, don't underestimate those grey dwarves. Lysander warned Roy. Roy nodded in agreement. I know they must have some tricks up their sleeve to be able to drive the Naga Sea tribes to the edge of the Endless Sea. Lysander then escorted Roy and Woods to the entrance of City Hall. A carriage was parked at the foot of the steps, and the driver was ready to depart. A group of half-elves holding signs accusing Captain Helic were sitting on the lawn opposite the steps. When they saw Lysander emerging from City Hall with 2 other figures, they stood up and prepared to surround him. But as soon as they stood up, they recognized the man standing next to Lysander as Boss Roy. Boss Roy. Yes, Boss Roy. Let Boss Roy take charge of this for us. Talk to Roy about Captain Helic's violent behavior. Boss Roy, I want to file a complaint against Captain Helic, the sheriff of the City Defense Corps. Seeing the half-elves swarming over him, Roy stopped and looked at them calmly, saying, You can tell me what Captain Helic has done wrong. I think I can comment on these matters impartially. Besides, I appointed Captain Helic as sheriff of Padstow. If he makes any unfair decisions, I will personally demand they be rectified and impose appropriate penalties. But, since I promised everyone that if Captain Helic handles the situation improperly, he will be punished by the Elven Elders Council. If you're protesting here just to cause trouble. Roy paused, his gaze fixed sharply on the half-blood elves. He continued, You know how many mines I have on the Pagisto Plateau? Many of them are short of workers. You will undergo 6 months of training in the mithril mines in the northern part of the plateau. The half-blood elves couldn't stand Roy's penetrating gaze. They took 2 steps back, exchanged a look of horror, and then retreated. Roy didn't try to stop them. He stood at the carriage door, watching the half-blood elves holding protest signs flee. Then he boarded the carriage without a word. The coachman whistled, and the carriage slowly moved away, quickly leaving the street leading to the city hall. While riding in a carriage, one could gaze upon the scenery along the street through the glass windows on both sides. The street seemed bustling, with numerous shops in the city. The biggest difference between Padstow and Silvermoon Elf City was that elven children were practically everywhere in the city, and many infants, held by their mothers, sat under trees to enjoy the cool breeze. This was rarely seen in the Silvermoon Elf Kingdom, due to the Silvermoon Elf's low birth rate. Sitting in the carriage, Roy lamented to Woods, "We have an elven academy here someday, but it's a shame there aren't enough scholars in Padstow." "It will happen eventually," Woods' eyes flickered, and he continued, "This city is developing too fast. Besides, it's a plain city, so there aren't many half-elven scholars. Roy, I'd like to teach herbology at Padstow Elven Academy someday." Roy chuckled and explained to Woods, "In this city, the last thing children need to learn is herbalism. In Padstow, at least 7 out of 10 half-elves are herb gatherers. These gatherers are the undisputed masters of herbalism in this plane. The children here are exposed to herbal knowledge through osmosis." Roy patted Woods on the shoulder and said, "Woods, you should come with me for a walk." Woods continued, "So? You're dragging me to the Mensa Strait?" Roy put his arm around Woods' shoulder and said, "Sometimes I'm just afraid that my friends will disappear as I walk. How lonely life would be then." "Huh? Why do you have so many strange thoughts?" Woods looked at Roy curiously. The berths at Padstow's airport were full. Not only were there 8 magic airships docked, but there were also 5 hovering above the airport. Roy arrived at the airport and saw a large group of griffins perched atop the 8 airships. These troops were waiting for the portal in the central square to open, so they could pass through it and reach K Island. Roy ascended the spiral staircase at the bottom of the airport to the platform and saw several half-elf captains gathered together, chatting. Almost all of these airship captains had been personally promoted by Roy, so they naturally knew him. Seeing Roy suddenly appear on the platform, the airship captains surrounded him. The 2 captains of the Griffin Cavalry Regiment, Kaka and Little Eugene, also squeezed from behind the crowd to the front. Roy and Woods walked up to them and hugged them. The half-elf captains saluted Roy one after another. Roy asked them if the ship had sufficient supplies. Supplies were being loaded onto the ship at the Padstow airport. The half-elf captain explained that the food was already stored in the hold, but the military supplies weren't yet fully loaded. These half-elf captains were clearly accustomed to fighting wars, and their manner of speaking and acting mimicked Roy's. After chatting with them for a while, Roy, led by Kaka and Little Eugene, arrived on the deck of Magic Airship number 13. Nearly 400 griffins lay aboard the airship, their cavalry standing neatly along the port side. This Griffin Cavalry Regiment had arrived from Sun Island Bay, totaling 1,500. They had all participated in the battle against the Dark Faceless Legion in the Western Seas. Seeing Roy appear on the platform, all the Griffin Cavalry cheered, and the thousands of griffins aboard the 3 airships simultaneously spread their wings, expressing their utmost respect for their boss, Roy. Roy stood on the platform and raised his hands, signaling for silence. Across the airport terminal, every elf's gaze turned to Roy. These griffin riders, who had come from Sun Island Bay, had lived on the Partington Plain since childhood. They had often heard stories set in the Elven Continent. Growing up, their elders' descriptions of the Elven Continent had ingrained themselves in every elf, leaving them with a deep yearning for it. Roy stood on the platform until the surroundings were completely silent. Then he addressed the group. "I heard that many of you elves are looking forward to this trip to the main plane and seeing the west coast of the Elven Continent. I'm telling you all clearly, sorry, you won't be able to see the Elven Continent this time. Your battlefield is on the ocean, and the nearest land is Orcish territory. We're heading to the Mensa Strait to rescue a group of half-elves who have lost their freedom. They're currently in the hands of slavers, and we want to rescue them from these slavers. You come from the Sun Island Bay south of the Rampart Mountains. Many warriors have never left the Partington Plain. This time, heading to the Mensa Strait on the main plain, some of you elves might die in the battle, and never be able to return to the Partington Plain. Are you afraid?" Roy looked at the young, energetic faces. The Griffin Riders responded in unison, "We're not afraid. We plant the Griffin Riders flag on the highest peak over there. We hang the slavers' heads on both sides of the ship to show those Grey Dwarf bandits that half-elves are not to be trifled with." The Griffin Riders' morale was high, and many elves responded loudly. Meanwhile, magic airships continued to descend from the sky. Some of the airships docked at the airport, after loading supplies, used their magical propulsion systems to depart. They then hovered over Padstow, and slowly advanced toward the central square. Roy had come to Padstow specifically to bring these magic airships and Griffin cavalry to K Island. The airships reached the central square and began to slowly descend, their propulsion systems pushing them toward the portal. There's a guide channel in front of the portal. Originally, there were only 2 pillars, and a magic airship bound for the portal needed to be centered between them to perfectly enter. Now, to calibrate the magic airship's passage through the portal, a guide wall has been built in front of it. A slight deviation from the magic airship's flight path will cause it to collide with the guide wall. The Griffin riders, standing aboard the magic airship, watched as it crashed headfirst into the rippling magic mirror before the entire airship vanished. In fact, when part of the magic airship vanished from the central square of the Partington Plain, the portal in the forest square on K Island didn't immediately reveal the bow of the magic airship. The airship actually had to travel a short distance through a spatial rift. According to Archmagepeia, a spatial rift is essentially a completely distorted space. Space mages seek out relatively stable pathways within these rifts, using these distorted pathways to connect vastly distant places. Every time Roy sailed through the portal, his heart would race. He could sense the high-level magical beasts lurking in the spatial rifts. This time, Roy brought out 22 magic airships and 1,500 Griffin cavalry from the Partington Plain. When these magic airships landed in the sea, they formed two neat circles at the dock. At this point, there were exactly 41 magic airships gathered on Kauai Island, and the crews were in high spirits. Some half-elves had loaded Kauai Island's military supplies onto the ships overnight. On the third day after Roy returned to Kauai Island, the entire magic airship fleet for the Mensa Strait expedition was ready and deployed. Chapter 915. This time, Roy mobilized 40 magic airships and 20,000 half-elven guards from the Partington Plain, along with 2,000 Griffin cavalry, to head for the Mensa Strait. All 40 magic airships and 2,000 Griffin cavalry have arrived at K Island, and the entire dock is surrounded by the 40 magic airships. The Griffin cavalry is stationed at the foot of the active volcano in northern K Island. The Griffins prefer areas near the peaks. Having arrived at K Island through the portal, they are still somewhat unaccustomed to the environment and appear somewhat irritable. Only 8,000 mine guards remain to arrive at K Island. In addition, the Templar priests will also depart with the fleet, with over 500 priests on their way. They are expected to reach K Island through the portal tonight. After Roy and Woods returned to K Island, they began making comprehensive preparations for the expedition. The Black Pearl spent nearly 3 months in the K Island shipyard undergoing renovations. The installation of its flotation and propulsion systems was finally complete, and the Black Pearl had now been transformed into a magical airship. Roy had been on K Island for a week, and including the few days spent on the Elven continent, it had been about half a month. At the K Island Mine Guard camp, Roy gathered everyone. Grand Mage Grims, Captain Jeroen, Captains Timothy and Tennyson, the 4 captains of the Mine Guard, Captain Walker, Captain Vitas, Captain Cairns, and Captain Kepler, as well as several captains of the Griffin cavalry, including Sabrina, Kaka, and Little Eugene. In addition, there were 40 magic airship captains, led by Captain Rodhart. Everyone gathered under a large tree. Standing beside it, Roy addressed a large group of senior officials. I plan to lead the fleet out from K Island tomorrow morning. The fleet will bypass the Queenawini Islands and Murayaki Harbor and head directly to St. Margaret Harbor, the port of the Dark Moon Elf Kingdom. Roy plotted the fleet's flight path on the nautical chart. In fact, he had originally intended for the fleet to remain in Murayaki Harbor for a day, allowing the captains of the magic airships to follow their original routes, and thus ensure the safety of the voyage to the greatest extent possible. However, Roy's relationship with the Silvermoon Elf nobles was currently very strained, so he planned to bypass Murayaki Harbor. Miss Tiffany stood beside Sabrina. The two of them together added a touch of color to the entire group of officers. However, the half-elf officers all knew the identities of Sabrina and Miss Tiffany, and no one was willing to stand beside them. Will you wait a little longer? I think Miss Abizanthan is quite sincere. Miss Tiffany's voice was very unique, and the moment she spoke, she attracted the attention of many half-elves. Roy shook his head and said, "We can't wait any longer. If we wait any longer, some Imperial merchant ships might be about to pass through the Mensa Strait." Captain Rodhart immediately said, "Isn't the coastline of the Mensa Plain very long? At the speed of Imperial merchant ships, it would take at least 3 months to cross the Mensa Strait. As far as I know, the first batch of Imperial merchant ships that tricked the half-elves entered the Mensa Strait a month and a half ago. We have to give ourselves some time," Roy said. Captain Rodhart raised his hands and said, "You're the boss, we follow your orders." Roy reintroduced the route and said, "Tomorrow morning, the fleet will depart from K Island. We must rush to St. Margaret Harbor to rendezvous with Jazina and the others." A group of half-elf officers began to murmur. Regarding this long-distance raid to intercept the Imperial merchant ships in the Mensa Strait, the real danger did not come from these Imperial merchant ships, but from the Grey Dwarf's Northern Army fleet. There were also some mercenary groups aboard the Imperial merchant ships, and dealing with them presented a daunting challenge. Captain Rodhart raised his hand again and asked, "Didn't we say we were going to restock some supplies at Murayaki Harbor?" Roy explained, "The variety of supplies in Padstow is far richer than I imagined, so there's no need for us to go to Murayaki Harbor this time. Timothy, Tennyson, take all the Dark Moon Elves with you. This is a rare opportunity to return home to visit your families. Afterward, have those warriors who wish to return meet us at St. Margaret's Harbor." The 2 Dark Moon Elf captains immediately stepped forward and saluted Roy. "Yes, boss." Seeing the 2 captains of the Dark Moon Elf assassins step forward, all the officers felt a chill run down their backs. "All right, everyone, make your departure preparations." Roy waved his hand, dismissing the group of officers. The 4 captains of the mine guards immediately began to divide up the 34 magic airships. There were 40 magic airships in total, including one belonging to Roy's boss, the Black Pearl, one belonging to a priest of the Knights Templar, and 4 belonging to the Griffin Cavalry. The remaining 34 magic airships would carry 20,000 half-elf guards. The atmosphere on K Island had become extremely tense in recent days. The shipyard in particular was working overtime every day to maintain the ships. Roy sat on the terrace, wearing only an off-white soft sheepskin inner armor. His magic rune armor had been taken for a thorough maintenance by Grand Mage Grams, and now, after a bath, he lay in a wicker chair. Wendy squatted at his feet, trimming his nails with a file. His feet rested on Wendy's round thighs. Moira came out of the living room. She had just been maintaining her own magic rune armor, wiping many of the drawn areas with magic serum to ensure that all the magic arrays on the magic rune armor were functioning properly. There had been no news from Miss Abizenfan, so Roy had no choice but to give up waiting. Currently, a large amount of magical herbs and metals were piling up in Padstow City. Relations with the Imperial merchants were rapidly deteriorating, and trade with the merchants of the Silvermoon Elf Kingdom was impossible. The magical herbs and metals on the Partington Plain needed a new outlet. Roy had originally planned to go to Murayaki Harbor to meet Viscount Fellick. But now he had a better idea. Roy looked at the distant beach. Many priests appeared there, strolling along the shore. Some even waded through the shallow waters, and ran directly to the seawall to watch the sunset over the water. It turned out that the last group of Knights Templar priests had arrived on Kauai Island. Roy saw a priest striding towards him from the beach. From a distance, Roy recognized the priest as Captain Flint. Knowing that a visitor had arrived, Roy sat up from the wicker chair and pulled his feet out of Wendy's arms. He stood up on the terrace floor and waited for Captain Flint to approach. Captain Flint walked up to Roy, bowed, and then asked directly, "Boss Roy, can we take Captain Shio's Imperial merchants with us this time?" Roy looked at Captain Flint in confusion. Captain Flint explained, "If the fleet encounters legitimate Imperial merchants in the Mensa Strait, and if those merchants are willing to offer magic crystals to ransom these Imperial merchants, we can send them away." Roy shook his head and said, "Captain Flint, when you told me they were willing to use magic crystals in exchange for their freedom, what did I say?" Captain Flint paused before replying, "Have their relatives and friends come to Kauai Island with the magic crystals to redeem them." Roy nodded. "I still say the same thing now. Have their relatives and friends come to Kauai Island to pick them up. I won't take them everywhere I go." Captain Flint, somewhat disappointed, stood up and said goodbye. "Okay, I tell them." Roy said to Captain Flint, "Have them work hard and stop slacking off in the shade under the ship. If their work attitude at the shipyard continues to fail to satisfy me, I be there. I send them to the underground castle on the north side of the island to dig for stone." Captain Flint, finally unable to contain his fury, retorted to Roy, "Boss Roy, they're just merchants. You shouldn't be so harsh on them." Roy shook his head and said, "In my eyes, they're no different from the Duergar. They're all slave traders. I'm not shackling them and making them spend their days in the sea moving stones. That's already quite merciful. In recent days, the shipyard has been working day and night to process a number of magical airships. The Imperial crew members working in the shipyards have been working almost non-stop, their diligence earning them the respect of the half-elf guards. The Imperial merchants, on the other hand, have been busy cleaning the bottoms of ships and repainting the bottoms of some magical airships. Used to a life of luxury, they experience various health issues when they engage in physical labor. Many merchants have been unable to adapt to the work of shipyards, and some have even fallen ill. The Imperial merchants' greatest suffering on K Island wasn't the ship repair captain's labor, but the elves' food. Despite the abundance of wheat flour on board, which would have been fine for them, the elves only gave them fish and fruit. There were no wheat-based flatbreads to be seen. When the last group of Templar priests arrived on K Island, Captain Flint emerged from the portal and almost immediately made contact with the Imperial merchants. Seeing some of them ill, he sought to secure their rights. The Imperial merchants, hopeful, eagerly awaited news from Captain Flint. The Imperial merchants at the shipyard watched Captain Flint leave. They waited for news from Captain Flint. The Imperial merchants knew that pinning their hopes of escape on a Templar priest was inherently unreliable. The priest's care for them was actually quite limited. The Green Empire's priests had all vanished, and it was unclear why they had come to the Elven continent. However, the Imperial merchants had heard that these half-elves were planning a war against the Duergar. This was definitely a good thing for them. If the half-elves couldn't defeat the Duergar pirates in this naval battle, they might even be free. Neither they nor Captain Flint had expected that Roy would simply reject his request without even discussing it with them. Captain Flint felt somewhat disappointed, and unsure how to face the Imperial merchants in Captain Shio's group. He could only dejectedly return to the Temple Guards camp. In the seaside cottage on K Island, Moira sat quietly beside Sabrina, watching her sister and Wendy polish a brand new, full-cover magic rune construct. The full-coverage rune construct before Sabrina was brought back by Grand Mage Grimes. The base material of this rune construct was crafted at the forge in the Gotzi Mountains. This was a thoroughly armored rune construct, coated in a layer of mithril, giving it a shimmering silver appearance. The engraved rune arrays were also very simple and clear. Unlike Roy's Griswold, this rune construct contained only 3 rune arrays: strength enhancement, weakness detection, and speed boost. The inscriptionists wanted to maximize these 3 attributes, so they omitted unnecessary rune arrays. Grand Mage Grimes had brought this rune construct and gifted it to Sabrina. Sabrina prepared to wear this brand new rune construct into battle. According to Grand Mage Grimes, this full coverage rune construct was also a breakthrough for the inscriptionist. For the past 2 months, the Grey Dwarves surrounding the waters of K Island have remained silent, seemingly frightened off by the Griffin cavalry. The half-elves on K Island have also enjoyed a rare moment of peace. In the evening, Alice arrived on K Island with 500 priests. Among the priests, Leah spotted her sister Alice. During her time living in Sun Island Bay, her sister's skin had not only become fairer, but she had also grown considerably taller. Standing among the human priests, she stood surprisingly graceful and elegant. Standing next to Leah, Alice towered over Leah by a full head. Even now, Alice, wearing her priest robes, continued to radiate a surge of holy light power. Standing next to Alice, they could both feel a mild burning sensation. During this time, Leah had also received instruction from Captain Tennyson. Although her strength hadn't improved significantly, she had gained some new insights into close combat. When her sister arrived at Kui Island, Leah couldn't wait to drag her to the beach. The 2 elf girls simultaneously lifted their skirts, kicked off their shoes, and ran towards the sea. They ran in the shallow water for a while, then stepped onto the seawall barefoot. They sat on the rocks and watched the sunset in the distance. Leah saw a sudden splash of water on the shimmering sea surface, followed by the emergence of powerful Naga warriors. They swam vigorously towards the seawall. Nearly 20 Naga warriors gathered together. The ropes on their shoulders seemed to be dragging something very heavy towards the seawall. Soon, several dark wooden boxes appeared on the surface of the sea. As the numerous siren warriors emerged from the sea, a Naga mermaid, her whole body radiant, also emerged from the sea. That familiar face was clearly Miss Abysinthan. Chapter 916. The sea surface at dusk seemed coated in a golden film, and a large number of Naga warriors emerged from beneath the surface. The heavy wooden crates appeared behind them. As they rose, the half-elves on the seawall could see the mountain-like leatherback turtles. These multi-ton leatherbacks had carried the crates to Kui Island. Hundreds of leatherback turtles emerged from the waves. They stopped advancing toward the edge of the seawall and, with the help of the Naga warriors, untied their chains, unloaded the crates, and returned to the sea. The Naga warriors placed the heavy crates beneath the seawall, where a group of Naga warriors waited quietly. Miss Abysinthan and Miss Nanya emerged from the sea, arm in arm. Their ethereal legs took rhythmic steps, each step resembling a dance. A proud expression crossed Miss Absynthan's face. She stood on the seawall, her chest puffed out, waiting for Roy to approach. Roy hadn't expected Miss Absynthan to appear on Kui Island at this time, and to bring him the magic cannon base he longed for. Huge wooden crates were piled up beside the seawall, much larger than Roy had imagined. The siren warriors didn't even bother to lift the crates, so they must be incredibly heavy. At Miss Absynthan's signal, 3 Naga warriors, gripping their tridents tightly, struggled to pry open the lids of the crates. Seawater flowed out of the crates, revealing a massive object wrapped in waterproof cloth. Roy and Woods jumped down from the seawall and stood on the rocks next to the crates. Roy drew a sharp dagger from his waist, grasped the edge of the crate, and reached out to cut the waterproof cloth covering the object. The tarpaulins were surprisingly smeared with grease, holding them together tightly. Roy peeled off 7 layers of tarpaulin before he saw the gilded magic patterns within, radiating a brilliant color. Surprisingly, the seawater hadn't corroded the interior. At this moment, Miss Abyssinfan, standing on the seawall, leaning against the wall and bracing herself against the sea breeze, called out to Roy, who was inspecting the goods below. "Roy, I helped you transport these things to Kauai Island. I fulfilled my promise." With Wood's help, Roy quickly opened the sides of the wooden box and peeled off all the sticky tarpaulins. Inside was indeed a magic cannon base. Although it was covered in grease, the pattern on the outer surface, a trait of Hextech technology from the Goblin era, made it clear to Roy that this was the base of a magic cannon. The semicircular groove was custom-made for a cannon over 4 meters long. Roy silently peeled back the tarpaulin covering the base of another magic cannon. The wooden box was already somewhat damaged, and some of the oil paper inside had been soaked by the seawater. Although the base was coated with anti-rust oil, some areas still showed signs of rust. After being on the seawall for so long, this kind of situation was unavoidable. Roy looked at Miss Abyssinfan and said with a smile, "Miss Abyssinfan, it's a pleasure working with you." Hearing Roy's words, Miss Abyssinfan also smiled faintly and said to Roy, who was standing on the reef, "Well, now that this thing has surfaced, it's officially yours. Next, it's up to you to find a way to transport it back to the island." "Boss Roy, it's time to say goodbye." Miss Absinthan glanced at Nelia beside her, then added, "Although this trip to Castletown was brief, that brief experience was one we never forget. If there's another chance, I'd like to visit the Elven City again." Miss Absinthan walked down the stone steps from the seawall, grabbed her friend's hand, and tried to drag her into the sea. Miss Nelia seemed lost in thought, her eyes never leaving Roy. The golden sunlight fell on her, making her look like a statue crafted from gold. After hearing Miss Absinthan's last words, Roy had an idea. He said, "I'm not sure when I'd be able to go to Castletown again, but if you'd like to visit the city of half-elves, I can still help." Miss Absinthan had already walked into the sea. By then, the water had already reached her shoulders. A single wave would have instantly vanished into the sea. But when she heard Roy's words, she turned and swam over to him, excitedly asking, "Really?" Roy explained, "Well, the place I'm talking about isn't the Silvermoon Elf Kingdom, but a city inhabited by half-elves. Half-elf cities don't have the same comprehensive facilities as Silvermoon Elf cities, but they also have their own unique characteristics." Before Roy could finish his words, Miss Abyssinfan asked, "When can you take me there?" Roy thought for a moment and said, "For safety reasons, I make arrangements for you after I return from the Mensa Strait." Although somewhat disappointed, Miss Abyssinfan compromised, saying, "Then, it's a deal. I wait for you in Gomez City." With that, she led a group of Naga warriors out of the waters of K Island, never looking back. She didn't tell Roy how she acquired these magic cannon bases, but it must have cost her some money. Roy had the Highland headhunter captives summoned. They needed to retie the wooden crates, covered in seaweed, and then the Griffin cavalry would work together to transport them to the beach near K Island's dock. A Griffin cavalry regiment was currently stationed near the dock on K Island, with some Griffins even sleeping on the deck of the magic airship. "Go get Archmage Grims and Captain Rodhart. We need to load these onto the ship overnight," Roy instructed a half-blood elf beside him. The half-blood elf hurried to K Island's dock. Roy and Woods waited there, and soon Moira and Sabrina arrived. They were also surprised to see hundreds of enormous wooden crates stacked against the seawall. Roy explained that Miss Abyssinfan had delivered them overnight. By then, some of the headhunters who lived on the beach had already arrived on the seawall. Under Roy's command, they gathered around the large wooden crates. Then a large group of Griffin cavalry arrived nearby, dropping ropes from above. The headhunters used these ropes to entangle the crates. Worried that 2 Griffins wouldn't be able to lift a crate, Roy assigned 4 Griffins to lift each crate simultaneously. These Griffins were powerful, level 3 flying monsters. The 4 Griffins easily lifted the large crates into the air, and dropped them onto the beach near the dock. Roy and Woods ran to the dock and found a group of half-elf sailors on the magic airship. He instructed them to work together to dismantle all the wooden crates, and remove the tarpaulins covering the magic gun mounts. The entire dock became bustling with activity. As numerous wooden crates scattered across the beach, the half-elf crew unpacked them, and the magic gun mounts inside were neatly arranged on the sand. Many of the magic gun mounts, having been submerged in seawater, were covered in patches of rust. If the rust was located on an insignificant part of the mount, it could be reused. If the rust covered the magic pattern arrays on the mount, it would have to be set aside temporarily. In fact, there were quite a few such mounts corroded by the seawater. Among the hundreds of wooden crates, less than 100 were completely uncorroded. Upon hearing the news, Grand Mage Grimes came running over, breathless. He reached a magic cannon mount, touched the magical patterns on its surface, and then began to examine the intricate mechanical structure, where numerous metal pipes protruded from the outside. This truly represents the pinnacle of Hextech technology from the Goblin era. Judging by the mechanical structure, I'm guessing this mount can be used even without the magic pattern array. Grand Mage Grime sighed. Roy then leaned over and asked, Grime, if I install them directly on the magic airship, will the magic cannons function properly? Grimes, stroking the gilded patterns with an obsessive look on his face, replied, theoretically, it could, but we might need to try it a bit. Roy thought carefully for a moment before saying, time is of the essence, so I take a two-pronged approach. I select some intact magic cannon mounts, and send them to the shipyard. The craftsmen there will secure them to the decks of the magic airships. Installing the magic cannon mounts requires the services of elven crew members with a reasonable understanding of magic. The half-elven crew members at the shipyard have extensive experience installing buoyancy devices, so securing them to the decks shouldn't be a difficult task. So, the night before the fleet's departure, all 40 magic airships were already fully equipped and ready for departure. However, because the magic airships needed to be fitted with magic cannons, all of them had to wait in line in the sky outside the shipyard. The shipyard was once again busy. A group of Imperial merchants and crew members rose from their beds and emerged from their cabins. Amidst the starry night sky overhead, they saw countless lanterns hanging from the magic airships. Most of the buoyancy devices glowed with magical light, and everyone rushed to their respective posts. The half-elf crew worked overnight to load the magic cannon base onto the magic airship, with the Imperial merchants assisting. They were, after all, well-informed Imperial merchants, some of whom knew about magic cannons. Seeing the half-elves actually installing magic cannons on a magic airship terrified them. Their hands and feet went cold. They were secretly thankful that the magic cannons had only been installed on the ship after they surrendered. If these magic airships had fired a few cannons at them while they were resisting the half-elf guards, they would have likely lost their lives. The entire shipyard erupted in chaos. Meanwhile, Captain Rodhart had already launched magic airship number 3. The airship hovered above the wooden box, and then a hoisting tool was lowered from the air. Roy and Woods personally tied the ropes to the magic gun mount. As the magic gun mount was hoisted onto the ship, Roy and Woods, with the help of the Griffin Riders, successfully boarded. Shall we test fire this magic cannon? Grams, the great magician, caught up on his broomstick and asked Roy. Sure, Roy replied. Then, pointing to the half-elf crew, he instructed, mount this magic gun mount according to the designated spot. Go to the warehouse later and hoist the magic cannon out. Then, under Grand Mage Grimes' command, install it on the mount. Roy excitedly stood on the deck of the magic airship and shouted to the half-elf crew. The half-elf crew quickly installed the magic gun mount on the foredeck. As the hoisting equipment attached the cannon to the mount, the full extent of the magic cannon finally appeared before everyone. Captain Rodhart began to lower the magic airship, and Grand Mage Grimes began adjusting the mount. I said at the beginning that the mount must have Hextech technology. It seems my judgment was correct, Grimes excitedly said to Roy. He pulled several magic crystals from his magic waist pouch and set them on the gemstone base. Roy also selected a test target on the magic airship, which was a huge rock in a rocky area. The Highland Headhunter captives had already moved the other reefs in the area onto the seawall. This massive reef contained obsidian, making it impenetrable to ordinary excavation tools. Roy decided to bombard this reef with his first test firing of the magic cannon. Grams, the great mage, busied himself for a moment before deciding to begin the test firing. At this moment, many half-elves were already standing on the beach directly below the magic airship. These half-elves were primarily crew members, who operated the whale-hunting crossbows on other magic airships. They were summoned to observe the test firing of the magic cannon in the hope of gaining a preliminary understanding of this particular cannon. The large iron anchor at the stern of the magic airship slowly lowered, sinking deeply into the sand. Grams, the great mage, began adjusting the gun mount, aiming the cannon's muzzle at the distant reef. The goblin-designed gun mount was incredibly ingenious, and Grams had easily adjusted the angle of attack. Grand Mage Grams installed all the magic crystals, and then personally activated the magic array on the magic cannon, which quickly began to operate. Streams of magical light shone from the cannon. When these streams of light converged into a circle, all the magical elements surrounding the cannon were absorbed into the cannon. The area around the cannon instantly turned black. At that moment, all the half-elves observing held their breath. Then, a stream of light emanated from the cannon's muzzle, instantly reaching the reef 200 meters away. At that moment, a 1-meter diameter hole appeared in the center of the reef, its edges showing signs of melting. 3 seconds later, the entire 5-meter-tall reef exploded, sending countless shattered rocks raining down from the sky. And in the distance, a massive reef vanished from everyone's sight. Chapter 917. The sound of shattering rocks followed one after another. Countless pieces of rubble fell into the sea, sending up a shower of tiny splashes. The magic cannon's single shot shattered the nearly 5-meter-tall reef, even melting a hole over a meter in diameter in its belly. The base of the magic cannon, located on the front deck of the magic airship, vibrated slightly. 10 exhaust pipes on either side belched a large stream of white steam, completely enveloping the half-elf crew on deck, yet the magic airship didn't waver at all. A gust of sea breeze blew away the steam, and the half-elf crew standing on the deck cheered. Roy then approached the gemstone base. On the gemstone base, which was inlaid with 12 magic crystals, the topmost one had already turned into a powder like crystal sand. This magic cannon consumed a magic crystal per test firing. The cost was quite high. Roy was quite satisfied with the results of this test firing. Their worries were finally at ease. With the magic cannons installed on the magic airships, the mine guards were more than capable of holding their own even against the Northern Army fleet from Durag's knee. Then, the magic cannons entered a lengthy energy storage period. In reality, magic cannons were incapable of continuous fire. After a single shot, the magic pattern array on the barrel first entered a cooldown period. Then, the magic crystals embedded in the barrel needed to be infused with mana, and all the crystals needed to illuminate before a second shot could be fired. Roy didn't plan to try again. With the mounts, the magic cannons finally demonstrated their terrifying power before the half-elven crew. The object they had just struck was a reef. If it were to hit a 3-masted sailing ship, the force of this single shot would be enough to rip the entire ship apart, which was exactly what Roy needed. Grams, the great mage, turned around jubilantly, and he and Roy embraced. "We succeeded, Roy?" "Yes, Grams. This time, I'm going to have the shipyard install the magic cannons on the decks of all the magic airships overnight." Roy was delighted and immediately gave the order. Although the shipyard worked overnight to install the magic cannons, it wasn't until noon the next day that all the cannons were installed on the magic airships. Even then, these magic cannons hadn't been test-fired or debugged, they were hastily installed on the decks. By noon the next day, the docks of K Island were crowded with half-elf guards preparing to board the ships. Griffin cavalry and Templar priests boarded first, followed by dark moon elf warriors and half-elf guards. Magic airships, one after another, sailed from the shipyard and docked at the K Island docks. The half-elf guards formed a long line and boarded the ship one after another. Emotions were high. Hearing they were going to the Mensa Strait to rescue their fellow navigators, who had been trafficked, the half-elf guards were filled with excitement. At the dock on K Island, Roy boarded the Black Pearl with Moira, Sabrina, and Miss Tiffany. Wood stood in the Black Pearl's cockpit, extending a hand from the window, and waving vigorously at Roy. "Roy, hurry up and get on board. We're leaving," Wood shouted. Roy nodded to Woods, signaling takeoff. The newly installed flotation devices on both sides of the ship activated one after another, and the magic airship began to lurch out of the sea. Miss Tiffany returned to her cabin. Moira and Sabrina each had their own room on the Black Pearl, located on the second floor of the ship's tower. Their cabins were exquisitely furnished. The Black Pearl's entire hull was a living tree. Originally, this living tree was limited to the mainmast, but later, Wood used druidic magic to completely reanimate the ship's main keel and mainmast, merging them into one. As a result, emerald green leaves sprouted from many parts of the ship's hull. As Roy's Black Pearl took off first, the second, third, and fourth magic airships took off from the K Island docks. These magic airships formed a continuous upward curve in the air, creating a spectacular sight. In addition to the K Island docks, which were filled with half-elves, the beach inside the shipyard was also filled with half-elves and Imperials. Seeing the magic airships take off one after another, all the crew members breathed a sigh of relief. Everyone at the shipyard has been working tirelessly these past few days, and now all the magic airships have finally been sent out. I guess everyone should be able to rest for a few days. Before entering the wind sphere, the magic airships must pause in the clouds. Only when all the magic airships are above the clouds can they fly into the wind sphere together. At that moment, Moira, standing on the tower, noticed a brand new magical device installed on the observation deck atop the mainmast. Curious, she descended the tower and approached the mainmast. The lookout saw Moira looking up at the magical device on the observation deck and explained, "This magical device was installed 2 weeks ago. We don't know what it does yet. It's said that when activated, it can prop up a large shield on the ship. However, it requires a magician to operate, and we don't know how to use it at all." Moira grasped the hem of her long skirt with one hand, and with the other, she climbed up the mainmast ladder. Although she was wearing a long skirt, it didn't hinder her climbing at all. She quickly reached the nearly 18-meter-high mainmast observation deck. Standing on the narrow observation deck, she looked around, felt around, and then, holding the observation deck railing with both hands, shouted to Roy on the rooftop, "Roy, what is this?" "A magical protective shield, technology from the Goblin era," Roy answered loudly and bluntly. Moira pulled a silk handkerchief from her waist pocket, hung it on a rope, and then, holding it with one hand, slid down from the observation deck. The rope was tied to a pillar at the stern of the ship's tower. Moira slid directly from the observation deck to the top of the tower, then released her hand and stood firmly on the roof. Roy reached out to hold Moira's arm, pointed at the magical device on the mainmast, and said, "If the magic cannon is an indestructible spear, then this is a rock-solid shield. When it's activated, the magic airship will create an energy shield that can withstand most external attacks. Of course, it also burns a lot of magic crystals," Woods added, peeked out from the captain's cabin. Even more impressive than the magic cannon. Great Mage Grams, also in the captain's cabin, added. Roy continued, "So, since the Goblin era, war has been about advancing magical technology while consuming vast quantities of magical energy." Grams emerged from the captain's cabin and climbed up the ladder next to it to the rooftop. During that period, the goblins continuously exploited energy veins in the areas they controlled. Energy resources within the Goblin Empire were depleted, and a large number of magical beasts became extinct. Their crimes went beyond creating demigod titans and causing signs of collapse on the main plane, hence the god's curse. Moira asked worriedly, "Will we not face divine punishment for using these Hextech artifacts from the Goblin era?" Grandmaster Grimes shook his head firmly. "The fact that these have survived probably means they were nothing in the Goblin era. I studied some historical records, and it's said that the most powerful magic cannon of the Goblin era was built on the Sky City. Each activation of that cannon consumed tens of thousands of magic crystals, and also required 12 high-level magic crystals. A single shot could practically destroy half the city." Just as everyone was wondering what kind of magic cannon could destroy half a city with a single shot, a half-elf crew member came up to report to Roy, "Boss, all 40 magic airships take off." Roy instructed the crew, "Notify Captain Rodhart to have all magic airships enter the wind layer." "Yes, boss." The half-elf crew member scurried down again. He needed to climb to the observation tower to signal the other ships. K Island was currently experiencing its hottest summer, and the elves living there usually required only a cool linen shirt and a pair of gauze harem pants. As the magic airship ascended, the temperature gradually cooled. Above the clouds, the crew began to change into warm clothing. Once the magic airship entered the right wind zone, ice began to form on the hull, and the half-elf crew also donned their cold cloaks. At this time, except for the half-elf crew members guarding the deck, all the elves retreated to the cabins to avoid the cold. There were 4 magic airships carrying griffin cavalry. A group of griffins lay quietly on the deck, huddled together, their heads tucked into their dense fur to prevent the cold wind from absorbing their body heat. The cold wind howled, the sails bulged, and 40 magical airships, gliding through the wind, sped southeast at the same speed. The half-elf crew patrolled the deck. With ropes tied around their waists, they worked in groups of 4, checking the working condition of the flotation devices on either side of the ship. To prevent the flotation devices from freezing, they used iron chisels to constantly hammer on the flotation supports. They also checked the condition of the sails, cleaning any frost that formed. Typically, a patrol team would remain on deck for an hour before a new patrol relieved them and allowed them to return to the cabin to warm up. The cabin door was pushed open by a half-elf crew member, and 4 half-elf crew members entered the dining room. At such high speeds, the dining room of the magical airship served hot tea infused with life-giving sap. The 4 half-elf guards found a seat, rubbing their hands as they drank their hot tea. The half-elf who poured the tea also offered them some cookies. Several half-elf guards, their fingers numb from the cold, sat in the warm room, cups of hot tea in hand, and began to chat cheerfully. On the Templar's magical airship, in a cabin on the deck, Leah and Alice occupied upper and lower bunks, respectively. On this fleet trip, Leah didn't accompany Roy, but stayed with her sister Alice. According to Roy, what dangers could there be on a magical airship? Leah had traveled back and forth with Roy between K Island and the Partington Plain, and she was accustomed to traveling by magical airship, so boarding it this time didn't surprise her. But Alice found this kind of voyage quite novel. For the past 2 years, she had been living in the Templar camp in Sun Island Bay on the Partington Plain. Thanks to her constant study of holy magic, her ailing health had surprisingly fully recovered. Alia's skin was now fair, and her eyes shone with a glimmer. The two sisters lay on narrow bunk beds in a small, private room. Their whispers, whispered in bed, were surprisingly heartwarming. Alia was discussing her recent trip to Castletown with Alice when, through the wooden wall, she heard the voices of the armed priests talking. For the Templar priests, their image of Boss Roy was very positive. Roy not only saved them, but also brought them out of the dark land, allowed them to live in Sun Island Bay, and helped them recover some of their holy light power. Many priests were filled with gratitude towards him. At least, that was what Alice had always believed. At first, the priests' voices were intermittent, but their chatter grew clearer. Leah simply stopped chatting with her sister and listened quietly. I heard some Imperial merchants are helping the Grey Dwarves with their slave trade. This time, we're going to rescue those half-elves. Teacher Flint pleaded with those Imperial merchants, but Boss Roy refused. Those merchants who traded slaves might face judgment from the half-elves, but those Imperial sailors are relatively innocent. They were clearly following the merchants' orders. There's no reason to let them face the same punishment. When do you think they'd be punished? Boss Roy probably doesn't have much time right now, so he can only assign them to work in the shipyard. When he's free, he'd deal with those guys there. The half-elves' punishment for prisoners of war is almost always hard labor. I think we should contact those Imperial merchants. Maybe we can have a chance to return to Roland Continent. Are you planning to trade with those slave traders? How could I? How could I possibly trade with slave traders? There must be some good people among so many Imperial merchants. Can't we just contact them? It's not that easy. Actually, isn't our life like this pretty good? I'm a little homesick. Emperor. The merchant's voice was a little low. Back in the dark land, living conditions were so harsh I didn't know how long I could live. I lived every day as if it were my last, and all those extraneous thoughts faded. But things are different now. We're on the west coast of the Elven continent. If we can find an Imperial merchant ship, we have a chance to return to Green. These past few days, every time I close my eyes, I dream of those 2 cherry trees back home. I'm different from you. I grew up near the Statue of Liberty. I heard that all the temples in Green have been torn down. Even if I go back, I have nowhere to stay. The two sisters listened for a moment through the wooden wall before falling silent. Chapter 9:18. The narrow cabin could only accommodate a single wooden bunk bed. A small table and chair were placed next to the tiny window. Leah, lying on the upper bunk, poked her head out and said to Alice, who was half lying on the lower bunk, flipping through a sacred prayer book, Alice, I heard there are many followers of the Statue of Liberty in the Green Empire, and they built many temples. Do you want to visit Roland Continent? Alice spread the sacred prayer book open on her lap, looked up at her mischievous sister, and smiled. I heard Roland Continent is on the other side of the endless sea, very far from us. Leah blinked, a cute expression on her face. The boss said that once the half-elves here settled down, he'd take a ship to the Green Empire. I want to go with him, but I don't want to be separated from you either. Then you can come with us to Roland Continent. Alice was a bit surprised and asked doubtfully, me? Wouldn't that be inconvenient? Leah had never had such an expression on her face when she was in the Dark Land. Ever since she could grip the hilt of her dagger, she had been out hunting with the camp's hunting party, and Leah had been providing for her ever since. Now that she was able to live independently, the coldness in Leah's eyes was actually gradually fading. You've been following Boss Roy around a lot lately. How do you feel? Although Alice had always been grateful to Roy, she hadn't been particularly curious about him. But as Leah continued to change, her dark eyes gradually sparkled, and Alice gradually became curious about him. Just what kind of half-elf was this omnipotent Boss Roy, as the half-elf called him? Alice didn't know much, but the Templar priests were full of gratitude towards Boss Roy. In the Templar camp, the phrase Alice heard most often was, I'm so grateful to Boss Roy for bringing us here. Leah blinked again, thinking of Boss Roy's constant campaigns against slave traders, and his rescue of slaves of all races. He rescued not only Elven slaves, but also Naga slaves and slaves of other races. Leah thought of the shimmering Naga mermaid, always trying to get close to her, only to be rebuffed by Roy without a word. A smile curled her lips, and she said, not bad. I always see something interesting. Alice was a little worried about Leah's safety. After all, Roy was either dealing with the dark faceless ones or the Grey Dwarfs. In her opinion, the Grey Dwarfs, with their thousands-year-old civilization, were far more dangerous than the dark faceless ones. Will it be dangerous? If it's too dangerous, we can live in the seaside town like the other half-elves in Sun Island Bay. Alice had even thought of a way out. She loved the life in Sun Island Town and looked forward to one day building a wooden house on the edge of town and settling down there. At this moment, Leah said to Alice, "Sister, I like this life now. Being with the boss always feels like walking on the edge of darkness." Alice caught Leah's unspoken words, and then lifted the sacred prayer book from her lap. She was covered by a thin blanket. Her eyes fell on the prayer book and she said, "I understand. If you ever change your mind, come back to me." "Yes." Leah agreed and retreated her head. Alice, while reading the holy prayer book, whispered, "If you want to go to Roland Continent, I go with you." Leah didn't look up again, but she let one arm droop. Alice reached out and clasped Leah's hand tightly. Roy leaned against the guardrail of the tower. Woods was watering the flowers of light in the flower bed on the tower's roof. Roy was amazed that the flowers hadn't withered in such cold weather. At that moment, a fiery red cloud suddenly appeared, just a few hundred meters below the magic airship fleet. In the past, these clouds had almost always appeared in the evening sky. The golden sun could even set the sea ablaze. But now, it was noon, and these red clouds were right below his feet, looking like a cloud on fire. "What is that?" Roy couldn't help but ask. Grand Wizard Grams emerged from the stairs, clad in a dark blue robe. He habitually clutched a wand and addressed Roy. "We call them firebirds. They're the masters of this sky. They're a common fire-attributed magical beast that likes to fly around in flocks." Seeing the firebirds below, Roy couldn't help but worry that if they flew near the magic airship, they might ignite the sails. Grams, sensing Roy's concern, said, "Don't worry. They generally don't enter the wind layer. They're just wary and hostile toward us, but they won't attack us." "I didn't expect such a large flock of magical birds in the sky," Roy couldn't help but complain. Grams, the great magician, laughed heartily and shook his head, saying, "What kind of magical birds are these? These second-level magical beasts are no match for the griffins. Only large birds, with a wingspan of over 20 meters pose any threat to our magic airships. I heard there are some very dangerous giant eagles in the depths of the endless sea. They even feed on killer whales, and can fly continuously for months or even years." Grams, the great magician, couldn't help but say, "It's a pity that the dragon eagles on the elven continent disappeared 5,000 years ago. Otherwise, they would be the true overlords of the sky." Roy asked Grams, "Isn't it said that the overlord of the sky is dragon?" Grand Mage Grams waved his hand and said, "Dragons were indeed once the overlords of the skies, but they declined long ago." He then added, "Speaking of the dragon race's decline, it seems humans have a connection. The only dragon race that maintains friendly relations with the elves is the Emerald Dragon. Unfortunately, after the war ended, all dragons returned to their homeland, completely severing ties with this area. The dragon god also sealed all access points to Dragon City. I never seen an Emerald Dragon. The magic airship's speed in the wind stratum was much faster than that of the firebirds, so they quickly disappeared from Roy's sight." Roy discovered that above the clouds, he could always encounter various flocks of birds, which made this voyage even more enjoyable. Not long after, Roy emerged from the flower bed on the rooftop and spotted another flock of birds ahead. The scene wasn't as spectacular as the previous flock of firebirds, but the flight formation was still very orderly. Roy pushed open the door and entered the second-floor cabin. This was the captain's cabin, so the room seemed quite spacious. Moira, wrapped in a blanket, was sprawled on a chair by the window, watching the flock of birds in the distance through the glass. Besides the thick, cotton-like clouds beneath her feet, all she could see were a few magical airships sailing alongside the Black Pearl. The sight of a few flocks of birds, watching them soar through the clouds from afar, was a rare pleasure. The magical airship zipped through the wind, and the cool breeze blew in through the window slits, keeping the cabin's temperature moderate. At least Moira had to wrap herself in a blanket to keep warm. Sabrina was sorting through her brand new magic rune constructs. She sat by the bed and placed the magic rune constructs on the small table. These full-cover magic armors were brand new. To prevent severe friction between the armor and her body during combat, Sabrina would repeatedly try on all the magic rune constructs before battle. She'd find a few areas where they didn't fit properly. While she couldn't fix the magic rune constructs, she could wrap those areas with bandages, which would provide some protection. She sat on the bed, clad only in her underwear, her left thigh and shoulder wrapped in bandages, her prominent chest particularly striking. Sabrina didn't react when Roy pushed the door open. Had the Griffin Cavalry's reconnaissance team spotted any sailboats from the Northern Fleet recently? Roy asked, sitting across from Sabrina. He sat down, examining the magic rune constructs on the small table, considering how to modify them later. This type of full-coverage magic armor couldn't be custom-made, so it could only be made with the utmost care for its versatility. Sabrina raised her head, tucking her long golden hair back. No, she said. The Griffin riders, who were scouting the north, flew straight north for 7 days, but couldn't find any islands in the sea. With no place to rest, the Griffins returned to K Island. The scouting team encountered no islands along the way, and didn't see any three-masted galleys belonging to the Grey Dwarf bandits. However, they did see quite a few Naga mermaids. The latter part was a weak quip. After all, the Griffin riders were young, half-elf men. Naga mermaids held a strong attraction for them. Roy then realized that the Griffin riders would need the assistance of several magical airships to participate in naval battles. It seems that crossing this endless sea still requires the support of these large ships, Roy muttered. Sabrina then took the breastplate from the small table and buckled it on. She sat on the bed, turned around, raised her arms, and faced Roy, allowing him to help her fasten the breastplate's buckles. After donning her breastplate, Sabrina also put on her greaves and stood in the room, performing a few sword swings. She felt quite good. Then she began sharpening the 2 Surluki longswords leaning against the bedside with a whetstone. With a favorable wind, a medium-sized sailing ship would take about 25 days to reach St. Margaret's Harbor from Castletown Harbor. But it was the end of the rainy season in Castletown, and the warm winds from the south had not yet completely subsided. Therefore, the journey from Castletown Harbor to St. Margaret's Harbor would take about a month. If a cold wind blew in from the frozen sea, sailing north would be against the wind, and it might take half a month to reach St. Margaret's Harbor. This time, Roy's magic airship fleet took only 9 days, and from high above, a boundless green sea could be seen. The green sea in the distance is the Evernight Forest of the Dark Moon Elf Kingdom. It's said that because the lush green trees make the entire woodland seem like night, it's named Evernight Forest. St. Margaret's Harbor is located on the western coast of the Evernight Forest, and it's the only port on the west coast of the Dark Moon Elf Kingdom. From afar, only a thin line can be seen in the green sea. A fleet of 40 magic airships descended from the sky into the sea. The scene was particularly spectacular. Soon, several night elf sailboats approached. These Dark Moon Elf sailboats were about the size of a 3-masted galleon, but in addition to 3 masts, they had 6 pairs of wings on either side. Their hulls, over 60 meters long, looked as if they had been carved from a single massive log. Painted a vibrant green, they were even emblazoned with dragon scales, adorning each sailboat like a sea monster. Roy quickly counted and found 6 Dark Moon Elf ships approaching the fleet. These Dark Moon Elf warships positioned themselves directly in front of the fleet, blocking the path of the magic airships with their hulls. All the magic airships in the sea stopped. Roy checked the charts aboard. They were only a few dozen nautical miles from the island, where he would rendezvous with Giazina and the others. Roy's Black Pearl approached and docked with a Silver Moon Elf sailboat. Roy and Woods then boarded the other ship. Many Dark Moon Elves stood on the deck of the other ship. Roy boarded and addressed them directly. "We are from Castletown Port, the Silver Moon Elf Kingdom. We are here to track down a group of elven slavers, and have no intention of stopping in your waters. We will be heading to the Mensa Strait soon, but before departing, we would like to make a final replenishment stop at St. Margaret's Port." A Dark Moon Elf captain, who looked like a superior, stepped forward and sized Roy up, perhaps feeling that his human face was not fit to speak for the elves. "It's impossible to allow so many of your ships into the port." His first statement was blunt. The Dark Moon Elf then added, "You can only have 5 sailing ships enter the port, or your ships can take turns entering, with a limit of 5 ships at a time." Roy didn't object. When talking to these officers, the simpler the better. Have Imperial merchant ships docked at St. Margaret's Port in recent months? Roy inquired of the Dark Moon Elf captain. The Dark Moon Elf captain stood straight, and said directly, "Of course. This is the northernmost port on the west coast of the Elven continent. All Imperial merchant ships bound for the Elven world must first dock at St. Margaret's Port." Roy didn't press him any further. "Then we apply for port entry permits for 5 magic airships." Chapter 919. The Dark Moon Elf captain quickly produced a parchment-signed port entry permit and handed it to Roy, then returned to their ship. Watching the Dark Moon Elf guards depart on a large sailing ship, Woods asked Roy in confusion, "Why doesn't the Silver Moon Elf Kingdom have such large sailing ships?" Roy remained silent, but Archmage Grams, standing nearby, answered Wood's question, because the Silver Moon Elves don't need a fleet. They believe the Silver Pegasus Knights are enough to blockade the coastline, so they don't value these ships at all. That's precisely why the Silver Moon Elf Kingdom is constantly oppressed by the Grey Dwarf bandits along the west coast. Their inherent pride and paranoia prevent them from building large ships, and they would even sink a captured three-masted sailing ship. Roy then spoke up, if you give. Equipped with some large sailing ships, the Silver Pegasus Knights could provide a haven for rest in the vast ocean. I believe the Silver Pegasus Legion could quickly drive those Grey Dwarf bandits back home, forcing them to resign themselves to fighting the Dark Legion at Durlag's knee. Grand Mage Grims, upon hearing Roy's account of the battle at Durlag, sighed and said, news from Durlag's knee is still limited. Even our magic guild isn't sure whether the invading forces at Durlag's knee are the undead or the Dark Legion. Recalling the information Madame Nancy had provided him, Roy told Grand Mage Grims, according to the Imperial merchants, the Dwarf Orc Coalition is currently engaged in battle with the Dark Legion. Grand Magician Graham shook his head and said, don't trust merchants, especially Imperial merchants. With the help of propulsion systems, the 5 magic airships sailed smoothly into St. Margaret's Harbor. These foreign ships immediately attracted a large number of Dark Moon Elves, who gathered on the dock. Roy, Grams, and the others also stood at the bow, observing St. Margaret's Harbor. It seemed that every elven city had a visual impact on Roy, and the prestigious St. Margaret's Harbor certainly did not disappoint. He had long heard that St. Margaret's Harbor was built on the edge of the Evernight Forest, but Roy hadn't expected the so-called edge to be so literal. The entire harbor was actually made up of giant tree roots that extended deep into the sea, and the ships were anchored right next to the roots. The dense, giant trees connected together resembled a thick wall of trees. Over 100 meters tall, the trees blocked out the sun overhead, and the aerial roots dangling from their tops gave the area the appearance of a vine-covered rainforest. St. Margaret's Harbor is located in a space connected by countless giant trees. All the buildings were carved out of the trees. The Dark Moon Elves constructed steps, platforms, fences, and other structures. Many Dark Moon Elves were busy at the docks. Some Dark Moon Elves were loading cargo from carriages onto ships. Roy spotted at least 7 Imperial merchant ships docked at the port, though several were separated from Roy's ship by several tree roots. Guided by a Dark Moon Elf holding a flag, 5 magic airships docked next to a giant tree root. The decks of the ships were level with the road at the top of the root, allowing the half-blood elves to leap over the side of the ships and directly onto the dock. Roy discovered that the Dark Moon Elves had built broad roads along these massive tree roots. These roads were wide and flat, wide enough for 4 carriages to pass side by side. 5 magic airships were docked steadily at the dock, and the Dark Moon Elves on shore helped tie the ropes to the tree stumps. Several tax collectors and their assistants were waiting at the dock. A sampan extended from the Black Pearl, and a Dark Moon Elf tax collector and 5 assistants boarded the sampan. He clutched the account book in his arms, a professional smile on his face. After boarding the ship, he glanced at the others before his eyes fell on Roy. He nodded slightly. Carrying the parchment account book, he walked straight towards the giant whaling crossbow and magic cannon covered with tarpaulin. Sir Tax Collector, we are here to restock supplies at St. Margaret's Harbor, and are not planning to sell any goods here. Roy quickly approached the tax collector and said to him, I never seen a large ship manned by a half-elf. Are you from the Silver Moon Elf Kingdom? The tax collector narrowed his eyes, repeatedly examining Roy. Castletown, the Silver Moon Elf Kingdom, Roy replied. The tax collector tried to remove the tarpaulin in front of him, but Roy preempted him, removing the tarp covering the giant whale hunting crossbow. He smiled and said, these are the fishing tools on board. If it weren't for the giant magical crossbow bolts, the giant whale hunting crossbow would indeed be considered a fishing tool. The tax collector nodded, his critical eyes falling on the 12 floating devices on the ship's side. He squinted at the mainmast's observation deck and immediately recognized the magical protective shield. He glanced at Roy with some surprise. These 3-masted galleons were clearly dwarven in style, and the crew was a half-elf, which was enough to trigger a lot of speculation. Now he discovered that this 3-masted galleon was equipped with a levitation device. One levitation device was enough to exchange for 12 sets of magic rune constructs. A 3-masted galleon needed at least 12 levitation devices. He also saw the propulsion device at the stern and the magical shield above the mainmast. In other words, the expensive magical devices on this 3-masted galleon alone were worth at least 20,000 magic crystals. An Imperial who could sail such a galleon around the west coast of the Elven continent was definitely not an unknown person. And Roy's claim that the giant whale hunting crossbow was a fishing tool was even more outrageous. Everyone knew that giant thing was made by the Silvermoon Elf Logistics and Armament Department. The tax collector didn't refute him because there was no need. He had come to the ship to collect taxes. Only after the goods were unloaded and the transaction was completed could he collect taxes. The tax collector didn't linger on deck for long. He first ascended the ship's tower and surveyed the flower beds planted with flowers of light on the rooftop. The tax collector searched the cargo hold and found no merchandise on board. He emerged from the stairwell below deck and silently went to inspect the other 4 magic airships. The tax collector conducted a thorough inspection of the ship, but found no merchandise. A 3-masted sailing ship docked without any commercial cargo, and only had to pay a port fee based on the number of ships. The fee for the 5 magic airships to dock at St. Margaret's Harbor was 5 magic crystals per day, a high price. Roy readily paid 10 magic crystals. He planned to dock at St. Margaret's Harbor for 2 days. After 2 days, regardless of whether their mission was completed or not, the magic airships would leave St. Margaret's Harbor. Before the tax collector disembarked, Roy suddenly remembered that these tax collectors also conducted inspections on Imperial merchant ships. He asked, "Your Excellency, I see several Imperial merchant ships docked over there. Did you also board and inspect them?" Roy calmly reached out and pressed a magic crystal into his palm. The tax collector's expression instantly brightened. He smiled at Roy and said, "Of course, the inspections will probably be more stringent than on your ships. After all, they are foreign merchant ships. So, when you inspected the Imperial merchant ships, did you find anything unusual?" Roy asked cautiously. The tax collector pondered this for a moment, then asked Roy curiously, "What do you think I should discover?" "Their ships are only entering St. Margaret Harbor to resupply supplies, not to engage in any trade. They're even recruiting half-elf crew members at the docks. But St. Margaret Harbor doesn't have many half-elves, and they're unwilling to recruit Darkmoon elves. To be honest, I've been tracking down a group of Imperial merchant ships trafficking half-elves. We've been investigating within the Silvermoon Elf Kingdom, and it turns out they were swindled by Imperial merchants. We're heading north along the west coast, hoping to recover them." Roy stood on the deck and explained to the tax collector. The tax collector, upon hearing Roy's words, immediately spoke with a sense of shared hatred. Such a thing could happen. Fortunately, they didn't deceive the Darkmoon elves. Otherwise, Port St. Margaret would be closed to all Imperial merchants. He turned to several assistants and asked, "Have you heard of anyone finding half-elves on Imperial merchant ships?" An assistant immediately stepped forward and said to the tax collector, "Boss, to be honest, there were indeed half-elves on some Imperial merchant ships a while ago. However, I was on a ship with Captain Elwood for an inspection, and they were free to move around the ship, and every half-elf was in a very good mood, seemingly undeceived." "Really?" The tax collector was startled and quickly said, "Let's go check on those Imperial merchant ships at the harbor. If any of them are indeed slave ships, we must absolutely prevent them from leaving." Roy approached and said, "If you find anything, please send a message. We're hoping to find more half-elves too." "No problem." The tax collector readily agreed and left with his 5 assistants. Although the 5 magic airships were docked at the dock, Roy demanded that the Tree Oil half-elf crew members remain on board. Only the Dark Moon Elf warriors aboard were allowed to disembark freely. Even while tracking down the Imperial merchant ship, Roy granted these Dark Moon Elf warriors 3 months of home leave. If they didn't want to return to the mine guards after returning home, they could take all their personal belongings with them, as long as they left their high-level magic armor behind. This time, Roy brought 1,500 Dark Moon Elf warriors from the Partington Plain, and 3 of the incoming magic airships were carrying these Dark Moon Elf warriors. The Dark Moon Elves, carrying their travel backpacks, disembarked from the ship one after another, gazing at Port St. Margaret with mixed feelings. Some Dark Moon Elves remained afloat, sitting quietly in the cabin, waiting for the magic airship to depart from Port St. Margaret. Captain Tennyson was among them. Among the Dark Moon Elves who packed their bags and prepared to leave the ship to visit their families, Captain Timothy clearly became their leader. Before leaving, Captain Timothy had agreed with Roy that upon their return from visiting their families, they would rent a place near Port St. Margaret and gather all the returning Dark Moon Elves. They would then wait at the harbor for the mine guard's airship. "Be safe, boss." Captain Timothy waved to Roy, who was standing at the intersection, and then headed deeper into the forest with a group of Dark Moon Elves. Roy waved back. He then pulled a parchment scroll from his waist pouch and, following the simple hand-drawn map, began searching for an inn called the Fish Pie on St. Margaret's main street. The streets were flanked by large trees, the cores of which had been hollowed out by the elves, transforming into unique and quaint shops. The streets of St. Margaret's Harbor resembled a complex maze. There were no regular streets here. Instead, the winding streets, interspersed with flower beds, pools, shrub walls, and vines, adorned this coastal city with a profound sense of mystery. Roy searched along the streets, spotting many dark moon elves along the way, including some beautiful women. As they walked the streets, their attire and clothing exuded an exotic air. Dark moon elf girls favored light, airy tulle dresses. Perhaps because the weather in St. Margaret's Harbor was hot and windless, the elves sought to create fabrics that were light and breathable. Many dark moon elf girls were petite and had delicate features. Not all dark moon elves had dark gray skin, some had tan or bronze. Roy was the most unusual person walking down the street. As he passed by the dark moon elves, they kept whispering about him behind his back. The sign at the entrance of the Fish and Pie Inn was surprisingly a large pig's head, and the inn's busiest business was surprisingly its restaurant. After entering the inn, Roy simply found a seat by the window and ordered 2 dishes. One was a fish pie, the other a hazelnut tea. Both of these dishes were somewhat out of the realm of traditional elven food. Roy asked the waiter for a newspaper and flipped through it. Soon, a cup of hazelnut tea was brought to him. Roy held it to his nose and sniffed. Sure enough, the sweet tea had a hazelnut aroma. "It's you, Roy. You're actually willing to come to Port St. Margaret. I never thought you'd come." The voice came from behind Roy. Roy turned and saw Xavier standing under the archway of the restaurant, smiling as he walked towards him. Roy stood up from his seat and hugged him. "You changed so much, I almost didn't recognize you." "Xavier, long time no see." "Roy, long time no see," Xavier said with a smile. Chapter 920. At the entrance to the hotel restaurant, Wessel, dressed in a neatly trimmed military uniform, smiled at Roy. He already possessed the unique aura of a dark moon elf soldier, exuding a fierce aura. After not seeing each other for a few years, Wessel had matured considerably. Wessel sat across from Roy and spoke frankly. "I heard a lot about you over the years. The elves in the Silver Moon Elf Kingdom call you Boss Roy, saying that you control the rich mineral deposits and magical herbs of the entire Partington Plain. Many imperial merchants buy magical herbs from you. I heard a while ago that the Partington Plain was being forced to close. I thought you would stay there and continue to run your business there, but I didn't expect you to remain on the Elven continent." The waiter brought a cup of lemon tea to Wessel, who waved his hand, signaling him to leave. The Dark Moon Elf waiter immediately left. Roy then said, "The planar war on the Partington Plain is over." Weiser was about to pick up his teacup when, upon hearing Roy's words, his fingers touched the cup, scalding hard. He quickly withdrew his hand, his eyes widening as he asked Roy, "Is the planar war on the Partington Plain over? Why did the Silvermoon Elf nobles abandon that place?" Roy spread his hands and smiled. "Although it wasn't my credit, the war crisis there is indeed over. The Sirens defeated the Dark Faceless Legion. Currently, there are over 2 million half-elves living on the Partington Plain. Although the Partington Plain is rich in resources, it is far more backward than the Elven continent. I didn't want to lose contact with the Elven continent. Fortunately, I have a few magician friends in the Silvermoon Elf Kingdom. With their help, I returned from the Partington Plain." Dizzle said somewhat speechlessly, "Your reputation in the Silvermoon Elf Kingdom isn't very good. Most of the Silvermoon Elf nobles seem to dislike you." Roy nodded and said, "Indeed, the main reason they dislike me is that I infringed upon certain of their interests. For example, I plan to build the Partington Plain into a gathering place primarily for half-blood elves. This will inevitably require attracting half-blood elves from various cities in the Silvermoon Elf Kingdom. Currently, the half-blood elves living in the Silvermoon Elf Kingdom are mostly living on the brink of poverty. They've long been exploited by the Silvermoon Elves. I want to make their lives a little easier, but my efforts have been met with resistance from many of the Silvermoon Elf nobles. Also, I thought the Silvermoon Elf nobles were worried about the Dark Legion's invasion through Partington. The reason they insisted on closing the Partington portal was because the Partington Plain was invading the Elven continent. Later, it was discovered that this was only a minor reason. The real reason is that the traditional forces of the Silvermoon Elf Kingdom believe that half-elves have superior fertility to Silvermoon Elves. This has led to a rapid increase in the half-elves population while the Silvermoon Elves population has steadily decreased. This will gradually unbalance the population ratio of the Silvermoon Elf Kingdom, and lead to the Silvermoon Elves gradually losing their dominant position. Therefore, they want to force some of the restless half-elves to leave the Silvermoon Elf Kingdom. When the half-elves from the Partington Plain began to attempt to govern Padstow City, they took the opportunity to quickly sever the connection between the Elven continent and the Partington Plain, thus weakening the half-elves' power in the Elven continent. Hearing Roy's words, Vizzle let out a helpless wry smile. He said, "This concern isn't limited to the Silvermoon Elf nobles. The Darkmoon Elf nobles in Evernight Forest share this concern as well. In Evernight Forest, we limit the population of half-blood elves and relocate them to marginal areas. I imagine the Wood Elves will have similar concerns. According to our social demographic surveys, the number of half-bloods in Evernight Forest is increasing." He tapped his fingers on his teacup, looked up at Roy, and asked, "Is that why the Silvermoon Elf nobles have been targeting you?" Roy shook his head. "Of course it's more than that. They're targeting me for another reason. There's someone within the Silvermoon Elf noble circle who's unpopular. It's a well-known secret that some radical young Silvermoon Elven nobles, in an effort to reduce the number of half-elves, are secretly engaging in slavery. They collaborate with Grey Dwarf slave traders to transport half-elf women to the Roland continent. The Partington Plain was originally a slave ranch for half-elves, and the elven noble engaging in the slave trade there was Lord Alvis. It wasn't until a few years ago that this secret was exposed, and Baron Alvis was brought to justice by the Silver Pegasus Legion. This slave trade was finally cut off. A while ago, I discovered a misty island called Plusterton in the Lost Sea. It was a slave exchange, with many slave ships trading slaves. Some time ago, while searching for a treasure left behind by a Grey Dwarf, I attacked that island." Roy chuckled as he spoke. Weiser shrugged speechlessly and said, "I was wondering, why would those Silvermoon Elf nobles specifically target you? I can't believe you've done so much in all these years." Understanding Roy's current situation, Weiser picked up his teacup, took a sip of the hot tea, and then asked, "What are your plans for coming to Port St. Margaret this time?" "I already prepared the supplies you requested. Is there anything else I can help you with?" Weiser handed him a parchment scroll. Roy took it and said, "I'd like to know how many Imperial merchant ships have entered Port St. Margaret in the past 3 months. In fact, Roy had mentioned this in the letter he had sent. Vizzle pulled another parchment scroll from his bosom and said to Roy with a smile, "I prepared this for you, too. This is a detailed list of Imperial merchant ships." After Roy received the 2 scrolls, he sat down to examine the Imperial ships. Seeing his serious expression, Vizzle immediately realized that this might not be so simple. He leaned over and asked, "Why? Do you suspect these Imperial merchant ships are also trafficking elven slaves?" Roy raised his head and whispered, "It's more than just a suspicion. I have ample evidence that some Imperial merchants are involved in this slave trade. I sailed to Port St. Margaret specifically to track down those Imperial merchants." Vizzle hadn't expected Roy to come to Port St. Margaret specifically to track down Imperial merchants. This puzzled Vizzle. He thought to himself, "Have you solved your own problems? Why are you rushing out to track down Imperial merchants?" Weiser then warned Roy with some concern, "Roy, you mustn't cause any trouble in St. Margaret's harbor. Your name is not only well known in the Silvermoon Elf Kingdom, but even the half-elves in the Evernight Forest often mention you. If you violate local laws in St. Margaret's harbor, and the local defense forces capture you, I can't protect you." Roy felt a little embarrassed and quickly said, I'm just restocking some supplies. My fleet will be leaving for the Mensa Strait soon." Talking about the Mensa Strait, Weiser became very interested. He smiled and said to Roy, "Are you going to the west coast of the Orc territory? Then you better be careful of those beast-eared women." Roy was a little unsure what to say. He knew very little about the Mensa Plains from the Silvermoon Elf Kingdom. The little information he had was related to the Durag's knee. The two chatted for a while in the restaurant. Weiser finished a cup of tea and then left with Roy. The streets of Port St. Margaret were unusually dim, and the entire residential area was hidden among the trees, surrounded by shimmering giant mushrooms and enormous ferns. The Darkmoon Elf girls on the street were petite and pretty. Like Moira, they had black eyes, but their pointed ears were slightly shorter than those of the Silvermoon Elves, and they grew sideways, giving them a playful and adorable look. These Darkmoon Elf girls were also extremely agile. They liked to carry a short dagger at their waists and wear tight, light leather armor. Roy's eyes were a bit overwhelmed, and he could only passively follow behind Vizzle, weaving through the dark streets. He had completely lost his way, and he had no idea where they were. "I really don't understand you. How did you become Boss Roy, hated by all the Silvermoon Elf nobles? With your vigilance, you could be assassinated in some obscure alley in a matter of minutes." Xavier paused and sarcastically addressed Roy. Roy asked Vizzle, "Are there any special requirements to become a mine owner?" "Is there not?" Vizzle retorted. Roy replied, "As far as I know, there aren't any. You may not know how I took over as owner of the Pagisto Plateau Gem Mine. At the time, the 17th Silver Pegasus Legion was in dire straits in the war in the Queen Uni Islands, and urgently needed to recall the Silver Pegasus Knights and the Silvermoon Elf Guard from the Partington Plain. So, Earl Swinburne appointed me mine owner of the Pagisto Plateau, responsible for taking over all the mines occupied by the Silver Pegasus Knights. The situation at the time. Roy recounted to Vizzle how he had become owner of the Pagisto Plateau mine. Vizel's eyes lit up at the recounting of those experiences, and he felt a touch of envy. If it were me, I don't think I could have done better. At the end, Vizel couldn't help but sigh. The two of them walked into a massive tree over 15 meters in diameter. Vizel had the key to the place. He led Roy up the steps, unlocked the door, pushed open the heavy wooden door, and stepped inside. Vizel then produced a torch, and used it to illuminate the oil lamps on the wall one by one, revealing hundreds of large wooden crates in the center of the hall. All the supplies are here. I can help you transport them to the dock, and load them onto the ship. Wezel walked up to a wooden box, drew a dagger from his waist, and lifted the lid. Inside, revealing a collection of elf cookies wrapped in dried banana leaves. The most famous elf cookies in the elven world are actually produced in the Evernight Forest. This is the only place with sufficient trees of life. The Dark Moon Elves can use their seeds to make elf cookies. These elf cookies are rich in life essence. An elf warrior who eats one elf cookie will not need to eat again for several days. It is precisely for this reason that elf cookies have become a vital military supply. An elf warrior on the battlefield can eat a single meal and go days without any food, greatly reducing logistical pressure. This time, Roy wrote to Wezel, asking him to help him buy a batch of elf cookies. I was wondering what you were planning on doing with all those elven cookies. Now I know. You're planning to lead your fleet to the Mensa Strait to intercept those Imperial merchant ships. Here are all the elven cookies you requested. Roy took an elven cookie from Vizzle, broke off a piece, and popped it into his mouth. The elven cookies had a unique texture, a bit like dried peaches. I won't say thank you enough, Vizzle, Roy said, patting Vizzle on the shoulder. Vezir called for several carriages, and a group of Dark Moon Elves loaded the wooden crates onto them. Then the carriages pulled the supplies to the docks at Port St. Margaret, where the half-blood elves on the magic airship used a crane to haul the crates aboard. Vizzle followed Roy onto the Black Pearl. Looking at the lush green leaves on the mainmast, Vizzle placed his hand on it, closed his eyes, and felt it for a moment. Then, he opened his eyes again and asked Roy, "Is your ship a living tree?" Roy pulled Woods over to Vizzle and said, "That's a bit of a stretch. A more accurate way to put it is that we revive some of the wood on the ship. This is my good friend Woods. The living plants on this Black Pearl are his work. He's a druid from Darnassus." Vizzle immediately extended his hand to Woods and said, "Nice to meet you, Woods." "I'm Vizzle." Woods seemed shy, and used to interacting with strange elves. "Hello, Vizzle." Goods purchased from St. Margaret's Harbor were exempt from taxation, so the elven biscuits were loaded onto the ship without a tax collector waiting at the dock. This time, Xavier had helped Roy secure a large quantity of elven biscuits. Roy planned to hold the Mensa Strait for several months with this fleet. Since that was the territory of the Orcish horde, elven ships couldn't dock, so he had to bring plenty of supplies. Vizzle took a quick tour of the Black Pearl and then took his leave. All the cargo from the carriages was loaded onto the ship. That evening, the tax collector who had come to inspect their 5 magic airships during the day arrived aboard the Black Pearl. He brought Roy a message. There were no half-elves aboard the Imperial merchant ships docked at Port St. Margaret. After relaying this information to Roy, he declared that his relationship with him was now settled. Clearly, this information was intended as compensation for the magic crystal Roy had given him that day. Roy glanced at the ship list in his hand, wondering how many innocent Imperial merchant ships were on the list Vizzle had provided him. Chapter 921. Roy received from Vizzle a list of Imperial merchant ships entering St. Margaret's Harbor. Unfortunately, aside from the ship's name and captain's information, the list contained no other detailed information. Originally, Roy had intended to use the list to identify Imperial merchants involved in the slave trade. Now, it seemed that this list wouldn't provide Roy with much more information. The Imperial merchants had learned their lesson. Those Imperial merchant ships trafficking half-elves simply didn't dock. These Imperial merchants chose to dock with clean merchant ships to purchase supplies, which they then resupplied to the slave ships. Roy sighed softly as he held the list in his hand. Moira, noticing Roy's dismay, moved to sit quietly beside him. Roy seemed to be trying to write down the list on the parchment. Moira, like a lazy orange cat, lay on the other side of the small desk, gazing out at the sea. Roy tucked the parchment scroll into his waist pouch and turned to Moira, who was already dozing off, and asked, "Would you like to go out with me later? I'm going to meet the Adventurers Guild." Moira glanced at the sky, which was about to darken, rubbed her rosy cheeks, and replied without hesitation, "Sure." Sabrina was leaning against the headboard, covered with a thin blanket, holding a book. Sabrina, do you want to come with us? It's a rare trip to Port St. Margaret. If we don't go out for a walk, we don't know when we'll be back next time. Roy asked Sabrina, who was wearing a nightgown. Sabrina didn't even raise her eyelids as she decisively rejected Roy's suggestion. I don't want to move. Moira nimbly flipped over and leaped onto the upper bunk. She quickly donned the light leather armor hanging on the wall, then gathered her loose hair and secured it with a hairpin. She hopped down from the upper bunk, sat beside her sister's bed, and put on her thigh-high leather boots. In an instant, she transformed from a sweet, girl-next-door girl into a dashing Dark Moon Elf ranger. Moira's physical features were mostly similar to those of a Dark Moon Elf, except for the delicate features of her face, which inherited those of a Silver Moon Elf. Walking down the street like this, it would be hard to tell without a closer look that she was a half-elf. Moira was almost done packing when Roy stood up, preparing to leave the cabin. Sabrina finally put down the parchment book and asked Roy, by the way, why haven't I seen your little follower these past few days? Roy said, are you asking about Leah? Her sister is also on board with the Templar priests, so he's been accompanying her these past few days. After all, we're on a ship, so there's no danger. As he spoke, he was about to open the hatch and walk out. Wait a moment, I go with you. Sabrina, still in her pajamas, threw back the blanket and stepped barefoot onto the floor. She was wearing only a light nightgown. She had just showered, and her hair wasn't even dry yet. At this moment, she grabbed a roll of bandages from the bedside cabinet and quickly wrapped them around her arms, shoulders, and knees. She did this because some areas of the full coverage magic rune structure didn't fit her body well. Applying some bandages would help the magic rune structure adhere more tightly to her body. Finally, she donned a pair of all-metal boots. Though draped in a scarlet cape, the aura of armor was still too strong. Sabrina took the Surluki sword from the shelf and pushed the door open, stepping into the hallway. Sabrina, I heard from Vizzle that it's quite safe around Port St. Margaret at night. You don't need to go out in heavy armor, Roy warned her. Stop rambling and get going. Sabrina walked out of the ship's tower, surveyed the dim surroundings, and disembarked along the sampan onto the dock. She was tall, at least a head taller than the other Dark Moon Elves. Standing on the dock, she stood out like a crane among chickens. Even if she wanted to be discreet, it would have been impossible. Moira, however, blended in easily among the elves. Roy didn't want to stand on the dock, surrounded by the Dark Moon Elves, so he found a carriage, handed the driver to Cole, and gave him an address. The driver whipped the carriage away with a swift thud. Roy discovered that Port St. Margaret seemed to have no distinction between day and night. It was now completely dark, but in the Margaret Harbor Market, the giant, glowing mushrooms provided some light. This place, a place devoid of sunlight year-round, was now completely dark under the dense, impenetrable canopy overhead. Instead, the few lights along the streets gave Port St. Margaret a unique charm. During the day, Roy could spot some beautiful Dark Moon Elves on the streets. At night, more Dark Moon Elves emerged from their homes, and the market filled with stalls. The streets were bustling with people and activity. In the jungle, small, luminous insects flitted about. They looked like fireflies, but with wings as beautiful as butterflies. The carriage crossed 3 streets, and then twisted and turned along the streets of Port St. Margaret before finally stopping at the edge of the settlement. Here, the roadsides were thick with weeds and ferns, and many of the giant trees lining the road were unbuilt. The carriage stopped in front of a large tree, which the Dark Moon Elves had transformed into a building. A plaque at the entrance read Adventurer's Home. Moira and Sabrina followed Roy out of the carriage. Roy stood at the entrance, gazing at the plaque for a moment, before entering the enormous treehouse with Sabrina and Moira. For the elves, this was a true treehouse. They hollowed out the trunk of a massive tree and renovated it, creating a habitable treehouse. The treehouse looked quite old, and the wooden steps at the entrance had been worn through with wear and tear. Pushing open the wooden door, Roy discovered a surprisingly lively room filled with elves. Wheat-skinned Dark Moon Elves, cool white Silver Moon Elves, pink-white Wood Elves, and half-elves with a blend of elven characteristics from various races sat together, drinking and chatting. Almost all the elves here were adventurers, gathering in St. Margaret's Harbor, apparently to venture deep into the Evernight Forest. This vast and hidden black forest attracts many adventuring groups from the elven world every year. Before entering, Roy hadn't expected the room to be so lively. A small stage stood against the opposite wall, where 2 beautiful elven women stood, swaying their slender waists and dancing to soothing music. The other wall had been transformed into a large wine cabinet, filled with bottles of various kinds. The room was filled with the smell of alcohol. Roy led Moira and Sabrina straight to the bar, fished a few coals from his pocket, and tossed them to the bartender. He immediately placed 3 clean glasses in front of Roy and the others and asked, "What would you like?" The bartender smiled warmly. A customer nearby pushed an empty glass to the bartender, who deftly refilled it and placed a coaster underneath. Roy, holding onto the bar with both hands, said to the bartender, "I'm here to see Mrs. Evans." "Is she here?" The bartender glanced at Moira and Sabrina with regret. It was a shame they weren't there to drink, or even if they were, they wouldn't sit at the bar. He pointed toward the stairs with some disappointment and said to Roy, "You're looking for the owner. She's upstairs. You see her on the 2nd floor." As the bartender had instructed, Roy and the others ascended the stairs. The 2nd floor was surprisingly a modest but intimate casino, with a single large gambling table. A large group of elven adventurers gathered around it, elves of various races huddled together. Roy even spotted a few excited Silvermoon elves among them. A beautiful Darkmoon elf sat at the center of the table, pushing a stack of chips to a sleek-faced wood elf. Casinos were rare in the Silvermoon elf kingdom, at least not in Castletown. Of course, perhaps Roy hadn't heard of any, so he didn't know. 2 Darkmoon elves stood at the doorway of the room. Seeing Roy and his 2 female companions arrive on the 2nd floor, they tentatively asked, "Would you like to play a few rounds?" "Do you know the rules?" Roy said bluntly, "I'm here to see Madam Evans." The 2 Darkmoon elves exchanged glances. One of them entered the room and whispered something in the beautiful Darkmoon elf's ear. She immediately put down her dice and looked toward the door. Her eyes were crystal clear, and when they met Roy's gaze, he felt a chill run through his veins. The beautiful Darkmoon elf, a faint smile playing on her lips, stood up from her seat and said to a Darkmoon elf woman behind her, "Ruth, you deal the cards. I have some guests to entertain." With that, she emerged, swaying her slender waist. Standing before Roy, she looked him up and down, and said in soft Elven, "I'm Evans. What do you want from me?" Roy quickly introduced himself. "Mrs. Evans, my name is Roy. Madam Nancy sent me here." Before he could finish, Madam Evans interrupted him. "Come with me." Mrs. Evans didn't lead Roy to the 1st floor, but continued up the stairs to the 3rd floor. Mrs. Evans pushed open the door and walked into a separate room. It didn't look very large, but it contained 3 sofas. On the opposite side was an open terrace, from which one could just see the performance on the 1st floor stage. "What would you like to drink?" Mrs. Evans beckoned Roy to sit down. Roy said, "Lemon tea." Mrs. Evans said to the Darkmoon elf maid behind her, "Send some lemon tea to these guests from the Silvermoon elf kingdom." Every glance and gesture from her was incredibly comforting. The proprietress, Mrs. Evans, sat on the sofa and carefully examined Roy before saying, "Are you Boss Roy? You're as young as the rumors say. I received Teacher Nance's letter. I know what you're looking for, and I've been collecting information on this topic lately." She pulled a stack of documents from under the table and shoved them in front of Roy, saying, 71 slave ships have passed through the waters off Porto San Marco this month. So many? Although Roy had been prepared, he was still taken aback by the number Mrs. Evans reported. Mrs. Evans nodded and said solemnly, "These are only the slave ships passing near St. Margaret's Harbor. If those slave ships were heading north from other seas, I might not receive any news. Of course, I can't rule that out now." She stared at Roy and said, "Already, nearly 100 adventure groups have sailed north to rescue the half-elves. However, their ships are too old to catch up with the large sailing ships under normal circumstances. Furthermore, these adventure groups are unable to determine the exact location of the Imperial merchant ships." She saw Roy, his head lowered in thought, as he pulled out an old map from the cabinet behind him. The Mensa Strait is a general term for the coastal area west of the Mensa Plains, home to the Orc tribe. This coastline is roughly the same length as the west coast of the Elven continent. Imperial merchant ships would likely need at least 3 months of sailing to pass through the Mensa Strait. What we know for sure is that the first slave ships passed through St. Margaret's Harbor about a month and a half ago. After that, she spread out another sea chart and said, "This is a chart of the Mensa Strait. There's an archipelago here, which is usually a transit point for Imperial merchant ships in the Mensa Strait. It takes about 2 weeks to sail there from St. Margaret's Harbor. If you want to hunt down those Imperial merchant ships, it's best to set up an ambush near these archipelagos. Don't go too far north. The Mensa Strait has always been controlled by the Grey Dwarf Northern Fleet. The further north you go, the more likely you are to encounter a Grey Dwarf fleet." Listening to Mrs. Evans's warning, Roylian. He nodded and said, "I understand." Madam Evans, noticing Roy wasn't as impetuous as the other young elves, whispered to him, I have a man here who's very familiar with the Mensa Strait. He's an excellent guide, and has been working for the Imperial merchant ships for the past few years. This time, we discovered that the Imperial merchant ships were trafficking slaves for the Grey Dwarves, and he was the first to discover it. He's a half-orc though. If you need a guide for the Mensa Strait, I can have him lead the way. If not, just pretend I didn't say anything. Half-orc? Roy asked, somewhat surprised. The elves of the Elven continent and the orcs of the Mensa plains have always hated each other. Could a half-orc really survive in the Elven world? Roy couldn't help but wonder. Madam Evans instructed the Silvermoon elf at the door, "Go call Sawyer and tell him I'm looking for him." Chapter 922. Soon, the sound of footsteps could be heard from the doorway, followed by a sturdy green-skinned man who arrived at the doorway and stood there with a certain restraint. Aside from his greenish complexion, his face and build resembled those of an Imperial. He wore a pair of bell-bottom pants, the kind traditionally worn by elves, and a short shirt. His hair was braided. However, Roy noticed that not only were his feet large, but his knuckles were also very thick. When he smiled, his exceptionally sharp canine teeth were visible. Sale peeked into the room and saw Madam Evans sitting on the sofa. He then smiled ingratiatingly and said respectfully, "Madam Evans, are you looking for me?" Madam Evans knew him well and waved him in. Then she said, "This is Boss Roy. His fleet is planning to sail to the Mensa Strait. You're very familiar with that area, and I think you might be willing to speak with him." At that moment, the maid behind Madam Evans walked to the terrace and closed the two doors, instantly blocking out the noisy sounds outside. Sale then turned to Roy. When he saw Roy's face, which resembled an Imperial, his expression relaxed. He turned to Roy and said in fluent Elvish, "Yes, I'm very familiar with the waters south of the Mensa Strait." As Sale studied Roy, Roy was also studying the half-orc. The orc blood in his limbs, ears, and skin was still evident. Roy himself held no ill feelings toward orcs. Even though he lived in the Elven world and had heard many elves complain about orcs, he still maintained a certain curiosity about them. "Hello, my name is Roy. I'm a half-elf from Castleton." Roy stood up and extended his hand to Sale. Sale breathed a sigh of relief and shook Roy's hand. Sale's palm was thick and calloused, and it felt secure. Sale, perhaps figuring that half-elves and half-orcs might have something in common, grinned and said, "My name is Sale, and I'm a half-orc. My mother is from the Empire. When she was pregnant with me, she came from the Mensa Plains to the Evernight Forest. I was born in St. Margaret's Harbor in the Evernight Forest, and have lived here ever since. After I grew up, I often went fishing to make a living. The fishing boats from St. Margaret's Harbor would go to the fishing grounds in the Mensa Strait. My understanding of the Mensa Strait began on those boats, and now I'm a guide. If you're willing to hire me, I can take you to all the fishing grounds in the Mensa Strait." Roy nodded. What pleased him most was Sale's fluent Elvish. Sale sat across from him, somewhat reserved. Roy hesitated before saying, "I brought some half-elves to Port St. Margaret this time, and we do need a guide who's very familiar with the Mensa Strait to show us the way. But my requirements for a guide might be a bit high. My guide must not only have strong professional skills, but also a strong heart, ready to face unexpected situations at sea. Furthermore, I plan to stay in the Mensa Strait for several months. Once out at sea, it won't be possible to return to Port St. Margaret anytime soon. We're heading to the Mensa Strait to track down some slave traders, and such a mission can be dangerous. We're in danger not only from the mercenaries aboard the merchant ships, but also from the Grey Dwarves in the Northern Fleet. Mrs. Evans introduced you here. I trust her judgment, but I must explain these circumstances in advance. You can consider it." This was essentially Roy telling him, quite subtly, "Our journey to the Mensa Strait could be dangerous. It's up to you to decide whether or not to come." Sire clearly understood Roy's words. He gave him another shy smile and said confidently, "No need to think about it. I'm willing to take the job." After all, it was an introduction from an acquaintance, which saved him some initial testing. Roy said to Sire, "Then you can go back and pack up, and then meet me at the dock before dawn. My boat is docked there right now. It looks a bit unusual, with leaves growing on its mainmast. I leave Port St. Margaret tomorrow morning." Sire immediately bowed to Roy and said, "Thank you for your trust." Sire seemed pleased and left the room. Mrs. Evans withdrew her gaze from behind Sale, and said to Roy, "You probably can't imagine how difficult it is for a half-orc to live in the Elven world. But no matter how difficult it is, he has persevered. It is precisely because of his perseverance that I am introducing him to you. I am very satisfied with this guide. Thank you, Mrs. Evans." Roy expressed his gratitude to Mrs. Evans. Mrs. Evans asked Roy again, Are you really not going to contact those adventuring groups? Roy shook his head. He had seen the kind of adventuring groups he encountered in Castletown before, and now that he was in Port St. Margaret, he was even less willing to cooperate with them. Forget about that. I think it's best if we each do our own thing and don't interfere with each other, Roy said casually, clutching the information in his hand. Madam Evans stood up and said to Roy, "In that case, I wish you all the best." Roy also stood up and saluted, then said, "I offer you the same, Madam Evans." With these words, Roy, clutching the thick list Madam Evans had provided, left the room and descended the stairs. Sabrina and Moira remained almost silent throughout the entire process, quietly following Roy. Only after the three of them left the adventurer's house did Moira glance back and whisper to Roy, "Did Madam Evans give us this information on the Imperial merchant ships?" "Almost. Why would they do that? Aren't they afraid of angering those gray dwarves in the Northern Fleet?" Moira asked, puzzled. "In the Silvermoon Elf Kingdom, there are hundreds of thousands of half-blood elves providing various services to the Adventurers Guild's peripheral markets. The Adventurers Guild doesn't want half-blood elves to be trafficked to the Roland continent," Roy explained as he walked. Reaching the first floor, the lobby was still bustling with activity, with many elves chatting over drinks. Roy left the adventurer's house, still a little worried that renting a carriage might be difficult. To his surprise, a dark moon elf waiter standing at the door simply waved in the direction of the flower bed, and a carriage emerged from the path between the flowers. Surprisingly, there was an empty carriage parked on that dark path. The carriage slowly arrived at the steps of the adventurer's house, and the dark moon elf waiter opened the door for Roy and the other two. Roy told the driver his destination and sat in the carriage, flipping through the thick list. Dark Moon Elf cities are indeed somewhat different from Silvermoon Elf cities. At first, I thought the biggest difference was the treehouses, but now it seems the Dark Moon Elf are more tolerant than the Silvermoon Elf. They don't seem to particularly hate orcs. Sabrina spoke, a rare comment. She was clearly referring to Sael, the half-orc guide. Roy replied as he flipped through the merchant ships list. In every city, there are always some elves who don't particularly hate orcs. There are some in Castletown too, but you just don't come into contact with them. Besides, Sael is half-orc, similar to me, and most of his physical features are more like those of an Imperial. Roy then flipped through the pages. He saw the names of many Imperial merchant ships, along with their characteristics, the number of Imperial crew members aboard, the mercenary groups they had hired, and the strength of each group. These were all detailed on the list. Additionally, the list also listed the number of half-elves aboard and the times each ship had departed port. With the precise departure times, Roy could use this information to estimate the approximate location of these Imperial merchant ships. This information was clearly much more detailed than what Vizel had provided. As expected of the Adventurers Guild of the Elven World, their access to information was so extensive that they could practically name the color of the Imperial crew's underwear. After flipping through a few pages, Roy couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The carriage soon stopped at the docks of Port St. Margaret, and Roy paid and disembarked. It was already late at night, but many Dark Moon Elf laborers were still at Port St. Margaret, moving various supplies from the docks. Some were unloading from ships, while others were being loaded onto them. Some ships lacked cranes, so the Dark Moon Elves had to carry the cargo piece by piece onto the ships. The docks were piled high with cargo. This time, Roy had the coachman park the carriage at the edge of the harbor, so he would have to walk a short distance after disembarking to return to the Black Pearl. In the pitch-black night, the ships docked at the docks all had lanterns hung on their bows, sterns, and masts. These ships included the Imperial merchant ships docked at the port. Roy slowly walked along the riverside docks. The Dark Moon Elf ships on the docks all had a strong elven feel. Finally, he spotted an Imperial merchant ship. Its massive hull was mostly hidden in the pitch-black darkness, with only faint glimpses of it visible where lanterns hung. These lanterns formed a rough outline, allowing Roy to instantly recognize it as an Imperial merchant ship. Roy stood on the dock beside the Imperial merchant ship, looking up at the five-masted galleon. At this moment, some Imperial crew members were milling about on the deck. Didn't the tax collector search it earlier this day? He said there were no half-elves on this ship. The absence of half-elves on this ship doesn't mean they weren't involved in the slave trade, Roy said, somewhat paranoidly. Then he turned to Moira. Moira, what do you think is the cargo on this ship? Moira whispered, How should I know? You don't want me to sneak onto the ship and help you check it out, do you? Moira stared at Roy with wide eyes and asked him. Seeing Roy nod, Moira, though somewhat reluctant, still retreated into the night. Roy could sense Moira's presence as it flashed by his side and then vanished. Only he and Sabrina remained on the dock. Sabrina, wordlessly wrapped in her cloak, would have looked more like a plant if she weren't still breathing. The two of them came to a shaded area on the dock. From time to time, several Dark Moon elves carrying supplies passed by. Roy leaned against a wooden crate. Sabrina couldn't help but ask him, since none of these ships have half-elves aboard, how are you planning to investigate? You can't possibly kidnap their captains, right? If the cargo hold only contains goods shipped from the Grim Empire, or valuable goods purchased from the Elven continent, then it indicates a merchant ship engaged in normal trade. If it's stockpiled with a large amount of daily necessities, then this Imperial merchant ship is likely a procurement vessel, Roy explained. Sabrina fell silent again after hearing Roy's words. Moira, having been trained by Captain Tennyson, was naturally very skilled at concealing her whereabouts. She didn't keep Roy waiting for long, quickly assessing the cargo hold supplies before hurriedly returning. This merchant ship's cargo hold is filled with stone and wood carvings. They even packed up some magic fountain statues and rammed them onto the ship. Moira reappeared from the shadows and told Roy the information she had gathered on the Imperial merchant ship. Belinda said many Imperial nobles are very fond of art from the Elven continent. This ship is probably a merchant ship dealing in Elven art. Let's go! Let's check out the other Imperial merchant ships. Roy, Moira, and Sabrina arrived at another Imperial merchant ship. This time, however, Roy didn't dare approach, as the Imperial ship's deck was patrolled, and a large number of Dark Moon elves were loading cargo onto the ship. The three of them hid in the shadows of a pile of cargo boxes, only to discover that these boxes were also destined for the ship. Roy immediately pulled a dagger from his waist and, with deft skill, pried the lid open along the seam of the wooden box. Moira and Sabrina helped Roy lift the lid. There was no need to look inside, the box was filled with elf cookies wrapped in palm leaves. This was exactly what Xavier had provided him that day. Why did they buy so many elf cookies? Moira asked, somewhat surprised. Could these possibly be supplies destined for the Grim Empire? What do you think? Roy looked at Sabrina. We can send someone to monitor the ship. Sabrina clearly wasn't like Moira, who always saw the bright side of things. Chapter 923. In the early morning, the mist still hung over the sea, and the sailors on the deck began to bustle. Their chatter and laughter kept Frodon awake. He pushed aside the half-elf woman who had clung to him like an octopus and tossed the thin blanket from under the bed onto her skin, as delicate as mutton fat. He heard that the skin of Silvermoon elves was even more delicate, though Cassie Frodon hadn't tried it. It wasn't that he hadn't been to the Silvermoon elf kingdom before, but the Silvermoon elf women in the cities were more difficult to approach. For Frodon, the things he had to offer held no appeal to the well-fed Silvermoon elf women. They preferred men who were poets, musicians, and artists. In contrast, the diverse and beautiful half-elf women were easier to approach. The half-elf woman he'd been with on his ship for over 2 months was someone he met in Murayaki Harbor. Frodon placed a hand on his lower back, thinking he of oysters with lemon juice for lunch to replenish himself. Clad only in cropped trousers, shirtless, he pushed open the window and peered outside. A faint mist, carried by the wind, swept into his room, imbuing it with a salty, fishy smell of the sea. His elf companion muttered a bit disapprovingly, rolled into bed wrapped in a thin blanket, revealing a smooth back. Frodon noticed the merchant ship had already departed from St. Margaret's Harbor, and was now hoisting the third sail with the help of the sailors. The wind was pushing the merchant ship out to sea. Because the ship was so large, the waves couldn't shake it, so Frodon, lying in the cabin, didn't even notice the ship had left the harbor. Didn't you say you stay in Porto San Marco for 2 more days? Why are you leaving so soon? I was planning to buy some things today. Frodon leaned forward, leaning out from the windowsill, and asked the sailors on deck. It's the boss's order. If you have any questions, go talk to him and the captain. We know nothing, said the bosun, pushing the capstan hard. He had some complaints about Frodon, thinking he shouldn't have brought the elf woman aboard, especially at night when he could always hear the cat meowing. He had spoken to the boss several times, but he scolded him back. Frodon didn't want to talk to the bosun anymore. He picked up a white shirt from the shelf and draped it over his shoulders. His bulging chest and abdominal muscles made him look incredibly toned. He left the cabin and walked up the stairs to the captain's cabin. He heard Captain Dodd whispering with First Mate Brooke. The boss the bosun was referring to was First Mate Brooke, a veteran sailor on the ship. Captain Dodd was hired by the merchants. He possessed extensive sailing experience across the endless sea, and captains like him were rare in the Green Empire. This time, the merchants had jointly purchased a large ship and sailed it from Roland Continent all the way to the Elven Continent, hoping to capitalize on the outbreak of the Planar War and make a killing. Frodon was one of the 10 merchants, though he was only the smallest shareholder, holding only 5%. But he also had another role, the leader of the Freetown mercenary group. This group consisted of 43 mercenaries, each a high-ranking first-rank warrior, and Floden a second-rank swordsman. This was the reason he was able to become one of the 10 shareholders of the merchant ship. The merchant ship hired his mercenary group as a guard, and he was responsible for the ship's safety. Why didn't you tell me about this major event, the merchant ship leaving port? He walked into the captain's cabin and questioned Captain Dodd. Captain Dodd folded his arms, repeatedly thrusting his hips, and said, "Captain Floden, you were in the cabin doing this all night last night. You scolded our sailors away every time they knocked on the door. Have you forgotten?" Captain Dodd poured Floden a cup of coffee and handed it to him. "Last night, we spotted several magic airships converted from Grey Dwarf three-masted sailing ships entering St. Margaret's Harbor. As far as I know, Grey Dwarf magic airships are unlikely to enter St. Margaret's Harbor. And the only person on the Elven continent who owns this type of three-masted sailing ship and has successfully converted it into a magic airship is Boss Roy. So we suspect it's likely Boss Roy who has come to St. Margaret's Harbor. Although we don't know what he's doing in St. Margaret's Harbor, risk avoidance is the only reason we can leave St. Margaret's Harbor early," Captain Dodd said slowly. After hearing this, Frodon felt a sense of suffocation. The merchant ship had been coming to the Elven continent for some time. They had just recently resold all the supplies they had painstakingly procured, making a 30% profit from the simple resale. Their original plan was to transport a shipload of half-elves to K Island, and then return home with a shipload of magical herbs. But before the merchant ship left the port, it was heard that Moses and his men had colluded with the Grey Dwarves and were taking 4 ships of half-elves to Kauai Island, preparing to make a big profit for Boss Roy. Merchant Moses is said to be from Linden Province. He not only knows the Silvermoon Elf nobles on the Elven continent, but also has formed a group of Grey Dwarves in Durag's knees. In short, he's quite powerful. After discussion, the ship's shareholders decisively abandoned the plan to transport half-elves to K Island. They didn't dare to traffic in slaves, and all the supplies they had originally purchased had already been sold. Now, if they wanted to repurchase them, the prices of magical herbs throughout the Elven continent were exorbitant. After several shareholders' efforts, the ship finally found a low-risk commission that would still yield some magic crystals, to serve as a supply ship, providing essential supplies to the slave ships along the way. In fact, even this undertaking was a matter of debate among the 10 shareholders on board for several days. "Where are we?" Floden didn't waste any time. He went straight to the nautical chart, compared it with the St. Margaret Harbor area chart, and then glanced out the window, trying to determine the ship's location. "About 20 nautical miles from the port. There's fog over here, so we can't be sure of our exact location at the moment," Captain Dodd replied. "Wouldn't it be too dangerous to sail in the fog?" Frodon asked. "There are few islands and reefs nearby, so we can sail north safely." "Where is our agreed delivery point?" Frodon asked again. Captain Dodd said, "It will take another week to reach the agreed location. Then we head to Thornshaw Bay in the Mensa Strait to trade with the Orc tribe there, and try to purchase some supplies." Captain Dodd was familiar with this area, and could find places that were completely unmarked on the nautical charts. "What time is it now?" Frodon finally realized the time was off, as the merchant ship had already sailed over 20 nautical miles. Unless they had set out in the middle of the night, it was impossible for them to have traveled so far so early in the morning. "It's almost noon, but there's a bit of fog in this area, keeping the sun out. It feels like morning," Captain Dodd said casually. Frodon wiped his beard with one hand, turned, opened the door, and called out to the deck Muse, "Is there always fog in your area at this time of year?" "Rarely. It's almost the rainy season. Normally, storms are common at this time of year, but thick fog is rare," an elf guide answered from the deck. Frodon's heart suddenly sank. He didn't stay in the captain's cabin. Instead, he quickly walked out to the first-floor cabin, kicked open the door, and shouted to the mercenaries playing cards inside, "Stop playing. Get ready. I feel like something's amiss today. Everyone, be on alert." "Boss, what's wrong?" The mercenaries immediately rushed out of the cabin. "I just feel like something dangerous is going to happen," Frodon added. The mercenaries were initially quite nervous, but after hearing Frodon's explanation, they all sat back down around the card table. "Okay, boss, we go out for training later." The mercenaries resumed their card game, ignoring Frodon's instructions to stay on alert. The ship continued to sail north, but its speed was decreasing. Perhaps due to the lack of wind, the sea had become a mirror. The sails on the masts had all drooped. Without wind, the sailboats would lose all power and gradually come to a halt. But the fog on the sea was growing thicker. Floden approached the side of the ship and gazed out over the water. Under the mist, the water beneath his feet seemed black. At sea, sailors feared nothing more than hearing some eerie song. Just like now, as the merchant ship anchored on the surface, waves of melodious, mournful singing drifted from the depths of the mist. The song was a simple melody, like a woman whispering in his ear. Every word was incomprehensible, yet it felt so real. He felt as if, in that song, he had forgotten all his worries. Now, he wanted only to find a place to sit and listen to the music in peace. The sailors on the ship seemed to share this sentiment. They all came to the side of the ship and gazed in the same direction, toward the mist. Olive the siren lay on the surface of the sea, her body tracing circles, with a simple flick of her tail. Of course, she wasn't doing this to perform some mysterious ritual. She was simply bored. Olive's body glowed a pale blue in the sea. Less than 20 meters away, 40 siren singers were chanting the most ancient siren song, a song that had a powerful piercing power in the fog. Many ships sailing on the sea were drawn to this song. Sirens sometimes rob ships, sinking them after they've taken them, leaving no one alive. Sometimes they simply want to attract ships and scare them, giving them nightmares. Sometimes it's simply because the sirens are mating season, and they want to play cards with the imperial sailors. This time, the siren singers sang the siren song at the request of their boss, Roy, specifically to target an imperial merchant ship. Miss Olive, the ship is approaching. A siren warrior emerged from the sea and reported to Olive. Olive gracefully turned over in the water and instructed the siren warrior, observe first and make sure all the sailors are asleep before we board. Be careful. Roy said there might be some resistance on this merchant ship. We shouldn't act rashly. If we sense something's wrong, retreat back to the sea. Remember, don't engage them on board. Olive said to the siren warrior. The siren warrior, somewhat excited, immediately agreed and departed. Floden knew without hesitation that the merchant ship had been targeted since leaving port and had been ambushed. He should have been wary, but he had been trying to figure out how to resist the siren's song. He didn't expect a group of siren warriors to climb directly onto the ship, holding a pair of bayonets. The moment they saw Floden, their gaze locked with him. She was like a sea serpent, her fierce gaze suffocating Floden. Even though the opponent was also a rank 2 expert, there was still a gap between rank 2 experts, not as good as he was now against the sea siren. Floden was drenched in sweat, but he dared not move a single step, fearing a single flaw would leave him lying flat on his face. As Floden and the sea siren confronted each other, a wisp of black air was carried by the wind, swirling in the air before passing Floden. Floden ignored the black air, only to notice it stop behind him. A vague silhouette appeared behind him. At the same moment, Floden felt a sharp pain in his waist. He turned to see a half-elf girl step into the shadows behind him. The wound wasn't serious, but the pain was excruciating. Floden's attention was momentarily distracted when the siren warrior, who had been staring at him, lunged at him, her bayonet piercing his throat and heart. Floden quickly tore open a scroll of magic shield, and an oval shield appeared over Floden. A playful look flashed in the siren warrior's eyes. An ice spike spun through the mist, even stirring up some of the air within, and pierced Floden's shield. The ice spike struck the shield, shattering it with a clang. Then, like a flying fish leaping from the sea, the siren warrior's spear unexpectedly pierced Floden's lower back. The siren general Jizina thrust her spear into the scabbard on her thigh, waved to Leah, who stood in the shadows, and then waved to Miss Tiffany, who was hiding in a giant bubble. It was the combined efforts of the three that successfully ambushed the merchant ship's second-rank swordsman. Otherwise, with Jizina's strength alone, it would have taken her considerable time to defeat this second-rank swordsman. A group of siren warriors swiftly climbed onto the deck of the imperial merchant ship, following the mesh hanging from the side. This was the last scene Floden saw from the deck before he passed out. He even saw a ghostly-looking siren warrior approach him, his gaze filled with disdain. Elsewhere on the deck, siren warriors with human bodies and snake tails were dealing with other imperial sailors. Chapter 924. Jizina stood at the highest point of the ship's tower, holding onto the ship's barrier with both hands, coldly gazing at the merchant ship below, now completely overrun by the siren warriors. On the deck, a group of siren warriors had bound the imperial sailors' hands tightly. Jizina narrowed her eyes and shouted at the siren warriors, "Hurry up! This better be over quickly, we have the next battle to get to. Gather those Imperials who refuse to cooperate and lock them up together. Also, lock up those Imperial merchants separately and keep a close eye on them. Don't let them escape." Although Jizina's voice was quiet, the Siren warriors on the deck immediately increased their speed, and some of them headed towards the tower. Several Imperial merchants were escorted out of the tower by the Siren warriors. They all looked quite disheveled, struggling and resisting, their clothes torn. Some even had bruised faces and noses, and some even had blood gushing from their arms. The Imperial merchants looked surprised, repeating in simple Nada language, "Don't harm us. We're willing to pay a small sum to renew our friendship. We are Imperials, don't harm us." The Imperial merchants raised their hands above their heads, appearing quite honest, and kept repeating the same phrase. Perhaps because these Imperial merchants appeared quite honest, the Siren warriors didn't tie them up with ropes. From the deck, Giazina saw that among the Siren warriors emerging from the cabin, two had chest wounds, punctured by sharp weapons. Although these two Siren warriors had emerged from the cabin with their formidable physiques, they kept their hands on their wounds. Just now, during the search, the two Siren warriors were stabbed by Imperials hiding behind the hatch while opening it. Giazina descended the tower, and approached the two Siren warriors. The bleeding from their wounds had stopped, and scabs had formed on the surface. When the two Siren warriors saw their captain personally descend from the tower, they immediately straightened before her, as if being injured was a form of honor. "Idiots! There are nearly 40 chanters out there hypnotizing every Imperial on this ship, and you managed to inflict such severe injuries. How shameful!" Giazina scolded the two Siren warriors as she descended from the tower. The two Siren warriors had never expected to be met with such a barrage of abuse from Captain Giazina after being injured. They stood there in shock. "What are you still standing here for? Find a place to treat your wounds." Then, Giazina ignored the two Siren warriors and looked at the Imperial merchants being escorted out of the cabin. She asked a nearby Siren warrior, "Who stabbed my two men?" The Siren warrior immediately pointed at a middle-aged Imperial man walking among the Imperial merchants. His hands were tightly bound with hemp rope. He looked massive, and even blood splattered on his chest. Giazina's body left an afterimage as she lunged forward. She gripped the Imperial merchant's neck tightly with her right hand and pinned him to the third mast. With just one hand, she had the Imperial merchant's feet dangling in the air, making his breathing difficult. The Imperial merchant's feet were off the ground, his face purple, but because he was bound, he couldn't struggle at all. Gradually, the Imperial merchant's eyes rolled back from being pinched by Giazina, his body twitching constantly, his consciousness blurring, and he was on the verge of becoming a dead fish. At this moment, a voice rang out from the port side. "Giazina, don't forget that Boss Roy is half Imperial. He thinks he's an elf now, but that doesn't mean he always think of himself as an elf. When he realizes he's half human, be careful, he'd bring it up and cause trouble for you." Giazina didn't even need to turn around to recognize Miss Olive as the speaker. Giazina had originally intended to strangle the Imperial merchant to death and dump his body into the sea to feed the sharks, thus pacing the other Imperial merchants. Unexpectedly, Olive suddenly said this. Giazina released her arm, covered in scales and bone spurs, and let the unconscious Imperial merchant sit on the base of mast number 3. Then, she addressed the nearby Siren warrior, "Keep an eye on him. Where's Roy now?" The scales and bone spurs on Giazina's arm gradually faded, revealing delicate skin. Miss Tiffany suddenly emerged from Olive's side and responded, "He'd be here soon. We hand this merchant ship over to him, and that be considered a successful mission." Miss Olive curiously asked Miss Tiffany, "Tiffany, what will Roy do with these Imperials?" Miss Tiffany shrugged and said casually, "I imagine he probably used these Imperial merchant ships to transport all the Imperials aboard to Kui Island, allowing them to contribute to its development." Miss Olive whispered, "Tiffany, why do you speak with the same accent as Roy? I lived in Castletown for years. Roy and I speak Elvish in the same accent. What's so strange about that?" Miss Tiffany said casually, leaning against the side of the ship. Giazina then approached the side of the ship. A large number of Siren warriors were surrounding the merchant ship at sea. Giazina said to Tiffany, "Tiffany, I leave a team of Siren warriors behind. They help you keep an eye on these Imperials. Olive and I will chase the other 2 Imperial galleons." Without waiting for Miss Tiffany's consent, she leaped into the sea. Olive, beside her, followed Giazina into the water. Then Giazina and Olive emerged from the surface of the sea. The 2 Siren warriors swam off into the distance on the foggy sea. Behind them, lines of water appeared on the surface. Countless Siren warriors followed the 2 of them. The evening sun tinted the clouds on the horizon with a tinge of orange, and the sea was covered with vast expanses of golden scales. Over 100 nautical miles from St. Margaret's Harbor, 3 Imperial merchant ships were anchored. The ships were remarkably quiet, their crews confined to the lower 2 decks. The Imperial merchants on board were imprisoned in the lower deck, as were the other 2 Imperial merchant ships. Half-elf guards had taken control of the 3 Imperial galleons, separating the Imperials. Floden jolted awake from the floor, feeling a sharp pain in his lower back. He felt his body shackled like a dumpling, and every breath felt like a crushing pressure. He surveyed his surroundings, and soon discovered what must have been a cabin. Lying nearby were several members of the mercenary group, also bound with hemp ropes, looking utterly drained. "Where are we?" Floden startled himself as he spoke, his voice dry and hoarse. A mercenary who hadn't slept yet said, "Captain, this is the bottom cargo hold. Below is the ship's bottom, filled with ballast." Floden vaguely remembered being injured and unable to resist. "What happened to our merchant ship?" "The entire crew has been captured, and the ship is in the hands of the Sirens," the mercenary whispered. "Captain Dodd, First Mate Brooke, and a group of Imperial sailors are being held next to us. They're in a slightly better situation than us, they're not tied up." The mercenaries scrambled to Captain Floden's side, hoping he could come up with a solution. When Roy boarded the ship, the 3 Imperial merchant ships had already been brought together. Jazina and Olive Siren Legion moved swiftly, seizing all 3 Imperial merchant ships that had secretly left port in just over half a day. Roy didn't meet the Imperial merchants, he first went to meet the Imperial crew members aboard. At this point, the Imperial crew members were still in a state of deep fear. They had sailed the seas for years, and had heard many legends of the sea. The one that stuck with them most was the tale of the Sirens bewitching sailors in the mist. Now that the Sirens had reached the ship, they were naturally terrified. The Imperial crew sat in silence in the cabin until they heard footsteps in the corridor. The heavy hatch was pushed open from the outside, and a young Imperial stood at the door. The Imperial crew members looked up and quickly asked him in Imperial English, "Were you also captured by the Sirens?" Roy was taken aback by the Imperial crew's question. Then, he immediately realized that they had mistaken him for an accomplice. But Roy didn't exploit this to extract useful information from the Imperial crew. Instead, he said, "You're wrong. I'm the one who captured you." Roy's words were like a bomb dropped into the water, causing the Imperial crew members in the cabin to jump to their feet and look at him in horror. "I know that Imperial merchant ships have been frequently entering Elven continent ports lately. They're trying to bring these half-elves back to the Green Empire and reap huge profits. Our merchant ships don't deceive half-elves. God is my witness. There's not even a fly from the Elven continent on our ship." An Imperial crew member, speaking fluent Elvish, said earnestly to Roy. Roy simply smiled faintly before saying, "I know your merchant ship doesn't have half-elves, but that doesn't mean you aren't involved in this. You purchased a large amount of daily necessities in Port St. Margari. Even if you ship these supplies back to Roland Continent, they probably won't fetch much. These supplies stored on your merchant ship will be enough for you to eat for 2 years. Doy, you can tell me what you know. If I find your information useful, you receive some small benefits." After saying that, Roy clapped his hands vigorously and said, "Think about it here." The Imperial crew looked at each other and fell silent. "It doesn't matter if you don't tell. There will always be someone willing to tell the truth." Roy didn't force it. Whoever speaks first might get some benefits. Still, the Imperial crew remained silent. "Ahem." Roy coughed and said, "If you remember anything, feel free to tell me later." With that, Roy left the cabin. Chapter 925. 3 Imperial merchant ships were intercepted by the Siren Raiders, and are currently under the control of the Mine Guards. However, all the Imperial merchants on board remained silent. They offered no explanation for the supplies aboard, and neither acknowledged nor defended Roy's questions. Roy had no intention of allowing the 3 Imperial merchant ships to remain in this area, but instead drifted northward with the ocean current. These Imperial merchant ships weren't very fast. If they were operating with the fleet, they would inevitably affect the range of the magic airships. The merchants on the Imperial merchant ships denied that they were supplying the slave ships, and Roy had no reason to seize the 3 Imperial merchant ships. There was no way to escort the merchant ships back to Kui Island. Aboard one Imperial merchant ship, Roy and Woods personally went to the ship's bottom hold. It was filled with elven biscuits from the Evernight Forest, as well as candy preserved fruits, canned nectar, and other elven foods that were easy to store for a long time. However, based on these alone, it was not enough to convict the Imperial merchants. Roy hoped to learn from these Imperial merchants the rendezvous point between these merchant ships and the slave ships. If he could find that rendezvous point, he could track down the slave ships. Otherwise, finding the slave ships in this vast ocean wouldn't be easy. Roy took a large jar of nectar from the shelf, unscrewed the lid, and the sweet aroma filled the air. This food must be for the half-elves, but they won't disclose it, so we don't know where they're trading with the slave ships, Roy said to Woods behind him. Woods dipped a finger into the jar, scooped a little nectar, and tasted it. He raised an eyebrow and said, "Why don't we talk to the mercenaries first? They probably won't be on the same page as the Imperial merchants. We just need to make them some promises, and maybe they provide some useful information." Captain Rodhart, following behind Roy, whispered, "I hang them up and whip them, and see if they talk." Roy glanced at Rodhart, shook his head, and said, "We need evidence. Besides, we only suspect they're supplying slave ships. Whether they're actually doing so is uncertain. I need more detailed evidence." "I have a plan. Want to try it?" Tiffany, leaning against the doorframe, said to Roy, her arms folded. "What's it? Tell me." Roy tossed the honeypot to Woods and asked Miss Tiffany. "Ask Miss Olive for help. This kind of thing isn't a problem for the sirens," Miss Tiffany suggested to Roy. After Miss Tiffany's reminder, Roy slapped his forehead, remembering that the sirens were skilled in hypnosis. Once the merchants fell into the dreams they conjured, they would likely reveal the truth quickly. A group of Imperial merchants were trapped in a stuffy, stagnant hold. The air in the room was stagnant, filled with the stench of their bodies and a slight lack of oxygen. 9 Imperial merchants sat against the wall, squinting their eyes and whispering. Some of the frail merchants were struggling to breathe, even wheezing slightly. Will they simply sink us into the sea, and then drive our ship away? Highly unlikely. While Boss Roy is rumored to be a bit overbearing and always defending the half-elves, without any evidence, I don't think they do anything to us. Another older merchant responded. A younger merchant optimistically predicted, "Let's just be patient. Maybe they won't find anything and will let us go." The older merchant then added, "I suspect he negotiate with us privately. Then we can have a good talk. Nothing is off limits to us. If we can't agree on a price, we can offer him a little more." The other merchants remained silent, clearly acquiescing. "We still have a chance to return home, right?" The young merchant's words made the merchants in the cabin look grim. A portly Imperial merchant panted, "What I'm most worried about now are Frodden's men. Frodden wouldn't betray us, but there's no reason for his men to help us keep that secret. We don't have any secrets." The older merchant muttered immediately, and silence fell once again in the cabin. The Imperial crew on the merchant ship had actually revealed some information, but their knowledge was limited. They even thought the ship would sail south, bypassing the Silvermoon Elf Kingdom and heading for the Wood Elf Kingdom. Olive questioned 10 Imperial crew members, and after being hypnotized, they almost all said the same thing. Clearly, this was the answer they had in mind. The room was dimly lit. Olive sat cross-legged on the floor, her skirt spread out, completely obscuring her coiled snake tail. She shook the bell in her hand with a hint of disappointment. The crisp ring startled the Imperial sailor sitting across from Olive. He looked around the room in confusion, but ignored Olive, who sat directly opposite him. Then, summoned by the half-elf guard, he stood up and left the cabin. As far as he could remember, he had simply sat in the empty room for a short while before leaving. Nothing else had happened. No need to call the sailors again, they know nothing. Bring a mercenary this time. I need to communicate with them. Olive rubbed her temples with her fingers. Frequent use of her mental power brought on headaches. She opened a bottle of mental potion, which Roy had given her for headache relief. It was effective, but the taste reminded Olive of squid ink. The half-elf guard quickly brought over a mercenary. He sat on the floor with his hands tied behind his back, his eyes clear as he looked at Olive. Olive was somewhat surprised that he could see through her concealment. The mercenary stared at Olive, even asking, "Are you the prophet of the elven race?" Olive shook her head slightly, and said in Elvish, "I am not." Then she blew a breath at the mercenary, a breath that felt like a gentle breeze, stirring the mercenary's hair slightly. Olive smiled at the mercenary. In the eyes of the mercenaries, Olive's smile was like a flower suddenly blossoming, the center of everyone's attention. His eyes began to glaze over, and he sat quietly on the floor. Olive then said, "Young human, introduce yourself." "I'm Tyrion, a first-rank swordsman from the Freetown Mercenaries. I'm currently employed aboard the Silver Lion merchant ship, responsible for shipboard security." Tyrion began, speaking in great detail, answering nearly every question Olive asked. Olive's golden eyes flickered. Tyrion, the mercenary swordsman sitting across from her, had a blank stare. "Where are you from?" "Lewin Bay, Linden Province, Grim Empire." "Why have you come all the way to the Elven continent?" "Because a planar war has broken out in the Grim Empire, involving all the great lords of the Grim Empire. Many plains rich in magical herbs and minerals are being invaded by the Dark Legion of the Abyssal Force. Prices of all magical goods are skyrocketing in our area, and we're planning to make a killing, so we partnered with a few merchants to buy. We've been buying up magical herbs, hoping to fill a ship and return to Roland Continent. Then why aren't there any magical herbs in your ship's warehouse? Because before arriving at St. Margaret's Port, the boss had already sold them to other colleagues. We came to St. Margaret's Port to stock up on supplies and deliver them to other ships. As he spoke, Tyrion's voice grew more strained, and he even showed signs of waking up. Olive hurriedly asked, "Where is the meeting place?" Tyrion's expression grew even more painful. He held his head in his hands, repeating over and over, "They agreed to meet somewhere. I don't know where. Where? Okay, you can rest now. You're so tired. A good night's sleep will make you forget all your discomfort. Sleep. Sleep slowly." Olive hummed softly, lulling Tyrion to sleep. Tyrion was a little distraught after those questions. He needed some quiet rest to fully recover. In the next room, Miss Tiffany, transformed into an elf, sat at a small table, looking across at the half-elf woman in a thin dress. It seemed to be completely bare underneath, and the sheer fabric perfectly accentuated her curves. Such a dress didn't exist in the elven world, it must have come from the human world. The half-elf woman, somewhat fearfully, held a cup of lemon tea in her hand and furtively eyed Tiffany. Miss Tiffany tapped the table lightly with her wand, and the half-elf woman immediately averted her gaze. "How did you end up on this Imperial merchant ship?" Miss Tiffany asked, speaking fluent Elvish, replete with the accent of the Silvermoon Elves' west coast. "Floden brought me aboard. He said that if I would accompany him, he would give me money and take me on a world tour, where I could live comfortably. I might just have to stay aboard for a while." The half-elf woman seemed very honest. She knew who was sitting across from her, and she knew Boss Roy. She hadn't expected to become his prisoner. When the half-elf guards escorted her from the cabin, a hint of disdain crossed their eyes. "So you accepted his offer, and are willing to live this way?" Miss Tiffany asked again, curious. "Yes. Life won't get any worse anyway." "Did Mr. Froden ever tell you who the cargo on the ship was for?" Miss Tiffany continued. The half-elf woman immediately shook her head and said, "I don't know. I stay in the cabin all day and never hang out on deck." The half-elf woman even put her head in her hands, resting it on the table. Miss Tiffany leaned over and whispered in her ear, "You know what? We suspect a group of Imperial merchants are involved in the half-elves trafficking, so we come all this way to search for clues. I hope to find those slave ships as soon as possible. By helping them conceal the trading locations of the merchant ships, you're aiding these human merchants in persecuting our compatriots." The half-elf woman shuddered slightly, then continued, "But I really don't know anything." Miss Tiffany spread her hands and said to the half-elf woman, "Well, since you know nothing, rest up on the ship. I escort you off at the next port." The half-elf woman hadn't expected to handle Miss Tiffany's interrogation so easily, and even learn the expiration date of her freedom. Clearly, her half-elf identity had given her immense advantages. Standing up, the half-elf woman couldn't help but ask, "Are they really going to sell half-elves to Roland Continent? I mean, those Imperial merchants." Miss Tiffany continued to explain, "These guys are recruiting large numbers of half-elves from various ports across the Elven Continent. They tell them they send them to Boss Roy's island of Kay. But Kay hasn't received any half-elves from Imperial merchants in the past few months." "So you're a member of the Partington Planar Mine Guard?" The half-elf woman stared at Miss Tiffany with surprise. "Yes, well, you can go down and rest." Miss Tiffany seemed a little impatient. She was about to ask a few more questions from the Imperials. But the half-elf woman in front of her refused to step out of the cabin. She stared at Miss Tiffany hesitantly. Just as two half-elf guards approached, ready to escort her out, the half-elf woman quickly said, "Wait, he said this merchant ship's next stop will be the Gulf of Aden." The half-elf woman spoke quickly. Miss Tiffany was slightly taken aback and repeated, "Gulf of Aden?" Sire stood against the wall of the captain's cabin, pointing a small wooden stick at a fjord in the middle of the Mensa Strait. "This is the so-called Gulf of Aden," he said. "Originally, there was a fortress built by orcs on the shore here, but unfortunately, the place was later occupied by the Grey Dwarves. To this day, the Gulf of Aden is still the port of the Grey Dwarves' northern fleet." Roy and his group also stood in front of the nautical chart, staring at the small gap in the landmass on the chart. "Do you know how many troops the Grey Dwarves' northern fleet has stationed in the Gulf of Aden? In addition to 100,000 Grey Dwarves warriors, there are also some logistics support personnel." Chapter 926. On this chart of the Mensa Strait, Roy drew a red circle at the port of the Gulf of Aden. Roy looked at the half-orc Sail and asked, "Although the orcs have given up control of the sea, will they cede the Mensa Plains to the Grey Dwarves?" Sail was a very strong man, his upper body muscular. He walked from the doorway to the front of the chart and explained to Roy, "We're not giving it to them, we're borrowing it." The Grey Dwarf's Durag's knee was engulfed in chaos, and both the Orc tribe and the Dwarven Kingdom sent troops to reinforce Durag. They were worried that if the Dark Legion completely occupied Durag, the war would spread to the Mensa Plains and the Dwarven Kingdom. Sale picked up a pen and drew a line from Durag's knee. The line continued to the Gulf of Aden, then to Kui Island, and then extended south to the eastern part of the Lost Sea. He continued, the war situation in Durag is not optimistic. Many of the Duergar are demoralized. Their people were massacred by the Dark Legion in the early stages of the war. Later, many Duergar lost their will to resist, and are seeking to relocate their homes to the warmer south. Sale traced the bottom edge of the chart and told Roy, to this end, the Duergar sent a large number of three-masted sailing ships south along the west coast of the Elven continent. They found the island of Garo in the Seven Realm Sea, and a large number of Duergar have already migrated there. The number of Duergar remaining in Durag's knee is less than 1/10 of the total number of Duergar. These Duergar are currently concentrated in the northwest corner of Durag's knee, adjacent to the Frozen Sea. This is considered the last remaining Duergar territory in Durag. If the Grey Dwarves want to migrate south, they need to build a large number of ships and travel by sea. There are numerous supply points along the way. The Gulf of Aden and K Island are both supply points for the Grey Dwarves' southward migration. The Gulf of Aden on the Mensa Plains is also a transit point that the Grey Dwarf King borrowed from the Orc tribe. However, after they occupied the Gulf of Aden, they found it extremely fertile, and were reluctant to return the land to the Orcs. Sale's eyes were filled with hatred and disgust as he pursed his thick lips and said, the Orc tribe also hasn't reclaimed the Gulf of Aden from the Grey Dwarves, because they have a large army stationed at Durag's knee. Roy slapped his forehead. If those Imperial merchants, after entering the Mensa Strait, colluded with the Grey Dwarf Northern Army fleet in the Gulf of Aden, rescuing the half-elves from them would be extremely difficult. We might even have to go to war with the Duergar Northern fleet. Although the Mine Guards are constantly expanding, they still lag behind the Duergar Northern fleet. Do you think those Imperial merchants will dock their ships filled with half-elves in the Gulf of Aden? Roy asked Miss Tiffany, staring at the map. Miss Tiffany sat on a sofa nearby, Moira beside her. She rested her hand on her chin, pondered for a moment, and then said, I don't think so. They can't just spit out the fat meat they already eaten into the Duergar's bowl. Those Imperial merchants might try to pass through the Mensa Strait, but they definitely won't dock in the Gulf of Aden. Roy rubbed his temple and agreed, that's right. Those slave ships definitely won't dock in the Gulf of Aden. Perhaps these Imperial merchant ships are preparing to transport their supplies to the Gulf of Aden, but the slave traders won't be there. Then he asked the Orc guide, Sayar, you're familiar with the Mensa Strait. If you were the captain, which route would you take northward? Sayar stood before the nautical chart, his chin resting on one hand. He pondered for a moment before saying, if it were me, I choose to sail from here to the Book Islands, then to Farron, and then to Nantali Island. This route has a continuous, slow-moving northward current. Even in calm weather, a sailboat can drift northward, and see many islands along the way, without straying from its course. Sayar, clearly very familiar with the Mensa Strait, casually remarked, pointing to the islands on the map. Roy nodded. The Mensa Strait was much larger than he had imagined, almost wider than the west coast of the Elven continent. These Imperial merchants are scattered across this sea area, and finding all of them is no easy task. In the cabin where a group of Imperial merchants were being held, a half-elf guard opened the wooden door, and a foul odor of feces and urine wafted out. Breadfruit pits were scattered on the floor. The air in the room was foul, and the Imperial merchants were listless. The heat and humidity were stifling, and some of the overweight Imperial merchants had developed red rashes. When they saw Roy standing in the doorway, almost all the merchants looked up and looked at him. Roy waved to a half-elf guard, motioning for him to bring a chair over. Roy did not enter the smelly room, but sat on a chair at the cabin door. I know what you're thinking, and I'm going to share some of my thoughts with you, Roy said in Elvish. He didn't care if the Imperial merchants understood him or not. Ransom for freedom doesn't work with me. You may not know me well, but I'm the owner of a mine on the Partington Plain. I have no shortage of magic crystals. Your intention to trade magic crystals for freedom clearly shows your disdain for me. Hearing Roy's words, the Imperial merchants' faces darkened. Roy continued to flip through the parchment booklet in his hand, saying to the merchants, you came to the Elven continent to do business, which has nothing to do with me. However, you shouldn't use my name to deceive half-blood elves and try to transport them to the Roland continent. A middle-aged Imperial merchant took the opportunity to say, Boss Roy, we're not trafficking half-blood elves. I'm sure you checked. The ship's cargo hold is full of supplies. Don't say you don't. Roy interrupted him domineeringly. Not only will I intercept your ship this time, but I also intercept those slave ships at sea. I think it's time for you to consider your future. Because even if you don't tell me now, I can find those slave ships. When I find those slave ships myself, and learn from other Imperial merchants that you're connected to them, what do you think I do to you? I imprison you on Kui Island. Most of you will probably spend your lives doing hard labor there. Some of you might try to plead innocent. Then tell me who's not innocent. If you can speak up now, I might give you a chance to redeem your freedom. With that, Roy left the stinking cabin again. The half-elf guards made no move to interrogate the Imperial merchants, merely locking the heavy wooden door behind them. Silence soon returned to the cabin. The Imperial merchants began to murmur, "Do you think this boss Roy is trying to defraud us? He hasn't gotten anything out of us, so he's trying to get answers from us? I heard he's been questioning a lot of the crew members lately, and the interrogator is a witch with the ability to foresee the future and peer into the past. Perhaps they already have some information. If we don't tell them, they dig for stone on K Island. Do you think anyone would rescue us if we were digging for stone on K Island? Absolutely not. Then why should we keep these secrets for them?" In a cabin on the first floor of the ship, Frodden's hands and feet were chained to a thick wooden bed. He looked around warily, fearing the siren witch who sang lullabies would reappear. His nerves were strained to the limit, his eyes bloodshot, and waves of sleepiness washed over him, causing him to experience all sorts of hallucinations. But he dared not sleep, fearing the siren witch would reappear from his dreams. "You're already very sleepy. Why don't you take a nap? Just close your eyes, and you fall asleep soon." A whispered voice reached Frodden's ears, and even a sweet breeze blew across his face. Olive, her hands resting on the edge of the bed, smiled at Frodden, who was strapped to the wooden bed, trying to hypnotize him. As a rank 2 warrior, Frodden relied on his immense mental strength to resist the siren witch. "What do you want to know?" Frodden asked with all his might. Olive whispered, "Where are you merchant ships going?" Frodden managed to respond with all his might, "Didn't I tell you? The Gulf of Aden. We're heading to the Gulf of Aden." Olive murmured softly, and Frodden looked like he was about to faint, but he gritted his teeth and refused to speak. Roy had spent 2 days aboard 3 Imperial merchant ships when he finally received good news. A young Imperial merchant, unable to endure the hold, was the first to stand up and offer to negotiate with Roy. So, he was brought out from the hold by the half-elf guards and stood on deck filthy, awaiting an audience with his boss, Roy. Several half-elf guards brought 2 buckets of clean water and poured them over him, refreshing him. The young Imperial merchant slumped down on the floor, gasping for air through his wet body. "We meet in Farron. Some merchant ships with insufficient supplies will be waiting for us in the Farron Islands." The Imperial merchant spoke quickly to Roy the moment he saw him. Roy stood at the door of the captain's cabin, his hands on the railing, looking down at him. "Rodhart, you will immediately head to the Farron Islands to scout the situation there. Sabrina, you will take the Griffin Cavalry Brigade and ride on Rodhart's magic airship," Roy said to the captain's cabin. "Okay, boss." Rodhart agreed with a chuckle. Roy turned and nodded to the Imperial merchant. "I need to verify this immediately. You can stay in the upper cabin for a while. Once you verify that what you said is true, I give you a lighter sentence when we return to Kui Island. And I allow you to pay a ransom in exchange for your freedom." The young Imperial merchant tried to stand from the wet deck, but his legs seemed to be futile, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't stand. "If you're providing false information, you lose your only chance to tell the truth to me," Roy said to the young Imperial merchant. The young Imperial merchant nodded rapidly, indicating that he understood. A magic airship descended from the clouds and hovered less than 200 meters above the sea. Directly below it, an Imperial merchant ship was sailing through the waves, steadily advancing. Several Griffin cavalrymen flew out from the deck and circled over the large Imperial merchant ship. The Griffin riders finally located an Imperial merchant ship. Just moments earlier, they had spotted some half-elves on deck, having escaped from the cabins to take a walk. But in the blink of an eye, those half-elves had vanished. The Griffin riders realized they had caught a big fish. This Imperial merchant ship might be the one boss Roy was looking for. The mercenaries on board, weapons in hand, stood in various corners of the merchant ship. They, too, stared in despair at the magical airship hovering overhead. Adding to their despair, the Griffin riders were actually firing rockets at the Imperial merchant ship while still in midair. Rockets rained down from the sky, landing precisely on the sails. That's how the fire on the ship began. The crew of the Imperial merchant ship frantically fought to put it out, but with the arsonist still in the air, the flames could not be completely extinguished. The sails on all 5 masts were completely incinerated, even the masts were charred. The magic airship remained suspended in midair. The Griffin riders, though, rotated in waves. They didn't launch a surprise attack on the Imperial merchant ship, setting the sails ablaze and then stopping. Soon, a white flag flew from the Imperial merchant ship's mainmast. The ship had surrendered so easily. The Griffin riders prepared to land on the Imperial merchant ship, but were stopped by Sabrina. The Imperial merchant ship had no sails, and could only drift on the sea. The two sides remained in a stalemate from day to night, and after another night, more magic airships finally caught up. 5 magic airships descended simultaneously onto the sea. Their sides were covered in half-elves wielding bows and arrows. Their massive whaling crossbows were aimed at the Imperial merchant ships, and the Imperial merchants on board held white flags, waving them skyward. The magic airships slowly approached the Imperial ships. The half-elves' crews cast wooden ladders up to the Imperial ships and climbed aboard. A group of Imperial merchants stood on the deck, weeping, gazing at the enraged half-elves before them, none daring to utter a word. Roy and Woods arrived aboard the Imperial merchant ship. The half-elves' crew had already tied up all the mercenaries and Imperial sailors on board. A group of half-elves emerged from the cabin below, staring in astonishment at their fellow half-elves on deck and the Imperials huddled trembling in the corners. Confused, they asked, "Can anyone tell me what happened?" "Yes. They were taking us to K Island." "Why did you capture them all?" "Who are you?" Chapter 927. This group of half-elves, taken to the Mensa Strait by the Imperial merchants, still believed they would take them to K Island. It was just that the journey was a bit long, and the merchant ship would have to sail for a few more days. Everyone was usually crammed into the cabin, with only brief periods of fresh air in the morning and afternoon. The half-elves knew the ship was almost full of their compatriots, but the half-elves living on each deck rarely interacted with each other. They believed the Imperial merchants would take them to K Island, and the most frequent topic of discussion in the cabins was the prospect of a free life there. Now the half-elves on the ship understood they had been deceived by the Imperial merchants. Everyone stood on the deck, somewhat bewildered. The young human before them introduced himself as Boss Roy, followed by a large group of half-elf warriors. These half-elf warriors, clad in silver armor, looked at them as if they were fools. The half-elves on the ship could only feign ignorance and avoid their gazes. "Haven't you ever doubted these Imperials?" Roy stood at the bow, looking at the dense crowd of half-elves on the deck, feeling a momentary headache. These guys were the typical fools, who'd been sold and still helped count the money. The half-elf standing in the front looked embarrassed. One half-elf said to Roy, "I did think about it, but they provided us with water and food and told us that all the expenses would be covered by Boss Roy, so we didn't have too many concerns." Roy's nose was crooked with anger at his words. He wondered how these half-elves could be so shallow-minded, fooled into falling for a simple treat. At this moment, he heard another half-elf say, "The Imperials on the ship are quite kind to us. They provide us with 2 meals a day and even provide us with accommodations." The other half-elves nodded in agreement. Roy's eyes darkened. He simply couldn't communicate with these half-elves. He shouted at the half-elves on deck, "What will you do if they really sell you to the Green Empire on Roland Continent?" The half-elves fell silent instantly, speechless at Roy's question. But there was no fear on their faces. The expression in their eyes clearly said, "Once we're on Roland Continent, we just live there. What else can we do? They will continue to live in the Green Empire. Perhaps life will be more difficult, but they still have to survive." At this point, Roy asked the half-elves on the ship, "What are your plans now? Do you still want to visit K Island? It might not be as beautiful as the rumors say. The K Island you hear about is a fantasy dreamed up by those Imperial merchants. In reality, it's just a volcanic island with a large, fairly nice tropical rainforest on its southern tip." "Of course we go," many half-elves responded loudly. After Roy rescued the first ship of half-elves in the Mensa Strait, he soon found another Imperial merchant ship in the same area. This ship had been intercepted by Captain Rodhart less than 50 nautical miles from the Farron Islands. Sabrina and her Griffin riders pinned the sailboat to the surface, immobilizing it. Griffin riders in the air, wielding short spears, surrounded the merchant ship, again using rockets to burn the sails. This completely disabled the ship, which was finally surrounded by the Imperial merchant ships that had overtaken it from behind. The Imperial crew members immediately fled to the upper deck and hoisted a white flag. Despair crossed the Imperial merchants' faces as they saw the encroaching magic airship filled with half-elves. The Imperial merchants raised their hands and huddled with the Imperial crew at the bow. 2 mercenary groups were still on board, ready to fight to the bitter end. But when Sabrina and her Griffin riders landed on the deck, the mercenaries raised their hands and surrendered decisively. Their movements were so precise, as if they had practiced them beforehand, that the Imperial merchants were furious. They usually loved to boast, but when they were finally needed, they surrendered without hesitation. Darwin told us not to mess with Boss Roy in the Silvermoon Elf Kingdom. I didn't believe it before, but now I finally know it's true. A middle-aged Imperial merchant said to his fellow merchants with a wry smile, observing the half-elf guards on the ship. Some of the Imperial merchants were unconvinced that the half-elf guards before them were Boss Roy's army. They exclaimed in shock, "Impossible, impossible. How dare this elven army pursue us all the way to the Mensa Strait? Aren't they worried about encountering the northern army fleet of the Grey Dwarves? These half-elf guards should be the rumored mine guards, right? Are these half-elf guards Boss Roy's army?" After receiving a definitive answer, the Imperial merchants huddled in a corner, watching the half-elf guards quickly board the ship. The mercenaries knelt on the deck, each bound with hemp rope by the half-elf guards. Then, the half-elf crew quickly searched the entire merchant ship. They didn't even bother to pay attention to the Imperial merchants and the crew. "We definitely been intercepted by Boss Roy's army. I opposed this back in Moyabamba Harbor. Now they're on our tail, and I'm wondering if you have any other options." The middle-aged merchant continued. The other Imperial merchants, with mournful faces, began to complain. "Old Sanchez, you have a good relationship with Darwin. Can you get him to mediate for us? What do you want me to say?" The Imperial merchants began to offer random suggestions. "Or maybe we're actually planning to take a detour to Kui Island. Or maybe we're being coerced by the Grey Dwarf Northern Fleet, forcing us to lure those half-elves to Durag. What excuse do you think will get us out of this trouble? Didn't you say the Grey Dwarf Northern Fleet would help us if the half-elves caught up? Where exactly is the Grey Dwarf Fleet now? Where are they? Didn't they say Boss Roy's mine guards were defeated by the Grey Dwarves? Then where did these half-elf guards come from? I think we've probably been tricked this time." A group of Imperial merchants sat in a corner, muttering in Imperial English. After Roy boarded the ship and saw the Imperial merchants, his first words were, "I'm confused. What was wrong with my performance? That led to your misjudgment?" The Imperial merchants begged for mercy, begging Roy for another chance. "Since you asked for another chance," Roy said to the Imperial merchants, "I can agree. If anyone can provide the specific location of other slave ships, I can make your life more comfortable. Next, you will travel with the merchant ship to Kui Island, where you will perform labor service in the island shipyard." Roy then told the Imperial merchants a great deal about the Imperial prisoners of war on Kui Island. They were clearly terrified by what he said. A group of Imperial merchants began to contemplate their days as laborers on Kui Island, and immediately rushed to report information about other Imperial merchant ships. We know where they are. There are some Imperial merchant ships around Farron Island, and they're gathering there. If we rush over now, we might still be able to find them." Roy took out a notebook and a pencil and began recording the information the Imperial merchants were sharing. Sure enough, these Imperial merchants were communicating with each other. According to the Imperial merchants on this ship, there were currently more than a dozen Imperial merchant ships hiding in the waters off the Farron Islands ahead. They hadn't headed for the Nontali Islands because they didn't have much supplies on board and still had a long way to go. Originally, these Imperial merchant ships could resupply at the port of Durag's Knee, but now that Durag's Knee was engulfed in the ongoing war, the port on Durag's side was no longer able to gather sufficient supplies. That's why these merchant ships temporarily anchored at Farron Island, waiting for the supply ship to catch up. After the Imperial merchants had shared all the information they knew, Roy closed his notebook, rubbed his stiff fingers vigorously, and said to the Imperial merchants on deck, "Once we arrive on Kui Island, you will also work in the shipyard. If the information you told me is true, I will, in recognition of your good performance here, give you some easy work." With that, Roy stood up and left, taking his notebook with him, ignoring the merchants' pleas for ransom. The Imperial merchants began arguing again on deck. Roy tossed his notebook to Captain Rodhart and instructed him, "Rodhart, let's go after the other slave ships." Rodhart pushed open the door to the captain's cabin and reluctantly emerged from the cabin, complaining, "Boss, you should let us rest. Look at the bloodshot in my eyes, and you know how long I haven't slept. Rodhart, you can stand up and sleep in the captain's cabin for a while." Roy climbed the ladder first and spoke to Rodhart behind him. The magic airship took off, but instead of entering the wind stratum, it relied on its propulsion system to slowly sail towards Farron Island. Two teams were responsible for reconnaissance in the waters ahead: the Griffin Cavalry, flying in the air, and the Siren Raiders, stalking the sea. Working in tandem, the two teams began scouting the waters off the Farron Islands for the whereabouts of Imperial merchant ships. The sheer size of these Imperial merchant ships made it difficult to completely hide in the waters off the Farron Islands. The Griffin Riders, capable of large-scale aerial reconnaissance, immediately spotted two Imperial merchant ships anchored behind an island upon arriving at the Farron Islands. The Griffin riders quickly surrounded the two Imperial merchant ships. Using their aerial superiority, they forced the merchants, crew members, and mercenaries aboard to come onto the decks and surrender to the Griffin riders. In just 1 week, Roy and his fleet located 13 Imperial merchant ships in the waters of the Farron Islands, all filled with half-elves. Only the half-elves aboard one Imperial merchant ship knew the harsh news of their impending sail. Their conditions were far worse than those on the other ships, receiving only 1 meal a day and limited water. The half-elves on the remaining 12 Imperial merchant ships, unaware of their predicament, fared more comfortably. These 13 Imperial galleons carried over 70,000 half-elves, a figure that initially shocked Roy. The Imperial merchant ships' weakness lay in their lack of anti-aircraft defenses. Once they encountered the Griffin riders, they decisively surrendered. Roy dispatched 2 magic airships to serve as resting platforms for the Griffin riders. After completing their mission, they would quickly return to the deck of the magic airship to rest. Once fully recovered, they would quickly engage in the next battle. After being intercepted and captured by Roy, these Imperial merchant ships would all sail to K Island. This time, however, the roles on the merchant ships were reversed. The half-elf crew piloted the Imperial sailing ship at full speed towards K Island. The captives imprisoned in the cabins became Imperial merchants and crew members. The Imperial merchants imprisoned in the cabins began to worry. They became agitated and angry, often going crazy in their rooms. Some half-elves, however, remained remarkably calm. They usually huddled anxiously in their rooms, but when the half-elves appeared, they would constantly communicate with the half-elves' guards. Almost every captured Imperial merchant expressed their willingness to pay ransom for their freedom. But Roy simply disagreed. Finally, annoyed by the merchants' pestering, Roy couldn't help but say, "Your sentences will be determined after your crimes are determined." This was what he told the Imperial merchants the last time they saw him. Then, the Imperial merchants boarded a merchant ship and sailed for K Island. Roy's fleet remained in the Farron Islands for 11 days before ascending into the wind stratus and sailing north. This time, after receiving reliable information, Roy quickly led his fleet to the Nantali Islands, located in the northern waters of the Mensa Strait, to intercept the first Imperial merchant ships carrying elven slaves. According to the captured Imperial merchants, the first batch of Imperial merchant ships was currently in the waters around the Nantali Islands. Roy didn't dare delay. After sailing north from the Nantali Islands for another 3 weeks, he would reach the western coast of Durlag's Knee. That area would completely belong to the Durgar territorial waters. Roy had heard from the Imperial merchants that the Nantali Islands would be the last resupply point for merchant ships in the Mensa Strait, and most of them would stop there. That was why he had led his fleet so hastily. Chapter 928. After leaving the Farron Islands, the 40 magical airships of the Mine Guard fleet ascended into the Wind Stratum, heading north towards the Nantali Islands. The fleet didn't remain in the Wind Stratum throughout the journey. Roy's dispatched magical airships would leave the Wind Stratum and hide above the clouds, while he dispatched a large number of Griffin cavalry to search the skies above this area for sailing vessels. Elven ships rarely ventured into the Mensa Strait. The only ships that could appear in this area were the Grey Dwarf Northern Army's 3-masted galleys and the Grim Empire's merchant ships, which were the primary targets of the Mine Guard fleet. So, whenever the Griffin cavalry spotted a sailing vessel from high above, they would fly over without hesitation to investigate. They encountered no Grey Dwarf Northern Army's 3-masted galleys along the way, but they did encounter numerous Imperial merchant ships. Griffin cavalry descended from the sky, and these Imperial merchant ships, which traded half-elves, offered virtually no resistance to the aerial Griffin cavalry. By the time the magic airship landed on the sea, the battle was over. The Griffin cavalry were also very experienced. They circled high in the sky until the magic airship landed, refusing to land on the deck of the merchant ship, even if the crew raised a white flag and summoned everyone on board. After the magic airship landed in the sea, the two large ships docked together. Half-elf guards climbed up the grid ladder onto the Imperial merchant ship, secured the Imperial merchants and crew separately, and then dealt with the mercenaries on board separately. Only then would the Griffin cavalry descend on the merchant ship's deck. When dealing with these mercenary groups on the merchant ship, few would resist to the bitter end. Of course, there were exceptions. Even when the merchants and crew surrendered, the mercenaries fought desperately in the cabins below deck. At these times, Sabrina would lead the Griffin riders to suppress these mercenaries. If the resistance was intense, she would send a magical signal to summon Roy and Jazina. With so many rank 2 warriors currently in the Mine Guards, it was relatively easy to defeat a mercenary group of less than 100. To ensure the Siren Corps could operate alongside the fleet, All the Siren warriors boarded the magic airship upon leaving the Farron Islands. Jazina and Olive collaborated with Sabrina throughout the journey, sweeping away any Imperial merchant ships they encountered along the way. A total of 37 Imperial merchant ships were detected by the Griffin Riders, but half of them were transporting half-elves, the rest were almost all dealing in magical herbs. For those Imperial merchant ships engaged in legitimate business, Roy allowed them to depart normally. But the merchant ships carrying half-elves weren't so lucky. Surveilled by Griffin cavalry, they couldn't escape the vast ocean. The merchants on board never imagined that Boss Roy would lead his fleet to the Mensa Strait just for these half-elves. The Imperial merchants, seeing those magical airships descend from the sky, were also filled with despair. In reality, everyone was mistaken. The battle plan of the Northern Grey Dwarf fleet had called for an invincible fleet of 200,000 Grey Dwarf warriors to reach K Island, determined to annihilate the tens of thousands of half-elves on K Island. Everyone believed that Boss Roy couldn't withstand this powerful blow from the Northern Grey Dwarf fleet. That's why the merchants had such a sinister plot. At the instigation of the Grey Dwarves, they used Roy's name to lure half-elves aboard their ships from the Elven Kingdom. But no one anticipated that the Grey Dwarves had lied about this, or perhaps they hadn't done it at all. Furthermore, they failed to promptly inform the Imperial merchants of their defeat, which proved to be the most fatal blow to them. No one knew that the Mine Guard fleet on K Island was free to deal with them. Roy stumbled upon this incident while traveling to Castleton Harbor to negotiate the opening of the shipping route. So, when the Imperial merchants, standing on the rooftops, saw the Griffin cavalry descend from the sky, they collapsed on the rooftop. No matter which Imperial merchant ship, facing a magic airship equipped with Griffin cavalry on the vast ocean, the only option was surrender. Escape was impossible. In the air, there were magic airships and Griffin cavalry, and in the sea, Siren warriors pursued and intercepted any Imperials attempting to escape in lifeboats. Aboard an Imperial merchant ship, Roy spotted a familiar face. He was an Imperial merchant who had traded magical herbs in Castletown Harbor, often purchasing potions and herbs from the alchemy workshop. He hadn't expected him to be involved in this slave trade. Confused, Roy knelt before the Imperial merchant, frowned, and asked, "Isn't it possible to make money trading magical herbs in the Elven Kingdom? They say you've been isolated in the Partington Plain." The Imperial merchant leaned against the ship's railing, looking dejected. A bitter expression filled his face. "Without a large inventory of magical herbs from the Partington Plain, we can only collect them here and there. It's hard to even gather a full shipment in a month. Later, some said you led your fleet into the Endless Sea and were pursued by the Grey Dwarf Northern Army. We seen the Grey Dwarf Northern Army before, and everyone said you couldn't survive the Northern Army's encirclement. We trafficked half-elves. Besides the support of the Grey Dwarves, we also had the Silvermoon Elf nobles open some doors for us in the Elven Kingdom. Those guys made it seem like slave trading was like picking up money. It was even more lucrative than trafficking magical herbs. I was blinded by the huge profits. This incident even became a trend in the ports of the Silvermoon Elf Kingdom. Whenever our merchant ships docked, half-elves would be waiting, asking if we wanted to take them to K Island. Just a few words with them, and they happily board with their families." Roy pressed his forehead. He hadn't expected a casual request to the Imperial merchant Darwin to end up like this. After the Empire merchant calmed down a bit, Roy asked him again, "Do you make more money shipping these half-elves to the Grim Empire than by selling magical herbs?" "Of course. These half-elves are very popular in the Grim Empire. Males are cheaper there, but even at that price, an elf with a lifespan of 800 years is still very valuable. Buying one can become a witness to family history, and the price is at least 30 magic crystals. Female elves are more expensive, usually 50 magic crystals or more. If they are virgins, the price is double that. The Grim Empire highly values elven culture. A shipload of half-elves like this is worth at least 200,000 magic crystals, which is more profitable than magic herbs. And most importantly, there's no capital required, it's all free. Although everyone knows slave trading isn't good, everyone's doing it, so I finally got tempted." Roy was speechless. The merchants who caught up with his ship midway through the Mensa Strait were clearly the ones who had acted earlier. None of these Imperial merchants were innocent. Since they were involved in this, if caught, they would face the subsequent trial. The Imperial merchants and crew would remain on Kui Island. Once Roy had dealt with matters in the Mensa Strait, he would bring all the Imperial merchants to trial. As for the mercenary groups, Roy planned to take them to the Partington Plain first. Exploring the uncharted territory of the Partington Plain required adventurers. These mercenary groups were clearly well suited for this task. After leaving the magic airship, a squadron of Griffin riders flew directly through the clouds, heading southwest. As the magic airship sped through the wind layer, a crew member spotted a small white speck on the sea surface that resembled a sailboat. So, the magic airship decisively descended from the wind layer, hovering above the clouds and dispatching its Griffin riders to search for the location of the sailboat. The Griffin riders on this magic airship were led by Kaka. They had flown less than 3 kilometers southwest when they spotted a row of 3-masted sailboats on the sea below. There were 5 of them in total. The lookout, standing atop the bow tower, was a dark-skinned gray dwarf. Sighting the gray dwarf warships, Kaka immediately summoned all the Griffin riders to charge above the clouds. Kaka then brought this astonishing discovery to the magic airship. The magic airship released 3 magic flares from the clouds. The flares exploded high in the sky, their magical glow carrying far even in the glaring sunlight. The magic airship in front had no way of turning back in this situation. The magic flares could only attract the following magic airships. This time, Kaka was lucky. Roy's Black Pearl happened to be right behind them. Soon, 8 magic airships gathered above the clouds. The sky in this area was covered with large, fish-scale-patterned clouds, hiding the magic airships within them. The 3-masted sailing ships on the sea were completely invisible. The Griffin cavalry were only tiny black dots in the sky. Having encountered the Grey Dwarf Northern Army fleet on the vast ocean, there was no way they would be spared. Roy quickly formulated a simple and crude battle plan. Aerial strikes against these naval vessels required no special preparation. 8 magic airships descended directly from the clouds onto the sea. These airships intercepted the 5 warships, hovering nearly 1,000 meters in the air. The half-elf crew, now covered by the tarpaulin of their giant whale-hunting crossbows, drew the magic frost bolts from their magic sealing boxes. The half-elf crew operating the whale-hunting crossbows had all participated in naval battles on the Partington Plain, and the dark faceless warlords and their like could hit targets. These clumsier Imperial merchant ships, unable to make evasive maneuvers, were even easier to target. With the first salvo from the 8 magic airships, the hulls of 3 3-masted sailing ships were frozen. In an instant, the hulls were covered in frost and snow. The 3-masted galleons behind them hurriedly changed course, but there was no way they could escape in such a situation. A second barrage of volleys soon froze their ships to the sea. Then, a third barrage of volleys switched to explosive arrows. These explosive arrows landed on the sails, instantly igniting them. As the magical airships continued to descend, the half-elf guards on the side unleashed a hail of arrows. At this moment, the Grey Dwarf warriors were no longer visible on the ice-covered decks. A large number of Griffin cavalrymen also circled in the sky, using short flying spears to pierce the Grey Dwarf warriors on the decks. For a moment, the Grey Dwarf warriors on the 5 3-masted galleons were completely stunned by the half-elf guards from the magical airships, completely unsure how to fight back. In just over 2 hours, the battle was over. The Grey Dwarfs raised a white flag on the bows. Some of the Duergar warriors lowered their lifeboats, and then more Duergar were shedding their heavy dwarven chain mail and leaping into the sea. The Siren warriors from the magic airships also appeared alongside the side. They leaped from great heights. Due to the Siren warriors' exceptional physical strength, they dared to leap from heights of hundreds of meters. In pursuit of extreme speed, the Siren warriors stretched their bodies, transforming into thin, blurry lines that dropped into the sea, pursuing the Duergar warriors attempting to flee in the lifeboats. As the Duergar aboard the 5 3-masted galleons raised white flags of surrender, the 2 magic airships descended into the sea, slowly approaching their 3-masted galleons. The half-elf guards climbed up the grid ladder onto the Duergar 3-masted galleons. The deck of the bark was a mess, strewn with arrows. The ice hadn't completely melted, and the sails on all 3 masts had burned. The Grey Dwarf warriors filed out from the tower, discarding their weapons on the deck and shedding their dwarven chain mail. Under the command of the half-elf guards, they gathered at the bark's bow. At this moment, Griffin cavalry circled back and forth above the bark. The mine guards had fought the Grey Dwarves many times in places like K Island in the Queen Uini Islands, and were very familiar with them. Especially when they surrendered, the Grey Dwarf captives would become obedient as long as their leader was found. In these kinds of naval battles, Roy rarely charged at the forefront. Only when the Grey Dwarf surrendered would Roy appear on the bark to accept the surrender of the opposing commander. According to the opposing commander, they were part of the 12th Patrol of the 7th Fleet of the Grey Dwarf Northern Army. The 5 3-masted sailing ships were equipped with cannons and crossbows, 2 cannons at the bow and stern, and 12 crossbows on either side. These 3-masted sailing ships were clearly incredibly powerful against other ships at sea. But when facing a magic airship, their cannons and crossbows couldn't even reach the sky, making it impossible to hit the magic airship in the sky. The Grey Dwarf warriors on the ships were also equipped with flintlock magic muskets, but their decks were blocked by magic crystal arrows raining down from the sky. The Grey Dwarf musketmen had no chance to fire, and were captured by the half-elf guards. When the red-bearded Grey Dwarf commander heard Roy say his name, his eyes nearly popped out of his sockets, and he shouted, "That's impossible. How could Boss Roy be in the Mensa Strait?" Chapter 929. Soon, Boss Roy's identity was confirmed, and the Northern Army's Grey Dwarf warriors fell silent. Dwarfs are inherently suspicious, cruel, cunning, and greedy. They only abuse those weaker than themselves. In the presence of a more powerful being, these Grey Dwarves become very obedient. Especially when a leaderless group of Grey Dwarves is confined to a ship's cabin, there's no need for additional guards outside the cabin door. The 5 three-masted galleons captured nearly 4,000 Grey Dwarf warriors. These Grey Dwarf warriors all squatted on the decks of the three-masted galleons, which were taken over by half-elven crews. On the calm sea, Roy stood on the ship's roof, pondering what to do with the 5 three-masted galleons. "Boss, that's Captain Levent, the highest commander of this patrol." Roy looked back and immediately recognized Captain Levent as the red-bearded Grey Dwarf who had voiced doubt on the deck. The red-bearded Grey Dwarf looked at Roy with a powerful aura, his eyes blazing like bells. With his beer belly bulging, he shouted to Roy, "Boss Roy, you can kill me or chop me up as you please, but don't even think about getting any information about the Northern Army out of me, Levent." "How many Northern Army Grey Dwarves are there in the Mensa Strait?" Roy asked Captain Levent with a smile, his hands resting on the ship's railing. "I don't know, and even if I did, I wouldn't tell you." Captain Levent's voice was so loud that the entire three-masted dwarfs on board could probably hear him. He was like a fighting cock, his eyes fixed on Roy. Grey Dwarves were only about as tall as an average elf's chest, but they were incredibly sturdy, and spoke with a remarkably loud voice, their shouts resembling drums. "Very good, I understand." Roy didn't ask any further questions. Instead, he turned and ordered the half-elf guards behind him, "Chop off Captain Levent's head, and hang it on the prow of the ship. Throw the body into the sea for the sharks." Hearing Roy's order, Captain Redbeard Levent was completely stunned. He had originally planned to argue with Boss Roy a few more times, and only then, under Boss Roy's coercion and inducement, did he divulge some information about the Northern Fleet. But this Boss Roy didn't play by the rules at all. He only managed a single protest, only to be beheaded. Captain Redbeard Levent watched helplessly as 4 half-elf guards surrounded him, pinned his massive arms, and tied him up like a dumpling with ropes. Unable to break free, he tried to surrender. But the half-elf guards didn't even give him a chance to speak. Seeing him open his mouth, they thrust a wooden peg into it, then violently tugged at his precious beard, pulling his chin almost to the top of his head. Captain Redbeard Levent tried to stammer a few more words, but a half-elf guard struck him in the forehead with the hilt of a bronze sword, causing him to see stars. Then he was pinned to the deck by the half-elf guards. Captain Redbeard Levent's head was severed by a sharp sword. As he rolled out, blood gushed out of his neck, splattering everywhere on the deck. Captain Redbeard Levent felt a sharp pain in the back of his neck, then his vision went black, and he lost consciousness completely. The half-elf guards were highly efficient. Following their boss Roy's orders, they hung Captain Levent's head from the horns of an argali, and tossed the bloody corpse into the sea. Many Duergar were squatting on the deck, watching Captain Levent's body being thrown into the sea. None dared to step forward. Some even instinctively covered their mouths to prevent themselves from shouting. After Roy captured this group of northern troops, he asked the Duergar warriors how many Duergar fleets there were in the Mensa Strait. The Duergar warriors were afraid to answer, so he summoned Captain Levent. No one expected that Roy would simply ask a question and then chop off Captain Levent's head. "Go get their deputy captain." Roy instructed the half-elf guards again. The deputy captain was crouching among the officers on the deck. He witnessed Captain Levent's head tumble from his neck, blood spurting 2 meters away. At that moment, the half-elven guard scurried up and instantly collapsed on the deck. He longed to emulate Captain Levent's commanding words, but his throat was blocked, and no sound came out. He felt a sweat pouring down his forehead, his heart beating rapidly, as he was led before Boss Roy. He looked up and suddenly felt Boss Roy towering. Roy stood before him, glaring at him with an air of dominance. Without even asking his name, he inquired, "How many Grey Dwarves are there in the Mensa Strait?" 200,000. He felt sweat pouring down his forehead, his teeth chattering. These 5 three-masted galleons, belonging to the 7th Fleet, had been rampaging through the Mensa Strait for a long time, believing that apart from the Naga Legion, there were no other enemies in the Mensa Strait. Roy and his fleet appeared from the sky. None of the Grey Dwarfs could have anticipated the magical attack that descended from the sky, forcing them to retreat to the deck. Then the Griffin cavalry hurled short spears from the air. This unequal battle was impossible, and the Grey Dwarfs were forced to surrender. However, the Grey Dwarfs had also not anticipated that Boss Roy was an anomaly within the Elven army. He cared little for the lives of the Grey Dwarfs, and would kill them at will, leaving them in a cold sweat. What troubled Roy was how to transport these 5 three-masted galleons back to K Island. Roy had previously dispatched over 2,000 experienced half-elf crew members to sail the 37 Imperial merchant ships to K Island, with over 100,000 half-elf crew members aboard. Roy would also dispatch some half-elf crew members to the 5 Grey Dwarf barks. However, the over 4,000 Grey Dwarves aboard the 5 barks could not accompany them. Roy worried that if the Grey Dwarfs found an opportunity to cause trouble along the way, the half-elf crew would be powerless to suppress them. After much deliberation, Roy decided to use 4 magic airships to transport the Grey Dwarf prisoners back to K Island day and night. The 5 barks would then proceed south, temporarily docking at St. Margaret's Harbor. The Siren Legion boarded the magic airships at the Farron Islands and followed them north. If they were allowed to swim all the way through the Mensa Strait, it would likely take 2 months to reach the Nontali Islands. Although the Siren warriors' temporary accommodations were converted from the lower cabin, the conditions were extremely harsh. However, as the 2 leaders of the Siren Corps, Jazina and Olive were entitled to separate cabins. Their rooms were adjacent, and where the bunk beds once stood was now a large bathtub, perfect for their rest. During the day, Olive liked to transform into an elf and chat with the half-elves. Occasionally, she'd come over to Jazina, and the 2 of them would chat casually in the cabin. Look, Boss Roy's fleet was able to sweep away the Duergar fleet on the west coast of the Mensa Plains. I told you. Our Siren Legion is actually quite powerful. The reason we've been struggling is because the opponents we encountered are too strong. First, there was the Dark Faceless Legion that swept across the western waters. They rushed out and completely drove us out of the western waters, chasing us all the way until we had almost no chance of fighting back. If Boss Roy hadn't shown up in time to help us, we might not have been able to hold Sank Island. Once we held Sank Island, with Boss Roy's full support, we launched a large-scale counterattack against the Dark Faceless Legion. Boss Roy was behind all these battles. How could his fleet not be powerful? Olive muttered to Jazina from her seat by the window. Jazina didn't care. She lay in the bathtub, turning over comfortably, and the seawater splashed out, covering the floor. Perhaps the Duergar haven't yet unleashed their strongest weapon, Jazina said. Olive said confidently, don't we have magic cannons too? I don't understand why they're hiding them when they have them installed on their ships. Jazina glanced at Olive, then restrained herself from exposing Roy's plan. Let's just focus on our own affairs first, and don't dwell on anything else. Whether Olive took these words to heart, Jazina wondered. At that moment, Olive sighed. The endless sea here is truly different from the seas of the Partington Plain. Jazina, how do you think we can sail freely in the clouds? Jazina opened her eyes, looked at Olive, and said, first, you have to find a way to surpass Commander Teziko to have a chance. The Farron Islands, a place north of the Mensa Strait that offers shelter from storms. Many Imperial merchant ships coming from the north like to dock in these archipelagos. The Nontali archipelago is made up of approximately 300 islands of varying sizes, some of which even disappear at high tide. Located north of the eastern continent, the island's vegetation consists primarily of grasses, mosses, berries, and shrubs. There are no tall trees, cliffs, or beaches. Seabirds flock to the islands, and with no small animals, the birds have few natural predators, resulting in a population estimated at tens of thousands. A row of Imperial merchant ships anchored at the foot of the cliffs, with numerous seabirds circling above them, likely seeking to feast on the scraps dumped from the ships. A captain asked a middle-aged merchant on board, Boss, when do we set sail? The middle-aged merchant was calculating the costs of the voyage, his brow furrowed as he casually said, wait a minute. Let's negotiate with those Grey Dwarf bandits of the Northern Army. We have to offer something that will impress Marshal Alani. We all share the burden. This loss is affordable for everyone. There's no reason for us to take it all alone. All the merchant ships that follow will benefit from us. The first mate next to the captain took the opportunity to say, those half-elves are already suspicious. I'm worried the crew won't be able to control them, and they might cause a riot. At this point, the middle-aged merchant raised his head and said matter-of-factly, if they can't be contained, let the mercenaries handle it. We paid them, not just to have them sail for fun. We're already in Nontali Island, so there's really no need to hide some things. Seeing his boss's resolute attitude, the captain decisively changed his tone, no longer talking about leaving port as soon as possible. He then said, "I think we should keep it a secret for a day longer. It will benefit both us and them." The first mate, standing nearby, couldn't help but roll his eyes, and said to the captain with disdain, "Whatever." At a gathering place for imperial sailing ships in the Nantali Islands, after dinner, everyone liked to sit on the deck and watch the sun set over the sea. This was the only time the imperial crew could gather and chat. Many imperial sailors had taken a liking to the beautiful half-elf women, and they would privately comment on them, even giving them ratings in a rather frivolous way. Some crew members even fantasized about using their earnings to buy a beautiful half-elf at the end of this voyage. At this moment, a crew member suddenly stood up from the deck, looked up at the sky, and used his hands and feet to climb up to the mainmast's observation platform. The crew on the watchtower were startled, following the man's gaze upwards towards the darkening sky. The crew member pointed at the black specks in the sky and asked the crew member on the watchtower, "What are those?" At first, the specks were only the size of sesame seeds, and neither of them could make out anything. Soon, they began to magnify. The observer on the watchtower had exceptional eyesight. He saw that the specks were magical airships, and he shouted to the crew members around him, "They're magical airships. How come Nantali has so many magical airships? Are those gray dwarf fleets approaching?" On the deck of the merchant ship, imperial crew members also noticed the growing specks. The ship's first mate ran to the highest point of the tower and peered towards the black specks in the sky. Some speculated that they were the Duergar magic airships, so the first mate followed suit, saying, "They come in such a big way, they must have a serious appetite." The merchant emerged from the captain's cabin and reached the rooftop. He calmly said, "What's going on? Everyone can sit down and talk it over. Don't worry, it's just a matter of giving them a few more magic crystals." The crew breathed a sigh of relief at the merchant's words. But then one crew member noticed something was amiss. Why aren't there any flags of the Northern Fleet on board? Everyone resumed their observations of the magic airships in the sky, until one crew member shouted, "I saw those magic airships on Partington Island. They're Boss Roy's fleet. Boss Roy is chasing us." With that cry, the entire Imperial merchant ship erupted in panic. Chapter 930. There was no need for expensive magic crystal arrows to deal with these Imperial merchant ships, as their defenses were pitifully weak. When nearly 30 magic airships descended from the clouds, victory had completely tipped in favor of the mine guards. This meant that the entire Nantali archipelago had fallen into their hands. High in the sky, rows of half-blood elves, armed with storm bows, stood on either side of the ship. The Imperial merchant ships at sea fell completely silent. The crews of the Imperial merchant ships dared not resist. They descended onto the deck, discarded their weapons, and waited to be recruited by the half-blood elven guards. The mercenaries on board, however, showed some courage. Refusing to sit and wait for death, they immediately fled the merchant ships, cursing profusely, preparing to hide on the surrounding uninhabited islands. The merchants stared up at the magic airships overhead with sullen faces, horror and despair evident on their faces. A resounding horn blasted from the magic airships, and they continued their descent. Elven archer captains attempted to fire, their arrows occasionally piercing the deck, making a humming sound. The Imperial crews had lost all will to fight, and soon white flags were hoisted from the tall mainmasts. Seeing the Imperial merchant ships hoist their white flags, Kaka and little Eugene led a group of Griffin riders onto the decks of the Imperial merchant ships. The Griffin riders summoned all crew members and immediately secured the captain's cabin. The Imperial merchant emerged from the cabin in a panic and stood on the deck with the crew. Kaka gripped the hilt of his elven sword with one hand and shouted to the Imperial crew and merchants on board, "We are the half-elf mine guards. We suspect you are involved in the trafficking of half-elves. Of course, we won't wrongly accuse any Imperial merchant engaging in legitimate trade, nor will we let any slaver go. We are now searching this ship. Anyone who dares to resist will be considered an enemy. Everyone, stand still." After saying this, Kaka shouted to the Griffin riders behind him, "Search." He was a little excited, his eyes red. A childhood friend of Kaka's quickly tugged on his arm and whispered in his ear, "Captain Kaka, the boss only told us to control the situation on deck, not to search the ship. They already surrendered. We're just going into the cabin to call out the half-elves trapped there." "What's the danger?" Kaka said nonchalantly, then prepared to lead several Griffin riders down the stairs below deck. Just as Kaka was about to break through the lower deck entrance, an Imperial merchant crouching near the tower lunged forward. He grabbed Kaka's thighs and held him tightly, shouting, "What right do you have to search my ship? Where did you come from, these bandits?" I will write to His Majesty Ansel to accuse you, the half-elves, of this brutality. Our merchant ships are legitimate, legally licensed vessels. Your brutality will inevitably lead to conflict between the Grim Empire and the Elven Kingdom. He considered drawing his sword, but on second thought, abandoned the idea. He then struck the Imperial merchant's back with his scabbard elven longsword, knocking him to the ground. Several Imperial crew members threw themselves on the merchant, shielding him, while the others dared not advance. However, the Imperial merchant's outburst prompted Kaka to abandon his plan to search the hold. He pulled up his pants, which were nearly pulled off, and ordered the Griffin cavalry on the deck. We must separate these Imperial merchants from the crew. At this moment, a magic airship had already landed in the sea, sending up a massive wave. The magic airship was filled with half-elf guards, and beside them stood numerous extended sampans, swathed in fishing nets. They waited for the magic airship to approach, and then the half-elf guards would lash the sampans onto the Imperial merchant ship. Then, they would scale the grid ladders and charge over. In fact, not all Imperial merchant ships sat idly by. A fierce battle erupted aboard the Imperial merchant ship nestled against the island's cliffs. Griffin riders, upon seeing the white flag appear aboard the Imperial merchant ship, landed on their griffins on the ship's tower. These Griffin riders ordered all Imperial merchants and crew members to come on deck, but they discovered that several Imperials were lurking in the shadows at the doorway leading to the lower deck. So they moved toward the lower deck entrance. The Griffin cavalry captain, clearly aware of the danger, raised his long sword and ordered all the Griffin cavalry to stand behind him. He also drew a small shield from his back and held it in front of him. Just as he was about to have the Griffin cavalry behind him fire arrows into the entrance, a large number of mercenaries emerged from the merchant ship, dozens of them, clad in a variety of magical armor and magical constructs. As soon as these mercenaries rushed out, they immediately cut down several Griffin cavalry. Those Griffin cavalrymen fell in a pool of blood, but with their last breaths, they tried to trade wounds with the mercenaries. Their fighting style was exceptionally fierce. The remaining Griffin cavalrymen were forced back by the rushing mercenaries. They didn't have time to run to the rooftops and soar into the sky on their griffins, so they whistled, sending the griffins lying on the ship's upper deck flying away. Without hesitation, the Griffin riders rushed to the side of the ship and leaped into the sea. The frantic mercenaries followed suit, attempting to chase the fleeing Griffin riders. The chaos on the ship immediately sent a large number of Griffin riders soaring through the air. Seeing a large number of mercenaries rushing out of the merchant ship, which had previously raised a white flag, they immediately realized that the Imperials had gone back on their word, ostensibly surrendering in order to ambush the Griffin riders. Half the Griffin riders on this Imperial merchant ship were killed or wounded, and the rest jumped into the sea. The Griffins also took to the air. A large number of Griffin riders gathered and hurled short spears at the mercenaries on board. These short spears, forged from black iron, could pierce mail. After a round of hurling, the mercenaries on the deck jumped into the sea. However, they had no idea that over 1,000 Siren warriors lurked beneath the hulls of these Imperial merchant ships. As the Griffin riders fell into the sea, the Sirens rushed over and dragged them away from the battlefield. But the mercenaries who followed the Griffin riders into the sea were treated no differently. The Sirens twisted their long, serpentine tails, used their powerful arms to grab the mercenaries from behind, and dragged them directly to the bottom of the sea. Many mercenaries, unable to break free from the Sirens' grasp, drowned. From the ship, the sea surface was filled with white bubbles, then quieted. The mercenaries never made it to the surface. Of course, the battle aboard this merchant ship was merely a minor episode in the entire raid. Not only did these mercenaries lose their lives, but they also implicated the Imperial crew and merchants aboard. 2 magic airships approached simultaneously, their dinghies landing on the side of the ship. A group of half-elf guards, their bodies aglow with divine light, boarded the ship. They rushed forward and shouted to the Imperial crew on deck, get down, everyone get down." The Imperial crew hesitated, some even considering jumping into the sea, and so they crowded toward the side of the ship. At that moment, a hissing sound echoed through the air. A heavy hail of arrows rained down, leaving many Imperials wounded and falling, further escalating the chaos on the ship. Those Imperial crew members, lying in pools of blood, only then realized how far they had overestimated their own capabilities. This barrage of arrows killed at least dozens of Imperial crew members with short spears, and injured hundreds more. The battle quickly ended, and all the Imperials aboard the 16 Imperial merchant ships surrendered. Only a few mercenaries, who refused to surrender, escaped to the island. Roy landed on the Black Pearl and docked at a random Imperial merchant ship. Flanked by a group of half-elves, Roy boarded the ship. He stared expressionlessly at the blood-soaked Imperial merchants, circling the ship before approaching them. Roy rubbed his chin and coldly demanded, "I'm Roy. You're using my name to deceive those half-elves. Didn't you ever think I'd find you one day?" A blood-soaked Imperial merchant, his eyes red, shouted at Roy, "It's you. It's you who massacred so many of our compatriots. You're destined for hell." Hearing this, Roy couldn't help but laugh. He raised his hands above his head, and a beam of light descended from the sky, enveloping Roy. The dazzling holy light stunned all the Imperials. The people of the Green Empire were almost all believers in the Statue of Liberty, and they were particularly familiar with the divine aura. Roy now emanated a tremendous divine power. Behind him, a massive sacred tree appeared, and a vast amount of divine aura wafted down from its canopy. "Let me ask you, will hell accept someone imbued with holy light? But you lured so many half-elves aboard your ship, intending to transport them back to the Green Empire. You damned slavers, aren't you afraid of divine punishment?" The blood-soaked Imperial merchant, seeing the divine aura emanating from Roy, slumped down on the deck. He tried to argue, but his breath caught and he collapsed, a thick stream of crimson blood spreading from his back. All the Imperials on board finally huddled under the harsh tactics of the half-elf guards. They huddled on the bow deck, many wounded Imperials wailing among the crowd. The half-elf guards entered the hold below deck and released the half-elves imprisoned there. Tens of thousands of half-elves emerged from the hold below deck, their faces fixed on the blood-smelling deck, their faces fixed on the Imperials, who had promised them they would be transported to the Elven land. Then they looked at their fellow half-elves, who had freed them from the hold. In fact, even after the battle had begun, the half-elves imprisoned in the hold had realized something was amiss. Many half-elves also questioned this matter. However, the Imperial crew members on the ship had recently become increasingly strict. Confined to the ship, they had no way of escaping and contacting the other half-elves, and they were also outnumbered. When these half-elves stepped onto the deck and saw the silver-armored half-elves guards and the Imperials lying in a pool of blood, they immediately realized they had been deceived by the Imperial merchants. Then they began to question the surrounding elven guards, and quickly learned the truth. Some half-elves danced and shouted across the ship, "This is Boss Roy's mine guards. Boss Roy has brought his troops to rescue us. It's Boss Roy." Roy was now standing on the deck of the Black Pearl. He didn't approach the group of half-elves, but instead called to Sabrina, who was patrolling the skies. Currently, a group of mercenaries had fled to the island. Roy didn't intend to let these mercenaries go, so he summoned the second-ranked warriors from the mine guards. Sabrina, Xena, and Miss Tiffany joined him on the island to deal with the mercenaries. "I thought you let them go. After all, they're employed by the Imperial merchants," Miss Tiffany whispered, following behind Roy. "If they hadn't rioted on that ship and slaughtered 6 Griffin cavalrymen, I might have given them a chance. But not now," Roy said firmly. Leah and Alia were also part of the group. Alia was able to join because she possessed even stronger holy light magic than Roy. Leah planned to sneak onto the island ahead of time to scout the dark corners. This time, Roy brought over 100 of the most elite members of the mine guards, stomping across the island's grass, combing through the ground for any mercenaries who had taken refuge. Several second-level warriors gave the mercenaries no chance. Almost none of the mercenaries who resisted survived, their blood staining the green grass red. In their minds, elves had always been a people who deeply respected life. Elven society didn't have the death penalty, which was why they hid on the island. Now, they were being slaughtered like melons and vegetables by a group of half-elves. Roy then carried the bodies of the fallen mercenaries and Imperials to the island and laid them out neatly on the grass. He also brought the surviving Imperials from the ship to the island, allowing them to take a good look at the dead. Roy stood before the Imperials and shouted, "Before you became slave traders, did you ever imagine that one day you would tremble under our knives? Did you ever imagine that you too would become slaves?" Chapter 931. The Nantali Islands are actually an east-west mountain range, mostly submerged under the sea, with only the peaks emerging above the surface, forming a series of islands. The Nantali Mountains curve like a sickle, with the sea submerging the peaks, and the peaks that emerge form the uniquely scenic islands. From here, the water becomes clearer the further south you go, and the southern waters resemble a magnificent sapphire. The waters darken the further north you go, reaching the frozen sea, where they reach a depth of black, like rich ink. Only when scooped from the sea will they become clear again. The Nantali Islands also form a barrier in the sea. Many migratory fish have their own fixed routes here. There is always a period of time each year when large numbers of fish appear in the Nantali Islands, making it a natural fishing ground. It's just that the elves don't sail so far to fish here. Few orc tribes go to sea. So this is one of the fishing grounds of the Grey Dwarves. Furthermore, ships sailing from both the Grim Empire and the Dwarven Kingdom would anchor and rest for a few days after leaving Durag's coastline. 16 Imperial merchant ships were anchored near the main island of the Nantali archipelago. While there were no docks here, the sword-like peaks provided a natural harbor, allowing ships anchored on the island's south shore without worrying about being affected by the tides and running aground. Besides the steep, barren cliffs, the island was covered in alfalfa, with the occasional berry bush visible. Many members of the mercenary group fled to the island and hid in the crevices of the cliffs. In their view, these cliff crevices were definitely safe havens. However, for the assassins, specially trained by Captain Tennyson, they could easily pinpoint the mercenaries' hiding spots. Then, they would call on the Griffin cavalry circling overhead to provide additional security. Once Roy arrived with his main force, even if the mercenaries were hiding deep within the cracks, they would be able to extract them. The 16 Imperial merchant ships in the Nantali Islands carried over 60,000 half-elves, who actually consumed a vast amount of food daily. For the Imperial merchants, the biggest challenge on the journey back to the Green Empire was food supplies. Since they were unwilling to stop along the coastline of Durag's need for resupply, they planned to restock as many supplies as possible during their stopover in the Nantali Islands. It was precisely for this reason that the fleet was reluctant to depart, leaving the pursuing mine guard stuck there. The half-elves disembarked from the merchant ship and arrived on the hillside of the main island of the Nantali Islands. They gathered around the Imperials and listened to Boss Roy's public trial. Boss Roy had heard that Imperial merchants were accepting half-elves aboard ships at all the major ports in the Silvermoon Kingdom, promising to send them to K Island. However, K Island hadn't received any half-elves in the past few months, and he had only then discovered the Imperial merchants' tactics. I don't care where you're from, what you're planning to purchase in the Elven Kingdom, or where you're ultimately taking these goods. None of this concerns me. But you cannot deceive these half-elves in my name, nor do you have the right to deprive them of their freedom and sell them as commodities. Therefore, your despicable actions constitute slavery and violate Elven law. I will bring all of you back to K Island for trial. You can refuse, but you must lie on this grass like them and bleed to death. I will personally purify your souls, allowing them to travel to the afterlife in their purest form. Alright, if anyone is willing to accept the K Island trial, you will be ordered to board the magic ship on the shore in an orderly manner. Airship, don't make any noise, don't provoke, and don't make any demands. If you don't want to leave, stay here. I will personally prepare a tombstone for you. Since I don't know the names of you Imperials, you have to write your own names on the tombstone. Okay, now I give you a few minutes to think. You make your choice shortly. Board the ship or stay on the island. I hope you have some backbone. The Nantali Islands look quite picturesque, don't they? Roy stood before the group of Imperials and spoke bluntly in Elvish. Now make your choices. I need you to come in an orderly manner, in single files. Board the ship, or stay on the island. Under Roy's gaze, several Imperial merchants lowered their heads and hurried down the hillside. Needless to say, they chose to board the ship and face trial on K Island. Seeing someone take the lead in making their choice, the other Imperials stood up and began to walk down the hillside. Among these Imperials, some courageous souls chose to remain on the island, even at the risk of death. They lay stretched out on the grass as half-elf guards, swords in hand, severed their heads. Blood flowed across the green grass, and the howling sea breeze seemed to be constantly calling upon their souls. Roy followed through on his words. Over 10 priests, including Alice, began purifying the souls of the deceased Imperials. Those still waiting on the hillside for their choice placed their hands together, clasped them in prayer, and silently chanted prayers under the beams of light. Seeing that those who chose to remain on the island would indeed be killed, the Imperials, whose resolve had been so resolute just now trembled with fear. They formed an orderly line in a long queue and boarded the magic airship docked on the shore. Over 1,500 Imperials filled the magic airship perfectly. We'd be tried on K Island and sentenced, right? According to Elven law, I could easily be sentenced to decades in prison. I doubt I ever walk out alive. Is there any way we can leave the Elven Kingdom alive? In the past, paying a ransom bought freedom. I think we should have a good talk with Boss Roy. It's a good thing we didn't listen to the mercenaries when they escaped. There's nowhere to escape to on this island. As the Imperial merchants boarded the ship, they were still discussing ways to escape. The list provided by Mrs. Evans indeed contained the names of these Imperial merchant ships, along with the names of the Imperial merchants and their captains. Next, He needed to learn more about these half-elves. While the Imperials were lining up to board their ships again, Roy joined the crowd of half-elves. Many of the half-elves were seeing Roy for the first time, but his name had long been known throughout the half-elves' lives. They surrounded him. Despite his Imperial appearance, he spoke fluent Elvish and arrested a group of Imperial merchants, showing no mercy. Roy wanted to know about other Imperial merchant ships, so he asked the half-elves, "Has any Imperial merchant ship taken a shipload of half-elves from your dock before you?" He wanted to know exactly when these three-masted sailing ships anchored in the Nantali Islands had departed. This was crucial for the subsequent tracking operation. Several half-elves were clearly aboard an Imperial merchant ship. In introducing themselves, they said they were from the city of Mabamba. A half-elf said, "No, we were the first to leave. I don't know if there are any more." Roy turned and saw a group of half-elves with grim expressions. He asked, "What about you?" The half-elves said with bitter faces, "We were the second group. The first group left 5 days before us." "Are the half-elves who left the dock before you still here in the Nantali Islands?" The half-elf shook his head dejectedly. This was Roy's greatest concern. According to the Adventurers Guild, there were over 70 Imperial merchant ships, but only 53 had been found so far. At least 20 more were missing. Assuming each ship was fully loaded with 4,000 half-elves, that meant 80,000 half-elves were still en route to the Green Empire. In fact, only 30 magic airships had arrived at the Nantali Islands so far. Another 10 magic airships, accompanied by Griffin cavalry, were scattered across the northern waters of the Mensa Strait, searching the sea for traces of Imperial merchant ships. Because this area was under the control of the Northern Fleet, the mine guards could encounter those gray dwarves at any time. At this critical moment, Roy did not want to engage in excessive entanglement with the gray dwarves of the Northern Fleet. So far, no Imperial merchant ships had been found accepting the protection of the Northern Fleet. Roy dispatched Griffin cavalry to continue searching for Imperial merchant ships around the Nantali Islands. He suspected that those Imperial merchant ships that had lagged behind would likely continue to enter Nantali. However, Roy did not favor this wait-and-see approach. He had no idea how many of these ships might stumble upon him. The supplies on these 16 Imperial merchant ships were very diverse, mostly supplies necessary for the journey. Of course, these Imperial merchant ships had come all the way from the Green Empire on the Roland continent, and every merchant had a bulging purse. The half-elf crew members were counting supplies aboard the Imperial merchant ships, primarily to calculate their wealth. Moira called Roy aboard the Black Pearl. Behind the captain's cabin was a large secret room. Originally, it had been Captain Ralph's bedroom, but Roy found it rather stuffy, so it had been left vacant. Now, it had become the perfect place to store treasure chests. In his pursuit of 37 Imperial merchant ships, Roy had seized over 200 magic-sealed treasure chests. Besides filling his magic waste bag, the secret room was also overflowing with them. The half-elf crews had unexpectedly found over 100 more magic-sealed chests on these 16 Imperial merchant ships. These chests could hold approximately 10,000 magic crystals, averaging about 6 per ship. Roy didn't believe an Imperial merchant ship held only a few tens of thousands of magic crystals. He probably assumed the rest were hidden by the merchants, though their methods of concealment were more subtle. So piracy is so profitable. We intercepted over 50 Imperial slave ships, and recovered over 3 million magic crystals, Moira whispered to Roy in the secret room. Roy hadn't expected that intercepting these Imperial merchant ships, in addition to rescuing so many half-elves, would yield such a large amount of loot. He was astonished. The mines on Pagestoga didn't even generate this much annual profit. With these magic crystals, our magic airship fleet will have the strength to confront the Northern Army fleet, Roy said confidently. Those magic cannons on our ship are true crystal-devouring beasts, demanding a magic crystal for each shot. Now I have the confidence to tell everyone, roll out my magic cannons. Roy reached out and opened a treasure chest. Inside was a colorful, walnut-sized, translucent crystal, perfectly polished. The secret room was already overflowing. If there were more magic crystals, Roy would have to find another secret room. When Roy left the secret room and returned to the captain's cabin, he saw a half-elf guard standing at the door. He immediately stood up straight upon seeing Roy and said, "Report, boss. Magic airship number 33 has spotted 2 three-masted sailing ships from the Northern Fleet east of Nantali Island. Go and stop them," Roy ordered decisively. The half-elf guard said swiftly, "Yes, boss." Before nightfall, Griffin cavalry arrived from the eastern battlefield of the Nantali Islands. The 2 gray dwarf barks had been intercepted, but the gray dwarves aboard them had resisted fiercely, nearly allowing them to escape. During the fierce battle, both gray dwarf barks were engulfed in flames. By the time the battle was over, the mainmasts and decks were charred to ashes. At least dozens of dwarf warriors were killed in the flames, and countless more were injured. However, the Grey Dwarf's resistance was rather fierce. To successfully stop the barks, Magic Airship number 33 fired 8 explosive magic arrows from the air, setting the mainmasts and sails of the 2 barks ablaze. Now that the 2 ships were burning, they could only be scuttled where they were. Fearing the Grey Dwarf Northern Fleet would track them down, Roy didn't sleep well that night. That night, the Grey Dwarf captives aboard the 2 3-masted sailboats were also transported back to Nantali. These Grey Dwarf warriors reeked of burnt flesh, their hair and beards nearly singed off, and each one carried a giant, black, salted egg on his shoulder. 2 Grey Dwarf warriors were brought before Roy. He sat down in a chair and asked, "Where is your fleet's headquarters?" The 2 Grey Dwarf warriors exchanged glances and pointed in unison, an island northwest of Durag's Knee, currently serving as the Northern Fleet's headquarters. Chapter 932. The location the 2 Grey Dwarfs pointed to on the chart was at least 20,000 miles from the Nantali Islands. A 3-masted sailing ship would take about 5 months to reach the frozen island. Roy also learned about the Northern Fleet's base from some Imperial merchants. It was said that it was the last piece of land where the Grey Dwarfs of Durag's Knee hadn't been ravaged by war. Roy asked the 2 Grey Dwarf prisoners, "I'm asking where you usually resupply and repair your ships." "Fort Lowenbug, about 2 weeks' sail from here," the 2 Grey Dwarf warriors answered simultaneously. They pointed to the northernmost corner of the Mensa Strait. One of the Grey Dwarfs said in a muffled voice, "Look, right here. After patrolling the Nantali Islands, we return to Fort Lowenbug to rest and recuperate. After completing 10 missions, we can return to the frozen island." The Grey Dwarfs seemed very honest. Roy asked them a few questions, and they all answered them one by one. They were indeed regular troops from the Northern Fleet, currently on patrol in the Mensa Strait. They had never expected to be captured by a group of half-elves who had suddenly appeared from the sky. There were 2 military ports on the Mensa Strait, one at the Gulf of Aden Fortress in the middle of the strait, and the other at the Lowenbug Fortress in the north. Roy asked them about the Northern Fleet's presence in the Mensa Strait. The 2 Grey Dwarfs hesitated for a moment before explaining. About every 2 weeks, the Lowenbug Fortress sends a patrol around the northern part of the Mensa Strait. The entire Mensa Strait is currently under the control of the Northern Fleet, but control over the area south of the Gulf of Aden is slightly weaker, while control at the Lowenbug Fortress is much stronger. The 2 Grey Dwarf warriors also explained that, in addition to serving as a temporary naval base for the Northern Fleet, Fort Loyen also served as the sole port of call for trade between the Horde's orcs and the Grey Dwarfs. Although the Grey Dwarfs weren't particularly skilled in metallurgy and forging, the armor and weapons they crafted were still highly sought after by the orcs. Grey Dwarf warriors and orc warriors share some common traits. They are mostly strength-oriented warriors, favoring weapons like axes and hammers, and their armor often consists of connected armor plates that can be casually draped across the body. Thus, Grey Dwarf crafted weapons and equipment are extremely popular within the orc tribe, at least more so than those crafted by the elves. The orcs also sell hides, ores, and timber to the Duergar. Currently, the Duergar can no longer obtain any resources from Durag's Knee, so their shipbuilding industry relies heavily on the timber and minerals of the Menshar Plains. This is why trade between the Duergar and the Horde orcs is possible. When the Duergar first possessed Durag's Knee, they wouldn't have ventured to the Menshar Plains to purchase timber. In fact, the Duergar were forced to trade with the orcs because they couldn't plunder anything from the Menshar Plains. They are naturally predators, and their first priority is to take whatever they want. Unfortunately, facing orcs far stronger than themselves, they can't gain the slightest advantage. After their home of Durag's Knee was seized by dark forces, the Duergar were forced to migrate from Durag's Knee. For these Duergar, the greatest challenge they faced was the vast sea. They needed to build some ships to migrate elsewhere. However, the largest forest in Durag's Knee had long been occupied by the Dark Legion, leaving them with only timber from the orcs' Mensa Plains. The Grey Dwarfs, unable to defeat these more ferocious orcs, chose to trade with them in Fort Rowan. Furthermore, Fort Rowan was the largest shipbuilding base of the Northern Fleet. The 2 Grey Dwarf warriors were quite unsophisticated, speaking their minds without question, which saved them from a beating. While Roy was sharing this information, he even had a piece of cheese bread and a plate of vegetables prepared for each of them, which the 2 Grey Dwarf warriors devoured without hesitation. The cheese, bread, and vegetables were found on Imperial merchant ships. They were not found in the Elven world. When Leah found this food for Roy, he practically ate a piece of bread until he was full. Roy had the food gathered up, intending to bring it to the priests of the Knights Templar. As for the Imperial merchants and crew, of course, since they were in the Elven Kingdom, they had to adapt to local customs and join the elves in munching on green apples. On the Partington Plain, the Sirens fought a bloody battle with the Dark Faceless Ones, but Roy's mine guards reaped some wealth from the conflict. It was this wealth that inspired Roy to use the forge to forge magical-based materials, and then have the inscriptionists of the Magic Guild create magic rune constructs. But that wealth pales in comparison to what he had obtained from these Imperial merchants. The nights on the Nantali Islands were much cooler than those on K Island. A group of half-elven crew members boarded an Imperial merchant ship. After a brief repair, these Imperial merchant ships had their burnt sails replaced and new sails reattached to their masts. The half-elf crews began hoisting the sails, using the wind to propel the ships away from the island. 16 Imperial merchant ships set sail one after another, forming a straight line across the sea. The bright moonlight shone on the sea as one Imperial merchant ship after another departed from the harbor. Manned by over 1,000 half-elf crew members, these 16 Imperial merchant ships headed for Kauai Island, thousands of miles away. In addition to these 1,000-plus half-elf crew members, there were nearly 60,000 more half-elves aboard, bound for Kauai Island on the Imperial merchant ships. If all went well, they would arrive safely on Kauai Island in a little over 4 months. The ships were well stocked with supplies, and these merchant ships would also stop at islands along the way for resupply. Once they crossed the Mensa Strait and entered the Elven Kingdom, they wouldn't have to worry too much about the Grey Dwarf fleet pursuing them. At night, on the southern shore of the main island of Nantali, a group of Imperial merchants sat on the grass. Not far away, a large group of Imperial sailors were gathered together by half-elf guards, each speculating about their intentions. Everyone worried that the half-elf guards would secretly kill them all at night, and bury them on this small island. The merchants, in turn, worried that the half-elf guards would use the most brutal means to force them to reveal the location of their hidden money. Everyone seemed a little uneasy, their hearts pounding. A magic airship was anchored by the sea, and several small boats were paddling towards the main island. "Look, they're coming! What should we do? Should we give them a little and send them off? How big do you think their appetites are? Once they discover these secrets, won't they slowly torture us and force us to hand over even more wealth? They're coming! Stop talking." Several Imperial merchants, who had been whispering to each other, hurriedly looked up at their companion's reminder. Boss Roy walked in front, and wherever he went, half-elf guards saluted him. A group of half-elf guards followed behind Roy. Roy stopped in front of the Imperial merchants. He pulled a thick parchment notebook from his pocket, a pen clutched in his free hand. He addressed the group of merchants sitting on the grass. "Next, merchants whose names I call, please step forward." Almost every one of these Imperial merchants was fluent in Elvish. "Grizel, captain of the Dawn Merchant, please come to me," Roy called out from the list. A paunchy Imperial merchant rose from the grass, his face pale. He wore filthy finery, his hair a tangle. Having not bathed for days, his clothes were stained with seawater, wetting and drying, then re-wetting, leaving a film of white alkali clinging to them. His eye sockets were slightly puffy, revealing the hardships he endured. Now, hearing Roy call out his name first, he felt limp with fear. "I'm Grierson of the Dawn Commercial." Roy glanced at the parchment notebook in his hand, then looked up at him and said, "Grierson, there are 3,927 half-elves on your ship. These half-elves from Komastati Port are embarking on the Dawn Commercial, bound for K Island, at your instigation. But when I found you, your ship appeared in the Nantali Islands. I now have every reason to suspect you of slavery. I have confiscated the Dawn Merchant and all its property. Do you understand?" Roy said, his gaze fixed on the Imperial merchant's face. Grierson rubbed his greasy face vigorously. The time had come to make a decision. He hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded with difficulty. Boss Roy could accurately call out his name and the name of his ship, and even knew which port the half-elf had been defrauded from. Grierson had no right to deny it. Roy nodded to a half-elf guard beside him. The guard produced a metal plaque, quickly engraved the name Grierson on it, and then hung it around his neck. The silver metal plaque bore not only Grierson's name, but also a unique serial number, and even the name of the ship he owned. In addition to the metal plaque, another half-elf warrior pulled a linen prison uniform from a wicker basket and asked Grierson to put it on. Nearly 100 Imperial merchants, dressed in uniform, climbed aboard the sampan onto the magical airship. They were placed in the lowest cabin of the magical airship. These cabins were bare, yet extremely damp. Touching the wooden walls revealed water droplets all over them. Not only that, the cabin was filled with the smell of salted fish, and even unclean fish scales could be seen in some corners. The Imperial merchants suspected that Boss Roy was using this cabin to store dried salted fish. The Imperial merchants were kept separately in the lowest cabin. Next came the 1,000-plus Imperial sailors. Their accommodations were slightly better than those of the Imperial merchants, but they also wore identification badges on their chests and uniform linen tunics. These Imperial sailors appeared quite obedient, though somewhat lethargic. The Imperial sailors had clearly not yet recovered from the shock of the half-elves' sudden attack. They were hired laborers on the merchant ship, and this time, they were implicated in the shipowners' trafficking of elven slaves. Furthermore, these half-elves had been acting quite aggressively this time. Having already killed numerous mercenaries on Nantali Island, they likely wouldn't mind executing a few ordinary sailors. Many Imperial sailors hadn't slept much in recent days, and were even becoming somewhat dazed. Compared to these Imperials, the captured Grey Dwarf warriors were much more composed. Wearing the same prison uniforms as the Imperials, with identification badges around their necks, they obediently walked aboard and, like the Imperial sailors, remained as obedient as ever, squatting on the deck while the half-elf guards assigned themselves. This scene completely overturned the Imperials' perceptions. In their eyes, the Duergar were hot-tempered, greedy, cunning, and vindictive drunkards. But now, standing before the half-blood elves, they could actually squat quietly on the deck and wait. The half-blood elf guards had dealt with countless Duergar warriors in the intervening time, and they were well versed in some of their tricks. The Green Imperials and the Duergar boarded a magic airship and flew overnight to K Island. The Imperial merchant fleet had by now sailed far away. Roy stood on a reef on the island, quietly watching the 16 Imperial merchant ships disappear into the night. He then shifted his gaze to a magic airship that would also depart for K Island that night. The Imperial merchants and crew members would undergo labor reform at the K Island shipyard, and Roy would be tried upon his return. Since the Grey Dwarf fleet often appeared near the Nantali Islands, and their appearances were quite frequent, Roy wanted to disperse the fleet. The fleet would be divided into smaller groups and dispersed north of the Mensa Strait. This would allow him to search the northern waters of the Mensa Fjord for Imperial merchant ships that hadn't joined the Nantali Islands. In fact, these Imperial merchant ships were Roy's biggest headache. When they arrived, Roy had followed a fixed route, and the Imperial merchant ships had also taken that route, which was why the fleet had such a large harvest. Now, if the magic airships were to disperse and search for those Imperial merchant ships, the chances of finding them would be much smaller. Roy assigned search missions to the magic airships and some personnel. He wanted to gather intelligence at Lowenburg to see if there were any Imperial merchant ships trafficking half-elves in the port there. This time, Roy didn't plan to approach Lowenburg from the sea. If that happened, Roy's ship might be discovered by the Grey Dwarf warriors inside the fortress before they even got close. This time, Roy planned to sneak into the interior of the Mensa Plains in a magic airship, then travel overland to Fort Leon. Chapter 933. Northern Fleet patrols appeared more frequently in the Mensa Strait region, forcing the mine guards' magic airships to remain hidden in the clouds, afraid to float on the sea surface for fear of being spotted by the patrols. Any discovery by the patrols would inevitably provoke a fight. If the patrols' barks managed to escape, they might attract the Northern Army from the Frozen Earth Island. The mine guards' activities in the Mensa Strait region allowed them to identify the Imperial merchants trafficking in half-elves right under the noses of the Northern Fleet. If Roy hadn't wiped out the Grey Dwarf bandits in the waters of K Island and the Misty Sea, these Imperial merchants would likely never have dared to interfere with the slave market in these waters. That would have been like snatching food from the Grey Dwarf bandits. It was precisely the disappearance of hundreds of thousands of Grey Dwarf bandits in the waters of K Island that gave the Imperial merchants the opportunity to gain access to the slave market. Unfortunately, the elves were completely unsuspecting of the Imperials. Living conditions within the Silvermoon Elf Kingdom were deteriorating, and various unequal systems against half-blood elves led many to refuse to remain in the kingdom. This resulted in a massive influx of half-blood elves into port cities, leading to this massive slave trade. This massive slave trade almost matched the total number of elves sold by the Grey Dwarf bandits in the past 20 years. In addition to Roy's mine guards, several organizations in the Elven world had also formed rescue teams. For example, several adventuring groups from the Adventurers Guild banded together and pursued the Elven swarms all the way from the Silvermoon Elf Kingdom to the Mensa Strait. Above the clouds, the Black Pearl sailed alone eastward. Roy had originally planned to pilot the magic airship into the heart of the Mensa Plains, then travel overland from there to Lowenburg Fortress. But with the arrival of 3 sea creatures, Chizina, Miss Tiffany, and Miss Olive, he was forced to change his route, forcing the Black Pearl to sail around the edge of the Conmore Forest. The Black Pearl had been renovated at the shipyard on Kauai Island for nearly 3 months. 12 flotation devices had been installed on each side of the ship, and a propulsion system had been installed on each side of the stern. The ship lacked a giant whale hunting crossbow, only a single magic cannon at the bow. The most striking feature of this magical airship is that it resembles a bonsai tree floating in midair. A small, emerald green parasol atop the mainmast gives it a somewhat incongruous appearance. Wood stood behind the steering wheel in the captain's cabin, gazing through the glass window at the distant sea of clouds. He said to Roy, "I recently noticed that not only has the Black Pearl's mainmast grown a bit taller, but even the ship's main keel has grown. If the main keel of this ship grows longer, wouldn't gaps appear between the planks, allowing water to leak?" Roy asked Woods, somewhat puzzled. In fact, he hadn't noticed any signs of leakage on the Black Pearl. On the contrary, the ship was in excellent condition after the renovations. "That's what I've been focusing on recently. The Black Pearl's planks haven't revived, but they remain tightly packed. I think it might be the ship's self-regulation. Now that it's alive, it has developed certain life instincts. You could think of it this way. The Black Pearl is not only a living plant, but it also considers itself a ship, so it adjusts itself." "Woods, you're not kidding, are you?" Roy cried, clutching his forehead. Woods chuckled innocently. "Yes, I'm serious. In the Wood Elf Kingdom, it's not uncommon for a plant to possess self-awareness. Otherwise, how do you think those 1,000-year-old war trees and wisdom trees came to be? But the Black Pearl is a ship." His eyes were filled with pride. This was a plant-based life form he had personally created, and its first instinct was to think of itself as a ship. You can imagine it as a growing treehouse. "It looks pretty good, doesn't it?" "It's really great. Will it grow to the size of an imperial merchant ship in a few years?" Roy asked curiously. "Probably not that fast," Wood said casually. Roy impatiently left the captain's cabin. He crossed the deck, stood at the bow, and turned to gaze up at the treetops atop the mainmast. The sunlight was a bit glaring, but not at all hot. Moira was competing with Leah in close combat. As a graduate of the Elven Academy, Moira's combat moves were clearly more streamlined and effective than Leah's. But Leah's mastery of darkness also allowed her to instantly transform into a cloud of mist like fine sand at the most dangerous moment. Whenever she was in the most perilous situation, she would instantly blend into the darkness. Moira couldn't slip into the darkness as smoothly as Leah. The two had been sparring at the bow for a while, each clearly gaining some experience. Sabrina and Alice, the older sisters, sat by the side of the ship. Sabrina was soothing her white griffin, while Alice basked in the sun. Moira was half a head taller than Leah, and her figure was even more muscular and rounded. When she arched her back, she resembled a giant cat, her eyes, large and lively like black grapes, clearly overpowering Leah's unconventional style. Leah was like a moth circling a lantern, her body erratic, constantly attempting to sneak up on Moira from the side and rear. Roy didn't disturb them. Through the glass window of Miss Tiffany's room on the first floor of the ship, he could see her and Olive soaking in the large bathtub, each holding a thick magic book, arguing. The covers of their magic books, besides the ancient Naga script, were covered entirely with seaweed patterns. In fact, Roy had only recently learned that although Miss Tiffany and Miss Olive were both magicians, their magic was vastly different, the former a spellweaver, the latter a sorcerer. Roy couldn't understand the differences between them, yet they were constantly arguing over some magical philosophy. Josina lay asleep in the cabin. She had grown incredibly quickly recently, and needed a long period of recuperation. As a rank 2 expert, even while sleeping, her strength was slowly growing. Behind the Black Pearl's tower was the relatively small stern. The guide, Sail, sat cross-legged, barefoot on the floor. Before him lay a map of the Mensa Strait, heavily inscribed with lines, so chaotic that they even overshadowed the lines on the map itself. Still, he traced some of the lines with a sturdy finger, carefully examining the chart. Seeing Roy approach from the side of the ship's tower, Sail quickly stood up and saluted. "Boss Roy, good afternoon." Sail was usually taciturn, but he was particularly cordial with Roy. Roy thought it might be due to their backgrounds. He was half human and half elf, while Sail was half human and half orc. That made Sail feel more comfortable around him. "Sail, how long will it take us to reach the coastline at the edge of Kangamore Forest?" "We'd probably be there tomorrow morning." The Kangamore Forest lies on the border between the Mensa Plains and Durag's Knee. The Black Gold Mountains to the north of this forest are the territory of the Grey Dwarves, while the Kangamore Forest is the territory of the Horde Orcs. The Grey Dwarves once planned to establish a vast dwarven empire beneath the Black Gold Mountains. Later, for unknown reasons, all the Grey Dwarves evacuated the Black Gold Mountains and built numerous castles at Durag's Knee, north of the Black Gold Mountains. The Dark Legion of the Abyssal Force invaded Durag's Knee, but was unable to spread further southward to the Mensa Plains. This was largely due to the Black Gold Mountains. According to Sale, the orcs of the Ares tribe were stationed at the southern foot of the Black Gold Mountains. They were the largest tribe in the northern Mensa Plains, with thousands of small communities scattered along the Black Gold Mountains, forming the orcs' first line of defense against the Dark Legion. For precisely this reason, all Ares tribe orcs enjoyed supreme immunity on the Mensa Plains. Their warriors never ventured beyond the Congamore Forest, much less onto the Mensa steppes. After a night of flight, the magic airship finally sighted the endless expanse of land. While the sea beneath him remained pitch black, the horizon gradually brightened, and the clouds beneath him became more distinct. At Sale's prompting, Woods maneuvered the Black Pearl into a slow descent. Under the cover of darkness, they passed through the clouds, approaching the boundary between the mountains and the sea. Roy awoke to the gentle vibration of the ship's hull. Moira curled up in his arms, sleeping soundly on her back. Releasing the tender winter bamboo shoots, Roy lifted the blanket, jumped off the narrow wooden bed, tiptoed to pick up his linen clothes, and stepped out of the cabin. On the deck, Roy discovered that a dozen half-elf crew members, under Woods' command, were constantly adjusting the sails, preparing to let the wind push the ship towards the beach several kilometers away. However, this isn't the wind layer. If the magic airship's sails are even slightly raised, the hull will tend to spin. At this point, the rear propulsion system must be activated to stabilize its course. Maneuvering a magic airship to port is always a technical feat in calm weather, or with all sails lowered, it's easier to manage. The most challenging part is using the sails to propel it forward. The crew must constantly monitor the various capstans and cables. Roy entered the captain's cabin and, looking at Woods, who had dark circles under his eyes, asked, "Are we there yet?" Woods said, "The western edge of the Congamore Forest is just ahead. We can anchor off the coast before daybreak." To maintain concealment, Roy considered it best for the Black Pearl to remain hidden above the clouds, which would require Woods to remain on board. "Or, you can stay aboard and wait for our return." "How can that be possible?" Woods protested, his eyes widening. Chapter 934. Although the half-elf archers' arrows were fired with exceptional accuracy, they were ultimately facing fierce and brutal Grey Dwarf warriors. These Grey Dwarf warriors wore dwarven chainmail, a thick, woven chainmail that resembled a metal suit, with thick metal armor plates draped over the outer layers. Though short in stature, they possessed natural strength and exceptional sturdiness, allowing them to run swiftly in the shallow sea even in their heavy metal armor. The splashing water even engulfed them completely. Arrows struck the Grey Dwarf warriors, but as long as it didn't hinder their charge, they ignored them. The half-elf archers witnessed one Grey Dwarf warrior break the shaft of a feathered arrow lodged in his collarbone, yet his legs never faltered, and all the Grey Dwarves charged forward with all their might. These Grey Dwarf warriors carried throwing axes at their waists. Their short, delicate handles were exceptionally well balanced. Throwing them, the Grey Dwarfs struck 3 elven archers, sending them plummeting from the high rocks. The adventuring group consisted of nearly 100 half-elves, but only a dozen or so elven archers were stationed at the higher points to fire arrows. The leading Grey Dwarf warriors chopped down 3 archers with their short throwing axes, instantly boosting the Grey Dwarfs' morale. The foremost Grey Dwarfs reached the beach in a flash. Carrying chain shields ready for immediate throwing, these Grey Dwarf warriors emerged from the sea, dripping wet, and charging fiercely at the half-elf rangers in the adventuring group. Every half-elf ranger wielded a lightweight scimitar. This scimitar was light and flexible, capable of both stabbing and slashing, but it also had a significant drawback: it was too thin. In addition to their dwarven chain shields, the Grey Dwarven warriors wielded square-headed hammers or shorthand axes. When engaging with blunt weapons, the scimitars needed to avoid the opponent's movement as much as possible, which made close combat very passive. Furthermore, the cunning Grey Dwarves, clad in dwarven chain mail, showed no fear of injury. They didn't even dodge the elven rangers' attacks, instead using even more powerful tactics to counterattack. They were well-trained Grey Dwarven warriors, adept at close combat. The half-elves from the opposing adventurer group were scattered by the Grey Dwarven warriors as soon as they engaged, unable to form an effective defense. Seeing the elven rangers from the Imperial merchant ship unable to withstand the charge of the Grey Dwarves, the young half-elves, who had escaped immediately through the stones they had gathered. They were armed, but wore no protective gear. A single axe blow would have broken bones and left them lying on the ground. From the moment the two sides engaged, the half-elves suffered heavy losses, with at least 100 of them felled by the Grey Dwarves. The elven blood stained the rocks on the beach red. Most of the half-elves lacked the courage to turn and fight. They escaped the Imperial merchant ship and immediately joined the large group of half-elves in their charge towards the Black Forest, over 200 meters away. The scene was a state of complete chaos. Even with their desperate efforts, the half-elves were unable to stop the Grey Dwarf's pursuit. Of course, there were always one or two brave warriors on the battlefield. Roy saw 6 half-elf rangers standing next to the reef, using the complex terrain to make several Grey Dwarf warriors run around in circles. They would occasionally stop and turn back to shoot an arrow. Their fighting style was very flexible. At first, only a few Grey Dwarf warriors faced them. After all of them were wounded, a dozen more arrived, and now dozens more surrounded them from all sides, ready to use their numbers to annihilate them all. The other half-elves didn't have such fighting power. The Grey Dwarf warriors at the forefront were like wolves in a sheepfold, lunging left and right, crushing a half-elf with every strike. At least 100 half-elves lay in a pool of blood near the Imperial merchant ship. Hundreds more Grey Dwarf warriors rushed from the 3-masted sailboat, roaring and brandishing their weapons. These Grey Dwarf warriors grew braver with each fight, tirelessly pursuing, as if determined to slay the half-elves before them. Faced with such ferocious Grey Dwarf warriors, the half-elves lost their last bit of courage to fight. A group of half-elves, including some elderly and children, cried and wailed as they ran towards the nearby forest. Hiding on the cliff top, Jazina and Olive watched in amazement. They had never witnessed such a vulnerable half-elf. The half-elf warriors they usually encountered in the mine guards were heavily armed and well-trained. A small group of half-elves, perhaps panicking, suddenly ran towards the cliff face where they were hiding, followed by a dozen or so Grey Dwarves wielding hatchets. The Grey Dwarf warriors seemed to realize that the half-elves ahead had no way out, so they were in no rush to charge forward, even deliberately slowing their pace. The half-elf woman in the lead climbed onto a rock and saw the nearly 20-meter-high cliff blocking her way. Despair crossed her face. She covered her face with her hands, crouched on the rocks, and sobbed. A group of half-elves scrambled onto the reef. The youngest elf girl, clutching her mother's hand, asked in a trembling voice, "Mom, are we going to die?" The half-elf woman held the girl tightly in her arms, tears falling like beads from a broken string. She shook her head vigorously, closed her eyes, and whispered, "No." Her voice was low, and the girl clung tightly to her mother's neck. A squad of Grey Dwarf warriors detached from the main group, tasked with hunting down a small group of fleeing half-elves. However, these half-elves had fled in panic, lurching to the bottom of a cliff. This area was covered in pitch-black reefs. The Grey Dwarf warriors had just engaged in a bloody battle in front of the Imperial merchant ship. Now, as they caught up, they saw one of the half-elves stand up and immediately hurled their short-throwing axes. The axes swirled and struck the chests of the 2 half-elves, the powerful momentum pinning them to the cliff face below. A group of half-elves let out another hysterical wail, and the 2 axe throwers suddenly chuckled, feeling an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. The other Grey Dwarf warriors also approached in a measured manner, ready to chop down the weak half-elves one by one with their axes. The smell of blood around them already made their blood boil, and they felt a surge of rage that they wanted to vent immediately. Just then, a Grey Dwarf warrior caught up from behind and stopped the 2 who were about to attack. He scolded them, "You lunatics, don't kill them all. A half-elf woman costs at least 15 magic crystals. Do you think you can't justify money?" His belly was rather large, and his strength was immense, firmly holding onto the 2 Grey Dwarf warriors who were about to attack. Seeing they couldn't break free, the 2 Grey Dwarf warriors shouted, "The sea route between K Island and the Lost Sea has been completely cut off. Even if we capture all these elves, how can we sell them? Who can we sell them to?" The pot-bellied Grey Dwarf immediately responded, "Aren't those Imperial merchants trying to find a new slave trade route? They're just profit-driven merchants. I don't trust them." The 3 Grey Dwarf warriors' argument immediately drew the disapproval of their companions. "Hurry and get rid of these half-elves here. The captain's calling us." A young half-elf, taking advantage of their conversation, suddenly stood up from the reef. He clutched a dagger, a ferocious expression on his face, and stabbed one of the Grey Dwarf warriors with it. Unfortunately, the young half-elf hadn't anticipated that beneath the armor plating on the Grey Dwarf's body, he was wearing stab-proof dwarven chain mail. The dagger stabbed into the chain mail, sending sparks flying. The Grey Dwarf warrior swung his arm and elbowed the half-elf several meters away. Then, in one continuous movement, he swung his shield, hurling it forward. The blade-sharp edge of the shield sliced through the half-elf's head, sending the half-elf reeling. His skull was shaved off, and his brains splattered onto the black rocks. The Grey Dwarf warriors dropped their joking and pressed forward towards the half-elves. One of the gray dwarfs, with a large nose and puffy eyes, spotted the beautiful half-elf woman holding the elven girl. His narrowed eyes flickered open, and he rubbed his hands together before him. He took a step forward and snatched the elven girl from her arms. He grinned as he lifted the elf girl and hoisted her high. In reality, even if the gray dwarf warrior had lifted the elf girl, it wouldn't have been very high. The half-elf woman, ever the mother, immediately rushed forward without hesitation. He grabbed the half-elf woman with his other hand, his large palm gripping her neck, restraining her as well. He then made her watch helplessly, as he threw her daughter to death. At that moment, he felt a profound sense of exhilaration. The gray dwarf warrior grinned triumphantly and asked the half-elf woman, "Do you want your daughter alive?" The other gray dwarf warriors were busy grabbing other half-elves, paying no attention to the creature controlled by its third leg. An icy arrow dropped from the sky, piercing his arm at a nearly unforgiving angle. The gray dwarf felt a sudden chill in his arm, followed by an intense stinging pain, and then lost consciousness. A layer of frost formed on his arm, and ice crystals formed at a visible speed, spreading rapidly downward to the gray dwarf's shoulder. The half-elf woman seized the opportunity to free herself from his other hand. Unable to push the gray dwarf away, she snatched her daughter from the frozen arm. She nimbly picked up her daughter and crouched in a corner beneath the cliff. The elven girl, eyes wide open, stared at the gray dwarf with a look of utter terror. For suddenly, a black dagger appeared from the shadows in front of the gray dwarf. Appearing out of thin air, it easily pierced the gray dwarf's armor and lodged itself in his heart, sending a scream of agony through him. Only then did the other gray dwarf warriors realize their comrade had been killed in an instant. The gray dwarf warriors were highly experienced in combat, and they immediately swung their weapons in a circle. One gray dwarf's hammer struck Leah, who was walking in the darkness. Leah emerged from the shadows, but Leah was also a venomous snake, and she slashed his arm with her dagger. Leah's body paused in front of the gray dwarf warrior for a second before dissolving into a wisp of smoke, blown away by the sea breeze. The other gray dwarf warriors on the reef immediately rushed over, huddled together, and began to perform counterattacks into the air. Just as these gray dwarf warriors were feeling extremely nervous, a blade dancer and a giant earth bear suddenly leaped into the group of gray dwarf warriors. Sabrina raised her Surluki sword in front of the gray dwarf and approached with the most graceful dance steps. A single sword struck a gray dwarf warrior's neck, completely severing its head from its neck. Woods, following Sabrina, transformed into a violent bear, rising before the gray dwarf warriors. He swung his palm, several times larger than a human face, and struck a gray dwarf directly on the shoulder. Although the gray dwarf's shoulder was protected by armor, it couldn't withstand the bone-crushing blow. The surrounding gray dwarf warriors could hear the crackling of their comrades' bones. Although Sabrina had charged into the group of gray dwarfs, her Surluki sword was incredibly agile, and she danced gracefully to dodge the gray dwarf warriors' attacks, slicing the necks of several of them in quick succession. Unfortunately, behind Sabrina was a massive earth bear, its massive force firmly blocking Sabrina's most vulnerable spot. Then, the gray dwarf warriors discovered that there was not one, but three knives emerging from the shadows. Juzina also emerged from the shadows. As her bayonet pierced a gray dwarf warrior, a tremendous explosive force erupted from the tip of the bayonet, completely exploding within the gray dwarf's body. The gray dwarf's internal organs, like an oil well erupted violently as the dagger pierced the gray dwarf's abdomen. The gray dwarf looked at Juzina with despair on his face, then silently lowered his head. The enchanting siren song echoed from all around, seemingly making the gray dwarf warriors forget where they were. With vacant eyes, they all headed in the direction of the singing. Chapter 935. A sturdy, red-bearded, horn-helmeted gray dwarf's grip on a square-headed iron hammer suddenly slipped, and the hammerhead struck his toe as it fell to the ground. The intense pain snapped him out of his hallucination. He glanced at his bewildered companions, roared, and slammed his square-headed iron hammer down on his chain shield. Dang! The deafening sound drowned out the siren's song, and at that moment, the surrounding gray dwarf warriors awoke. The gray dwarf seemed to have a way to counter the siren's song. Together, they hammered their shields, creating a clanging sound, and the surrounding gray dwarf warriors gradually regained consciousness. When they saw Sabrina again, she had already cut down 3 gray dwarf warriors with her Surluki longsword. Several gray dwarf warriors, axes in hand, attempted to surround Sabrina from behind, but were swept back several steps by a fierce bear's sweep. A gray dwarf warrior retreated repeatedly, his gaze fixed on Woods. Just as he pulled a short throwing axe from his waist, he felt a figure beside him. He quickly realized something was wrong and turned, raising his shield. He saw the figure had circled around him in the blink of an eye. The Grey Dwarf felt a pain in his chest and looked down. A serpent's fang dagger had pierced his heart. He was wearing dwarven chain mail, but it offered little protection against the armor-piercing dagger, only making him even heavier. The dagger lodged in his chest, blood spurting from the dagger's blood groove. He discarded his short-throwing axe and shield, grasped the dagger's blade with both hands, and tried to cover the wound with his hands. But every time he breathed, blood foamed from his mouth, and his strength rapidly faded. He coughed a few times, blood oozing from his mouth, nose, and ears. The world gradually lost its color, and only then did he see a petite half-elf girl appear before him, expressionlessly pulling away the serpent's fang dagger. Her movements were slow, but their unique rhythm prevented the surrounding Grey Dwarf warriors from even grasping the edge of her clothing. The Grey Dwarf warrior knew he had met a superior opponent, and this time, he had been completely defeated. He slumped down onto the rocks and slowly lay down, his eyes fixed on the blue sky. The other Grey Dwarf companions ran around him, and a few even stepped on him. The moment he closed his eyes, he saw the half-elf beauty dancing with two swords blocking Captain Loken's axe with her two swords. While blocking the axe, the half-elf woman even launched a whip kick at Captain Loken. Captain Loken's great axe was pinned by his twin sword forehead guard, but he was unwilling to relinquish it, so he took the incoming kick head-on. Captain Loken groaned, his heel marks forming on the metal armor plating on his lower abdomen. Captain Loken was the most senior of the second-rank warriors in the Northern Fleet. He possessed not only exceptional combat experience, but also extensive leadership and reconnaissance experience. He had infiltrated the patrol, intent on finding a key member of this half-elf adventuring group. Unexpectedly, they found a second-rank blade dancer on the cliff face. Captain Loken was stunned upon seeing the two magical longswords firmly pinning down his long-handled battle-axe. Even worse, he was gradually losing ground in the battle, and the surrounding Grey Dwarf warriors were unable to help him. But the beautiful half-elf remained composed, not even rushing to kill him. Sabrina's sword dance spread across the battlefield, and the one who felt the most immediate impact of this power was Woods, transformed into a violent bear. From the moment the battle began, Woods, as Roy had instructed, remained behind Sabrina. A claw druid on the verge of breaking through to his second level, he was well versed in transforming into a giant bear. With a giant earth bear guarding Sabrina's back, she naturally felt a sense of security. Sabrina performed a radiant dance among the Grey Dwarf warriors. The Grey Dwarf warriors were no fools. They knew better than to let Sabrina continue. Almost simultaneously, they abandoned their opponents and pounced on Sabrina. Woods raised his hips and roared at the Grey Dwarf warriors. Then, he slapped them sideways, his sharp claws slashing through the air with 4 streaks of light. The Grey Dwarf warriors, who were about to pounce on Sabrina, were all swept away by Woods' claws. There were only about 30 Grey Dwarf warriors chasing them, and almost half of them surrounded Sabrina. The rest had given up chasing the half-elves and gathered around Woods. The Grey Dwarf warriors tried to find Moira, Leah, and Jazina, who were hiding in the shadows. Jazina, a second-level siren warrior, was not afraid of the Grey Dwarf warrior siege. She used her piercing saber to repeatedly unleash explosive attacks. She only needed to pierce the dwarf warrior's body, and the tremendous force would explode within the Grey Dwarf. After several sudden attacks, Jazina knocked down 6 Grey Dwarf warriors in a row. The Grey Dwarf warriors only then realized that Jazina was their most dangerous opponent. Unfortunately, half of them had already fallen in a pool of blood, and the remaining Grey Dwarfs could only gather around Captain Loken. They were Captain Loken's trusted confidants, and considered the elite among the Grey Dwarf warriors. Unfortunately, facing Roy's team, they were almost completely defeated from the start. Even Captain Loken was pinned down by Sabrina, unable to escape. Roy stood with Tiffany, Olive, and Alice. The 4 of them were the last to enter the battlefield. On the reef, Grey Dwarf warriors lay scattered across the ground. Of course, there were also some injured half-elves, leaning against the side with pale faces, and some recently deceased half-elves also lay on the reef. Roy held the Book of Judgment in his hand. The moment he flipped open the pages, a small silver hammer flew out from the book. At that moment, Sabrina had cornered Captain Loken. The shadow of the Dwarf King had appeared behind Captain Loken, shielding him. But the silver hammer still pierced through everything, striking Captain Loken in the chest. Silently, the silver hammer pierced through the silver breastplate and exploded in his chest. Captain Loken looked down, seeing the armor completely destroyed and several gashes across his chest. He was furious. His face flushed crimson, and his body steamed. Then, the shadow of the Dwarf King behind him completely infused him. Like an enraged bull in the Colosseum, he panted, abandoning everything and charging towards Roy. At this moment, a powerful fighting spirit erupted from his body, and Sabrina pursued him relentlessly. Before Roy could unleash the holy tree, a portal of holy light appeared behind Alice. There were even several steps leading to the portal. The portal was pushed open from the other side, and an angel emerged. The winged angel, round shield in hand, rushed almost immediately to Captain Loken. The holy shield struck Captain Loken directly. The aura of holy light suddenly converged on the shield. 3 seconds later, the power of holy light exploded again. Captain Loken collided with the angel shield, and the angel instantly transformed into a cloud of holy light. Captain Loken stood there, bewildered. He was now covered in blood, with blood oozing from his eyes, nose, mouth, and ears. He opened his mouth to speak, but suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Then, the Grey Dwarf bandits, who had pounced on him, grabbed his arms and dragged him toward the edge of the beach. Amidst the holy light, Alice looked small and frail, yet she stood quietly on the reef. The surrounding half-elves were stunned. Seeing Captain Loken fleeing toward the sea, Roy immediately gave chase. Sabrina and Jazina were only a half-step behind Roy, but neither was as fast as Jazina. She appeared behind Captain Loken like a flash of lightning, ready to plunge her piercing saber into him, but was desperately blocked by a Grey Dwarf warrior. Miss Tiffany stood beside Roy, constantly attacking the surrounding Grey Dwarf warriors with ice arrows. The Grey Dwarf warriors, who had pursued them, fled in defeat. Roy led everyone in pursuit toward the beach, with several young half-elves following behind him, apparently ready to join the battle. The rest of the half-elves paused at the foot of the cliff, dazed. This road was a dead end, impassable, but they also didn't want to turn back. After all, over 1,000 Grey Dwarf warriors were rampaging around the Imperial merchant ship. Roy's pace toward the Imperial merchant ship was slow. The half-elves following him clearly recognized his identity, their faces filled with hope for survival. As Roy walked, he said to them, "Sometimes, the more you try to escape, the more desperately they chase you. If you show signs of fighting back, they might give up, giving you a chance to survive. I won't always be there when you're in danger. When you're in danger, if you show some resistance, it can actually help you escape." Roy's words were so sincere that the half-elf couldn't help but ask, "Boss Roy, where are you going? Why are you here on the Mensa Plains?" "I want to rescue all my fellow half-elves, who were tricked onto the ship by the Imperial merchants, so I'm here," Roy replied. "There's a whole shipload of Grey Dwarf bandits over there, Boss Roy. What should we do?" A nervous half-elf whispered to Roy. "Whoever is our enemy, we kill him," Roy said casually, without even turning his head. The young half-elf picked up the weapon dropped by the Grey Dwarf warrior, and followed Roy towards the Imperial merchant ship. He looked excited, obviously stimulated by Roy's words. On the deck of the Imperial merchant ship, the Imperial merchants and crew had already escaped from the hold, drawing weapons, and preparing to disembark. The mercenaries on board had already rushed onto the beach. They gave chase, and began slaughtering the half-elves en masse. These Imperial mercenaries were ruthless, elite fighters. Having been ambushed by the half-elf adventurers on the Imperial merchant ship, they immediately rushed to attack them upon their escape. The half-elf adventurers were being beaten back, with men continually wounded and falling. This time, they had organized a rescue team of over 100, and thanks to their meticulously detailed rescue plan, they successfully captured an Imperial merchant ship. However, the Imperial merchant ship was too close to Fort Leon, and the Imperial merchant's casual actions on board were spotted by the patrolling Grey Dwarf warriors. The half-elf adventurers, maneuvering the Imperial merchant ship to escape, realized they had no chance of escape and headed straight for the coastline. They desperately tried to protect the half-elves, but unfortunately, they were also rapidly losing men. At this time, the Grey Dwarf warriors surrounded the Imperial merchant ship, trying to keep all the half-elves adventurers aboard. The mercenaries also disembarked, joining the Grey Dwarf warriors in attacking the half-elves adventure group. Miss Tiffany had already rushed into the sea, half of her body floating above the water, chanting a spell in the air. Dark clouds gathered overhead, and the waves behind her suddenly became violent. Roy could even see a water elemental at play in the waves. Miss Tiffany finished chanting the spell, and a wave formed on the sea, advancing from behind, sweeping everything away. Summon tide. A massive wave swept up from behind the Grey Dwarf, knocking countless Grey Dwarf warriors to the ground. Many unprepared half-elf warriors were also thrown far away by the wave. Jazina, Moira, and Leah were the first to rush into the battlefield. They were all assassins, but their styles were very different. Jazina was the most direct and violent. With the sturdy body of a siren and the strength of a second-level expert, she practically charged forward and stabbed the Grey Dwarf warrior. No one could withstand Jazina's explosive attack. Moira, with her exquisite close combat skills, stabbed the Grey Dwarf warrior with her serpent fang dagger. Leah's dark nature allowed her to quickly blend into the darkness, transforming into a wisp of black smoke. The three of them were the most elusive on the battlefield, and the most troublesome for the Grey Dwarf warriors. The Grey Dwarf warriors on the Imperial merchant ship were quickly defeated. With Jazina, Leah, and Moira reunited with the half-elf adventurers, stabilizing the situation. Roy also arrived with a group of armed half-elves. Sabrina rushed into the battlefield, instantly becoming the focus. Woods desperately protected her from behind. More Grey Dwarf warriors were cut down by Sabrina. Chapter 936. Redbeard Captain Loken looked down at the bayonet lodged in his heart. His vision blurred, the sky began to spin, and before him appeared the faces of his mother, wife, and daughter. They surrounded him, waving at him, as if beckoning him to come. Captain Loken struggled to his feet. He felt his once heavy body suddenly become light, and a gust of wind blew towards him, threatening to sweep him away. He stood on the reef, the surrounding scenery fading into oblivion. Suddenly, a sense of something struck him as he lowered his head. This time, he saw himself, the Duncan lying in a pool of blood, his face horrified and covered in gore. At this moment, a sudden realization struck him, and he hurriedly examined his body. His spirit form resembled a transparent jellyfish in the sea. He reached for his body, and his arm pierced through his chest. At that moment, Captain Loken fully understood. He was dead, and now he was only a spirit called Loken. He looked up and saw countless steps leading up to a brightly lit gate. However, before the gate, there were at least a few thousand spiral staircases, making him feel that the gate of light was thousands of miles away from him. Then, he heard the howling of a cold wind and the wailing of evil spirits. Just a few meters in front of him, the ground cracked open, revealing a bloody mouth. A soft, scarlet tongue was covered in barbs, and even a layer of burning blue flames. At its throat was a bloody gate, and countless bony hands stretched out from the cracks in the gate. Just one look at it made him feel cold and horrified. He tried to lift his legs to move up, but as he reached the first step, a soul-shaking force struck him. He suddenly noticed his already transparent body dimming a fraction. He lifted his leg and took another step upward, his soul trembling again, his soul power fading again. Captain Loken suddenly realized that the thousands of steps before him were impossible to complete. He panicked. Unable to enter the kingdom of God, he had no choice but to go to the underworld. He felt a surge of regret. He had committed many evil deeds in life, and now that he was dead, his soul could not enter the kingdom of God, nor did he want to go to the underworld. He stood over his corpse, hesitant. Just then, Captain Redbeard Loken suddenly saw a blurry figure appear on the steps beyond the Gate of Light. It looked like an Imperial. He slowly descended the steps, each step seemingly spanning dozens of steps. In a few steps, he reached Captain Redbeard Loken. The Imperial's face was obscured by countless dazzling holy lights. He raised an arm, and a beam of holy light descended from the sky, enveloping Captain Redbeard Loken. A scorching aura emanated from the beam, and Redbeard Loken felt himself begin to emanate. He grew weak within the beam. Puffs of white smoke began to rise from his arms and legs, and then his soul felt almost transparent. Redbeard Loken stared at the bone-white gate a few meters away, suddenly yearning to enter. But he lacked the strength to take even a single step forward, trapped within the beam and slowly dissipating. Roy completed the purification spell, personally purifying the soul of the second-ranked Grey Dwarf warrior. At this moment, the nearly 1,000 Grey Dwarf warriors surrounding the Imperial merchant ship were suddenly leaderless. Each chose to fight on their own, their fierce offensive pausing as they retreated toward the sea, where a three-masted sailing ship lay anchored. Clearly, these Grey Dwarf warriors were attempting to escape on this three-masted sailboat back to Fort Liyun, less than 30 kilometers away. But Roy had no intention of letting these Grey Dwarf warriors escape. His companions were locked in a fierce battle. The Grey Dwarf warriors were too numerous, and it was impossible for them to intercept all of the nearly 1,000. At this moment, Roy noticed a group of half-elves, armed with weapons, following him. Roy began to chase the Grey Dwarf warriors fleeing toward the sea, and these half-elves followed him, running into the water. At first, Roy didn't notice many half-elves, but after running a few steps, he heard a continuous thump sound behind him. Roy looked back. Only then did he realize that the half-elves following him had become a massive mass. The half-elves that had been fleeing in all directions had returned, joining the battle. This Imperial merchant ship held fewer than 4,000 half-elves, who had just escaped. Gather your courage now and fight back. To stop the Grey Dwarves from heading for the sea, Miss Tiffany chanted the spell again, summoning a tide. A massive wave crested slowly from the sea, seemingly like any other. After advancing nearly 100 meters, its crest rose several dozen meters, forming a wall of water dozens of stories high in front of the beach. The gray dwarf warriors standing in the sea were completely stunned by the scene before them. When the wave crashed directly into them, the gray dwarves in the water weren't torn to pieces by the mighty wave. Roy witnessed the tide crashing down. Faced with this tide, the gray dwarf warriors felt like roots in stone, their hands sinking into the sand. Boom! A huge wave crashed down, sweeping away countless fine sands. When the wave completely subsided, the heads of a group of gray dwarf warriors emerged from the sea. Those gray dwarf warriors stood firm. When the tide came, they hid in the fine sand on the seabed like stone crabs. When the tide receded, they stood up again. Under the powerful waves, countless half-elves were swept into the sea, furthering the chaos. Amid this chaotic situation, the gray dwarf warrior submerged in the sea would occasionally let out a scream, but the surrounding gray dwarves could only see a faint shadow in the water, unable to find any trace of the murderer. Roy walked along the shore with a group of half-elves. He didn't expect these half-elves to do anything. Just standing on the shore to put some pressure on the gray dwarves would be enough. Fearing that the three-masted bark would run aground too close to the coastline, the gray dwarf warriors anchored at just 500 meters from the shore. Yet, this very 500 meters felt like an insurmountable chasm to the gray dwarf warriors. As the huge waves subsided, the gray dwarf warriors noticed a thin layer of ice emerging from the sea. Although this layer couldn't seal the surface, it shattered under the pounding of the waves, floating on the surface like sharp icy swords. As the gray dwarf warriors swam, the ice blades pierced their faces directly. Miss Tiffany and Miss Olive had already leaped into the sea, and Jazina was also elusive, hunting down gray dwarf warriors in the sea. This was Miss Tiffany's home turf, where she could unleash her water magic to her heart's content. Just as the gray dwarves had swum nearly 200 meters in the sea, they felt the water ahead suddenly turn cold. Reaching out to touch it, they discovered a hidden ice wall. The screams of the gray dwarf warriors echoed all around them. Only then did they realize that returning to the bark was a dead end. They couldn't get through the ice wall, and there was no way around it. They wanted to retreat to the reef area near the shore, but a large group of half-elves were waiting on the beach. Nearly 1,000 gray dwarf warriors, clad in heavy dwarven chainmail, were soaked in the seawater. Maintaining afloat required immense treading strength. As they approached the sea, the half-elves standing on the shoreline pelted them with rocks. It was hard to believe that just 2/4 of an hour ago, these gray dwarf warriors were slaughtering the half-elves, only to find that the situation had suddenly reversed, with the half-elves forcing the gray dwarf warriors to retreat. Roy knew that the main fighting force among these half-elves was the members of the adventuring group, who had now become deeply integrated into the ranks of the half-elves. It was precisely because of these adventuring members that the half-elves standing on the shore were able to keep the gray dwarves from reaching shore, until they raised the white flag in the sea. At this point, only a little over 500 gray dwarves had managed to climb ashore, with over half of the gray dwarf warriors having perished in the water. Most of the gray dwarf warriors were physically exhausted, and the dwarven chainmail they wore was too heavy, which ultimately led to their drowning. This scene played out vividly on the Imperial merchant ship, in the eyes of the Imperial merchants and crew. The Imperial merchants were completely stunned. They knew the battle on the beach was over, and once the half-elves were free, they could turn and deal with them. But now they could only sit and wait for death on the stranded merchant ship. That slow death was truly unbearable. Roy retreated from the battlefield on the beach ahead. As the situation there gradually stabilized, Roy began to simultaneously clean up the mess. It was then that he saw the leader of the adventure group again, great swordsman Zaires. He saw that Zaire's body was covered in wounds, yet he stood on the reef, observing the battlefield with a vigorous spirit. Seeing the gray dwarf warriors all soaking in the sea, he couldn't help but laugh on the reef. Roy walked over, and before they exchanged any words, he cast a holy light spell on great swordsman Zaires. Zaires closed his eyes, and slowly felt the healing power of the sacred aura. "Are you boss, Roy? I heard you were coming to the Mensa Strait to deal with them, and I thought it would be a while before you arrived. We figured you'd definitely come to Fort Rowan, so we've been operating around it lately." Great swordsman Zaires grinned and said to Roy. Roy began examining Zaires' wounds, with Alice following behind to assist. On the beach not far away, a gray dwarf warrior, holding a white flag, was escorted ashore by half-blood elves. "Your actions, bringing your adventure team here to rescue the half-blood elves, are equally admirable," Roy said politely. Roy then explained that his men would infiltrate Fort Rowan to gather intelligence there. He wanted to know what kind of agreement had been reached between the Imperial merchants and the Grey Dwarves of the Northern Fleet, and whether there were any slave ships anchored in Fort Rowan. Since all the Grey Dwarf warriors on the three-masted sailing ship had surrendered, he asked Great Swordsman Zaires to deal with them, and lead nearly 4,000 half-elves to a safe place. Since the Imperial merchant ship was stranded here, much of its hold had been wrecked, making it difficult to repair in a short period of time, so they had no choice but to leave it here. Without sufficient ships, the half-elves were stranded at the edge of the Commonwealth Forest in the northwest corner of the Mensa Plains. They would stay there for a while. This necessitated the presence of a Zaires great swordsman, experienced in outdoor life, to take them with them. Roy made this proposal, and to his surprise, Great Swordsman Zaires readily agreed. Great Sword Zaires said, "We hide in the Commonwealth Forest. This forest is rich in resources, more than enough for us to survive." Roy nodded. "I find a ship to pick you up as soon as possible. This time, the ships will almost certainly be magic airships. While you're in the forest, keep an eye on the skies. You should also be aware of the Ares warriors. They've been active lately. Don't let them target you. They're very formidable." Guide Sahil, following behind Roy, whispered a warning. "Don't worry, I won't let them catch us," Great Sword Zaires said confidently. At this point, the half-elves had already left the beach battlefield. They had even taken the Grey Dwarves and the Imperial merchants into the forest. "This is Orc territory. Be careful not to let them sense our presence, or we be in trouble too," Roy warned Great Sword Zaire. After saying this, he led the reconnaissance team south along the coastline. Perhaps due to the Mensa Plains, the waters of the Mensa Strait are extremely windy. Giant waves crashed against the rocks, their roaring roar filling the air. They rushed towards the shore, and just as they reached the commanding heights, they vanished. Roy's team marched south for over 2 hours without stopping, yet they didn't see a single soul along this stretch of coastline. A section of the stone wall of the Rowan fortress to the south was already visible. Roy climbed to a higher point and spotted its flag fluttering in the wind. "We're almost there, Tiffany." "It's up to you now," Roy said to Miss Tiffany. For a Naga sea weaver, such a long journey was truly a challenge. Miss Tiffany's face flushed, her forehead beaded with sweat. Upon hearing Roy's words, she readily agreed. As a water mage, camouflage and mirror image were Miss Tiffany's two most proficient spells. Now Miss Tiffany is going to use camouflage to transform every member of the team into a human appearance. Chapter 937. The distant fortress of Rowan lies hidden in a coastal canyon. Most of the buildings cling to the cliffs, and beneath the canyon lies the sea, where dozens of three-masted sailing ships are anchored. It must be said that the Grey Dwarves possess a remarkable talent for construction. They built Fortress of Rowan on a cliff beside a natural shelter. Many buildings cling to the cliff face, some even digging deep into it. The stacked structures appear to be less crowded. The harbor lies just below the cliff. This is a natural shelter. To prevent tidal waves, a curved embankment has been built in the distance. During high tide, the seawater can only enter through a channel on one side of the embankment, preventing the huge waves from directly impacting the harbor. Roy's team approached Fortress of Rowan. It felt like a miniature of Castletown, yet much smaller. The three-masted galleons of the Northern Fleet were anchored in the harbor. These galleons not only sported Argali ram horns on their bows, but also had black iron hulls on their sides, and bronze cannons lined their decks. Although Roy knew those cannons fired solid ammunition, the sight of so many ships anchored in the harbor was still quite impressive. In addition to the bronze cannons, the ships also carried crossbows. Roy was actually most worried about the possibility that some of the Northern Fleet's ships were also equipped with magic cannons. After all, the magic cannons on his magic airships had also come from the treasures of the Grey Dwarves. Roy was well aware of their power, and therefore was particularly wary of whether the Northern Fleet was also equipped with these magical weapons. From a distance, the cannons on the decks of the three-masted galleons were not clearly visible. "How's it going? It's hard to see from here. It seems there are no Imperial merchant ships docked at this port. So, the Northern Fleet isn't openly supporting these Imperial merchants. I want to go inside the naval port and take a look." Roy jumped down from the high cliffs on the coast and decided to head to the port of Fort Rowan. "I think it would be better if we could sneak into Rowan port from the sea. That would probably be more discreet," Giazina suggested to Roy. "You, Tiffany, and Olive will enter the sea from here, then go around to Rowan naval port and observe the true situation of this Northern Fleet. The rest of us will go to the trading market in Fort Rowan and gather some intelligence there. Regardless of whether the investigation goes smoothly or not, we reunite here in 2 days." Roy leaned against a rock and made a simple action plan on the sand. Giazina said, That's fine. I sneak aboard and see what the Northern Army's barks are like. Woods asked, somewhat puzzled. Didn't we intercept one yesterday at the edge of Connemore Forest? These barks all look similar. Why risk going to the harbor? We live on K Island, which is like a thorn in the side of the Duergards. If the Northern Army fleet wants to open a sea passage from the frozen Altagaro Island, they definitely attack K Island. So, before the Northern Army fleet arrives, we need to investigate the true strength of our enemy, Roy said. We captured nearly 100,000 Duergards. I don't think the Northern Army fleet will rashly attack K Island. They're probably still waiting for Commander Machio's victory report. Roy chuckled with a hint of smugness and continued walking. The wind and sand on the Mensa Plains were quite strong. Even on the coastline, the dry, hot wind blowing in from the inland would make the skin extremely rough on the face. Moira, Sabrina, and Alice all covered their faces with silk scarves. Wearing the woolen robes customary among the Imperials, they walked along the coastline towards Fort Rowan, 2 kilometers away. Not long after walking, Roy felt the ground beneath his feet slowly tremble. Boom, boom, boom. Large footsteps sounded from behind him. Roy turned and saw a massive, long-haired beast appear behind him. Although its movements appeared slow, its speed was not slow at all. The beast was about 8 or 9 meters long and resembled a giant lizard. It had a flat, duck-billed bill nearly a meter long in front of its head. 6 sturdy legs supported its stocky body, covered in long gray fur. Its flat back was laden with a large load. A number of orcs sat atop the beast, also coming from the north. Soon, the beast overtook Roy's group. The orcs aboard the beast wore heavy fur armor, sharp weapons slung from their waists. They stared intently at Roy and his companions, exuding a wild aura. Roy noticed that these orcs resembled humans, the only difference being the curved horns on their heads. Roy had read in many sacred texts that most demons of hell had horns. He hadn't expected that even among the orcs, there were tribes with horns. Thinking of Sael, hunched over, his face almost parallel to the ground, he looked terrified of these orcs. Roy raised his head and met the orc's gaze. He spotted a pair of bright eyes among the orcs. It must have been an orc girl. She wore a dagger at her waist, and her wide eyes were gazing at him curiously. Noticing Roy's attention, the orc girl glared at him, looking quite aggressive. Only after the orcs, riding their giant duck-billed beasts, had completely departed did Sael dare to raise his head. He saw Roy staring at the orcs' backs. He approached Roy and said, "They are the Ares warriors guarding the southern slopes of the Black Gold Mountains. They often come to the market at Leon Fortress to purchase weapons and armor. That giant beast is also a Kadama beast raised by the Ares, capable of traversing the desert wasteland." The Ares tribe holds a high reputation among the orc tribes of the Mensa Plains. Ordinary orcs must give way and salute when they see an Ares orc. These warriors of the Ares tribe rarely ventured beyond the Connemore Forest. Roy suddenly remembered that their defense of the southern slopes of the Black Gold Mountains was originally intended to protect them from the Duergards of Durag's Knee. The Duergards' northern fleet had built a military fortress on the northern coast of the Mensa Plains. This was primarily due to the dire situation at Durag's Knee, and the large number of Duergards wishing to migrate south to the Seven Realms Sea. This migration necessitated the construction of numerous supply stations and safe havens along the way. The Duergards had established at least dozens of these safe havens and supply stations along the southern sea route. K Island was, in fact, one of the larger of these. The orc tribe was willing to open 2 ports on the west coast of the Mensa Plains to the Grey Dwarves, hoping their immigration plan would proceed smoothly. Of course, the war between Durag's Knee and the Dark Legion of the Abyssal Forces continues. The combined forces of the orcs and dwarves hold sway in the Black Gold Mountains south of Durag's Knee. This 16,000-kilometer-long Black Mountain range completely separates Durag's Knee from the Mensa Plains. The Grey Dwarves once attempted to build a vast underground kingdom beneath the Black Gold Mountains. Unfortunately, the underground rock layers of the Black Gold Mountains are relatively loose and shattered. Not only is the soil loose, but the complex veins of the ground have discouraged the geologists of the Grey Dwarf Kingdom, who have refused to even consider the idea of building an underground kingdom. The most important reason the orcs of the tribe were willing to allow the Grey Dwarves to build a Leon fortress was that they needed to purchase some black iron weapons and armor from the Grey Dwarf Kingdom every year. The orc tribe's lifestyle is relatively primitive, and many of their metal utensils are actually transported from the Dwarf Kingdom. The only difference is that the Dwarven Kingdom is located on the Roland continent, while the Mensa Plains, home to the orc tribe, is located in the center of the eastern continent. South of the Mensa Plains lies the Elven Kingdom, and north of the Mensa Plains lies Durag's Knee, home of the Duergar. Incidentally, the full meaning of Durag's knees is living on the knees of the gods. The vast twin seas separate the 7 dwarven kingdoms and the orc tribe. If the dwarven kingdom were to purchase the weapons and armor needed by the orc tribe, all shipments would have to cross the twin seas. These weapons and armor are inexpensive to produce, but shipping costs are prohibitive. The Grey Dwarves, separated from the orc tribe by only the Black Gold Mountains, possessed a certain advantage over the dwarves in this regard. Though they had lost their homeland, Durag's knee, they had brought with them the entire wealth of the kingdom's treasury. In addition, in order to establish the 2 major military fortresses, Aden and Liyun, on the west coast of the Mensa Plain, the Grey Dwarves paid rent to the orc tribe and promised to sell a portion of their black iron weapons and armor to the orcs. Sire explained that most orc tribes lacked iron tools, but every orc child needed their first hunting knife as part of their coming-of-age ceremony. Currently, only a few tribes had blacksmith shops, and these could only forge crude iron tools from ingots. The quality of these weapons was incomparable to the black iron weapons crafted by the Grey Dwarves. Sire explained as the group walked, and they finally arrived in front of Liyun Fortress. Only upon arriving at Liyun Fortress did Roy realize it was primarily divided into 2 sections. One section served as the naval base for the Grey Dwarf Northern Fleet. No merchant ships would dock here, meaning Imperial merchant ships were normally unable to dock at Liyun Harbor. The other section consisted of a complex of buildings surrounding a trading market, situated atop a flat cliff. This market primarily sold specialty materials from the Mensa Plains, and the Grey Dwarves also displayed some black iron implements. On arrival, Roy discovered that the Grey Dwarf naval base was practically off-limits to even orcs, let alone Imperial merchant ships. This naval base was effectively a completely closed military zone. The market at Fort Loyan is relatively free. Here, orcs from all over the land bring their homeland specialties, hoping to exchange them for some black iron from the Grey Dwarves. The market is located atop a cliff, with a naval port at the base. The Grey Dwarves' goods are hoisted up from the clifftop using a cantilevered pulley crane. The market is large, with many tents arranged in a loose arrangement, their fronts piled high with goods. The orcs who come here to buy black iron come in groups. They don't approach other orcs, but they all hope a Grey Dwarf will take a liking to their goods. After they sell their materials, they can use the proceeds to purchase black iron weapons from the Grey Dwarf stalls. The orcs have a special fondness for axes, primarily because they have a blade on one side and can be used as a hammer on the other. In addition to black iron weapons and armor plates, these orcs also appreciate the hanging iron pots crafted by the Grey Dwarves, which many of them enjoy using to make mushroom soup. As Roy's team entered the market, they were immediately noticed by the orcs inside. They stared at them with a strange gaze, a hint of hostility, and a strong sense of alienation. Roy had only taken a few steps inside when he encountered several orcs with lion-like faces. These tall lion orcs, with sharp knuckles strapped to their arms, pressed their shoulders against Roy's. They had one blue eye and one red eye, and glared at him fiercely, saying, "You humans better get out of Liyun Fortress." Roy couldn't understand the Orcish language, and could only turn back to look at Sale. The half-orc Sale could only whisper palely, "These lion-tiger orcs are the market's guardians. They're asking us to leave." Roy looked at the lion-tiger warrior. He had hoped Sale, familiar with the area, could smooth things over and allow them to wander freely through the market. Roy saw the lion-tiger warrior's expression grow even more stern, and he spoke a stream of Orcish, "Take this filthy half-orc and get out." Sale's face darkened even further, and sweat broke out on his forehead. Roy waited for Sale to translate, but Sale only mumbled, "They asked me to go with you. Tell them we're here to do business, too, and ask them to be flexible." With that, Roy reached down and pulled out a crude-looking wooden box wrapped in straw rope from his magic waist bag. "We don't want to do business with the cunning Imperials." The liger warrior sounded impatient. Roy didn't listen to what he was saying, since he couldn't understand anyway. He simply used the dagger at his waist to cut the ropes wrapped around the wooden box, then lifted the lid and casually flipped it open. After opening the box, a shimmering black color inside immediately caught the attention of the surrounding orcs. Inside the box lay a series of thick-backed machetes made of black iron. Each machete was coated with a layer of rust-proof grease. The layered Damascus pattern on the blade shone brightly in the sunlight, and the smooth ebony handle felt extremely comfortable to hold. Roy casually picked up a heavy thick-backed machete and asked Sale, "What is the currency in your orc tribe?" "Gold." Sale casually pulled out a gold coin with the image of the Statue of Liberty on it. On the other side, a lion's head with a sword and shield was printed. Sale handed the gold coin to Roy and took the thick-backed machete. He waved it around a few times, Finding it felt wonderful. Before he could say anything, the orcs around him grew restless. Some orcs pulled gold coins from their pockets and handed them to Roy, shouting something in Orcish. Play it? Play it. Chapter 938. Roy didn't understand Orcish, but he could communicate with them without difficulty. Sometimes, a simple gesture would instantly garner their understanding. The orcs at the market didn't try to force Roy's hand. They held up gold coins and asked him about it. After receiving Roy's affirmative response, they immediately selected their favorite thick-backed machetes from the wooden box. These orcs were strong and sturdy, unlike the elves, and the thick-backed machetes they selected were heavy. The box full of black iron thick-backed machetes, with Damascus patterns, was snatched up by the orcs almost instantly. Roy put the bright yellow gold coins into his purse. These coins were much heavier than magic crystals, and they jingled loudly in his pocket. Sale explained to Roy, these gold coins are the currency of the Green Empire. Normally, 10 gold coins can be exchanged for 1 magic crystal. However, due to the planar war, the gold coins have increased in value. The current market exchange rate is 8 gold coins for 1 magic crystal. Are you still making a profit with these black iron weapons priced so low? Sale asked Roy quietly. Roy squeezed through the crowd and whispered to Sale, who was following him, these black iron ingots are slow selling in the Partington Plain, so I had to forge some black iron weapons. I didn't expect them to be so popular in the Orc Kingdom. The box full of black iron thick-backed machetes was sold, attracting many orcs in the market, who almost flocked to the area. In fact, these black iron weapons were still with Roy from his last trip to Castletown. He had originally planned to try his luck at the weapon shops in Lower Castletown, but Roy heard that numerous Imperial merchants were tricking half-elves onto their ships, leading to a complete collapse of business in Castletown. Consequently, these black iron weapons were no longer available in the general stores in Lower Castletown. The 3 black iron mines in the Gashi Mountains of the Pagisto Plateau on the Partington Plain are still being mined on a large scale. The Grey Dwarf craftsmen in the forges refine the precious magical black iron from the black iron ore. This magical black iron, with its magical properties, is an excellent material for forging magical equipment. During the smelting process, the vast quantities of magical black iron produced are forged into large iron cages. Plateau headhunter captives then place crushed sea rocks into these cages, forming a nearly 40-kilometer-long seawall surrounding K Island. The thick-backed machete Roy brought back from the Partington Plain was forged from this common black iron. Originally intending to sell them to the half-elves in Castletown for 20 kola each, they were now being sold at the market in Fort Leon for 1 gold coin each. Unexpectedly, they were snatched up by this group of orcs. Several Liger warriors standing nearby watched as the other orcs scrambled to grab the thick-backed machetes in the wooden box. Initially, they remained reserved, but then, seeing the machetes visibly dwindling in supply, it was too late to squeeze in and grab one. The Liger's blue and red eyes widened, and he tried to push the bear in front of him away with his hairy arms, only to be deflected by the bear's large, dark palm. The black-skinned bearman also possessed a fiery temper. He turned and stood upright, surprisingly standing over half a meter taller than the lion man, his physique as muscular as that of a chimpanzee. The lion man instinctively arched his body and clawed at the bearman's face. Half-foot-long nails sprouted from the knuckles of his hairy hands. He gathered his 5 fingers together, slashing them like knives, and stabbed them into the bearman's chest. With his other hand, he slashed the bearman's throat with his sharp nails. Orcs resolve conflict simply. Whoever has the stronger fist is right. Roy hadn't expected these orcs to engage in a brawl over a single disagreement. The other orcs, unfazed by the prospect of a stalemate, didn't even bother to dodge. Though the bearman dodged the lion-tiger's finger blade, he bumped into his companion as he retreated. His companion steadied the bearman, and without even making eye contact, the 2 bearmen pounced on the lion-tiger from both sides. Seeing the wooden box in front of him being crushed to pieces, Roy quickly grabbed his money bag with one hand and stepped back, away from the chaotic crowd. Roy retreated as far as he could, pulling Sale aside and asking, "Do these guys really enjoy fighting?" Sale shrugged and replied, "Normally, they're fine, but when they get angry, they easily lose their composure." The surrounding orcs gathered to watch the excitement, and Sale stopped speaking loudly in Elvish. Roy worried that Moira, Sabrina, and the others might accidentally reveal their identities amidst the shoving and jostling. An orc manning a nearby stall waved to Roy, signaling that they could join him. Roy nodded in thanks and led Moira and the others to the back of the stall, where the vendor's booth was filled with tanned animal hides. In addition to hides, he also had horns, claws, and teeth. He was an elderly wolf orc, his face even sporting a scar that connected to his right eye. Wolf orcs have human-like features, with only 2 lower canines visible on either side of their mouths. He curled up in a blanket, bundles of hides tucked behind him. Surprisingly, none of the fighting orcs dared to step on his stall. Roy and the others hid behind his stall, temporarily safe. You are foreign merchants, coming to the Liyun market to sell your goods. You need to pay your respects first. Don't rush in like fools. They find you and, with luck, chase you out of the market. With bad luck, you be beaten, your goods stolen, and then thrown out again. The orc stall owner grumbled. Sire squatted nearby and diligently translated his words. The orc stall owner gave Sire a deep look and continued, if you hire a guide, it's best not to hire an orc. Orcs aren't very welcome here either. Sire's face grimaced as he translated this, but he still translated it honestly. At this time, a group of lion tigers and several strong bear men were fighting. They were surrounded by orcs. If anyone, badly beaten, tried to flee the battlefield, the onlookers would kick them back. Several strong bear men stood in the middle, back to back. For a moment, the lion tiger men were completely helpless against them. The orc stall owner spoke a few more words to Roy in Orcish. Sale translated, he asked if you still had the same machete as before. Roy pulled a black iron thick-back machete from his magic waist pouch and handed it to the orc stall owner. The old orc felt the blade with his fingertips, flicked it, and listened to the echo, apparently testing its hardness. Then he gently scratched the leather with the machete, silently slicing through it. Very sharp, and well made. The orc stall owner praised him. The orc stall owner led Roy to the other side of the pile, where it was quieter. A group of orc warriors in leather armor were approaching quickly. At least it's better than the hatchets the Grey Dwarves provided us. Are you here to sell machetes, like these in Fortress Rowan? The orc stall owner asked Roy. Roy had come here to investigate the strength of the Grey Dwarves in Fortress Rowan, but if he could sell some black iron weapons, it wouldn't be a problem. After all, the forging workshops on the Pagisto Plateau are experiencing some overcapacity, leaving many metal utensils unsold. That's right. The orc stall owner rubbed his hands and pondered for a moment before saying, do you know that by doing this, you're actually stealing business from the Grey Dwarves in Fort Liyun? You just arrived, so they haven't set their sights on you yet. Once they notice you, they cause trouble. Roy hesitated, then said honestly, I know. The old orc stall owner came over to Roy, took his hand, and whispered, if you don't want to offend those Grey Dwarves, you can actually sell me these thick-back machetes in bulk. The price will be the same as what you just sold them for. Sire could only come over and translate for Roy. Roy hadn't expected to arrive at Fort Liyun and, before he even fully ascertained the strength of the Northern Army's Grey Dwarves, already take on a business deal. Sure, Roy agreed readily. A hint of joy flashed in the orc stall owner's eyes, and he quickly asked, so how many thick-back machetes do you have? Roy considered for a moment before saying, I'm only bringing over 2,000 this time. They're actually quite easy to craft. I can contact the forge to forge as many as you need. The old orc stall owner handed the thick-back machete to Roy and said, I want a thick-back machete of this quality. Can you forge one? Of course. These are all made in my forge. Roy patted his chest. Seeing the orc stall owner raise his fist, he bumped into it with his own. Seeing Roy's straightforwardness, the old orc stall owner was also in a good mood. He said to Roy, you're quite straightforward, kid. Since you're so sincere, if you encounter any trouble in Fort Liyun from now on, just look for old Luke. I'm old Luke, and the orcs in Fort Liyun know me. I'm sure they give me some face. Roy reached for the magic pouch at his waist, about to pull out a wooden box filled with thick-back machetes, but old Luke stopped him. It's crowded here. Let's go somewhere quieter to trade, old Luke whispered to Roy. With that, he led Roy and the others through the bustling market. With old Luke leading the way, although some orcs looked at Roy with hostility, no one dared to approach. Chapter 939. Walking through the market, Roy noticed that most of the stalls were run by orcs. There weren't even any Grey Dwarves to be seen. Roy asked old Luke, why aren't there any Grey Dwarves in the market? Old Luke pointed to the stone houses at the edge of the market. These houses nestled against the cliff face, their style consistent with the houses suspended above, blending seamlessly into one. Roy walked closer and saw that these short, gray shops were actually stone houses, neatly renovated and bearing a strong dwarven architectural style. There weren't many of these houses, and some were even locked. Only 3 shops were open, their shelves holding only a few supplies. These are the Grey Dwarf shops, old Luke said to Roy, pointing to the stone houses as he followed the many stalls. But these shops aren't open very often, so our supplies are always sporadic. Of course, we understand that. After all, they're at war over there, I heard their homes are almost completely taken over. Old Luke's face lit up with a touch of Orcish pride as he spoke, his wrinkles knitting together, revealing a sharp tooth. Roy felt old Luke was knowledgeable, so he continued, Luke, regarding the war at Durag's knee, do you support the Duergar? Old Luke nodded quickly, answering without hesitation, of course we support them a little. With these Duergars blocking the way north of Black Gold Mountain, those dark invaders won't reach the Mensa Plains. After this, old Luke said proudly, in fact, our orc tribe has sent quite a few troops to Durag in recent years. Fighting on Duergar's land is better than fighting on the Mensa Plains. The battle isn't going very well. The cost far outweighs the gains. Here, somewhat dejectedly, he said, in recent years, our wolf tribe has sent out many young men, many of whom have never returned. Now, every spring and autumn, the orc tribe has to send new troops to the battlefields there. I heard things aren't going well in your Green Empire either? He turned to Roy and asked. Old Luke led Roy to an area surrounded by several flatbed wagons, evidently their temporary residence. Many rolls of luggage lay scattered on the ground, but the packed goods were neatly arranged. Roy nodded and said, plain wars have broken out in all provinces. Some great lords' private armies have suffered heavy losses, and some may even face jeopardy in their position within the Green Empire. New nobles are also rising. The merchant Darwin had told him these words, and Roy now repeated them to old Luke verbatim. Old Orc Luke nodded, and said with deep emotion, life's tough everywhere these days. Old Luke had a few small wooden stools brought over, then invited Roy and the others to sit down, even serving them cups of reddish-brown tea. At that moment, the market over there was in chaos. While no large-scale brawls had broken out, lionmen and bearmen were seen fighting each other on the run. Just then, several bearmen ran past Roy. Their strides were so long that they even kicked up a gust of wind. Old Luke barely glanced at them. There are a few things to be aware of on the Mensa Plains. First, stay away from those black men. They don't like reason, old Luke muttered. Roy could tell he harbored a deep resentment toward the bearmen. Old Luke was evidently more tolerant of these lionmen. He heard him say, although the lionmen are a bit arrogant, they can sometimes be reasonable. Roy craned his neck to gaze down into the canyon of Fort Rowan. The stone houses suspended from the rock face intrigued Roy. How many Duergar live here? Old Luke shook his head again. Sometimes they suddenly arrive in large numbers, then gradually leave. There are about 20,000 Duergar living here permanently. There were quite a few ships docked down there earlier, but they gradually left. They're not good people. Sometimes they even secretly abduct girls from the tribe and drink with them. They're up to anything. Old Luke continued to complain about the Duergar. They're much more restrained now than before. I heard they moved all their belongings. Actually, these Duergar were planning to leave Durag, but they couldn't bear to leave the frozen island to the north, so they were hesitant. Look at these closed shops. They're closed simply because they're out of stock. I heard they're running low on supplies. Some Duergar are now scavenging for what's left in the abandoned city of Durag. Old Luke was quite talkative. However, communication between the two of them still depended on sale. Roy gazed toward the stone houses and said, I heard there are still over 2 million grey dwarves in Durag. The old orc quickly shook his head and said, I don't know that. I only know that the stock in those shops is dwindling, and many of the hottest items have a long wait. If you have something valuable like a thick-back machete, you can definitely send it to Fort Luyun. We buy it for the right price. Old Orc Luke's eyes lit up at the mention of those thick-back machetes. He believed these comfortable-feeling thick-back machetes were perfect for equipping their Wolf Rider Corps. Equipped with such a handy machete, the Wolf Rider's combat effectiveness would undoubtedly increase significantly. Thinking of this, old Luke added, although the Mensa Plains may be barren, we never lack magic crystals. Roy took advantage of old Luke's speech to pull out all the wooden boxes containing the thick-back machetes from his magic waist bag. The boxes piled up at Roy's feet, and he used his dagger to pry them open, revealing a sea of thick-back machetes inside. Old Luke casually picked up a few thick-back machetes and handed them to his companions. The weight of the machetes delighted the orcs around him. They chatted happily in Orcish. Roy also took a heavy bag from old Luke, which contained some imperial gold coins. Roy poured the gold coins onto the lid of the wooden box and carefully counted them one by one. It was clear that the transaction with these orcs was quite pleasant. Old Luke extended his hand, bumped fists with Roy again, and said happily, I hope we will have a pleasant cooperation in the future. Happy cooperation. Roy repeated, imitating old Luke's Orcish tongue. Just as he stood up and was about to say goodbye to old Luke, he saw the very beautiful Ares warrior woman walk out of the door of a shop not far away, looking a little annoyed. Behind her were two drunken red-bearded grey dwarves, harassing her. The Ares warrior woman stopped at the door, shook off the red-bearded gray dwarf's grasping hand, and slapped the red-bearded gray dwarf hard in the face. Chapter 940. The drunken gray dwarf seemed to sober up at this moment. He rubbed his beard-covered, numb face and angrily reached out his large hand to grab the Ares warrior. His companions rushed forward at the same moment. At that moment, several Ares warriors guarding the shop entrance drew their spears and lunged at the two red-bearded gray dwarves. The two red-bearded gray dwarves, fuming with rage and dazed by alcohol, saw 5 or 6 spears thrust at them simultaneously, and didn't know how to dodge. They immediately curled up, shielding their heads with their arms, and charged headfirst into the Ares warriors. The Ares warrior was extremely agile. As she dodged backward, she leaped onto the high wall beside the stone house, reached behind her back, and pulled out a short flying spear. She then launched a powerful thrust at the gray dwarves chasing her out of the stone house door. Like lightning, the short spear pierced the left chest of the gray dwarf at the door, with a crackling sound, exiting through his lower back on the right side. The two drunken red-bearded gray dwarves were no match for the spear thrusts, their bodies riddled with bloody holes. As the Ares warriors pulled the spears from their bodies, blood spurted out from the wounds. The two red-bearded gray dwarfs collapsed in a pool of blood, faces etched with pain, wailing helplessly. Several gray dwarfs, who had run out of the gray dwarf shop, were instantly pierced by the short spears, and fell one after another. The gray dwarfs who were about to rush out of the shop saw their companions lying in a pool of blood outside, and they retreated. When they rushed out again, they were already covered in armor plates and holding chain shields. The gray dwarves, donning thick armor, immediately formed a human wall around the dwarven shop, resisting the attacks of the Ares warriors and rescuing their bleeding companions back into the shop. The Ares orc warriors didn't pursue their victory. Instead, 2 Ares warriors on higher ground whistled, and all the Ares warriors leaped into the alley, picking up their short spears stuck in the ground as they ran. They felt incredibly suspended in the air as they ran, as if each stride spanned 10 meters. The other orcs in the market applauded and cheered. Only the orc warriors responsible for maintaining security in the market chased after them. Seeing their unwillingness to run, they assumed they were just pretending. The battle, from its beginning to its end, lasted only a few minutes, and it truly exacted a heavy toll on the gray dwarves. It was unlike the fierce battle between the lion tiger and bear men just now, which had been like wild monkeys disrupting the market just to make their presence felt. Old Luke averted his gaze from the Ares warriors, could only sigh softly, and shake his head. From his expression, it seemed as if Stone was accustomed to this kind of fighting. Has the security in this market always been so bad? Roy couldn't help but ask. Old Luke waved his hand helplessly and grumbled. Ever since the Duergar shops started running out of stock, we orcs and those Duergar shops have been at odds. They can't provide us with more supplies, yet they want to occupy Leonport and refuse to leave. Some of the promises they made back then are now broken. For example, they promised to sell us at least 5,000 investment weapons every quarter through the shops in the market, but they've been out of stock since this spring. In the past, when the Ares came here to receive goods, they were able to get them. When the Grey Dwarves harassed their female warriors, everyone could tolerate it. After all, completing the transaction was more important. But recently, they haven't been able to deliver the goods. Now, if the Grey Dwarves try to take advantage of the Ares female warriors again, how can these Ares warriors tolerate it? If they had messed with me, I would have torn down those 2 stone shops long ago. They all been sold out. What's the point of keeping them around? At this point, he suddenly realized that Roy was also an outsider merchant. Then, in a more soothing tone, he continued, "We're not against outsiders. We welcome normal trade. There are actually quite a few valuable things on the Mensa plains, such as animal hides and gems. Merchants are needed to take these things away. We don't have many decent forging workshops here, and we're short on metalware. It's not just weapons, but all the goods you bring from outside are very welcome here." At this point, Old Luke became increasingly angry. He said, somewhat angrily, "Those Grey Dwarves look at us the way we look at animals in the jungle. They probably think we're just a bunch of chimpanzees squatting under trees, poking at ant nests. I admit we're relatively backward in metallurgy and forging, but we orcs are also a race with an ancient heritage." At this point, Old Luke clearly felt he said too much. The black iron thick-back machetes had been inspected, and all were of excellent quality. Old Luke was very satisfied with the shipment. He pulled Roy aside and said, "From now on, if you come to the market at Leon Fortress and bring any goods, just come directly to me. I can handle more black iron weapons of this quality. If you need other goods, I can also introduce you to other merchants." Old Luke's words resonated deeply with Roy. He had long worried about the sale of the common metal ingots mined in the mines of the Partington Plain. Many of them lay unsold in the mine warehouses. The Silvermoon Elf Kingdom only favored gold and silver items, and was quite averse to iron, tin, and copper. The orcs of the Mensa Plains weren't so picky. Roy smiled and replied, "Actually, I have a lot of goods, but I came here in a hurry this time, so I didn't bring a wide variety. And if you're looking to purchase metalware, if you have any needs, you can bring me samples or drawings. I can have them custom made at the forge. After all, our lifestyles and physical abilities are different, and we all have different needs for various tools and utensils. I'm looking forward to our future cooperation." Old Luke hesitated. He asked Roy, "It must be quite difficult for you to come here, right? Even if we provide you with samples and drawings, when can you deliver these goods?" "To me? We can't wait years for a single item." Roy pulled a blank parchment notebook from his pocket, holding a quill pen. He licked it with the tip of his tongue and said to Old Luke, "It shouldn't take that long. You can try it first. It's just some drawings, and it won't cost anything." After hearing Sale's translation, Old Luke's eyes lit up. He immediately squatted on the ground and used a branch to draw the shape of a pot on the ground, with a hanging ear on each side. Although it was a simple diagram, Roy immediately understood that these orcs must need an iron pot that could be hung. This iron pot looked quite deep, probably suitable for boiling soup or holding water, and could be hung on the wooden frame of the campfire. Roy quickly sketched it on his parchment notebook, then used a branch to draw a circle on the ground and asked Old Luke if the pot's diameter needed to be this large. After several discussions with Old Luke, they quickly settled on the pot's dimensions. Roy told Old Luke, 10 pots like this would trade for 1 gold coin. Old Luke immediately bumped fists with Roy, signaling the deal was sealed. As for the number of pots, of course, Roy would take as many as Roy could bring. In addition to the cooking pot, Roy also recommended a shield that could double as a grilling pan. This large, flat, round shield, placed over the campfire, doubled as a grilling pan. Old Luke didn't understand Roy's meaning at first, but once Roy took out a shield and placed it in front of him, the old orc finally understood. They then ordered some rivets and armor plates. The rivets would secure the leather armor, while the steel plates could be attached to the outside of the leather armor using the rivets. Most of the orc warriors on the Mensa Plains wore thick leather armor. According to Roy, if rivets were used to connect the armor plates to the leather armor, their leather armor could be transformed into metal armor. This communication went smoothly, and Roy wholeheartedly offered his advice. He quickly gained Old Luke's approval, believing that Roy was a businessman who truly wanted to do business in Fort Rowan. The trading market here is chaotic, but also bustling. There are always incidents. You can often see several orcs chasing a single orc through the market. The recent conflict between the Ares warriors and the Black Dwarves ended in vain, because the Ares warriors secretly fled, and the perpetrators couldn't be apprehended. The Grey Dwarves suffered a heavy loss in the trading market, but they didn't immediately turn on the orc managers. Roy noticed that there were always minor frictions between the orcs and the Grey Dwarves at Fort Leon. Both sides had been tolerating each other, which prevented major conflicts. There were approximately 40,000 Grey Dwarf warriors stationed at Leon Naval Base, which was somewhat beyond Roy's expectations. He had thought that 15,000 Grey Dwarf warriors at Leon Fortress would be a good number, but he didn't expect them to have 40,000. 37 three-masted galleons were anchored in the naval harbor beneath the cliffs. These three-masted galleons were in good condition and looked ready to be deployed on the battlefield at any moment. Roy then realized that his fleet would be directly confronting these three-masted galleons of the Northern Army's Grey Dwarves. These three-masted galleons were equipped with cannons and crossbows, likely modified to target Roy's fleet. However, the Grey Dwarves never anticipated that, in addition to the whale-hunting crossbows, Roy had also installed magic cannons on his ships. There were no Imperial merchant ships at the naval harbor. Perhaps the Grey Dwarves did not want Imperial merchants to contact the orcs of the Mensa Plains through Fort Rowan, thus preventing any trade between them. The only 2 naval harbors on the west coast of the Mensa Plains were also completely controlled by the Grey Dwarves. The biggest gain from this trip to Fort Rowan was meeting Luke, the old orc stall owner. This opened a new channel for trade with the orcs of the Mensa Plains. Roy and his group simply wandered around Fort Rowan, gathering information about the Grey Dwarf warriors of the Northern Fleet, and then hurriedly left. They didn't see Jazina, Miss Tiffany, and Miss Olive at the harbor. Leaving Rowan, Roy's team headed north along the coastline. After reuniting with Jazina and her group, they planned to return to the Congamore Forest, find the three-masted sailboat hidden there, and sail away from the Mensa Plains. They had already traveled this route once, so the return trip seemed familiar. They met up with Jazina, Miss Tiffany, and Miss Olive at the agreed beach. The intelligence Giazina brought back was that the three-masted galleons docked at the harbor were guarded by only a handful of Duergar warriors. The rest of the Duergar lived in stone houses on the cliffs near the harbor. This fortress was home to tens of thousands of Duergar. They needed to catch large quantities of fish from the sea every day, primarily due to insufficient supplies. Their daily bread and flatbreads were already in limited supply, and the Duergar at Fort Rowan needed large quantities of fish to fill their stomachs. So, there must be some problems at the Northern Army headquarters, or perhaps their food reserves are running out. Now they can't grow food on the land of Durag's knee, so the Northern Army is facing a food crisis, Miss Tiffany speculated. Roy thought for a moment and said, I suspect it's not just food that's in short supply, other essentials might also be in short supply. Otherwise, the stone house shop in Fort Lowen wouldn't be out of stock. Miss Tiffany pondered as she spoke, I heard there are at least 2 million Duergar on the Tundra Island. Such a large group consumes an astonishing amount of supplies daily. They can't get these supplies on the Tundra Island, so they're likely to accelerate their migration southward. Our capture of K Island has blocked their path southward. The Northern Army must be eager to reclaim K Island from us. We need to make some preparations early, and show these slave traders that if you get involved, you have to pay for it. The group continued north along the coastline, still seeing no signs of orc activity. Passing through dense bushes near a cliff, Roy, Giazina, and Sabrina stopped almost simultaneously, but they simply exchanged glances and remained silent as the group continued onward. The team had all emerged from the cliff face. Roy hesitated for a moment, then turned and followed the rocky path back to the bushes. He asked Sale to come over and translate for him. Then, Roy spoke into the dense bushes, We are proficient in healing. If you need help, we can try to heal your injured companions. Chapter 941. A leopard-like, wary gaze shone through the bushes. Then, the Ares warrior, whom he had met briefly at the market, emerged from the bushes. She carried several short spears slung across her back, and even as she stood, she leaned forward, ready to strike. The long-haired, duck-billed Kadama beast was nowhere to be seen. Clearly, there were other Ares warriors in the bushes. Roy spread his hands, indicating he meant no harm. Sire could only stand behind Roy with a bitter face, repeating Roy's words in Orcish. However, as a half-orc, Sire didn't earn the Ares warriors' trust, so they stood there in a stalemate. Seeing that the Ares warriors didn't trust him, Roy raised his hands and retreated step by step. Since he couldn't gain their trust, it was time to leave. There was no point in staying. The Ares warrior didn't lower her hand from behind her back. Clearly, even as Roy retreated, she remained vigilant, her bright black eyes fixed on him. Let me try. Alice then stepped out from the crowd. She wore a long white dress, her long hair tied up to hide her pointed ears, making her look vaguely human. A closer look wouldn't reveal much, but deceiving these orcs, who rarely interacted with elves, was relatively easy. Alice had been plagued by illness during her years in the Dark Land, leaving her extremely thin. Her arms and legs were even more slender when she wore a dress, and she didn't look dangerous at all. Seeing Alice heading toward the bushes, the Ares warrior, though still stern, didn't stop her with a glance. Sale kept repeating, Your companion is injured. We are experts in healing. We can help you. Leah felt a little worried. She hid in Alice's shadow, preparing to follow her. But for some reason, the Ares warrior noticed immediately. She stared at her, still in Alice's shadow, poised for attack. Leah felt as if a sword was hanging over her head, and the slightest movement could pierce her. Leah had no choice but to stop. Alice reached the edge of the bushes, and 6 or 7 Ares warriors emerged from the bushes again. However, Alice's gaze wasn't fixed on him. Instead, she looked into the bushes. Her eyes were pure and calm. She leaned forward slightly, closed her eyes, and clasped her hands together in front of her chest. As the sacred prayer was chanted, dazzling rays of holy light descended from the sky, circling her body until they eventually formed a single beam. Alice stood in the center of the beam, her expression radiant with holy light, and even wings of light appeared behind her. She chanted a basic holy light spell, and a beam of holy light flowed from her arm into the bushes. A muffled groan echoed from within the bushes, and the surrounding Ares warriors stared in astonishment at their dying companion, somewhat surprised that he could even make a sound. Alice cast the holy light spell again, but this time the healing effect was much weaker. The Ares warrior lying in the bushes uttered a weak voice. Where am I? Why are you here too? Are we dead? Oh, my chest hurts. The female Ares warrior, with a look of joy on her face, squatted down again, wiping her eyes with her hands. she said to the Ares warrior lying in the bushes. A group of people disguised as imperial merchants saved you. Hearing the female Ares warrior's words, the surrounding Ares warriors in the bushes re-gripped their weapons, glaring at Roy and the others with eager eyes. Roy and the others could only stand there. Seeing Sail's face suddenly turn pale, they knew something had changed. The severely wounded Ares warrior, supported by his companions, struggled to sit up. His pale face was covered in sweat, but his eyes held a keen gaze. He looked at Alice, a gentle smile on his face. Was it this beautiful half-elf lady who saved me? The Ares warrior, like a cat whose tail has been stepped on, her fur standing on end. Her eyes widened, and she even drew a short spear, blocking the Ares warrior's path. She screamed, "She's an elf?" The other Ares warriors also prepared to attack. The Ares warrior sitting on the ground laughed heartily, but only laughed twice before he began to cough violently. It seemed that his injuries had improved, but he still couldn't speak loudly. After a long while, he clutched his chest and said in a low voice, "You don't think that covering their ears makes them no longer elves, do you?" The Ares warrior looked around at her companions and asked in Orcish, "If she's an elf, shouldn't we fight to the death the moment we meet? Do you have that thought now?" The injured Ares warrior asked her seriously. The Ares warrior shook her head, then looked warily at Roy and his group. "Then ignore her and go on our way," the injured Ares warrior said decisively. "Just pretend we didn't see anything and let's go." The injured Ares warrior's words seemed to carry weight. After hearing this, the Ares warriors stopped their attack-ready stance and filed out of the bushes, leaving along a different path. The injured Ares warrior, lying on a stretcher, struggled to hold himself together and gently waved goodbye to Roy and his group. From beginning to end, Roy had no idea who the Ares warrior they had saved was. But he didn't dwell on it. Roy had been contemplating how to open a trade route with the orcs of the Mensa Plains tribe. After all, this would help alleviate some of the overcapacity of common metal ingots. He was also considering whether it was necessary to drive out the Grey Dwarves from the Gulf of Aden and Port Leon. If they were allowed to occupy these areas, he would have to conduct trade with the orcs covertly. But driving the Northern Fleet out of the Mensa Strait wasn't something he could do on a whim. After all, the Northern Fleet boasted hundreds of thousands of troops, while his mine guards consisted of only a few elves. Watching the Ares warriors leave through another route without a single word of thanks, Roy paid no particular attention. The team continued northward along the coastline. They had to reach Conmore Forest as quickly as possible to reunite with the half-elves hiding there. Roy also had to find a way to get these half-elves off the Mensa Plains. Leah and Alice walked silently among the group, whispering to each other. He praised Alice, who remained calm. "I had no idea your divine arts were so powerful. To be honest, I wasn't sure I could heal the Ares warriors' injuries with just 2 holy light spells." Roy had ascended to the 2nd rank, embarking on the path of a combat priest. However, because his power was a sacred tree, his special abilities were more reminiscent of those of a temple priest. For example, he could use the light flowers that filled the tree to quickly restore the priest's holy light power. This sacred tree could even transform dark energy into pure holy light on the battlefield. Alice, however, chose the path of a temple priest, specializing in blessing and healing. Although she hadn't reached the 2nd rank, her holy light technique was even stronger than his. "Thank you for your continued care for Leah. It's my honor to be of assistance." Alice's smile was as bright as the sun, and she pulled Leah, who was hiding in the shadows, closer. Only when the two sisters appeared together did Roy realize that their facial features were exactly the same. They truly were twins. Separately, no one would have thought Leah and Alice looked similar. Roy felt that the reason for their stark differences was the dark and light qualities they possessed. Leah only seemed a bit more obedient when she was with her sister, Alice. The two of them were also discussing the Ares warriors. Leah had a high opinion of them, believing they possessed the ability to see through her invisibility. Jazina and Sabrina also expressed the feeling of being watched by the Ares warriors. If a fight broke out, there would definitely be Ares warriors specifically targeting them. After the Ares warriors left, Sail's behavior gradually became more normal. Roy and his group walked until dark. Looking north, they could already see the Conmore Forest. After a long day of walking, everyone was a little tired, so they set up camp on the beach. After all, Jazina, Miss Tiffany, and Miss Olive felt more comfortable sleeping in the ocean. They didn't build a campfire, but simply found some flat ground to set up their tents. The orc guide Sail spread the hide he carried on his back on the grass, preparing to sleep there. Just then, Roy approached with a few breadfruits and handed them to Sail. Roy looked at Sail and said, "Sail, it seems there are a lot of conflicts between you orcs and the Grey Dwarves." A hint of bitterness crossed Sail's face. He nodded helplessly and said, "The situation in Fort Leon is probably more serious. The Ares orcs here are very powerful. They don't fear retaliation from the Grey Dwarves, so they will take targeted actions against them. The situation is different in the Gulf of Aden. The Grey Dwarves manage the ports and trading markets there. There, the Grey Dwarves often expel orcs from the markets and forbid them from approaching the port areas. My mother was a human slave who escaped from a pirate ship belonging to the Duergar. While evading the Duergar, she met my father at the market. He hid my mother, and I was born. Later, the Duergar finally followed some clues and found my father. He took my mother and me and fled the Gulf of Aden. He had never swum before and drowned. My mother and I drifted on the sea for 2 days, clinging to a piece of wood. We were rescued by an imperial merchant ship, which dropped us off at Port Saint Marguerite and left shortly thereafter. My mother and I have lived in Port Saint Marguerite until now." Sire's eyes were filled with memories. Roy asked, "So you chose to be a guide in the Mensa Strait, hoping to return to the Gulf of Aden someday?" Sire shook his head, his gaze determined. "I've been out for so long, I long since grown accustomed to life in Port Saint Margaret, and I have no desire to return to the orc world. Besides, the orcs don't look down on elves, humans, dwarves, or any other race the most. They look down on us half-orcs the most. I chose to be a guide in the Mensa Strait in the hope that one day someone would wipe out those tyrannical Grey Dwarves. They're the biggest bandit group in this sea, and they committed countless crimes. The orcs in the Gulf of Aden have long had enough of them. But even if we were to fight them, they'd be helpless if they took their ships out to sea. Besides, most orc tribes lack metal tools. The presence of the Grey Dwarves would provide them with these goods. I know these 2 trading markets on the west coast are very important to the entire orc tribe. You may not realize how vast the Mensa Plains are. Some orc tribes will gather their long-prepared goods and spend months, or even over a year crossing the Mensa Plains to reach the trading markets on the Gulf of Aden. They trade their goods with the Grey Dwarves for iron, utensils, and weapons, then return to their tribes after several months or even a year with these items. Of course, only large tribes have this kind of power. Smaller, more remote tribes can only rely on these caravans." Roy asked Sale, "Don't the orcs have their own caravans?" Sale shook his head, then said uncertainly, "Perhaps, but these caravans can only roam within their own tribe. If they stray into other tribes, their goods are likely to be plundered by orcs from other tribes. There are many tribes on the Mensa Plains, and they often fight over the mountains, lakes, and rivers. The caravans traveling on the Mensa Plains are a serious threat to all the orc tribes." Roy fell silent. This might be the fundamental reason why the orc tribes have always lagged behind. Internal conflict within the tribes left them with little energy for other tasks. Fortunately, the Ares still existed within the orc tribes. It was precisely because of their presence at the southern foot of the Black Gold Mountains that the Grey Dwarves were forced to live in the cold of Durag's knee. Remembering that the old orc, Luke, was probably a wolf orc, Roy felt a headache as he wanted to do business with other orc tribes and find new agents. Chapter 942. As soon as he entered Conmore Forest, Roy noticed something was amiss. The Imperial merchant ship stranded on the beach showed clear signs of having been searched. It should have been guarded by a half-elf crew, but now, the ship was completely silent. The 3-masted sailing ship, which should have been anchored at sea, was drifting far out to sea, seemingly afraid to approach the coastline. Roy quickly hopped onto a reef and briefly observed the Imperial merchant ship. Finding it completely empty, he stepped into the sea, wading through the waist-deep water towards the stranded ship. The lattice ladder hanging from the side of the ship was still intact. Roy climbed up the ladder, with Woods and Leah following behind him. Sabrina blew a sharp whistle toward the sky, and a white griffin swooped down from the clouds. It spread its wings beside Sabrina, and slowly landed on the reef. Sabrina then took off with Moira. They didn't fly to the stranded Imperial merchant ship, but instead flew directly toward the 3-masted sailboat bobbing in the sea. Soon, Sabrina and Moira landed on its deck. Roy, Woods, and Leah also searched the Imperial merchant ship. The ship was in disarray, with clothing scattered throughout the hallways. Roy spotted a white shirt on the floor with a large footprint on it. Woods, meanwhile, was sniffing around the ship. When they met, they almost simultaneously said, "Orcs." Roy slapped his forehead. His worst fear had finally come true. Sabrina rode a griffin aboard the bark, and the half-elf crew members, who remained aboard, finally relaxed their vigilance and steered the bark back toward shore. The bark slowly approached the reef. There were only 26 half-elf crew members aboard. 9 of these half-elf crew members had escaped from the Imperial merchant ship. "Boss, the night after you left, a group of orcs arrived. They captured this Imperial merchant ship and captured several of our companions. Seeing the situation was dire, the few of us remaining crew members jumped into the sea and swam all the way to the bark. We were worried the orcs would sneak onto the bark as well, so we didn't dare to stop. The half-elf crew members, who ran off the ship, saw Roy and reported the day's events to him. Roy nodded and asked, "What tribe are these orcs from?" Several half-elves blushed crimson and quickly explained, "We don't know which tribe they are from, but they all have curved horns, and every orc is very powerful." Roy turned to Woods and whispered, "They're probably orcs from the Ares tribe stationed in the southern foothills of the Black Gold Mountains. I'm going to see if the half-elves hiding in the Congamore forest have been discovered by these orcs. If they are, I negotiate with them and see if I can redeem them." The fact that these Ares warriors didn't kill the half-elves on the spot suggests they're likely still alive. Roy thought to himself. "Let's go to the valley and check on the Black Pearl," Roy said to the others. Sabrina pulled Roy aside and said, "How about I ride my griffin over there and check the situation?" Roy shook his head and sighed. The vegetation in Congamore Forest is very dense. If they hide in the woods with the Ares orcs, it'd be hard to spot them from the air. Actually, I'm not that worried about the Black Pearl. What I'm most worried about right now are the 4,000 half-elves hiding in the forest. I'm sure they already been discovered by the Ares orcs. The best thing to do now is to rush to Congamore Forest as soon as possible, have a good talk with those orcs, and see how we can get them back. I don't want to just board the Black Pearl and leave the Mensa Plains like a deserter." With that, Roy jumped off the reef, looked at the edge of Congamore Forest a few hundred meters away, and strode towards it. Roy's team headed upstream along the stream they had come from. After entering the canyon, they noticed the entire stream was a pale red. Woods leaned in to sniff the water and said to Roy, "It's blood." Among the team, only Roy, Woods, Sabrina, and Moira looked grave. Jazina, Miss Tiffany, Miss Olive, Leah, and Alice weren't particularly worried. Sabrina didn't scout the way from the sky on her white griffin. Everyone simply walked along the streamside path. Woods caught the scent of blood wafting through the air. Soon, Roy came upon a large open space beside the stream and saw a large number of fully armed Ares warriors. Almost all of them carried various spears and wore thick leather armor, looking imposing. When Roy's team appeared at the stream's edge, a group of Ares warriors followed them. When Roy reached the clearing, the group of Ares orc warriors behind him no longer hid their whereabouts, emerging directly from the dense forest grass. They watched Roy and his companions with eager eyes, but were not impatient to attack. Roy was at the front of the group at this time. His first sight was several thousand half-elves sitting in the woods. They looked a little dispirited, but at least they were still alive. The hundreds of gray dwarf warriors from the Northern Fleet, captured by Roy, lay neatly in a row beside the stream, their heads having rolled to the side, and the rest of their headless bodies lying on the grass. These gray dwarf warriors had all been beheaded, and it was their blood that dyed the entire stream red. Besides the dead gray dwarf warriors, there was also a group of Imperials under the shade of the trees. These Imperials were the merchants and crew members of the Imperial merchant ship that had run aground on the coastline. They had also been Roy's captives. The orcs treated them well, even placing some food before them. Across from the corpses of the gray dwarf warriors, Roy saw an elderly Ares orc performing a ritual before a totem pole. Atop the pole was a horned Argali skull. The Ares orc neatly placed the gray dwarf warrior's head before the totem pole and then bowed 3 times. The Argali skull's hollow eye sockets suddenly ignited with a soul flame. Seeing that the Ares orc warriors behind him didn't approach, Roy didn't rush over. At this moment, a large number of Ares orc warriors emerged from the dense forest on either side of the stream, all their eyes fixed on Roy's team. Roy took a deep breath, then placed his hand on Woods' shoulder, preparing to walk over alone. As he advanced, Jazina unexpectedly followed. Jazina was considered the strongest in Roy's team. Seeing Roy and Jazina approach the old Ares orc, the surrounding Ares orcs were ready to move. The old orc then stood up and raised his scepter toward the surrounding Ares orcs, causing them to stop immediately. A silence fell all around. The half-blood elves in the woods also noticed Roy. They looked excited yet hesitant, and none dared to leave the forest. Jazina glanced at Roy from the corner of her eye, a look that clearly questioned his soul. Are these guys worth the risk? Roy pretended not to notice Jazina's glance. The old chief's face was wrinkled, and he looked every bit like an old Ares orc. He opened his eyes and looked at Roy, and Roy felt as if a searchlight had been pierced into his soul. The old Ares orc was also stunned. He stood there for a long moment before recovering. "Elves, you have crossed the line." The old orc pointed at Roy and Jazina and said gravely, You ignorant elves, this is not your place. You have violated the non-aggression pact we signed. I should now cleanse the land beneath my feet with the blood of you elves. Sail behind him quickly whispered a translation. Roy took another step forward, and then said to the old Ares orc, We hold no ill will toward the orc tribes living on the Mensa plains. This time, we were forced to dock our ship on the western coastline of Congamore Forest, entirely at the mercy of these grey dwarves. We simply wanted to rescue our half-elf compatriots aboard the Imperial merchant ship, but we were pursued and killed by these grey dwarves from the Northern Fleet. They were actually protecting these Imperial merchants. Pursued by these grey dwarf warriors from the Northern Fleet, we were forced to strand our merchant ship on the shore. On the nearby beach, my fellow elves hid in the Congamore Forest to avoid detection by the Northern Fleet. These grey dwarves instigated Imperial merchants to defraud half-blood elves in various ports across the Elven world. Once they boarded the ships, they would sail north. We pursued them by ship, attempting to rescue the half-blood elves aboard these Imperial merchant ships. We intercepted this Imperial merchant ship. Roy explained extensively, recounting almost the entire story of the Imperial merchant slave trade. Unfortunately, this incident didn't impress the old Ares orc. The old Ares orc narrowed his golden eyes and said to Roy indifferently, We understand everything you described, but that's between you and the grey dwarves, not us orcs. You now bear the responsibility for the unauthorized entry of so many half-blood elves into the Congamore Forest on the Mensa Plains. Don't tell me anything else. Roy wiped the sweat from his forehead. Clearly, all the words he just spoken were for nothing. Just as the old Ares orc was about to criticize Roy held up 4 fingers and said, I can compensate you. For 1,000 black iron-backed machetes, custom-made for orcs. The old Ares orc hesitated, the look of deep dissatisfaction still lingering on his face. Plus 20,000 black iron short-flying spears. Roy continued to increase the offer. The old Ares orc's expression changed slightly, his breathing becoming heavier as he began to think seriously. Roy clearly didn't want to give them too much time to think, and continued, Standard elven armor isn't suited to orcs, and I can't get any right now. But I can compensate you with 1,000 boxes of ordinary armor plates, each strong enough to withstand a piercing lance. The old Ares orc, without hesitation, stood up and said to Roy, Deal. When you deliver the promised supplies, I hand over these half-elves to you. I give you these supplies right away. Roy finished, then waved to Sabrina in the distance. Sabrina summoned a white griffin and rode it into the sky. This was all Roy had agreed to with everyone. Seeing Roy wave, Sabrina immediately set out to find the Black Pearl. The Black Pearl had long since disappeared from the jungle canyon. In the valley, only a small patch of dense forest remained, its traces having collapsed. As Roy had predicted, the Black Pearl successfully evaded the Ares orc's attack and hid above the clouds. Sabrina, riding a griffin, quickly located the Black Pearl in the sky. As the Black Pearl slowly descended, a crane appeared on its port side, and wooden crates were hoisted down from it. Roy used an iron rod to pry open the crates one by one, revealing their contents. The old chief looked at the weapons and armor pieces within, a wave of emotion welling up in his heart. Roy then said to the old chief, If the Ares need weapons and equipment in the future, they can continue to trade with us. Although there are irreconcilable conflicts between the elves and the orcs, I heard that was a long time ago, a feud between the Emerald Dragons and the Behemoths. Now that the Emerald Dragons have returned to the Dragon Kingdom, the Behemoths have retreated into isolation, leaving only orcs, elves, and grey dwarves on this continent. Many orcs may never have seen an elf in their lives. What kind of grudges could there be between us? Our enemies are those grey dwarf bandits to the north, that's right. We have a common enemy. These grey dwarves, having lost Durag, are now eyeing the west coast of the Mensa Plains, while also invading Queen Eunie's island from the sea. Now they're instigating Imperial merchants to deceive half-elves, weakening the Elven Kingdom's power. They're clearly still eyeing the islands off the west coast of the Elven Kingdom. Next, I plan to teach these grey dwarves a lesson in the Mensa Strait. I'd like to discuss this with everyone, Roy said to the old Ares chief. After inspecting the armor plating, the old Ares chief said excitedly, If you can contain the grey dwarves at sea, our warriors will cooperate with you along the northern coast of the west coast. Chapter 943. Leaning against the trunk of a needle maple tree, his legs draped over its branches, Greatsword Zaires drank a sip of the clear water from the bitter leaves. From his perch, he could only gaze out over the clearing by the stream. He could see corpses lining the stream bank. Though a little blurry, he was certain they were not half-elves. Ranger Hill, the scouting ranger, had already reported that the Ares orcs had killed all the grey dwarves. Whether they would execute the half-elves next was unclear. The Ares orcs had raided the half-elves' temporary camp in the woods. Only a small number of the adventurers, led by Greatsword Zaires, managed to escape the Ares orc warriors' pursuit. However, Greatsword Zaires did not dare harm the Ares orc warriors, who had pursued them into the dense forest, fearing that doing so would anger the other Ares warriors. Greatsword Zaires merely gave them a few warnings as they pursued him, then took action to show these foolish orcs why the elves were called children of the forest. He had, however, left behind nearly 4,000 of his half-elves, along with several hundred grey dwarves and over 100 Imperials in the woods. In many elven texts, orcs are synonymous with barbarity and brutality, capturing elves, stripping them of their clothing, and throwing them directly into a cauldron to cook. Greatsword Zaires felt a wave of regret. If he had known he would be captured by the Ares orcs, he would have stayed on the Imperial merchant ship. Even if he had been captured by the Grey Dwarves, he would have been a slave without freedom, at least not a suit base. Among the Ares warriors, at least a dozen were nearly as powerful as Greatsword Zaires, and there was no way he could rescue these half-elves. Greatsword Zaires had been hiding in this canyon with over 40 half-elf adventurers, waiting for Roy and his companions to return. He hoped that Boss Roy could find a way to rescue the half-elves. Unexpectedly, before he could even contact Boss Roy, he had already negotiated terms with the aggressive Ares tribe orcs and brought the half-elves to the seashore. Not only had he rescued the half-elves, but he had also tied the Imperials together with ropes and placed them at the rear of the group. A group of Ares tribe orc warriors even escorted them all the way out of the woods before retreating. After achieving a rank 2 expert, Greatsword Zaires formed an adventuring group. In recent years, he has frequently traveled to various planes to hunt magical beasts, and has also earned a reputation within the Adventurers Guild. Born into a half-elf family in Manaska City, his childhood was difficult, but through his diligence and talent, he ultimately achieved rank 2 expert status. Just after returning from the Emerald Forest with his adventuring team, he heard that Imperial merchants were advertising throughout the Elven Kingdom's port cities, offering free transportation for half-elves to a beautiful and fertile island. It was rumored that Boss Roy and his group of half-elves were living there, and that they were only doing this free of charge at Boss Roy's urging. Based on Great Swordsman Zaire's knowledge of Imperial merchants, anything free was likely the most expensive. And what exactly did these half-elves possess? The more he investigated, the more worried he became. Great Swordsman Zaire contacted some friends and like-minded adventurers, and they formed a half-elf rescue team, heading north from Manaska City. Along the way, the rescue team suffered considerable hardships at sea. After finally saving a shipload of half-elves, they strayed off course on their way back to the Elven continent, and were subsequently discovered by a patrol boat from the Northern Fleet, forcing them to run aground on the western coast of the Mensa Strait. Now, he suddenly realized how limited his options were against the Grey Dwarves and Orcs, and he felt an indescribable sense of frustration. Roy and the half-elves established a temporary camp near the coastline at the edge of the Connemore Forest. Here, close to the coastline and sheltered by the forest, the half-elves could rely on supplies from the Imperial merchant ships, but if they could catch fish by the sea, they wouldn't mind a change of pace. In contrast, the Imperials were no longer bound by ropes. In this weather, being tied up constantly would restrict blood circulation and easily cause necrosis in certain areas of the body. Therefore, the half-elves constructed wooden cages and imprisoned the Imperial merchants within them. Great Swordsman Zaires returned to the camp with over 40 members of the adventure group. Those who hadn't been able to follow him in their escape flocked to him. Soon, Roy joined him, accompanied by Woods and Sabrina. Roy shook hands with the exhausted Great Swordsman and said to him, "I'm glad you're all right. I was worried you'd get into a violent clash with the Ares orc warriors. Now that we made peace with the Ares, it would be disastrous for either side to get hurt." Zaire's face grew slightly red as he said to Roy, "It's my fault for not taking good care of these half-elven compatriots. They arrived so unexpectedly that our sentries didn't even notice them." Roy patted Great Swordsman Zaire's shoulder affectionately and said, "Now that these problems have been resolved, as soon as the magic airship arrives, I take these half-elves back to K Island. What are your plans next?" Seeing that Great Swordsman Zaires remained silent, Roy continued, "You can continue pursuing the Imperial merchant ship in the Mensa Strait on that 3-masted sailboat, or you can come with us. I can take you back to St. Margaret's Harbor, but I won't go directly to the Evernight Forest in the Dark Moon Elf Kingdom. It might take a long detour." Great Swordsman Zaires bowed his head in thought for a moment before hesitatingly speaking to Roy. "I realized that my own strength isn't enough to deal with the Grey Dwarves at sea and the Orcs on the Mensa Plains. So, I want to join the Mine Guards and rescue more of my half-elves." Roy smiled and extended his hand to Great Swordsman Zaires. "Welcome to the Mine Guard. I hadn't expected this second-rank great swordsman to choose to join the Mine Guard, and Roy was naturally overjoyed. Great Sword Zaires followed Roy into the woods and asked, "I don't understand how you convinced these Ares orcs to release these half-elves so readily." Roy paused and said to Great Sword Zaires, "The answer is actually very simple. I redeemed them with a batch of supplies." Roy pulled a thick-backed black iron machete and a gleaming black iron short spear from his waist pouch and said to Great Sword Zaires, "Not only are the orcs on the Mensa plain short of these weapons, but the Ares tribe in the Black Gold Mountains is also short of these ordinary black iron weapons. I used these weapons to exchange them for them. Moreover, I have also reached a deal with the old Ares chieftain. I plan to trade with the orcs on the Mensa plains." Actually, the feud between the elves and the orcs dates back 10,000 years. Back then, the Emerald Dragons and Behemoths fought fiercely, forcing the orcs and elves into a state of conflict. It's been so long since that happened, and the Emerald Dragons returned to the Dragon Kingdom thousands of years ago. There's no need for us to harbor hatred towards these orcs. In recent years, it's the Grey Dwarves who have been frequently invading the coastal areas of the Elven Kingdom. They've been secretly abducting elves and selling them around the world. So, I believe our current enemy is the Grey Dwarves. With the support of the orcs of the Mensa Plains, I intend to drive the entire northern fleet's Grey Dwarves back into the frozen sea. Great Sword Zaires looked at Roy's serious expression, confirming he wasn't joking. Though he tried to remain calm, his heart was still pounding. Everyone knows that the Durgar have always been a reckless force on the seas. They possess countless sailing ships and warships, not only raiding the coastal waters of the Elven Kingdom, but also completely controlling the entire sea route from the coastline of Durag's Knee southward to the Mensa Strait, and all the way south to Garo Island in the Seven Realms Sea. Now Roy suddenly announced his intention to lead the half-elven Mine Guards to join forces with the Orc army to drive the Durgar Northern Fleet back into the frozen sea. The Orc army couldn't possibly engage in a naval battle, so the only ones who could truly face the Durgar Northern Fleet head-on would be the half-elven Mine Guards. Boss Roy's determination to confront the Northern Fleet was something Great Sword Zaires had never imagined. The half-elves waited for 4 days at the edge of Connemore Forest before several magic airships arrived. The actual carrying capacity of these magic airships was limited. Each could only carry a maximum of 1,000 half-elves. With nearly 4,000 half-elves aboard, 4 of them would be occupied. In fact, these magic airships were equipped with half-elves guards and griffin cavalry, which meant that it took 9 magic airships to reach the edge of Connemore Forest to barely accommodate all 4,000 half-elves and 100 Imperials. After so many twists and turns, these half-elves were exhausted. Once they boarded the magic airships, they all fled to the cabins and fell asleep. None of them had the heart to stand on the deck and gaze at the vast Mensa Strait. Roy only now clearly understood the so-called Mensa Strait. It was the narrow corridor formed by the western coast of the Mensa Plain and the thousands of surrounding islands. The nautical chart in Roy's hand actually showed this, but it wasn't as intuitive as standing aboard a magic airship and looking down from a bird's eye view. The 9 magic airships didn't stop over the Mensa Strait. Instead, they formed a single formation and ascended directly into the Wind Stratum, heading towards Kui Island. After sailing in the Wind Stratum for nearly 2 weeks, the 9 magic airships successfully reached Kui Island's balmy climate. These 4,000 half-elves were the first to arrive on Kui Island. The other rescued half-elves were currently aboard Imperial merchant ships bound for Kui Island, and their arrival would likely take several months. In contrast, the Imperials were all held captive at Kui Island shipyard, now numbering nearly 3,000. These Imperials were waiting for trial on Kui Island. Roy hadn't initially considered the difficulty of trying them, but now, seeing the sea of Imperials filling the shipyard, he immediately felt a headache. Even if he tried 10 Imperials a day, it would probably take over a year. He felt that this matter needed to be started sooner rather than later. However, there weren't many elves on Kui Island who knew the Imperial language, while the Templar priests were fluent in both Imperial and Elvish. Roy approached Captain Flint, who lived on the island, and asked him to bring some priests to try these Imperial merchants. Captain Flint readily agreed. After all, these were Imperials, and if he were to conduct the trial, he could, while maintaining fairness, be as lenient with their sentences as possible. The most important task for Roy's return to Kui Island was to transport a batch of black iron weapons from the Partington Plain, including thick-backed machetes, felling axes, and short-throwing spears. The thick-backed machete and the woodcutter's axe were originally crafted to clear the Padstow Forest and the jungles north of Sun Island Bay. The former was used to expand the treehouses of Padstow City, and the latter was used to build a half-elf town on the north shore of Sun Island Bay. More were subsequently crafted, simply because the 3 black iron mines produced an excessive amount of black iron ingots. They couldn't possibly use all of them to build a wall around the mines. As for the black iron short-flying spear, it was also the standard equipment of the Griffin Cavalry Regiment. However, the actual short-flying spears used by the Griffin Cavalry were not jet black. Those standard short-flying spears were coated with a layer of mithril. This time, Roy led 9 magic airships overnight to the Pagisto Plateau on the Partington Plain. In 3 days, they returned with 9 ships full of weapons, armor plates, and other military supplies. After a brief stop on Kauai Island, the magic airship set sail again for Fort Lowen in the northern Mensa Strait. Captain Flint, in charge of the trial of the Imperial merchants on Kauai Island, only then realized the true nature of the crimes these audacious Imperial merchants had committed. The number of half-elves who had been deceived might have exceeded 400,000. Looking at the sea of Imperial soldiers in the shipyard, Captain Flint closed his eyes, with a hint of resignation. According to Green Empire law, those slave traders would almost certainly be guillotined. However, the elven world was more lenient, with sentences limited to imprisonment. However, elves have a lifespan of 800 years, so they could easily spend decades in prison. It seemed likely that most of these Imperial merchants would die in prison after being sentenced. Hundreds of Imperial merchants, including not only Green Empire merchants, but also merchants from the Isha Alliance Kingdom, had no desire to spend the rest of their lives in an elven prison. Many of the Imperial merchants secretly pleaded with Captain Flint for mercy, but he received no response. Chapter 944. Moira and Sabrina stayed on Kauai Island for only 3 days, before the Black Pearl set sail again for the Mensa Strait. Thanks to the presence of the Griffin Riders, the Duergar bandits completely withdrew from all islands in Kauai Island's waters. Some retreated south to the Lost Sea, while others headed north, reaching the archipelago off the coast of Muriaki Harbor. In just over a year, Kauai Island's half-elf population had rapidly grown to 130,000. The half-elves built numerous woodland cabins around the clearings, forming a woodland elven town covering nearly 4 square kilometers near Kauai Island's docks. Also, along Kauai Island's southern coastline, the half-elves constructed a seawall stretching over 40 kilometers. Even at high tide, this seawall still stands 5 meters above sea level. The entire seawall was constructed from chain-link cages filled with reef rocks. Over time, abundant shellfish and seaweed grew from the cracks in the rocks, forming the island's primary defense. The seawall is now tightly connected to the island's dock, allowing many ships to dock right next to it. Moira lounged on a wicker chair on the terrace, leisurely sipping coconut water while watching Wendy pack the laundry into a suitcase. Wendy washed and dried their clothes, then neatly folded them into the wicker trunk. She also wanted to join Moira on the Mensa Strait, but unfortunately, the fleet still had to fight the Grey Dwarves on this trip, and the Black Pearl couldn't take Wendy aboard. Wendy stroked the small conch pendant hanging from her chest with one hand as she closed the wicker box. Her gaze fell on the Black Pearl, docked not far away. "We can't take you to the Mensa Strait this time, so you should stay and help us look after this house." Moira didn't know what words of comfort to offer. She knew Wendy longed to go to Kauai Island with them, but what could a mere wood elf do for them? She couldn't just send Wendy aboard the ship to do some daily chores. Wendy forced a bright smile on her fair face and said to Moira, "Actually, staying on Kauai Island isn't bad at all. I can take a nap under the shade of the trees every day, enjoying the sea breeze." She then subconsciously touched the conch pendant again. At such moments, Wendy would self-deprecatingly think that it must have been a habit she developed as an elf slave, fondling the slave collar around her neck. Now that it was off, she sometimes couldn't help but touch her neck. Wendy placed the wicker trunk next to Moira and said, "I packed all my clothes. How long will you be gone this time?" Moira sat up from the wicker chair and hugged Wendy, who was about the same size as Sabrina. "Maybe a few months," she said. Kauai Island is actually quite far from the Mensa Strait. Roy was very busy and didn't spend the night at the beach cabin. In the early morning hours, Roy hurried back to the cabin, not even having time to enjoy a cup of lemon tea before taking Moira and Sabrina, who had just crawled out of bed, to the dock. Wendy could only stand on the terrace in her thin nightgown and wave to them. Moira told her that in a few months, Kauai Island would welcome a new group of guests, all half-elves. Kauai Island needed to make a lot of preparations, including building tens of thousands of shelter tree houses in the jungle and stocking up on all kinds of supplies. If Wendy feels bored, she can help out with the preparatory team. 5 magic airships quietly departed from Kauai Island, loaded with supplies brought from the Partington Plain. Most of these supplies were black iron weapons needed by the orcs, such as axes, thick-backed machetes, and short-flying spears. These black iron weapons had been sitting in the forge for a long time. Originally, these were intended for the Highland headhunters. Roy had planned to have these headhunters, after completing the construction of Sun Island Bay, enter the Padstow Forest logging camp in batches to harvest the excess timber. However, before he could implement this plan, the Elven Kingdom abandoned the Partington Plain, and the plan was postponed indefinitely. The large number of machetes and axes prepared for felling timber lay unused in the forge warehouse. Roy's sale of these black iron weapons to the orcs of the Mensa Plains was a sound use of resources. In fact, he wasn't worried the orcs of the Mensa Plains would use these weapons against the elves. Durag's Knee, the homeland of the Duergar in the far north of the eastern continent, was currently under invasion by the forces of the Abyssal Hell. The Dwarven Kingdom had joined forces with the Horde's orcs to resist the forces of the Abyssal Hell, and the situation in the north was currently at a stalemate. The Duergar dwarves, unwilling to face the brutal forces of the Abyssal Hell, planned to completely abandon Durag's Knee. Currently, the last 2 million Duergar dwarves on the west coast of Durag and on the Frozen Isles were planning to migrate south to Garo Island. Originally, the Duergar dwarves had established supply islands and transit points along this southern migration route, and a large number of Duergar bandits controlled the entire route. The Duergar bandits even briefly attempted to occupy the Queen of Winnie Islands. However, now, the Duergar dwarves' southern migration route has been cut off by a half-elf army in the waters of K Island, like a hand firmly strangling the Duergar dwarves' throats. Originally, there were nearly 200,000 Grey Dwarf bandits active in the waters around K Island. This group of Grey Dwarf bandits was extremely powerful. Although divided into numerous pirate groups, they maintained close ties with one another. They even once planned to capture the Queen Uini Islands, but their dreams were ultimately dashed, and with heavy losses, they were forced to retreat to K Island. It was under these circumstances that, at Madame Nance's suggestion, Roy led the Mine Guards to capture K Island and quickly took control of the island. The Grey Dwarf bandits in the waters of K Island were either killed or escaped. Only after receiving orders from the Northern Fleet did Commander Mazio lead his fleet to K Island, preparing to crush the Half-Blood Elves on K Island in one fell swoop. To prevent the Half-Blood Elves on K Island from taking precautions, he even collaborated with the Imperial Merchant Moses, deploying Imperial Merchant ships near the docks to attract the Half-Blood Elves' attention. Commander Mazio then landed 100,000 Grey Dwarf warriors on K Island's west side, and captured the island's underground city. Unfortunately, Commander Machio's plan ultimately failed, but news of this defeat remained unheard of among the other Imperial merchants. For this reason, the Imperial merchants believed that the half-elves on K Island had been annihilated by the Duergar fleet, and that Boss Roy, the protector of the half-elves, was destined to perish in this battle. Therefore, at the instigation of the Duergar, and with the tacit approval of the Silvermoon Elves, the Imperial merchants decided to sell half-elves as slaves. Lured by the promise of enormous profits, where one took the lead, others naturally followed. This evolved into a large-scale slave trade. The dwarven leaders of the Northern Fleet had not anticipated Roy's fleet's appearance in the Mensa Strait. On K Island, the Imperial merchants imprisoned in the shipyards saw new arrivals of their compatriots, and despair returned. The ransom these Imperial merchants offered to Boss Roy in exchange for their freedom was effectively a reliance on other Imperial merchants active on the Elven continent to rescue them. However, the increasing number of Imperial merchants being escorted to Kauai Island meant they had no relatives or friends to rescue them. Boss Roy led his fleet of magic airships out of Kauai Island once again, apparently targeting the Imperial merchants trafficking Elven slaves on the west coast. The sudden arrival of so many Imperials on the island signaled an unprecedented scale of slavery, and their crimes were steadily increasing. The news of Imperial merchants trafficking slaves shocked many half-blood elves on Kauai Island. They had a very positive impression of them, having brought many exquisite items from the human world to the Elven world. They had a clean record for the past few hundred years. Hearing the Imperial merchants' deeds, many half-blood elves were skeptical. How could these Imperials be frauds? But as the number of Imperial merchants and Imperial crew members brought back by Boss Roy exceeded 5,000, the half-blood elves gradually regained their composure. In Fort Lowen, Commander Levette of the Grey Dwarf Northern Fleet sat in an iron chair, silently reading the documents in his hands. His face was contorted, and he felt like throwing his beer mug in the messenger's face. The messenger who delivered the letter was Commander Mazio's attendant. He didn't even have a letter from Commander Mazio. He only brought Commander Mazio's sword and some bad news. "Are you sure Mazio died on K Island?" Levette asked, his eyes wide open. The attendant flinched and stepped back. "Yes, Commander." Levette suddenly raised a square hammer and smashed it hard on the Duergar attendant's head. Blood splattered, and the entire skull was shattered by the hammer. The Duergar attendant collapsed miserably in a pool of blood. Levent said coldly, "Then why did you manage to crawl back alive? You should have died defending Commander Mazio's dignity the moment he fell." The other Duergar officers in the hall stood in a state of dread, their voices trembling. The entire hall was utterly silent. Levent had just received news that the patrol fleets of Commanders Loken and Lineborn had been destroyed. There were currently numerous enemy ships within the Mensa Strait, but they were nowhere to be seen. 2 fully staffed patrol fleets vanished silently across the Mensa Strait, a far more terrifying prospect than an open enemy presence. As the leader of Fort Loyan, headquarters' recent inability to provide sufficient trade supplies has caused widespread discontent among the Horde orcs, and even more friction within the Loyan trading market. If the Northern Fleet wants to remain in Fort Loyan, it must address its supply issues. But Commander Levent is well aware of the current situation at Durag's Knee. The Northern Fleet is currently preparing for a full withdrawal. As the Northern Fleet's first supply point, Commander Levent is under immense pressure. Originally, he believed that the Grey Dwarves could simply gather supplies from the ruins of Durag's Knee and find plenty of the supplies the orcs need. But plans were far less swift than they were. Traces of the Dark Legion had even appeared on the west coast of Durag's Knee. So, up until now, no one knows where those missing Imperial merchant ships have gone. Levent, the commander of the Legion, cast a sinister gaze over a group of Grey Dwarf officers. "Yes, we only know that the half-elf fleet has entered the Mensa Strait, but our patrols have been unable to determine their location. We lost contact with 4 patrol fleets. We speculate that these patrols encountered the half-elf fleets and returned to the embrace of the god Durag." A Grey Dwarf with a triple-braided beard stepped forward and spoke. "It's certain that Captains Loken and Laneborn perished at the hands of these half-elves. We also found a stranded Imperial merchant ship on the shoreline of the Congamore Forest. All its supplies had been emptied by the orcs from the nearby tribes. The ship is littered with traces of fighting with the elves." Levent, a visibly furious commander, sat on his iron chair and said bitterly, "Not only did these half-elves capture K Island, they even gone so far as to cause trouble in the Mensa Strait. What are they planning? Are they planning to take down our entire Northern Fleet? Are we going to start a war on the front line?" The clerk standing nearby took the opportunity to say, "The southward migration plan has been unanimously approved by the Military Council. We are ordered to immediately resolve the supply point problem on K Island and prepare all the necessary supplies for the migration fleet. They cut off trade with the Horde orcs, and now they're asking me to prepare living supplies for the migration fleet. Even thieves leave their feathers behind when they fly across the Mensa Strait. Where are we supposed to find so many supplies?" Legion Commander Levent, hands on his hips, stood on the steps of the hall and cursed. After a while of cursing, Legion Commander Levent quickly walked to the front of the sand table and stared at the island in deep thought. A group of Grey Dwarf officers stood behind him, all silent. Lu Yun is at least 15,000 nautical miles away from K Island. Even if we mobilize the fleet to K Island immediately, it's impossible to recapture K Island within 6 months. Doesn't headquarters have a viable battle plan? Legion Commander Levent asked the clerk behind him. Legion headquarters has sent us 2 additional Poseidon warships, expected to arrive in a week, the clerk replied softly. That's fantastic. Legion Commander Levent said excitedly, I see the dawn of victory. As soon as the Poseidon warships reach Lyon, we go and take care of those scoundrels. Chapter 945. 40 magical airships of the Mine Guards gathered in the Nantali Islands. These days, these magical airships have been conducting a blanket search above the clouds in the northern Mensa Strait, finding only 11 Imperial merchant ships. Of these, only 7 were carrying half-elf slaves northward, while the remaining 4 were engaged in normal trade. This also means that, if the information provided by the Adventurers Guild is true, then over 20 Imperial merchant ships carrying half-elves have yet to be found. The magical airships have now plowed through the skies over the Mensa Strait 3 times. Those Imperial merchant ships have either not yet entered the northern Mensa Strait, or have already entered the frozen sea, making it impossible for these magical airships searching the sky to miss them. The half-elf guards have completed their pre-battle deployments and sat casually on the deck, discussing the Grey Dwarves of Lyon Fortress. Over the past few years, these half-elf guards have followed Roy on his campaigns, and they have become accustomed to this life. Several squadron leaders from the 2nd Guard Regiment gathered together to chat. When we charge, your 2nd Squadron will follow behind our 3rd Squadron this time. We assisted you last time on Kui Island, and this time, no matter what, it's our turn to lead. Your 3rd Squadron only has a few shield guards, while so many spearmen and archers are destined to finish off the rear. Our 3rd Squadron is also fully staffed with shield guards. Why can't we charge in the front? You're talking about this so early. Do you realize we're facing the regular forces of the Northern Fleet, not some ineffective Grey Dwarf bandits? Of course we know. I heard Captain Flint say that in our last jungle battle on K Island, the Grey Dwarf warriors we encountered were regular troops from the Northern Fleet. Were they not crushed and driven to flight? That battle was completely different from this one. That time, we fought in the jungle. We elves aren't called the children of the jungle for nothing. Last time, we had the assassins supporting those guys. Our archers killed countless Grey Dwarf warriors in the jungle. This time, we're aiming to attack Fort Loyan. We don't have any advantage in terms of terrain. With the addition of the Siren Legion, I think our mine guards are even stronger than before. Jazina and Olive were atop the magical airship's tower. When they heard the half-elf officers talking about the Siren Legion, they both looked towards the deck. However, the deck was densely packed with half-elf guards, and the chatter was drowned out by the clamor. Olive's lithe body curled up on a lounge chair. Even as an elf, her delicate, alluring face remained captivating. When she squinted, she resembled a lazy ginger cat. A long horn blast echoed from the distance. The first magic airship lifted off from the southern harbor of the main island of the Nontali Islands, followed by the second, the third. Soon, the magic airship carrying Jazina and Olive also rose into the air, propelled by its immense buoyancy. Jazina gazed out to the distant sea, then turned to Olive and asked, "Olive, what do you think of the endless sea?" Olive shook her head and smiled. "I don't feel anything. This isn't my home, and the sea doesn't smell familiar. If I had a choice, I'd prefer to stay in the western waters of the Partington Plain. What about you? What do you think of it?" The Nandesi clan occupies the endless sea. While this sea is quite nice, it's not owned by the Sirens. It gets colder heading north, and I don't like places that are too cold. I'd be really excited to go south and see the Seven Realms Sea, said Jazina, her eyes narrowed. She untied the water bladder from her waist, pulled out the cork, and poured the seawater inside out. Olive sat up from the wicker chair, repeating the name Seven Realms Sea. I heard these Grey Dwarves are aiming to migrate to the Seven Realms Sea, and the island we occupy blocks their path south. Therefore, we're bound to engage in battle with the Grey Dwarf Northern Fleet. This attack on Luyan Fortress is also intended to test the true strength of these Grey Dwarves. Speaking of which, these Grey Dwarves are truly baffling. They rather abandon Durag's knee in the north and fight the Dark Legion, yet they're rampaging along the west coast of the eastern continent, and have even relocated their entire tribe south to the Seven Realms Sea. Olive whispered to Xena. The Black Pearl arrived at the edge of the Congamore Forest, where Roy and the old chieftain of the Ares tribe had agreed to conduct a transaction. The 3 magic airships arrived at the edge of the jungle. After only half a day's wait, they spotted a large group of agile Ares warriors. Their leaping ability was astonishing, and it took only a quarter of an hour from the moment they spotted their tracks to the moment they arrived near the magic airships. These orc warriors were clearly faster than the elves running across the grass. Roy emerged from the tower and stood on the deck, waiting for the Ares warriors to board the Black Pearl. Are you the elven merchant the chieftain told us to wait for? The leader of the Ares warriors looked at Roy in surprise, and spoke in Orcish. After Sale translated, Roy carefully examined the Ares warrior in thick leather armor across from him, but he couldn't recall where he had seen him before. Leah, standing behind him, quietly reminded him, "He's the Ares warrior Alice revived with divine magic on our way back from Fort Loyan last time." Roy then remembered that this sturdy Ares warrior was indeed the pale-faced wounded man from back then. However, in his memory, he mostly recalled the voluptuous Ares female warrior. "It's us. I reached a deal with your chieftain." Roy then had the half-elf guards carry some wooden crates from the ship's hold. Inside were thick-backed machetes, felling axes, short black iron throwing spears, and other items. Roy loaded these supplies onto 3 ships. The Ares warrior hadn't expected Roy to bring so many weapons at once. These orc warriors preferred felling axes and short black iron throwing spears, and the Ares warrior's gaze remained fixed on the shiny black throwing spears. "My name is Tagab. I don't know yours yet," the Ares warrior said politely to Roy. "Roy, they all like to call me Boss Roy." Roy said, "I give you as much of this cargo as you can secure." The Ares warrior said with some embarrassment, "The chieftain has asked me to receive this shipment, but it's much larger than we anticipated. I only brought this much magic crystal. I'd like to buy more of these spears, and ideally some axes." Roy nodded, calculated, and stated the price. 1 magic crystal can buy a wooden box. This box contains 50 short flying spears, or 15 woodcutting axes. If the price is acceptable, we can trade. Since the wooden box contained only ordinary black iron weapons, the selling price was relatively low. Roy still wanted to establish some connections with these Ares orcs. Tagab untied a string of magic crystals from his waist. Strung together, they resembled a large beaded necklace. This large string contained at least 100 magic crystals of various colors. The only thing that Roy found a little disappointing was that they were all pierced with holes. As Roy had the half-elf guards unload 100 boxes of black iron short spears. Several Ares orcs behind Tagab also emerged, surprisingly bearing beads made of the same magic crystals. They immediately traded 600 boxes of short spears and 200 boxes of woodcutting axes, instantly clearing out nearly half the ship's cargo. This time, the Ares warriors didn't want the perforated, form-fitting armor plates. They were particularly interested in the short spears, and most of the magic crystals they brought were used to by these shiny black, short-handled spears. Hundreds of Ares warriors waited around the magic airship. The wooden boxes were lifted under the ship by a crane, and the Ares warriors heaved them onto their shoulders, preparing to enter the Kongmore forest. At this moment, Roy had the half-elf guards bring out 50 boxes of apples and 20 boxes of dried fish from the hold, and place them in front of Tagab. These boxes contain apples and dried fish from the elven world. They're my gift to the old chief. Please help me deliver them to him, Roy said to Tagab. Before leaving, our chief told me that his agreement with you remains valid. If you have any plans that require our assistance, please talk to me, Tagab said reluctantly. Clearly, if Roy hadn't presented these gifts to the old chief, Tagab probably wouldn't have considered bringing this up. It was clear that not all the Ares orcs wanted to go to war with the Grey Dwarves of Fort Rowan. I plan to attack Fort Rowan in a week, and I hope the orcs will support me, Roy said. Tagab nodded and said, I understand. We will send 2,000 Ares warriors to assist you in attacking Fort Rowan. However, once we capture Rowan, we will reclaim it. It cannot belong to the half-elves. Yes, I simply want to drive these Grey Dwarves back to their homeland in the north. Roy agreed readily without hesitation. Tagab looked skeptical at Roy's words, but he still bumped fists with Roy, and the matter was settled verbally. If we attack Fort Rowan from the sea, the orcs there won't consider us enemies and join forces with the Grey Dwarves there to fight us, right? We can handle these matters. We notify all the orcs on the Rowan Market Mountain beforehand, and have them evacuate temporarily, Tagab said casually. Sabrina landed on the deck of the Black Pearl on a white griffin. She jumped off the griffin's back, tossed the reins to a nearby half-elf crew member, and quickly walked toward the captain's cabin. When she pushed the door open and walked in, Roy was examining a nautical chart near Fort Leon and quietly discussing battle plans with Jizina. A fleet just arrived at Fort Leon. This fleet includes 2 massive ships, even larger than Imperial merchant ships. These ships are equipped with at least 20 levitation devices. They're likely large magical airships from the Northern Fleet. We never seen such large magical airships on the west coast of the Elven continent. In addition to the 2 massive ships, 23-masted sailing ships also arrived at the fortress. Now the fortress's harbor is practically full of ships. Jizina stared at Roy and asked, could it be that someone among those orcs leaked the information, causing the Grey Dwarves at Fort Leon to take precautions? Probably not. Even if someone did, the Northern Fleet's reinforcements wouldn't have arrived so quickly. This place is too far from the frozen island, Roy said. Should we change our battle plan? Roy shook his head and said, what's coming will come. We're attacking the Northern Fleet's fortress of Rowan this time, to test the fleet's true strength. If we don't start the battle at Rowan, they soon reach K Island. I send someone to monitor, and see how many Duergar reinforcements they sent, Sabrina said. Roy paused for a moment before saying, we also pay close attention to the weapons they're carrying. Have you seen any Duergar magic cannons on their giant ships? Sabrina shook her head and said, it's too far away, so I can't see clearly. Roy said, then let's use this opportunity to go to Rowan Fortress to complete Old Luke's deal, and then we check the situation at the port. When Roy saw Old Luke again, he stared at him with a gloomy expression. His pupils had shrunk slightly, making the whites of his eyes appear larger, giving them a deadly look. You want to team up with those guys from the Ares tribe to drive out the Grey Dwarves from Rowan Fortress, and completely monopolize the trading market here? Old Luke's voice was filled with wariness and questioning. Clearly, he didn't trust Roy, and the Ares tribe had already passed on this news. Roy smiled faintly and said, I'm not targeting the Northern Fleet to monopolize the trading market here. Rather, we're destined for a battle. I chose Fort Leon because I can find some allies there. Old Luke leaned against a wooden box and said to Roy, the Ares tribe has long guarded the southern slopes of the Black Gold Mountains. The hatred they accumulated with the Grey Dwarves over the years has made them hostile to all Grey Dwarves. But the other orcs here don't see it that way. Most of them would rather obtain more tools from the Grey Dwarves that the orcs themselves can't craft. If you drive them away, you have to fill this market demand. Let me see what goodies you brought this time. With that, old Luke had the young orc beside him unpack the wooden box Roy had brought. Chapter 946. Lifting the lid of the wooden box, he discovered it was filled with grass. This fluffy grass was actually a type of moss unique to the Cassock Mountains. After drying, it could be used to make beds. This moss had a distinct, fishy aroma. The Grey Dwarf craftsmen in the forge liked to stuff this hay into their pipes, saying the smoke produced was fragrant. Elves rarely smoke, but there are many heavy smokers among the Grey Dwarfs and orcs. Old Luke's eyes lit up when he saw the grass filling, but he quickly narrowed them, suppressing his smug look to prevent Roy from seeing too much information. The old orc's face was wrinkled, and his dry skin was surprisingly oily. He used his dry fingers to pull apart the fine grass. Inside, he found a pitch-black hanging cooking pot, its round belly almost enough to fit a whole goat. Old Luke stared at the matte-textured iron pot with a look of shock, his thick lips trembling slightly. It was this iron pot, a treasure coveted by every orc tribe. Often, orcs would strip their prey of its precious fur and simply toss it into the fire. Once the prey was roasted black, even charred, they would remove it from the fire, remove the charcoal, and eat the cooked meat inside. This method wastes much of the prey's prime meat, but it's also the simplest and most convenient cooking method. Some orcs would skewer their prey on sticks and stick them diagonally next to the campfire to roast them. However, this method takes a long time to dry and cook the prey. Cooking pots have always been a necessity in every orc tribe, usually found only in the tents of chiefs and shamans. Chiefs favor iron pots for stewing meat, while shamans prefer to use them to brew unknown medicinal soups. These round iron pots have long been shipped from the Dwarven Kingdom across the Twin Seas. However, the Dwarven Merchant Guild is hesitant to come to the eastern continent, tired of the plundering by the Grey Dwarven bandits. In a single year, only a handful of Dwarven merchant ships reach the Mensa Plains. Unfortunately, Imperial merchants find trading with orcs risky and unprofitable, preferring to travel to the more distant Elven Kingdom. It is precisely under these circumstances that the tribal orcs lack not only high-quality weapons, but even basic metal utensils. This explains why the Grey Dwarves are willing to open trade ports with the tribal orcs. They are willing to go against the will of their ancestors, and cede 2 ports to the Grey Dwarves. However, the Duergards have recently been running low on supplies, and the original agreement with the tribal orcs can no longer be fulfilled, leaving them extremely dissatisfied with the Duergards. Not all tribes want to expel the Duergards. The tribe with the most conflict is the Ares orcs. The other tribes are fine, mainly because the female orcs from those tribes are truly too attractive for even a drunk Duergard. Speaking of which, the most numerous orcs in the free market at Fort Leon are the wolf orcs. They are also the largest tribal group in the entire Mensa Plains. Old Luke didn't examine the large iron pot in the wooden box. His gaze fell on the wooden boxes behind Roy. This time, Roy had brought a large amount of goods, as promised, all transported by the Ares orcs. Over 20 Kadama beasts alone were dispatched. Over 2,000 Ares orcs arrived, and their entry into the free market quickly caused a widespread commotion. The orcs all knew that the Ares tribe, stationed in the Black Gold Mountains, had been at odds with the Grey Dwarves for years. The Grey Dwarves had occupied Leon Fortress, and the Ares orcs had been in constant conflict with them. This time, the Ares orcs brought so much goods into the free market, clearly signaling that they no longer needed the supplies provided by the Grey Dwarves. Old Luke's face shifted between gloom and contention, as he stared intently at Roy, as if trying to discern something hidden in his eyes. Roy casually opened another wooden box. This one wasn't filled with straw, but instead contained 4 anvils, making it incredibly heavy. Roy touched his nose, indicating that this wasn't the box he was looking for. As he opened a third box, it was filled with a chaotic array of tools: claw hammers, hand hammers, chisels, shovels, files, fire tongs, and so on. Old Luke's eyes suddenly blazed with fire. This box of tools was clearly intended for blacksmiths. He casually picked up a hammer and finally asked Roy, "Are you planning to replace the Duergar and supply the free market in Fort Noyan?" "Of course, this is the basis of our cooperation. I came to the Mensa Plains to establish a long-term deal with you. I have the ability and resources to accomplish this." As Roy spoke, he turned his head to look at Noyan Harbor, nestled beneath the high cliffs. The docks there were nearly filled with Duergar ships, and new barks were constantly arriving. What caught Roy's eye were 2 massive warships, significantly longer than even the Imperial merchant ships. The deck towers alone boasted 5 stories, and numerous floating devices were fixed around them, making Roy suspect they were the main battleships of the Northern Fleet. Roy continued, "Those Grey Dwarves are our competitors. I'm worried they try to obstruct our trade in various ways. So, I want to drive them out of Fort Rowan before they notice us, ideally back to the frozen island." Old Luke's face twisted slightly, a grim smile forming. He knew this was Roy's condition. If they brought the goods, he'd drive the Grey Dwarves out of Fort Rowan. He gave Roy a meaningful look and said, "We don't mind you driving out the Grey Dwarves from Leonport. After all, you're an important business partner of ours. But we won't offer you any help. Of course, we won't side with the Grey Dwarves either. After all, as Wolf Tribe, we have no reason to drive them out right now." "Okay, I'm relieved by your words. I wish us a happy cooperation," Roy said, extending his right hand to Old Luke. Old Luke's palm was calloused, strong and sturdy. As Roy opened the wooden boxes one by one, Old Luke couldn't take his eyes off them. Clearly, the goods Roy brought were what Old Luke desired most. It's the most scarce resource for the orc tribes on the Mensa Plains. The old wolf orc, seeing Roy poised for trouble, pulled him aside and began to nag. They'd done a lot of bad things in Leonport. Many tribes have clashed with them. Don't be fooled by these Grey Dwarves, who usually seem quite docile. Once they had a few drinks, their true colors show. They fight, harass female orcs, and loot and smash vendor stalls. During the time they occupied Port Leon, some orcs have mysteriously disappeared. We can't find evidence to prove they were responsible, but this never happened before they arrived. Recently, they've been refusing to honor our agreement and continuing to occupy Port Leon. We want to drive them out, but we're worried that if we do, the 2 free markets on the west coast will be completely abandoned. The orcs have little power against the Grey Dwarves in the Northern Fleet. If a conflict breaks out between the orcs and the Grey Dwarves will simply return to the sea. The orcs, without any naval power, can only watch helplessly from the land. Now, these Grey Dwarves are useless to them. They hope the Grey Dwarves can bring back much-needed supplies from the north, but the orcs only want to use their ports for a final, large-scale migration south. Old Luke promised Roy that he would contact all the orcs in the trading market to stand aside and observe his battle with the Grey Dwarves. Night fell. The sea breeze was strong tonight. The monsoon from the frozen sea had caused the waters near Fort Rowan to surge. A faint mist drifted from the sea, obscuring the starry sky. The sound of intermittent singing drifted into Fort Rowan on the sea breeze, but the Grey Dwarves guarding the fortress believed it was the sound of the sea. Hundreds of Grey Dwarf officers gathered in the dining room of Fort Rowan. They stood on either side of the table, which was covered with wine glasses and oak barrels. The whole wheat bread and bacon in the basket were their best accompaniments. The candlelight flickered, and the dining room was filled with a bustling chatter. On a night like this, with strong winds and rough seas, Leonport was absolutely safe. Few ships dared approach it in such conditions. Legislaw Levent raised his glass high, the rich aroma of the beer making his heart beat faster. He spoke impatiently. "Everyone, we are gathered here today to promote the swift and complete opening of the Southern Migration Route. Let's toast to this great Southern Migration Route." A group of Grey Dwarf officers raised their glasses and shouted in unison, "Cheers to the great Southern Migration Route. Half-blood elves have occupied our island of K. I'm surprised." Legislaw Levent had his glass filled with beer, and he continued toasting. "Originally, the waters of K Island were controlled by our Northern Fleet. Later, the bandits on the west coast of the Elven continent grew in strength. They colluded with the Sirens of the Misty Sea to engage in the maritime slave trade, gradually occupying the entire K Island waters, even extending their influence to Muriaki and St. Margaret's Harbor. Because of their presence, our Northern Fleet hasn't ventured south in all these years since occupying the Mensa Strait. But now the news is that they have been completely defeated by the Elven army, and now the entire K Island waters have fallen into the hands of the Half-Blood Elves. Now the fleet leaders have asked us to retake K Island from the Half-Blood Elves. This mission is of course the responsibility of our Fort Leon garrison fleet. Our patrol ships have already detected Half-Blood Elven ships entering the Mensa Strait. However, I suspect these ships have the ability to float, which is why they are scurrying around right under our noses. Thank you, Commander Coster, for extending a hand of friendship to Fort Rowan when we needed it most. You arrived just in time." Commander Levent extended his strong arms and tightly embraced a white-bearded dwarf beside him. The old dwarf's full-body armor was adorned with golden emblems, resembling a tin can engraved with patterns. "Ahem. Thank you, Admiral Levent, for your hospitality. Our fleet has come to Fort Rowan to open the route south as soon as possible. We hope that the warriors of our two fleets can work together to defeat those elves. Commander Coster and Commander Levent linked arms and raised their glasses simultaneously. Levent, why are there still sirens in your fortress? Did those bandits from the waters of K Island, after retreating north, flee to Fort Loyan? Legislature Commander Coster was a dwarf over 350 years old. Although his eyes were red from drinking, his ears hadn't been numbed by the alcohol, he could still faintly hear the siren's song. The singing was mixed with the sea breeze, which blew in through the window, bringing the sound with it. How could it be possible? They fled to Fort Loyan, and I chased them all away. Seeing their terrified looks, I wanted to throw them into the sea to feed the sharks. How could I possibly take them in? Legislature Commander Levent immediately shook his head in denial. Coster shook his head vigorously, muttering, "That's not right. How can I hear the siren's song?" He strode to the terrace, wine glass in hand, and pushed open the heavy wooden door. A strong sea breeze, mingled with salty vapor, blew in, misting the captain's face. He closed his eyes, raised his head, and faced the inky blackness of the night, listening intently. The surroundings immediately fell silent again, with nothing but the sound of waves crashing against the reef, carried by the wind. A row of three-masted sailing ships were docked at the dock, each one filled with gray dwarf warriors. The fortress had very limited room, and many of the gray dwarf warriors still lived in the cabins. In this bad weather, except for those on night duty, all the other gray dwarves retreated to the cabins. Maybe I drunk too much and am hallucinating. Seeing Commander Levent approach, Commander Coster said dazedly. He closed the heavy wooden door to the terrace and said to Commander Levent, "My superiors have asked me to keep an eye on the tribal works here. Our supplies have been cut off for almost 3 months. Have they been protesting?" Commander Levent chuckled and waved his hand. "Every once in a while, some troublemakers pop up, but the orc elders haven't sent us any information. As for me, the orc tribes on the Mensa Plains are as numerous as the stars in the sky. They're loosely organized and often disagree. If we can capture a few tribes that consistently support us, we can stay here forever, regardless of what the others think. 6 months ago, those gray dwarf bandits in the waters off K Island could still bring in shiploads of supplies, barely keeping the trade going. Now, we haven't been able to provide any supplies in ages. I've written to the military brass on the Frozen Earth Island, but there's been no response." Commander Coster sighed. "We're about to move south, and supplies are in short supply everywhere." Chapter 947. Deep in the night, waves lap against the rocks, their broken foam transforming into a salty, fishy aroma in the air. A dozen steps away lies the Legion Fortress naval port, under the control of the Grey Dwarf Northern Fleet. Although located on the northern west coast of the Mensa Plains, the Grey Dwarfs have already agreed with the Horde Orcs to establish the port there, and also establish a free trade market on the cliff top. 43-masted sailboats were docked at the pier. The waves were quite strong, and the neatly arranged 3-masted sailboats swayed constantly, their masts creaking. After nightfall, a light mist rose over the sea, a type of mist not often seen in the Mensa Strait. This place is a natural, high-quality safe haven. The Grey Dwarves, with minimal renovation, have built it into a haven capable of accommodating 40 warships. However, this time, the Northern Fleet had a large number of ships, and over 30 of the 3-masted sailboats were unable to dock. These 3-masted sailboats, surrounding the 2 massive ships, were anchored in the sea near the docks, with numerous Duergar warriors manning the decks. From the decks, one could see the terrace stone buildings that formed the cliff face of Fort Newin. Like rice terraces in a valley, these stone houses were built layer upon layer, each filled with Duergar, rising from the lowest to the highest, forming a densely packed landscape, following the mountain slopes. On deck, several Duergar dwarves gazed at the dark waters, sheathing their fishing hooks, and whispered, "Hack them." They live in their stone houses, drinking and eating meat, while we stay on the boat drying salted fish. Why? Just because his beard is 3 centimeters longer than mine? It's not just his beard that's longer, you should know better than us what's longer. The other Grey Dwarf warriors laughed maliciously. "Let's go! I have a bottle of rum in my cabin. Let's share it tonight." Even if we shared a bottle of rum, it wouldn't even be enough to rinse our mouths. Something's better than nothing. What kind of world is this? The pirates from the Elven continent stopped sending supplies to us, and life is getting harder and harder. Yeah. I haven't tasted that sweet orange wine in 3 months. Hey, what are you guys still thinking about? If you get there any later, you just be holding the bottle and smelling it. Coming! Several Grey Dwarf warriors quickly reeled in their fishing lines, and hurried into the cabin below deck. The cabin corridor was noisy. These Grey Dwarf warriors were all loud, shouting at the top of their lungs. It took them 5 months to reach Fort Liyun from the frozen island. For these Grey Dwarf warriors, Fort Liyun was merely a transit point to the frozen island. After resting, they would continue to the Gulf of Aden fortress. On this southern migration route, from the frozen island to the Gulf of Aden, the fleet reached the southernmost point of the Northern Army's fleet control zone. If the Elves hadn't cut off their southern migration route from the waters of K Island, they would have arrived here with more ships. The fleet's leadership sent them here because they wanted Commander Coster to assemble the fleet in the Mensa Strait and capture K Island with all their might, ensuring that the southern migration route was completely open. In fact, this southern migration route had always been controlled by the Grey Dwarves, and the most chaotic and narrow area was the waters of K Island. Because the Silvermoon Elves had always occupied the Queen Uni Islands, the Nagasi clan city of Gomez was only a few hundred nautical miles from the waters of K Island. Even the ships of the Northern Fleet dared not sail over Gomez City with such brazenness. Thus, the only area where the Duergar dwarves could safely pass was the waters of K Island. Originally, this was also a place where Duergar bandits ran rampant, looting vast quantities of supplies, much of which was then returned to the Duergar people remaining in Durag's Knee. The Duergar bandits in the waters of K Island became overconfident. Not only did they collude with the Sirens of the Misty Sea to engage in a large-scale slave trade, they also attempted to seize the Queen Uni Islands. It was this critical strategic error that cost the Duergar bandits the waters of K Island. Thus, the most crucial transit point on the southern migration route was occupied by the Half-Blood Elves. As the territory of Durag's Knee continued to fall into the hands of the Dark Legion, the Northern Fleet was forced to assemble a large number of warships and travel thousands of miles to K Island. They needed to retake K Island. The Northern Fleet's senior officers suddenly discovered that the nearly 300,000 Grey Dwarf bandits, who had been active in the waters of K Island, had disappeared without a trace. The Silvermoon Elves had deployed some Silver Pegasus legions on the west coast. Our fleet should have bypassed the waters of K Island. Why provoke them for no reason? We won't restrict you from trafficking Elven slaves, but you must also exercise due discretion. Now the Elves are fighting back, and you guys can't hold them back. It's our Northern Fleet that's going to clean up your mess. Atop the ship's roof, a drunken Grey Dwarf captain spoke to an old friend who had escaped from the waters of K Island. His old friend once had 7 ships in the waters of K Island. He was lucky to have made it back to the frozen island alive. He hadn't wanted to come initially, but if he didn't actively participate in Captain Coster's efforts to recapture K Island, he would completely lose his foothold in K Island waters. He also drank a bit too much, and the bark was swaying back and forth, making him drowsy and look at his friend with 2 heads. We didn't want to do that either, but we didn't attack the Queen Uni Islands. The K Island waters were already too crowded for so many Grey Dwarf raiders. We had planned to expand north, but the islands beyond Moriaki Harbor weren't nearly as resource-rich as Queen Uni Islands. Besides, we had found a way to deal with the Silver Pegasus Knights. Who could have imagined those half-elves would suddenly appear and interfere? The Grey Dwarf captain filled the other man's glass with fruit wine and asked, "So you contacted the Imperial merchants and told them to risk their lives by selling the half-elves to the Roland continent? Those Imperial merchants are quite shrewd, but they also have weaknesses. All merchants are greedy and stingy. When they heard this was a no-cost trade, they all flocked to the Elven continent." The Duergar captain continued, "Didn't you agree with them to meet them at the Nantali Islands and transport them to the frozen sea?" "Yes, but I just heard those half-elves have pursued them to the Mensa Strait and intercepted many Imperial merchant ships." The 2 men drank and chatted on the rooftop. Beyond the rumble of the waves, strange noises occasionally drifted from the dark sea. Having lived at sea for so many years, they were accustomed to the sight. At least 50 Grey Dwarf warriors patrolled the deck, and 2 Grey Dwarf lookouts stood atop the mainmast. Despite the pitch-black sea, they stared intently into the distance. A faint mist enveloped the bow, and the Grey Dwarves noticed that their wine seemed even stronger tonight, making them feel dizzy even without even sipping. The sea breeze mingled with ancient ballads. The whispered words seemed to recount the hardships of the past few years. Occasional sadness, occasional moments of heroism, surged into their hearts. Before they knew it, tears filled their eyes. As the dwarves talked, they couldn't help but hug each other and weep bitterly. Why is life so difficult? The Siren warriors swam with all their might in the pitch-black sea, following the tiny glimmers of light reflected from the silver scales ahead of them. The tiny glimmers of light emanating from Lady Gizina were their beacon of progress, and all the sirens chased those glimmers. Behind them were the whispered blessings of dozens of siren chanters. Their voices transformed into strands of power that flowed through the veins of each siren warrior, their bodies stirring and their blood boiling. The sirens quickly reached the bottom of a row of large ships. They each drew chisels from their waists and expertly inserted them into the gaps between the planks. This time, the planks were covered with a thick layer of shellfish, and the sirens had to clear away most of them before they could see the planks, tightly sealed by the seawater. They placed their chisels against the gaps and hammered down hard. The chisel penetrated the hull smoothly, drilling deeper and deeper. When it felt like it had pierced the bottom, it would use a goat's horn to pull the chisel out. If it were a siren, sinking a 3-masted sailing ship would require at least an entire night at sea. If 3,000 siren warriors were to sink the 33-masted sailing ships outside the Rowan naval base, it would only take 3/4 of an hour for seawater to begin bubbling up from the bottoms of those ships, like a bubbling spring. Miss Olive cast the 4th-level mass hypnosis spell, Cloud of Sleep, and the light mist over the sea was her magic. The siren chanter she brought with her sang a mournful elegy to reduce the Grey Dwarf's perception. Not only the Grey Dwarfs on the ship, but also those in the stone houses of Rowan Fortress were affected. And yet, for all those years, not even a single siren had appeared in Rowan Fortress, or even in the entire Mensa Strait. So, they had never expected a siren to emerge here. The seawater began to flood the hold. The sirens who had scuttled the ships didn't climb aboard. Instead, they quietly dived to the seafloor, waiting for the 3-masted galleons to sink. According to Boss Roy, they didn't want to risk boarding the ships and engaging in hand-to-hand combat with these Grey Dwarfs in an environment they weren't accustomed to. Their mission was to sink these ships outside Fort Leon, thereby trapping all the 3-masted galleons docked inside. The attack alarm was sounded by a drunken Grey Dwarf warrior who had gone to the wine cellar to retrieve some wine. Half submerged in the seawater, he watched the oak barrels scattered throughout the cellar, a mess, and let out a howl of despair. Ah! The roar of grief at the loss of their beloved awoke some of the Grey Dwarf warriors. Then, the Grey Dwarf warriors throughout the ship heard the muffled alarm. Startled, they began to look around, wondering where the enemy had attacked. As shouts rose from the hold, the Grey Dwarf warriors rushed there. Crowded in the stairwell, they could already see the rising water. "Oh no! Our ship is taking on water," the Grey Dwarf warrior reported to a Grey Dwarf officer who was investigating the situation. The officer was furious, almost ready to kick the Grey Dwarf warrior off. He yelled, "Hurry! Find the leak and fix it! What are you standing there for?" The Grey Dwarf warrior shook his dizzy head, took a deep breath, and jumped into the surging water. These Grey Dwarfs are very good swimmers. On a single breath, they could stay 50 meters underwater for about 15 minutes. The hold was filled with debris, especially oak barrels filled with wine. These barrels, soaked in water, caused considerable trouble for the Grey Dwarf warriors, who quickly located the leak. Emerging from the stairwell, they wiped the seawater from their faces and reported to the waiting Grey Dwarf commander, "Sir, the entire hold is riddled with leaks, like a sieve." The Grey Dwarf commander pounded his head with his fleshy fist and roared, "Seal the hatches." Several Grey Dwarf warriors quickly sprang into action, but the hatches weren't watertight. Even after closing, water still seeped up through the gaps. The entire ship's population of Grey Dwarfs was alarmed, and chaos erupted. The water surged upward rapidly, soon reaching the lower 2 floors, where the Grey Dwarf warriors lived. The cabins were extremely cramped, with 4 Grey Dwarfs crammed into each. As the water poured into the corridors, a large number of Grey Dwarfs, clad in thin linen clothing, rushed out. They didn't even have time to don the armor hanging in the rooms. Perhaps unwilling to run through the water-soaked corridors in heavy armor, they crowded into the corridors, shouting and cursing as they rushed onto the deck. The Grey Dwarf commander had originally planned to use other hatches to contain the rising water to the lower deck, but in the chaos, he was forcibly dragged to the deck by a group of Grey Dwarf warriors, confused about the situation. As the 3-masted ship continued to be flooded with water, the hull creaked and groaned under the heavy weight. A large number of Grey Dwarf warriors rushed onto the deck. They discovered that the hull leak wasn't limited to their own ship. The neighboring ship was also in chaos. Grey Dwarf warriors kept shouting, "Our ship's leaking! Everyone, hurry up and get on deck!" The deck, which had seemed spacious, was quickly filled with Grey Dwarf warriors. Gathering together, they felt a sense of security amidst the panic. But then, one Grey Dwarf suddenly saw a short spear fall from the sky, easily piercing his companion's skull. The sharp tip of the spear emerged directly from his chin, and blood flowed down his beard onto the deck. The Grey Dwarf's eyes widened with terror, and he fell straight into his arms. For a moment, the entire deck was filled with wailing. In the darkness, a large number of short spears rained down from the sky, continuously harvesting the lives of the Grey Dwarf warriors on the deck. Chapter 948. Under the pitch-black night, the Grey Dwarves on the deck were pierced by the short spears that fell from the sky, falling one after another onto the crowded deck. Some were even trapped in the crowd, unable to fall directly. Blood gushed from their bodies, adding to the chaos of the Grey Dwarves on the deck. Those who were not struck by the short spears fled to the side of the ship's towers and into the bow warehouses. Some clever Grey Dwarf warriors even grabbed the dwarven chain shields hanging from the walls. Others rushed to grab their magic muskets, mounted on the top of the ship's towers and the crossbars of the masts, and fired into the foggy, dark night sky. Streaks of flame shot up into the sky. In the light of the flames, the Grey Dwarf warriors saw griffins streaking across the night sky beyond the fog. On the backs of those griffins were even more blurred figures, the very ones hurling short spears from high above. The Grey Dwarf warriors on the three-masted galleon attempted to remove the rain shields from the cannons hidden along the edge of the deck, but the gun mounts were angled so they couldn't fire high into the air. A group of Grey Dwarf warriors, holding chain shields, approached the bow's crossbows, which fired bolts attached to ropes. These bolts, when fired at enemy ships, could quickly bring the two galleons together. They fired a bolt with a rope high into the air, but the sky was too dark, and the griffins were flying so high that even at their highest point, the bolt couldn't reach their altitude, making it impossible to damage them. Most of the Grey Dwarf warriors retreated to the hold below deck, leaving only a few wounded on the deck, pierced by short spears. Some Grey Dwarf warriors leaped directly from the side of the ship into the sea, while others fled directly to the docks on the linked dinghies. The entire dock was engulfed in chaos, a mingling of wails and roars. Many Grey Dwarves, finding no way to fight back, could only evade in panic. The griffin riders in the sky, shielded by a faint mist, continuously hurled their jet-black short spears. Initially, the Grey Dwarf warriors were so densely packed on the decks that almost every short spear managed to pierce a Grey Dwarf. Later, the Grey Dwarf warriors took cover or raised their chain shields overhead, and the short spears' devastating power diminished. At this moment, balls of fire flew through the light mist and exploded on the arrayed ships, their sparks igniting the ships. The decks of these three-masted galleons were covered with animal hides. The flames only scorched the hides, failing to ignite the galleons. The sails had been furled against the horizontal bars. The fireballs that lashed the night sky swirled between the masts, landing on the wider dock. In the distant deep sea, the song of the siren singers gradually became clearer. Under the night, it seemed as if tens of millions of ships were riding the waves, crashing towards the harbor of Fortress Luyun. The courage the Grey Dwarf warriors had finally mustered faded once again. Like deflated balls, they lost their last bit of fighting spirit and fled towards the docks. Their heads were groggy, as if they were possessed by a nightmare, unable to awaken. Some of the Grey Dwarf warriors fell into the sea while running, and the cold water instantly sobered them up. They wiped the seawater off their faces and swam towards the dock. In this battle, they didn't even know who the enemy was hiding in the shadows. They were driven to flee in all directions by the fierce attack. The Grey Dwarf warriors were all fierce, and as they fled, they tried various counterattacks. The Grey Dwarf warriors floating in the sea didn't realize their danger lay not only in the night sky, but also beneath the vast ocean. Suddenly, a siren warrior approached, dragging the Grey Dwarf warrior, who was struggling to swim towards shore, into the sea. A siren warrior's full extension could reach 5 meters. A siren warrior swam out from the pitch-black sea, their scales shimmering dimly, a faint glow only visible from close proximity. A strong, bony arm stretched out from behind the Grey Dwarf, grasped his neck, and plunged him headfirst into the seabed. These siren warriors were elite warriors, who had followed Giazina from the Sun Island Bay in the Partington Plain. They had also captured some Grey Dwarf bandits in the waters of Kui Island. In the eyes of the siren warriors, if they could just drag the Grey Dwarf warriors to the bottom of the sea and bang their heads against the hard rocks a couple of times, they would lose their breath. After a few gulps of seawater, they would be completely stunned. Especially since these Grey Dwarfs were still mesmerized by the siren chanter singing, their minds were prone to strange hallucinations. However, the Grey Dwarf warriors who jumped into the sea were not immediately subdued by the siren warriors. They fought back fiercely in the sea, their strength incredible. Even in the pitch-black darkness, these Grey Dwarf warriors were able to effectively break free from the siren warriors' grasp, and they would even engage in direct hand-to-hand combat with the siren warriors. Even when the siren warriors dragged them to the bottom of the ocean, stirring up vast quantities of mud and sand during the struggle, these Duergar warriors remained unfazed. They were excellent swimmers, able to hold their breath for long periods underwater. Furthermore, Their muscles were as hard as rock, and their bodies were incredibly heavy. When the Siren warriors entangled them, it felt like they were bound to a solid rock. The Duergar warriors, with their formidable physiques, were completely unfazed by the Siren warriors' bone spurs. Even if they were pierced by bone spurs in their joints, their powerful muscles would break them. The seabed was the Siren warriors' home turf, after all. Initially, the Duergar warriors were able to hold their own, but after a few minutes of stalemate, they began to struggle fiercely in the sea, treading water and swimming towards the surface. These Duergar warriors had jumped into the sea unprepared, without armor or weapons, making them no match for the fully armored Siren warriors. Almost every Siren warrior now wields one or two magical weapons. Besides tridents, they also carry piercing daggers at their waists. A Siren warrior, grappling with a grey dwarf in the sea, had his arms tightly restrained by the grey dwarf. Then, a three-headed, six-armed Siren phantom appeared behind the Siren warrior. As the phantom and the Siren warrior merged into one, two pairs of arms appeared behind the Siren warrior, and three heads with different expressions appeared on his neck. The Siren warrior used his two remaining arms to clamp the grey dwarf's throat, while his other arm covered the grey dwarf's face. The grey dwarf warrior felt a sharp pain in his back, and a sharp dagger protruded from his chest. He opened his mouth and let out a scream, and a torrent of seawater rushed into his mouth. At that moment, in the sea near the port docks of Fort Leon, countless grey dwarf warriors who had jumped ship were strangled by a group of unidentified Siren warriors. They died tragically on the seabed. Chapter 949. Besides the 70-plus three-masted galleys moored at the harbor pier at Fort Leon, the numerous stone houses built into the cliff face also housed over 20,000 grey dwarf warriors. As chaos erupted on the dock, with scores of griffin riders hurling short spears into the air, the grey dwarf warriors from the cliffside stone houses rushed out in armor, muskets in hand, hammers, and shields slung from their waists, and fired into the misty night sky. Using the cliff's height advantage, these grey dwarves were able to threaten griffin riders, who approached too closely in the night sky, forcing some to increase their altitude. This also allowed them to peer through the layers of fog and observe the magical airships hidden high in the sky. These grey dwarf warriors were veterans of Fort Leon and knew the terrain well. Even in a nighttime raid, even with the Siren chanters trying to confuse the grey dwarves, they still immediately ran up the steps to the cliff top. To control Fort Rowan, all it took was a single squadron of archers at the cliff top, and most of the fortress would be within range of the longbowmen. Legislature Commander Levent understood this better than anyone else. So, as soon as chaos erupted at the Rowan Naval Base, he dispatched a trusted confidant with 2,000 elite grey dwarf warriors to seize the cliff top. Legislature Commander Levent, however, immediately dispatched a trusted confidant with 2,000 elite grey dwarf warriors to seize the cliff top. Legislature Commander Levent had two staircases and two elevators leading to the cliff top. At that time, taking the elevators was far less safe than climbing the stairs, so most of the grey dwarf warriors took the zigzagging staircases to the top. There were also grey dwarf warriors stationed at the trading house atop the cliff. So, while they felt the situation was urgent, they didn't expect the cliff top to be captured so quickly by an unknown enemy. Until a group of Ares orc warriors rushed down the stairs, spears and shields in hand, charging straight down from above. As the two forces made contact, the Ares orc warriors pierced dozens of the grey dwarf warriors with their sharp spears. The grey dwarfs, with their short legs and arms, and positioned at the bottom, offered no resistance to the Ares orc warriors charging down from overhead. The grey dwarf warriors on both staircases were forced to retreat, leaving dozens of grey dwarf corpses on the stairs. Besides appearing on the two staircases, these Ares orcs also leaped from the high cliffs onto the roofs of the stone houses, charging down along the stepped stone structures. The stone houses of Leon Fortress were built along the cliff face, like terrace fields in a valley. The roofs below served as the terraces of the houses above. Each step of the stone house stood about 3 meters high, making them extremely tall structures for the grey dwarfs. But for the Ares orc warriors, a staircase over 3 meters high was a single step at best. After successfully occupying the cliff top, the Ares warriors descended like a waterfall, following the stepped stone houses built by the grey dwarves. These Ares warriors had long held sway in the Black Gold Mountains, and they frequently interacted with the grey dwarves living in the southern foothills of the Black Gold Mountains, making them intimately familiar with their fighting style. Years of accumulated grudges erupted tonight. The Ares tribe dispatched over 5,000 Ares warriors, and like tigers descending from the mountains, they attacked the grey dwarves on the cliff face. Previously, these Ares warriors lacked adequate armaments, unable to wield sufficient weapons to challenge the grey dwarves. Now, Armed with Elven-style standard weapons, they immediately displayed even greater combat power. The Grey Dwarf warriors along the entire cliff face were being overwhelmed by the Ares orcs. Even with Commander Levent overseeing the battle from the stone house below, they were no match for the Ares orcs' charge. The entire Legion Wharf was in chaos. Short spears rained down from the night sky, and the Grey Dwarf warriors, armed with magic muskets, had no chance of hitting the flying Griffin cavalry. The clifftop was once again occupied by the Ares orcs. Attacked from both sides, Commander Levent's face darkened. Commander Coster, flanked by a group of trusted aides, quickly headed towards the chaotic dock. They had to return to the Poseidon's warship as soon as possible to stabilize the chaotic situation. Commander Levent also longed to hide aboard the warship, but he couldn't abandon the over 20,000 Grey Dwarf warriors in the stone house on the cliff face. He was forced to command the entire situation from the restaurant on the lowest floor. The docks were in chaos. The restaurant doors were open, and the singing of the sea chanters lingered, making all the dwarven warriors a bit restless. The fog in the night made the battlefield less real. Legion Commander Levent only knew that a group of Siren warriors were attacking the ships in the harbor. Countless Griffin cavalrymen were hurling short spears from the sky, and the Ares warriors on the clifftop were also attacking the Rowan fortress. At least dozens of three-masted sailing ships had been sunk, and these ships were blocked at the outermost part, preventing the ships inside the harbor from leaving. These damn orcs. They actually torn up their contract with us. The Ares warriors are naturally brave and skilled in battle. They have the advantage of terrain, so it's understandable that we can't stop their charge. Go get the ballistas from the warehouse. We use them and our magic muskets to deal with them. All the Grey Dwarf musketeers will line up and fire back. Let's see how many rounds their thick leather armor can withstand. Commander Levent's voice was a little hoarse. He poured some ice cubes from the ice bucket over his head to clear his head. Then he added, "Have those heavily armored shield warriors hold the front line. Hurry and do it." The clerk standing beside Commander Levent hurriedly asked, "What about those Siren warriors in the sea?" "Commander Coster will lead his troops to deal with them. Our defense is on this side of the cliff." Commander Levent said this, took an iron helmet from his attendant, and put it on his head. He was already wearing a thick iron armor, and strode out of the stone house. A short spear fell from the sky, brushing his shoulder and piercing the stone foundation, shattering it into countless pieces with great force. Commander Levent looked up at the dark sky, but could not find any trace of the Griffin cavalry. At that moment, a group of fully armed Grey Dwarf warriors emerged from the left doorway. Clad in the Grey Dwarf's characteristic heavy steel armor and clutching tower shields, they charged up the staircases on both sides, only to be repeatedly blocked by Grey Dwarf warriors fleeing down from the upper floors. Levent, the commander of the army, hurried over and shouted to the Grey Dwarfs blocking the way, "You guys, clear the stairwell. Don't crowd the stairs." The Grey Dwarf officer, clad in heavy steel armor, flushed crimson upon seeing Commander Levent emerge to give orders. He immediately charged forward, charging like a bull, knocking down the Grey Dwarf warriors descending the stairs. At that moment, the Grey Dwarf musketeers on the dock also began to rapidly assemble. They half-crouched in the square at the bottom, forming 5 rows, their magic muskets raised. Under the unified command of their captain, they fired at the cliff face above. The Ares orc warriors were chasing the fleeing Grey Dwarves from the stone house. They were entangled with the Grey Dwarves, and the Grey Dwarf musketeers below could only fire their first volley upwards. A neat line of flaming bullets appeared in the night sky, and several Ares orc warriors at the forefront were hit. More Ares orc warriors rushed out from behind. On the chaotic docks, the Grey Dwarves of the Northern Fleet quickly calmed down from their panic. Following their officers' instructions, they ran to the warehouses below the cliff to collect armor and weapons, quickly arming themselves. Under the command of Legion Commander Levent, the Grey Dwarf warriors quickly organized a counterattack. Just as the Grey Dwarf musketeers fired their first volley, the distant roar of the galloping sea echoed. The sound of the surging tide shook the entire harbor floor violently, and the ships docked at the dock began to sway violently. The surging water seeped through the gaps between the sailboats and poured onto the dock. The assembled Grey Dwarf warriors were scattered by the huge waves. At this moment, a meteor appeared in the dark night sky, its red smoke trailing long against the night sky. It was a meteor fireball, a single shot that completely illuminated half of the dock. The moment it landed on the dock, every Grey Dwarf on the dock showed panic, and they all hunched their bodies, turning their backs to the flames. This was a 4th level fire-type group magic spell, Meteor Fireball. The moment it landed on the dock, it exploded instantly. The shockwave from the explosion ripped the stone slabs off the dock, blasting the surrounding Grey Dwarf warriors into the air. The powerful shockwave knocked many of them to the ground. Even the Grey Dwarf musketeers, arrayed in formation on the dock, collapsed to the ground. The rising tide drenched them in the murky water. They had initially assumed that the mages high in the sky would rest for a while after the meteorite fireball's fall. However, to the Grey Dwarf's surprise, the meteorite fireball was merely a test projectile. After it successfully landed on the dock and exploded, the pitch-black night sky suddenly shimmered with a continuous stream of magical flames. In the darkness, the multicolored flames stood out. These flames were launched from 40 magical airships, each equipped with 4 giant whale-hunting crossbows, each firing a single, massive magical bolt. This magic crossbow, manufactured by the Magic Guild of the Elven Kingdom, is imbued with a 4th-level group magic. Roy usually prefers to use magic crystal arrows, which possess a powerful freezing effect, unleashing immense power against powerful individuals. However, in an attack on a chaotic fortress dock, the freezing effect of the magic crystal arrow wouldn't be very effective. At this point, Roy opted to test fire a giant crossbow bolt imbued with a meteorite fireball, and the effect was truly remarkable. At this point, Roy certainly wouldn't give the Grey Dwarf warriors of the Northern Fleet any breathing space. He passed the order down, and 40 magic airships simultaneously opened fire on the Legion Fortress harbor dock. Flames, ice storms, boulders, wind blades. Dazzling magical flames exploded across the Legion Fortress dock like a raging storm. The entire night sky was illuminated by magical flames, making it seem as bright as day. 40 magical airships hovered in the night sky, and they also came into view. Surrounding the magical airships were a large number of Griffin cavalry. Below them lay the docks, engulfed by magic. Numerous Grey Dwarf warriors screamed and wailed amidst ice and fire. At this moment, even the Ares orc warriors on the cliffs halted their attack. Watching the magical light exploding from the docks below, many orc warriors squinted to avoid being harmed by the glare. An Ares leader paused, standing on the top of a stone roof. Stepping over the corpse of a Grey Dwarf, he gazed down at the harbor, muttering, "How many high-level magicians are hidden aboard these half-elven magic airships? No wonder they dare to challenge the Northern Army for the Mensa Strait. They possess such formidable strength. No wonder they want to drive out the Northern Army fleet and seize the Mensa Strait. The leader is wise enough to ask us to cooperate with them in capturing Fort Rowan." At this moment, Roy also stood on the bow of the Black Pearl, overlooking the chaotic dock below. Beside him stood Woods, Kaka, and little Eugene. Miss Tiffany followed Xena. Olive was fighting at sea, and not on board. Sabrina and her Griffin cavalry were harassing Fort Leon in the night sky. They circled briefly before restocking their short flying spears aboard magic airship number 41. 5 consecutive rounds of massive magical crossbow bombardment blanketed the entire dock in level 4 magic. The Grey Dwarves on the dock were either killed or fled, leaving the entire dock in ruins. The Grey Dwarf warriors, who had gathered there, were once again scattered. The Ares orc warriors from the cliffside stone houses seized the opportunity to rush down and begin hunting the fleeing Grey Dwarf warriors. Several 3-masted sailing ships near the dock were pushed ashore by the huge waves, their bows lifted high, and the Grey Dwarf warriors on board fled to other ships. The waves surged, and countless Grey Dwarf warriors were swept out to sea. "All right, get the mine guards into the battlefield," Roy commanded from the Black Pearl. A low war horn blared from the magic airship, and the mine guards lurking behind the reef east of Leon Fortress rushed out. These half-elf warriors were mostly organized into teams of 12. Among them were shield warriors and sword dancers in heavy armor, rangers wielding spears and shortbows, and at the rear were 2 elven archers armed with battle longbows. This mixed-race battle team rushed out from the reef area, and was immediately met by a large number of fleeing Grey Dwarf warriors. A group of half-elf warriors huddled together, coordinating their attacks. The Grey Dwarves couldn't break through their formation. Some of the Grey Dwarves rushed forward, hammering down their iris shields only to be pierced through with spears by half-elf rangers hiding behind them. The mine guards swiftly harvested the battlefield. They appeared well-trained and coordinated, far more methodical than those valiant Ares orc warriors. Chapter 950. The half-elves of the mine guard surged onto the docks from the reefs along the northern coastline of Fort Leon, engaging in a fierce battle with the fleeing Grey Dwarf warriors on the fortress's dock. Most of these Grey Dwarf warriors had fled from ships. They hadn't had time to don armor, and lacked any useful weapons. Under the onslaught of the half-elves, they quickly fled south. A row of ships lay anchored at the docks, and the Grey Dwarves untied their bow ropes, preparing to maneuver them through the gap. Raging waves crashed against the ships, causing some Grey Dwarves to lose their footing on the deck and fall into the sea. The sea now resembled a ferocious beast, its maw gaping wide to devour everything on the coast. Meanwhile, Commander Coster, escorted by a team of gray dwarf warriors, had painstakingly boarded the Poseidon's great ship via a small path made of sampans. Amidst the raging waves, the massive ship swayed less violently. The gray dwarf warriors aboard, taking shelter wherever they could, launched a counterattack against the sky and the sea. Seeing Commander Coster safely return to the ship, their morale was immediately boosted, and the gray dwarf warriors' counterattack became more organized. Orders: get the great ship airborne as quickly as possible. Drive those griffins away at all costs, Commander Coster said to his adjutant, who had been following him. Though he had been drinking heavily, the impact of the icy waves had sobered him up completely. The adjutant quickly passed on the order, and soon the entire ship's floating structures lit up with a magical glow. Griffin cavalrymen in the night sky gathered around, hurling a barrage of short spears at the floating structures and the gray dwarf warriors. However, these floating devices were shielded, and the gray dwarf warriors on board carefully raised their chain shields above their heads. Even if a short spear were to strike and pierce the chain shields, it wouldn't be able to penetrate the 3-centimeter thick shields. As the floating devices continued to illuminate, surrounded by a magical glow, the over 200-meter-long Poseidon ship actually began to slowly rise, gradually breaking away from the sea surface. As it continued to rise, the surging waves pushed it toward the shore, its bottom covering the heads of the other sailboats. Another Poseidon ship followed it into the night sky. All the whale-hunting crossbows on the 40 magical airships in the night sky switched their targets, aiming at the 2 Poseidon ships. The half-elf guards loaded their crossbows with bolts infused with the meteor fireball magic. The pitch-black night suddenly lit up with a halo of flames, which then transformed into tiny meteors that fell from the sky. These falling meteors all shared a common target, their massive crossbow bolts directed towards the 2 slowly ascending Poseidon warships. The gray dwarf warriors aboard the warships saw the flames in the night sky. The 7 masts of the 2 Poseidon warships began to glow, and the magic patterns carved into the masts, like vines, continuously illuminated, forming a dazzling pattern. As the pattern fully illuminated, a pale green, hexagonal magic shield, resembling a honeycomb, suddenly appeared above the entire magic airship. This was Roy's first glimpse of Hextech technology aboard the gray dwarf warships. The warship's magic shield was composed of countless hexagonal shields, forming a giant umbrella above the warships. As the meteorite fireballs continued to land on the light shield, the exploding flames were completely blocked by the pale green shield. Every time a meteorite fireball exploded, the nearby hexagonal light shield dimmed, and ripples of magic spread from the shield in all directions, dimming the magic patterns on the entire Poseidon's warship. As the magic crystals and the gemstone grooves continued to shatter, the gray dwarf warriors hurriedly loaded new magic crystals into them. Off to the side, the magic crystals at the critical value of the shield turned completely crimson, as if ready to explode at any moment. Legion Commander Coster, surrounded by a group of guards, ascended to the roof of the ship. He looked up at the pitch-black night sky and instructed his lieutenant, "Prepare all the ballistae. Also, roll out the 4 magic cannons on board. When the elven magic airships come into view, we will use the magic cannons to sink them all, and let the soldiers use the ballistae to deal with the Griffin Knights." "Yes, Lord Commander," the lieutenant immediately agreed. Soon, a group of gray dwarf warriors began adjusting their crossbows near the ship's side. 2 magic cannons emerged from beneath the tarpaulin on the ship's raised bow. Simultaneously, 2 magic cannons, maneuvered by the gray dwarves on either side of the stern, along the wings extending backward, revealed their barrels covered in dark golden patterns. What the gray dwarves completely overlooked was that the entire scene was being observed by the half-blood elves aboard the magic airship. If they hadn't recognized magic cannons, or if their airships didn't have them installed, perhaps their reaction wouldn't have been so exaggerated. Precisely because they knew the power of magic cannons, and saw the barrels of the magic cannons exposed on the giant ship below, the half-blood elves on the magic airship immediately became nervous. The previous volley of meteorite fireballs had been completely blocked by the giant ship's magic shield. The gray dwarf warriors on the 2 giant ships were completely unscathed. At this moment, the 2 ships unleashed 8 more magic cannons. "Boss, they look like they're going to use the magic cannons on us," Captain Rodhart shouted to Roy from the captain's cabin. "Then let's go first. Pass the word down, adjust the airship's direction, and fly them a little higher. Be careful not to accidentally injure the elven guards on the dock or the siren warriors in the sea." The half-elf guards remaining on the magic airships seemed to have been waiting for this moment. Upon hearing Boss Roy's approval to use the magic cannons, the half-elves excitedly pushed the cannons to the side of the ship. At this moment, the whale-hunting crossbows had already loaded a new round of massive magic bolts, again infused with the fire-type meteorite fireball magic. This type of fire-type crossbow was highly effective against ships. As a massive ring of fire formed again in the night sky, the Grey Dwarf warriors on the two giant ships knew a new round of magic attacks was imminent. The Grey Dwarf warrior in charge of controlling the magic shield cranked the gemstone base to maximum output power, and the pale green shield above the giant ship instantly became vibrant. Magical crossbows exploded on the shield, engulfing it in flames. The burning flames vanished within a moment, the shield's color only fading slightly. This fourth-level mass fire spell couldn't break the giant ship's magic shield. By this point, the ship, towed by its buoyancy device, had completely risen above the surface. Nearly 1,000 Grey Dwarf musketeers stood at the ship's side, firing toward the dock. If the situation hadn't been chaotic, the cannons on the ship's side would have also bombarded the battlefield near the dock. Hidden in the night sky, the Griffin cavalry continued to hurl short spears at the great ships, which would deflect upon contact with the magic shield. As the two great Poseidon ships successfully ascended, the morale of the Grey Dwarf warriors at the Legion Fortress dock soared. These Grey Dwarf warriors displayed immense resilience in the face of the fierce attacks from the Ares Orc warriors. They battled with the Ares Orcs, literally tile by tile, on the terraced roofs of the cliff face, refusing to let the Orcs reach the docks. The half-elf guards on the north side of the dock were also blocked by the Grey Dwarf warriors at the northern end. Legislaw Levent had gathered a group of trusted officers around him, and began to prepare for a counterattack. The siren's song continued to drift from the distance, and the surging waves continued to crash against the docks. The Grey Dwarf warriors could even see the siren warriors emerging from the sea. The Ares Orc warriors leaping from the rooftops, using the force of their downward surge, gave the Grey Dwarf warriors no chance to breathe, their attacks coming in waves of ferocious force. Old grudges made the slaughter incredibly bloody. The corpses of Grey Dwarf warriors lay on every rooftop, their blood practically staining the ground beneath their feet. When the two Sea King ships slowly rose from the harbor docks and cleared the sea, even if Juzina, fighting in the sea, had noticed, she would have been too late to dive inside. Juzina half emerged from the water, when a surging wave swept in from behind, sweeping her back into the sea. Countless Grey Dwarf warriors were tumbling in the sea. Juzina, glimpsing the dark underside of the ship through the water, realized she had missed her last chance to board, so she turned and swam towards a drowning Grey Dwarf warrior nearby. Like a swift seal in the sea, she sprinted forward, circling behind the Grey Dwarf warrior. She wrapped her arm around his neck, and with her other hand, thrust the spear upwards from just below the third rib on the left side, its triangular blade piercing the warrior's left ventricle. As she yanked the spear out, a stream of blood spurted from the Grey Dwarf's abdomen, instantly staining the sea red. Juzina wouldn't stay where she was now. She didn't even need to confirm the Grey Dwarf's life or death. She turned and searched the sea for her next prey. The Siren Raiders had infiltrated the harbor of Fort Leon, with the sole purpose of eliminating any Grey Dwarf warriors who had jumped into the sea. Given the irreconcilable hatred between these Grey Dwarfs and the half-elves, there was no need for courtesy in their clash. A decisive battle was fought on the spot. Juzina felt she had brought this spear with her to harvest the Grey Dwarf warrior's soul. The other Siren warriors followed Juzina, mimicking her clean, sharp assassination techniques. However, these Grey Dwarf warriors were no pushovers. Dark Dwarf warriors possessed innate divine power. Only a second-rank warrior like Juzina could easily slaughter them in the sea. The other Siren warriors lacked that level of brute force. At this moment, the seawater was already tinged with a faint bloody hue, and the rich scent of blood had even attracted a number of sharks. When a low horn blasted through the night sky, Juzina, still in the sea, shuddered violently, snapping out of her killing spree. Sirens could also emit a shrill sound in the sea, and at this moment, she unleashed a shrill cry that pierced the ears of countless Siren warriors. All the sirens in the sea near the harbor abandoned their prey and scattered toward the seabed beyond. As the sirens retreated, only a few Grey Dwarf warriors remained, desperately struggling in the sea. The two massive ships soared 100 meters into the air. From the tower, Commander Koster could already see the dense swarm of magic airships in the night sky. The magic arrows fired from these magic airships were unable to penetrate the magic shields of the Poseidon warships, which made Commander Koster extremely proud. He even felt an urge to raise the magic cannons on the ships, and shoot down several of the magic airships hovering in the night sky. These magic airships had attacked Fort Leon at night, nearly turning the harbor upside down. Now, it was time to completely crush their arrogance. The ships continued to rise, the magic cannons' firing angles constantly adjusted, and the Grey Dwarf gunners constantly tried to find the optimal angle. Suddenly, a low horn blast echoed through the night sky, blasting for nearly a minute. The giant ship ascended from a low altitude of 150 meters to nearly 300 meters. Before the Grey Dwarf warriors could adjust the angle of their magic cannons, they saw a dazzling beam of light shooting out from the opposing magic airship. The moment the dazzling beam of light appeared, the eyes of the Grey Dwarf warriors on the two giant ships were filled with despair. As the first beam of light appeared, a row of magic airships simultaneously launched a series of magical beams. Lead Commander Coster, overseeing the battle from the ship's roof, immediately recognized that the magical beams were the trails left by the magic cannons firing at full force. Only an extremely powerful magic cannon could produce such dazzling magical beams. The magic beams fired from such a cannon were as powerful as a level 5 thunder bomb. The moment the beam struck the giant ship's magic shield, its pale green color instantly shattered. Then, the light bullets fired from the magic cannons instantly struck both Poseidon warships. Not only did the light bullets pierce the Poseidon warships, their afterglow piercing them for nearly 100 meters. Crack, crack, crack. A continuous cracking sound emanated from the Poseidon warships. The warship where Commander Coster was aboard disintegrated almost instantly in the night sky. As its buoyancy system exploded, the Poseidon warship began to tilt to the left, and the shattered bow section plummeted directly into the sea. The Grey Dwarves on the deck slid down the tilting deck. Freed from the warship, they free-falled through the air, plummeting into the sea. The magical beams pierced the warships, creating a massive hole in the 200-meter-long vessel. The buoyancy system shattered, leaving the warship unable to hover. After a loud bang, some of the shattered pieces plummeted into the sea. Some large pieces crashed into the sea, sending a massive wave crashing against the docks. The Grey Dwarf warriors on the ship fell into the sea one after another. The Grey Dwarf warriors engaged in a scuffle with the half-elven guards on the docks were completely stunned. Even Legion Commander Levent, who was organizing the battle in the harbor square, stared blankly at the night sky in disbelief. The massive fireworks in the night sky continued. Chapter 951. It crashed into the sea, completely reduced to ruins. A massive wave washed over the docks, sweeping many of the Grey Dwarf warriors against the cliffs. The half-elf guards, held captive by the Grey Dwarf warriors at the northernmost end of the dock, were unaffected by the wave. The Ares Orc warriors also engaged in a fierce battle on the clifftop rooftops. The surging tide, after crashing onto the shore, merely pushed several three-masted sailing ships, their bows thrusting skyward, completely ashore. Waves rippled around the edges of the stone houses beneath the Ares Orc warriors' feet. Another Sea King warship also shattered in midair, and crashed into the sea. Legislaw Coster had never imagined that this half-elf army before him could possess so many magical cannons. This miscalculation resulted in the two Sea King warships being reduced to rubble by a barrage of magical cannon fire from the magic airships as soon as they took off. Thousands of Grey Dwarf warriors aboard perished along with the massive vessel. At that moment, the night sky suddenly lit up, transforming the entire Luyun fortress into a blaze of daylight. The sky was littered with the scattered wreckage of the massive ship. These burning pieces fell into the sea, and flames spread across the surface. Some pieces also landed on the three-masted sailing ships anchored at the docks, forcing the Grey Dwarf warriors aboard to scramble for cover. Some of the larger wreckage crashed onto the sailing ships, even damaging them. Too many sea monsters lurked in the sea. The Grey Dwarfs aboard the ships preferred to be crushed to death by the falling flames rather than plunge into the sea and be slaughtered by the sirens. The Grey Dwarfs of the Northern Fleet actually had a plan for dealing with the sea creatures, but in such a chaotic situation, they simply couldn't suit up in their specialized underwater armor and engage the sirens in a desperate struggle. This group of Grey Dwarf warriors from the Northern Fleet were pursued by the Dark Legion all the way to the Frozen Earth Island in Megheim County, northwest of Durag's Knee. Although they were the regular army of the Grey Dwarf Kingdom, their fighting spirit was even inferior to that of the Grey Dwarf bandits operating in the waters of K Island. Those Grey Dwarf bandits, once the dominant force in the waters around K Island, plundered and pillaged everywhere. These bandits have been driven away by the mine guards led by Roy. As the giant ship plummeted into the sea, Captain Coster's body gradually turned to steel. Standing on the tilting deck, his body began to swell and expand, his heavy armor gradually crumbling away, revealing his upper body gleaming with a black iron sheen. Deep blue magic runes illuminated his body, connected by countless intricate lines, forming an extremely complex pattern. Legion Commander Coster's body swelled to over 2 meters tall, resembling a steel golem, even his beard turning black. Grey Dwarf warriors continued to leap into the sea. He placed his feet on the deck of the falling giant ship. The moment the wreckage touched the sea, he bent his legs slightly and launched himself, like a cannonball, toward a three-masted sailing ship 100 meters away. Clad with two warhammers in hand, he burst out of the smoke and struck back two Siren warriors climbing onto the three-masted sailing ship's deck. Their armor shattered, and their bodies fell in half into the surging sea. Legitimate Commander Coster's body flashed with arcs of electricity, his eyes turning completely blue as he strode towards the bow of the ship. At that moment, Commander Coster stood atop the three-masted bark's bronze argali, his figure dazzling. The Grey Dwarf warriors, who had survived the fall, gathered toward him. The wreckage of the sunken ship sent up a monstrous wave. The waves rolled in one after another, constantly battering Commander Coster's steely frame, yet he remained unmoved. Standing at the bow of the three-masted bark, he stood firm as a rock. As the Grey Dwarf warriors hiding in the cabins rushed out, Commander Coster turned and shouted, "Set sail immediately. I'm leading everyone out, and all the active three-masted barks must follow." The captain immediately began to turn the ship's bow, and the Grey Dwarf warriors on the deck began to hoist the sails. Everyone tugged at the arm-thick ropes, frantically trying to find the right angle for the sails. The three-masted bark drifted like a leaf in the sea. The hull of the galleon collided forcefully with another three-masted sailboat, making a crisp sound like cracking trees, as if something had collapsed under the impact. Some of the Grey Dwarf warriors, who hadn't been able to hold on to the deck, were thrown directly into the sea. Jazina emerged from the distant sea, followed by a large group of Siren warriors. Not far away was the hideout of the Siren chanters, and Miss Olive was staying with them. Soon, Jazina saw a three-masted sailboat, under the surging tide, turn its bow and twist back and forth between the wreckage of the sea, finally freeing itself from the gap between the two sunken ships. Behind this three-masted sailboat were more than a dozen other three-masted sailboats, their Grey Dwarf musketeers firing continuously into the sea. Jazina stared at the Grey Dwarf at the bow, his body radiating pale blue magical runes. With a gentle flick of her tail, she quickly caught up with a wave. Pushed by the waves, Jazina quickly approached the three-masted sailboat. The moment she laid eyes on Captain Coster, she immediately noticed his difference from the other Grey Dwarf warriors and identified him as their leader. A group of Siren warriors followed Jazina. These were her trusted confidants, each battle-hardened. A massive black sea beast was rapidly emerging from the summoning gate on the seabed. Its body was extremely flexible, and upon reaching the seabed, it quickly merged with the water. This was Jazina's contracted sea beast, summoned whenever danger arose. Now, as Jazina rode the waves toward the Grey Dwarf leader, the sea beast lurked stealthily on the seafloor, poised to deliver a fatal surprise blow. The wave that propelled Jazina forward grew higher and higher. Just as it was about to collide with Captain Coster's three-masted sailboat, its crest nearly reached the bow. Lifted by the crest, Jazina leaped upon the waves and lunged at Captain Coster, her spear a streak of light in the darkness. With the breathtaking aura of a Rank 2 expert, Jazina charged toward Captain Coster. Captain Coster's fighting spirit surged. He raised his two hammers, striking each other with them, arcs of electricity emanating from his surroundings. As Jazina charged forward, a numbing sensation of electric shock spread throughout her body. Legion Commander Coster did not dodge or evade the sudden attack of Jazina. Jazina's thrust pierced Legion Commander Coster's chest as if it had pierced a steel statue. The thrust only penetrated an inch deep and then stopped. The spear in Jazina's hand was enchanted with 3 spells: Armor Break, Pierce, and Critical Blow. It could easily pierce even a steel statue. However, once the runes illuminated, Captain Coster's body proved difficult for Jazina to penetrate. A sinister, ferocious smile crossed his face. He raised his 2 hammers high and smashed them toward Jazina's head. Despite feeling that swinging a single hammer wasn't fast enough, he used his other hammer to slam into the one in front. Arcs of electricity arced, and the hammer in front landed on Jazina's head like a bolt of lightning. At this moment, Jazina didn't even try to dodge. A phantom emanated from her body, revealing 3 heads and 6 arms. The 2 uppermost arms simultaneously grasped a round shield. The moment the shield was raised, the hammers fell with lightning speed. Bang! With a loud bang, several bolts of lightning, driven by the square hammer, struck Jazina. The lightning illuminated Jazina's body. She wore a form-fitting golden armor, also shimmering with magical light. Within the light, a water shield formed from countless condensed seawater absorbed the lightning bolts completely. The small round shield above her head just blocked the falling hammer. Although it was slightly dented, it firmly blocked the blow. Jazina's other 3 arms were also busy. One hand grasped the iron spike, the other the hammer, hammering down on Legion Commander Coster's forehead. Legion Commander Coster didn't dare to withstand Jazina's full force. He crossed his forearms above his head, arched his body slightly, and charged at Jizina like a white rock rhinoceros. Jizina was sent flying by this sudden impact. Then, Commander Koster suddenly leaped high, chasing after Jizina in midair. Jizina tried to adjust her stance midair, but Commander Koster followed her, swinging his hammer directly at her chest. Jizina couldn't avoid the fatal blow, and her scales appeared all over her body with fear. Just then, a powerful explosion sounded overhead. Bang, bang, bang. The sound grew more deafening with each explosion. Unfortunately, in the darkness, nothing could be seen clearly. Although Commander Koster was somewhat cautious, his only intention was to break Jizina's spine with a single blow of his hammer. He hated the sea sirens to the core, and had no intention of letting her go so easily, even at the risk of injury. Free from the sea, Jizina's strength was clearly inferior to Commander Koster's. This time, she arrogantly gave up her speed advantage. Perhaps her experience killing so many Grey Dwarf officers had given her a certain blind confidence. She suffered a heavy loss against Legion Commander Koster. A huge rock fell from the night sky, brushing past Jizina's body, before striking Legion Commander Koster with pinpoint accuracy. Lung midair, Legion Commander Koster was unable to dodge. As the rock fell, he realized it was a griffin transformed into steel. On the griffin's back sat a half-elf guard. Legion Commander Koster landed heavily on the deck of the three-masted galleon, his heavy, solid body shattering a large hole. The griffin also fell onto the deck. Legion Commander Koster felt a heavy blow to his chest, the force of the blow breaking his ribs. He quickly reached for the iron griffin, only to be struck in the shoulder by a spear. The magical spear failed to pierce Captain Koster's shoulder, but it pinned his upper body back to the shattered floor below. The iron griffin seized the opportunity to spread its wings and soar through the hole in the deck. The surrounding Grey Dwarf warriors were unable to stop the griffin cavalrymen. And Jizina, who had just suffered a setback at the hands of Captain Koster, pressed forward like a leech. This time, she used her speed advantage to the fullest. Almost as soon as Captain Koster took a deep breath, she had slipped behind him, her thrusting saber piercing his lower back. The iron body trembled slightly. At the same time, the iron griffin's body returned to pure white. As it spread its wings and soared into the night sky, Sabrina leaped from the griffin's back, holding the Surluki sword, and returned to the hole in the bark. Just as Captain Koster was being held by the neck by Jizina, Sabrina, along with a group of Duergar warriors, leaped into the damaged hole. The Duergar warriors saw the Wood Elf sword dancer suddenly appear on the ship, and the captain was being strangled by a siren. There was no time to think. All the Duergar warriors rushed towards Captain Koster, ready to snatch him from the enemy. Sabrina's body spun in midair. She was a second-level blade dancer. Mysterious dance. The surroundings seemed to be shrouded by a veil, completely blocking the Duergar warriors from outside. Sabrina emerged from the veil, and stood directly before Captain Koster. The mystic dance's greatest strength lies in its isolation. Jizina had already locked Captain Koster's iron form with her body, but Captain Koster was struggling fiercely. Jizina's strength was rapidly depleting, and her locked arm threatened to dislocate. Sabrina had worked with Jizina so many times that even a glance was enough to make her understand. There was no room for hesitation. She raised the Surluki sword in her hand, infusing the entire blade with sword energy until the edge glowed faintly. Then she thrust the sword into Captain Koster's heart. Despite encountering strong resistance, Sabrina managed to pierce Captain Koster's heart with her sharp blade. Blood gushed from the blade's blood trough, spraying Sabrina's face. At that moment, Captain Koster's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. His mouth opened, streams of blood trickling down onto Jizina. Power steadily drained from his body, his iron form began to change color, and the blue runes transformed into tiny crystals that flew into the air. Jizina pushed Captain Koster aside, his face pale as she climbed from the floor. Outside the mysterious veil, the Grey Dwarf warriors were in chaos. A large number of Siren warriors quickly surged onto the deck, and the sound of fighting filled the air. Jizina rubbed the bruise on her shoulder, said thank you to Sabrina, and rushed onto the deck to engage the Grey Dwarf warriors. Chapter 952. When Roy, Woods, and Kaka disembarked from the Black Pearl, the half-elf guards had already opened up the situation on the north side of the harbor. A large number of armored half-elf guards stood on the battlefield, forming a silver shield wall. The half-elves in the rear, armed with spears and heavy swords, pierced the bodies of the Grey Dwarf warriors who attempted to charge forward. As the Grey Dwarf warriors fell, the half-elf guards stepped on their bodies and advanced. A massive rain of arrows descended from the sky in parabolic arcs. Most of the Grey Dwarf warriors huddled on the dock were unarmored. Even if they could temporarily petrify their bodies, they could not withstand the constant barrage of arrows for long. Arrow after arrow pierced the Grey Dwarf warriors. While not fatal, they did reduce their fighting power somewhat. The half-elf guards saw Boss Roy personally disembark from the Black Pearl and stand on the dock to supervise the battle. Their morale soared, and they continuously reduced the area controlled by the Grey Dwarves on the harbor dock, driving a large number of Grey Dwarves to the south side of the dock. The half-elf guards were finally able to form a square formation on the dock. At the front stood a group of heavily armored guards wielding elven longswords and iris shields. Behind them were sword dancers with long swords, and behind them were spearmen with spears. Behind the spearmen were a row of rangers with hunting bows, and behind these rangers were archers with longbows. A group of human priests of the Knights Templar stood at the rear of the formation. These priests were required to continuously bless the elven warriors in front, and use holy light to heal the injured. The elven warriors, ensuring they can still maintain a certain level of combat effectiveness even when injured. In fact, this formation used by the half-elven guards was a first for the half-elven guards. During the initial battle against the Plateau headhunters on the Pagisto Plateau, the Templar priests hadn't yet joined. Later, in the battle against the Dark Faceless Legion in the western waters of the Partington Plain, the half-elven guards were primarily on board, while the Siren Legion was the main force on that battlefield. Now, as the Mine Guards attack Fort Loyan, they can finally deploy this offensive formation. In the chaotic night, most of the Grey Dwarf warriors hadn't had time to don their armor. Now, armed with weapons, they stood on the docks, powerless to stop the advancing Mine Guards. Hidden in the darkness, Leah and Moira were secretly aiding the half-elf guards, who had been cornered by the Grey Dwarf warriors. During the day, as assassins, they would have had little success on the docks. If the Grey Dwarf warriors were wearing heavy armor, their weapons wouldn't have been able to pierce their armor, and their effectiveness would have been equally limited. But now was the moment for both of them to unleash their full strength. Leah, gliding through the darkness, was like mist drifting on the wind, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Moira's fighting style differed from Leah's. She was like a nimble Nightblade leopard, striking and dodging with incredible speed, concealing her movements only when diving into the shadows. The two also adopted different approaches to dealing with the Grey Dwarf warriors. Leah grew up in the nomadic camps of the Dark Lands, adhering to the natural law of survival of the fittest. If she could kill, she would never give her opponent a second chance. Her moves were clean and decisive, and the Grey Dwarves she slew almost always had their throats slit or their hearts pierced. Although Moira fought with the ferocity of a Nightsaber leopard, she rarely took the initiative to kill, often rendering her opponent defenseless before moving on to the next target. Most of the half-elf guards of the Mine Guards knew Moira. Whenever she fought, the surrounding half-elf guards would do their utmost to create opportunities for her to escape. Therefore, on the battlefield, the Grey Dwarves rarely posed a threat to Moira. For a moment, the entire dock battlefield descended into chaos. Woods, now transformed into a massive earth bear, charged at the forefront of the army with his immense strength. Roy, on the other hand, stood at the rear, relying on the sacred tree to restore the power of holy light to the human priests at the rear. The ability of these half-elf guards to fight evenly against the powerful Grey Dwarf warriors was entirely due to the power of the blessed aura imbued within them. The half-elf guards had completely overwhelmed the Grey Dwarf warriors of the Northern Fleet, and the balance of victory was beginning to tilt in favor of the Elven army. At the same time, Ares orc warriors swooped down from the cliff top, practically sweeping away all the Grey Dwarves living there. These Ares orc warriors were clearly superior to the Grey Dwarves, primarily due to their superior strength. Clad in magical armor forged in the Pagisto Plateau Forge, these orc warriors naturally had an easier time dealing with the hastily engaged Grey Dwarves. Furthermore, the Ares orc warriors and the half-elves at the docks formed a pincer attack on the Grey Dwarves in Fort Loyan, forcing the Grey Dwarves back at every turn. Legion Commander Levent, flanked by a group of Grey Dwarf guards, retreated to the supply warehouse at the docks. There, they gathered a number of Grey Dwarves and, relying on the warehouse's easily defendable terrain, resisted the relentless onslaught of Ares orc warriors. Knowing this was Fort Loyan's supply warehouse, the Ares did not want the half-elf warriors of the Mine Guards to participate in the battle. They preferred to seize all the supplies within the warehouse. Of course, this was also agreed upon before the raid on Fort Loyan. The Ares orcs hoped to capture Fort Loyan and seize all the supplies within. Roy, on the other hand, needed to eliminate all the fleets at the Loyunio docks. He couldn't let the Northern Army fleet escape into the Mensa Strait at all costs, otherwise the coastline along the west coast of the Mensa Plains would be ripped apart by the Grey Dwarves. The dividing line between the Ares orc warriors and the half-elf guards of the Mine Guards was the harbor docks. Extending out to sea was the Mine Guard's battlefield. So, after Roy and the Mine Guards had gained a certain advantage at the docks, he turned to launch a new attack on the three-masted sailboats anchored there, unable to leave. The Griffin Riders led by Sabrina, and the Siren Raiders led by Jazina worked closely together for the first time tonight. As the Griffin Riders unleashed their iron will to charge the three-masted sailboats' decks, numerous Siren warriors recklessly climbed up the sides of the sailboats and onto the bows. The deep-sea behemoth, hidden beneath the sea, then extended its countless tentacles to the surface, tightly entangling some of the sailboats attempting to escape. For the first time, Jazina discovered that the Griffin Riders were capable not only of aerial combat, but also of assaulting ships at sea. A large number of Griffin Riders descended like meteorites, naturally shattering the three-masted sailing vessels. Meanwhile, the magical airships in the sky were searching for targets, and destroying them with magical crossbows. Roy and Woods continuously attacked the three-masted sailing vessels near the docks, clearing out any remaining resistance from the Grey Dwarf warriors. The Grey Dwarf warriors of the Northern Fleet were trapped on the three-masted sailing vessels, and those unwilling to die surrendered. The fierce battle raged all night. The Mine Guard seized all the three-masted sailing vessels at the docks, and the Griffin Riders, working with the Siren warriors, destroyed over a dozen of them that attempted to escape to the sea. 2 massive Poseidon warships crashed near the docks, now reduced to 2 vast ruins. The wreckage still burned fiercely, sending plumes of smoke billowing from the sea. The flames even boiled the surrounding water, and a vast column of smoke, carried by steam, rose into the sky, forming a massive, dense column that reached the heavens. Legion Commander Koster had been killed by the combined forces of Jazina and Sabrina last night, leaving the entire fleet leaderless. Numerous corpses of Grey Dwarf warriors floated on the surface, attracting hundreds of sharks to the surrounding waters. More Grey Dwarf warriors surrendered, while others abandoned their ships and fled to the docks, where they were recruited by Legion Commander Levent into the counterattack force. These Grey Dwarf warriors occupied the supply warehouse at Fort Leon. The Ares Orcs launched dozens of attacks outside the warehouse, but unfortunately, they were unable to penetrate the Grey Dwarf defenses. A streak of light appeared on the horizon, and the sky began to fade, bringing the surrounding landscape into focus. Ludian Fortress was littered with the corpses of Grey Dwarf warriors. The ships on the sea were in tatters. Of the original 80-plus barks, only 20 remained. The rest had sunk to the bottom of the sea or burned to ashes, leaving only a few wrecks on the surface. Roy had captured nearly 7,000 Grey Dwarf warriors on the barks. They would sail to K Island aboard these captured barks. The Siren warriors were not resting at this moment. They were searching for valuable items from the sunken barks and the ruins of the Poseidon's great ship. They would transport this loot to the remaining barks. These spoils will be transported to Kauai Island along with the Grey Dwarf prisoners. According to the agreement, the half-elf Mine Guards can only capture the ships at the port docks of Leon Fortress. The military fortress deployed by the Northern Fleet at Leon Port will belong to the Ares Orc tribe. Not only this massive coastal fortress, but also all the supplies within it, will also belong to the Ares Orc tribe. The Ares Orc tribe has long coveted the supplies in the fortress's warehouse. The battle raged all night, and the Ares Orc warriors paid a heavy price, yet they still failed to capture the supply warehouse. The main reason was that the Grey Dwarf warriors in the warehouse were well stocked. Wearing the finest armor and wielding the highest quality weapons, they fought the orcs desperately at the warehouse entrance. For a time, the Ares Orc warriors were completely helpless against these Grey Dwarfs. The Ares Orc leader personally led several attacks, but only retreated after a Grey Dwarf speared a massive, bloody hole in his shoulder. The morning sun shone on the clifftop of Leon Fortress. The Ares Orc leader stood on the steps, coldly gazing at the heavily armored Grey Dwarf warriors at the warehouse entrance. The other Ares warriors sat on the still wet bluestone floor of the dock, filling their bellies with straw biscuits. Roy arrived from the dock with a team of priests. The Mine Guards were currently recruiting Grey Dwarf prisoners. Roy and the priests approached the Ares Orc leader, primarily to treat the injured Ares Orc warriors. After Roy explained his purpose, the Orc leader looked at him with some surprise. He hadn't expected Roy to be so generous and offered to help them treat the wounded. The injured Ares Orc warriors were carried to the top of the cliff by their companions. There was a large flat area in the trading market where the injured Orc warriors lay. The priests, with Roy's sacred tree replenishing their holy light power, didn't worry about holy light consumption. They were almost exhausting their holy light spells to treat the more seriously injured Ares Orcs. It must be said that these Orc warriors were quite strong. Often, a single holy light spell from the priests could lift an Orc warrior with a broken leg back to his feet. Seeing that Roy and the human priests had treated over 200 injured orc warriors in such a short period of time, the Ares orc leader finally let down his guard and smiled gratefully at Roy. He strode forward, firmly shook Roy's hand with both hands, and spoke a stream of Orcish. Following Roy, the orc guide, Sael, translated for him, "The chief is expressing his gratitude for what you've done for these injured Ares orcs. Tell the chief that this is what we, as allies, should do. If you need anything else, please let us know. We'd definitely help if we can." Roy responded with a faint smile. The chief said that, if possible, he'd like to borrow your fire magic from last night to bombard the gate of this supply warehouse. The Grey Dwarves inside the warehouse are refusing to surrender, and the Ares orcs are running out of patience. Sael whispered to Roy. "Tell him yes." Roy agreed without hesitation. At dawn, the orcs surrounding the fortress would soon gather to watch the excitement. The Ares did not want to be ridiculed by orcs from other tribes, so they needed to end the battle here as quickly as possible. Roy didn't dispatch the magic airship. Instead, he had the half-elf guards remove a giant whale-hunting crossbow from the ship and secure it directly to the dock 40 meters away from the supply warehouse. 4 boxes of magic crossbow bolts were placed next to the crossbow. Once everything was ready, the half-elf guards installed a giant crossbow with a lava boulder attached into the crossbow's slot. Chapter 953. A massive crossbow bolt shot forth, its shaft illuminating with magical runes. As the runes fully illuminated, the entire arrow transformed into a 2-meter diameter stone ball in front of the warehouse door. Its surface was coated in scorching lava, and as it rolled across the ground, it left a trail of blazing flames in its wake. The flaming stone ball slammed into the warehouse door at breakneck speed. The moment it struck, the entire ball exploded. The left door of the warehouse was instantly blown open by the burning stone ball, breaking in two and flying inward, injuring several Grey Dwarf warriors hiding within. The other half of the door was also shattered, though the 3 iron hoops holding the heavy wooden planks together kept the entire door together. The flames at the doorway were more than a man's height, forcing many shield-bearing Grey Dwarf warriors to retreat. The Ares orc warriors didn't even wait for the half-elf guards to fire a few more magic crossbow bolts. Seeing the warehouse door blown open by the magic crossbows, they rushed in impatiently. The Ares orc warriors who dared to charge in the front were almost all warriors from the orc tribe. They wore the finest armor and possessed formidable martial prowess. Roy even saw the shadows of giant Argali appear in front of the Ares orc warriors. Several of them huddled together, charging towards a row of Grey Dwarves holding chain shields inside the warehouse. The Grey Dwarves didn't sit still and wait for death. The shield-bearing Grey Dwarves in the front row half-crouched, while those behind hurled their throwing axes. These axes collided with the Argali shadows and instantly deflected away. The next moment, Ares orc warriors leaped up, spears in hand. They thrust their spears into the vulnerable part of the Grey Dwarf's armor, at the shoulder and neck. The Grey Dwarf warriors raised their chain shields high. Some spears pierced through the gaps in their shields, others lodged themselves in them, sending sparks flying. Ares orcs and Grey Dwarfs engaged in a fierce battle. A dozen Grey Dwarfs were pierced by spears, and the Grey Dwarfs retaliated with their hammers. The hammers struck the orcs, denting their heavy armor like cardboard, and blood gushed from the mouths and noses of the orcs struck. More Ares orcs rushed toward the supply warehouse, and countless axes flew out. Soon, both sides were fighting over corpses. 5 Grey Dwarf officers were at the forefront, and the Grey Dwarfs formed the core of the battle, holding off the orcs' charge. Among the orcs were also many brave warriors, who gradually forced the Grey Dwarfs into the warehouse. Just as the Grey Dwarf warriors were being forced back repeatedly by the orcs, the Grey Dwarf warriors inside the supply warehouse suddenly dispersed rapidly to the sides. A Grey Dwarf warrior, clad entirely in heavy iron armor, rushed out. Like a giant steel elephant, he charged ahead of the other Grey Dwarf warriors. The black iron armor he wore was extraordinary. Blue magic runes were engraved on each piece of armor. These runes illuminated one by one, and spears and arrows, striking the black iron armor, were simply deflected. Even if an orc warrior wielded a spear, they couldn't penetrate it. This Grey Dwarf, leading a group of heavily armored Grey Dwarf warriors, charged outward, instantly interrupting the Ares orcs' offensive. Dozens of orc warriors were knocked to the ground by their hammers. Watching the second-rank Grey Dwarf warrior, like a steel puppet, lead a group of elite soldiers out of the warehouse, nearly piercing the Ares orcs' vanguard, Roy, who was watching from beside the whale-hunting crossbow, glanced at Woods and Sabrina. He planned to join forces with Woods to charge forward and stop the heavily armed Grey Dwarf warrior. But obviously, Sabrina would have to be brought along. Woods clearly understood the meaning of Roy's eyes. Magical runes flowed through his body, and he chanted the druid's secret spell. The shadow of a giant earth bear crashed into him from behind. As Woods leaned forward with his hands, his rapidly swollen body instantly transformed into a giant earth bear. Roy also began to chant a sacred prayer, casting a halo of blessing on Woods. Colorful halos appeared at the giant bear's feet. The half-elf guard here loaded a magic crystal arrow into the quiver, aiming the crosshairs at the moving black iron monster. Sabrina patted Roy's shoulder, signaling him to shift his gaze toward the Ares orcs. At this moment, among a group of Ares orc warriors, an orc leader took a few steps forward and waved to his attendants. Two attendants pulled out a heavy suit of armor from a package and added a layer of thick armor over the orc leader's heavy armor. It was hard to imagine the Ares orc leader wearing so many layers of armor that he looked as bloated as a ball. He struggled even to move forward, but he still took a bone spear from his attendant. The shaft was covered in intricate ancient writing, and the tip was surprisingly polished from dark red crystal. His eyes were filled with fighting spirit and murderous intent. He took a deep breath, and the warriors on the battlefield seemed to feel it. As he stepped forward, the eyes of the Ares orc warriors on the dock were all fixed on him. His aura surged, and a dazzling holy light fell upon the Ares leader. A golden halo of thorns appeared at his feet. This was the aura of blessing power. The Ares orc leader glanced at Roy, who stood beside the whale-hunting crossbow, his expression hidden by his mask. Roy didn't care. Whether you were happy or not, he just put the blessing halo on first. Beams of holy light descended upon the Ares orc leader, radiating a dazzling glow. A 10-meter-tall, goat-headed demon phantom appeared behind the Ares orc leader. It half-crouched behind him, its outstretched hands embracing the leader. The Ares orc leader began to run forward, and with every step, the heavy beat of a drum echoed in Roy's heart. It was as if everyone in the arena could feel the heart-pounding drumbeat. Boom! 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 As the Ares orc leader began to run, he leaped high. The goat-headed demon phantom immediately clasped its hands together, its subsequent movements seemingly lifting the Ares orc leader aloft. The Ares orc leader gripped his spear tightly in both hands, raising it high above his head. His body formed a bow shape in midair. The dark red crystal spear tip, brimming with murderous intent, drew the aura of the entire battlefield. Then, like a flash of black lightning, it charged directly at the Grey Dwarf's black iron monster. The moment the crystal spear pierced the black iron monster's head, its tip pierced through its hard black iron helmet. The black iron monster's twin hammers struck the Ares orc leader's chest, shattering only the outer layer of armor. The hammers were unable to shake the underlying armor. The Grey Dwarf counterattack came to an abrupt halt after the black iron monster collapsed. The Ares orc warriors once again gained the upper hand, locked in a fierce battle with the Grey Dwarf warriors, who had rushed out of the supply warehouse. The bloody battle raged until the afternoon. By the end of the battle, fewer than 1,000 Grey Dwarf warriors had surrendered at the supply warehouse, leaving countless others lying in a pool of blood. These 1,000 orcs were severely wounded, most incapacitated. The entire clifftop of Leon Fortress was filled with orcs from other tribes, watching in silence as the Ares orcs collected the spoils from Leon Fortress. No orc dared to venture out and claim a share of the spoils from Leon Fortress. Everyone was even hoping these Ares orc warriors would leave quickly so they could take advantage of the fortress. A 5-meter-tall stone statue of a Grey Dwarf on the north side of the fortress was toppled by the Ares orcs. They then lit a bonfire beneath it, and threw all the naked Grey Dwarves, stripped of their armor, into the flames. Thick black smoke from the bonfire drifted up into the clouds. Several Ares wizards performed a strange ritual dance before the bonfire. The half-elf guards returned to their 3-masted sailing ships, and all the magic airships hid above the clouds. Only nearly 1,000 half-elf guards remained. They selected the 3-masted sailing ships that were still salvageable from the ruins at the docks, and sailed them away from Fort Leon, heading into the deep sea. Roy's agreement with the Ares orc leader was that all captured ships from Fort Loyan would become Roy's property, while Fort Loyan would be reclaimed by the orc tribe, and all supplies within the fort would also belong to the orcs. The fortress was piled with numerous Grey Dwarf corpses, all of which were burned before they could rot. The orc warlocks even collected souls in front of the bonfire. Nearly 4,000 Grey Dwarf prisoners, shirtless, their hands bound behind their backs, knelt in humiliation on the rocky beach. According to orc tribal custom, they did not keep prisoners. All prisoners were killed immediately after the battle. If a sacrifice was to be held in the near future, some prisoners would be kept for execution on that day, but these prisoners were usually few in number. The orcs found it difficult to manage the prisoners, as they might escape. The 4,000 Grey Dwarf captives knelt on the beach. The setting sun cast golden rays across the sea, casting a phosphorescent glow across the distant surface. A large flock of seabirds alighted on the surrounding sands, picking through shells and tied crabs, unfazed by the orcs. Several orc executioners sat on the rocks, sharpening their axes. The scraping of the axe blades against the reef reached the ears of the Grey Dwarf warriors, a sound that made them sense their impending death. Most of the Grey Dwarf warriors remained silent, but some, heartbroken, buried their heads in the sand, weeping. The Grey Dwarves of Durag usually avoided provoking the horde orcs because they loved to kill prisoners. Unlike the elves, the maximum penalty for surrendering was a life in prison. For this reason, many Grey Dwarves sailed to the west coast of the Elven continent to become bandits. Roy stood by the dock, stepping on the soft sand. He had come to bid farewell to the Ares leader. Now that the battle was over, the mine guards would rest for 3 weeks on the Nantali Islands before returning to plan with the orcs to seize the Gulf of Aden fortress. The human priests had already treated the injured Ares orc warriors, and the orcs were naturally filled with gratitude to them and Roy. To this day, they still stubbornly believe that Roy and the human priests were the true leaders of these half-elves. The orcs hated the elves, but not humans. Seeing Roy approach the beach, the Ares orc leader immediately smiled kindly and said to him, "The Gulf of Aden fortress is too far from the Black Gold Mountains. Ares warriors traveling thousands of miles there will likely be criticized by other orc tribes. But don't worry about not finding partners. Today's victory has made the orcs of other tribes realize this is an opportunity to drive out the Grey Dwarves. When you come to Leon Port again, I'm sure many orc tribes will want to cooperate with you. As long as you bring some more tradable supplies, orc tribes will definitely be eager to cooperate with you." Regarding the Gulf of Aden fortress, Roy had long anticipated that these Ares orcs wouldn't be very interested in it. Now, hearing the Ares orc leader clarify the matter, he wasn't surprised at all. Roy extended his hand and shook the Ares orc leader, then smiled and said, "Well, it's a pleasure working with you. Don't forget to let me know if you need anything. I can order most of the metal utensils from you. It's a pleasure working with you. Thank you, your priests, for saving so many of our Ares warriors." The Ares leader responded cheerfully, evidently in a good mood. Roy subconsciously glanced at the crystal spear behind him. Even now, whenever he thought of that breathtaking gamble, the hairs on his body stood on end. Who could have stopped them? That Grey Dwarf Legion commander's death was entirely justified. Roy nodded and walked towards the 3-masted sailboat anchored at the dock. Everything was ready on the sailboat, waiting for him to board and depart for the harbor. The harbor was littered with the ruins of sunken 3-masted sailboats. Many of these ships had their bows, sterns, and tall masts and lookout towers protruding from the sea. "Hey, Boss Roy." The Ares orc leader liked this address. It made the young man look like a businessman. Roy stopped and turned to look at the Ares orc leader. "If you need them, I give you all these Grey Dwarf captives. If they stay with me, I kill them all. Not only will they wear out these axes, but their blood will also pollute this beach. If you want to take them, I give them all to you." The Ares orc leader spread his hands and said to Roy nonchalantly. Roy paused. At this moment, an Ares executioner had already raised his axe, about to chop off the head of a Grey Dwarf captive. Roy quickly raised his hand and said loudly, "Of course. That's perfect. I have a blacksmith's workshop in another plane. I can select some real blacksmiths and send them there to work for me." Chapter 954. 11 of the 17 captured 3-masted galleons needed a complete overhaul. 1,100 half-elf crews manned these 17 3-masted galleons, carrying 4,000 Grey Dwarf prisoners of war to the Nantali Islands. Roy was somewhat surprised that no Imperial merchant ships were docked at Fort Leon, and no half-elf was found inside the fort. The slave trade was being led by the Grey Dwarves of the Northern Fleet and the Silvermoon Elf nobles. With Fort Leon being one of the most important transit points for the Grey Dwarves on the west coast of the eastern continent, there was no reason for Imperial merchant ships not to dock at this military port. However, these Imperial merchants preferred to dock at the Nantali Islands, using a deserted island for repairs, rather than enter Fort Leon. When Roy questioned the Imperial merchants, they explained that they didn't want to be exploited by the Northern Fleet, and therefore chose not to dock at Fort Leon. Roy had now captured 4,000 Duergar prisoners from Fort Leon. The highest-ranking Duergar officer was the captain of the 3rd Patrol Fleet at Leon, managing 7 patrol fleets within the fort. The Duergar officer, covered in wounds, wore a loose linen robe, his beard curling across his chest, and appeared somewhat dispirited. He sat listlessly in his chair, his head tilted slightly back, eyes narrowed, and he remained silent. Roy and Olive entered from outside. The Duergar officer glanced at Olive from the corner of his eye, clearly wary of her. A half-elf interrogator stood up and offered his seat to Roy. Roy first invited Olive to the main seat before taking his own seat. He didn't rush to interrogate the Duergar officer, but instead glanced at his interrogation notes. Seeing that the series of questions were mostly blank, Roy frowned. It was clear this Duergar officer was difficult to handle, but surprisingly, he actually said nothing. There were 4 interrogation rooms, like this on the 3-masted sailing ship, and interrogators in each were investigating these Duergar officers. Roy only took the time to attend when Duergar officers of the rank of captain and above were being interrogated. Roy lowered his head, not looking at the Duergar officer. He spoke in Elvish. You will be sent to K Island for trial, and then most likely to the Pagisto Plateau on the Partington Plain to serve your sentences. Regardless of your current positions, you will all be divided into 2 categories there: skilled Duergar artisans and ordinary Duergar prisoners of war. You will be assigned to the forge and the various mines, respectively. The half-elf interrogator repeated Roy's words in Dwarven. In fact, Roy had one unspoken condition: Duergar officers, and above the rank of officer, would remain in the forge to prevent them from causing trouble with Duergar in the mines. The Grey Dwarf officer seemed to have heard nothing, his eyes closed and his head tilted back. Roy continued, It's about a 5-month voyage from here to K Island. You be sailing to K Island on these 3-masted sailboats. Before you leave, is there anything you want to tell me? The Grey Dwarf officer didn't intend to communicate with Roy and simply closed his eyes. Roy seemed oblivious to the Grey Dwarf officer's expression. Seeing he remained silent, he lowered his head and continued, I know the situation in Durag is deteriorating. You're preparing to implement a southward migration plan, using a large number of ships to transport the Grey Dwarves to Garo Island in the Seven Realms Sea. Are any of your family members among the Grey Dwarves currently stranded off the west coast of Durag? Roy's last, casual question made the Grey Dwarf officer purse his lips uncomfortably. Roy's words had clearly hit a nerve. Seeing Olive's look, Roy understood and instructed the half-elf guard at the door, give him a drink. The half-elf guard brought over a glass of strong-smelling rum. Roy had prepared it in advance, and Olive had even added a little magic potion to the glass. The Grey Dwarf officer, seeing the glass of rum before him, instantly sobered up. He grabbed the glass with one hand like lightning and poured the entire glass into his mouth, letting every last drop fall before reluctantly putting it down. The Grey Dwarf's eyes finally lit up after drinking. Roy signaled the half-elf guard to refill the glass with rum, which the Grey Dwarf officer drank in one gulp. Olive suddenly blew a breath at the Grey Dwarf officer, who sat in his chair, his eyes wide open, as if he were drunk. Olive asked him in Dwarven, I heard the northern Grey Dwarves are preparing to migrate south. How are the preparations going? The Grey Dwarf officer burped and replied with a wry smile, We plan to transport the last of our people to Garo Island. The port on the frozen island is fully prepared. If it weren't for the problems in the waters off Kui Island, the Vanguard fleet would have reached Fort Luyan. It's those mindless bandits who have ruined our plans, keeping our transport ships stranded on the frozen island. Olive continued, You've given up a large amount of territory in Durag's knee, and your stockpiled supplies are almost completely depleted. The Grey Dwarf officer replied dazedly, There's still some left, enough to transport all the people to Garo Island. Over the years, we built numerous secret warehouses to stockpile supplies. Olive stood up and slowly approached the Grey Dwarf officer. She whispered in his ear, Actually, I really want to know why you encouraged Imperial merchants to go to the Elven Kingdom and defraud those half-elves? Her voice was laced with seduction, making the Grey Dwarf officer seem as if he were in some dream, even confiding in them. The Grey Dwarf captain replied dazedly, Why? We invested at least 30,000 people in the battles of Queen Unity's islands. 10,000 warriors. At least 200,000 of them were defeated by half-blood elves. We don't want to see a fourth powerful elven group emerge outside the 3 great elven kingdoms, so we must immediately interrupt their growth. Not to mention these half-blood elves have been constantly encroaching on our living space off the coast of Queen Unity's islands. Olive glanced back at Roy and asked, So that's why you're secretly encouraging the Imperial merchants? The Grey Dwarf officer waved his hands around and struggled to say, This was handled by fleet intelligence. We don't know the specifics. They even forbid us from contacting those Imperial merchant ships. After saying this, the Grey Dwarf officer began snoring, seemingly falling into a deep sleep. The wine glass on the table was empty, and the Grey Dwarf officer was soundly asleep. Roy waved his hand and had him dragged back to his cell. Chapter 955. Roy had half-elf interrogators interrogate over 60 Grey Dwarf officers, but unfortunately, they were unable to uncover the whereabouts of the Imperial merchant ship. All three-masted sailing ships sailed to Nontali Island and docked in the sheltered harbor of the main island. The imperial merchants had built shacks on the island, which provided shelter and rest during normal times, but they could not store supplies. Nontali Island had a small stream that often dried up, only flowing into the sea during the rainy season. The island was devoid of trees, save for a few shrubs around the cliffs. The island was surrounded by cliffs, and above them lay gentle slopes stretching over 10 square kilometers. These slopes were covered with esparto grass. The sea breeze blew the waist-high esparto grass into waves of wheat. According to the agreement with the tribal orcs, any land beyond the west coast did not belong to the orcs, so Roy naturally occupied this area. The Northern Fleet's Luyan Fortress, located on the northern west coast of the Mensa Plains, was raised by the Mine Guards and the Ares orcs. No force in the area could threaten the Mine Guards' magic airship fleet. Roy planned to rest and recuperate on Nontali Island, primarily repairing the 17 barks as best he could, then using 5 magic airships to transport the 4,000 Grey Dwarf prisoners back to K Island. He couldn't bear to send the 4,000 Grey Dwarf prisoners back to K Island on the barks. The journey would take over 5 months. If anything went wrong along the way, the magic airship fleet would have difficulty arriving to rescue them. Next, the Mine Guards had to quickly reach the Gulf of Aden Fortress and contact the Orc tribe there. Together, they could wipe out the Gulf of Aden Fortress as well. This time, Roy finally witnessed the true naval might of the Northern Fleet. Besides the 3-masted sailing ships equipped with cannons and crossbows, they also boasted enormous floating warships. If it weren't for the nighttime surprise attack on Fort Rowan, the mine defenders would likely have suffered some losses to achieve victory. The Grey Dwarf warships were not only equipped with magic cannons, but also with large magic shields. Sadly, the 2 warships were reduced to rubble by the magic cannons from the magic airships, crashing into the waters off Rowan Fortress, rendering them worthless. Moira pushed open the door and entered the Black Pearl's captain's cabin, placing a fruit plate on the conference table. Captain Rodhart, standing before the map, pointed to the middle of the Mensa Strait and said to a group of half-elf captains, "Since we thoroughly plowed the Mensa Strait 3 times and can't find any Imperial merchant ships carrying half-elves near the area, that means the remaining Imperial merchant ships carrying half-elves have already passed through the Mensa Strait and entered the western coast of Durag's Knee. If our fleet rashly enters this area, we likely face a direct conflict with the Northern Army fleet. So before the fleet enters Durag's western coast, we must eliminate the threat behind us. This time, we join forces with the Ares orcs to capture Fort Luyan. Next, we must quickly reach Fort Aden. While the Northern Army there hasn't reacted yet, we can join forces with the Horde orcs there to seize the Gulf of Aden. The boss is already contacting the Horde's blood wolves. They're interested in joining forces with us to deal with the Northern Army in the Gulf of Aden. We stay in the Nontali Islands for a week, using this limited time to repair the 17 3-masted sailing ships to seaworthy condition. 3 weeks from now, we must reach the northern fjords of the Gulf of Aden Fortress. Here, we form a temporary alliance with the Blood Wolf Orcs." Rodhart explained the recent priorities to a group of half-elf captains. The half-elves had just won a victory at Fort Luyan, and many elves were still euphoric. Now, hearing that the fleet was heading for another attack on the Gulf of Aden, they were naturally excited. They all asked Rodhart, "Boss, are our magic airships heading to the Gulf of Aden this time? When we passed through the Gulf of Aden a few days ago, their harbor wasn't very crowded. In fact, the sudden surge of ships in Fort Luyan was due to the arrival of Commander Coster's fleet, which had caused such a surge in traffic." Captain Rodhart asked Roy, "Boss, is there anything else you need to add?" Roy was still picking through the fruit bowl, carefully selecting some orange slices. He looked up and paused for a moment before saying, "Since Rodhart has outlined the mission schedule for the next 3 weeks, let me discuss the wounded among the Mine Guards. All injured Elven Guards must return to K Island aboard magic airships to recuperate. Also, all of you airship captains returning to K Island, please remember to mobilize new troops for every number of injured Elven Guards you drop off on K Island. Our fleet needs fresh reinforcements. Also, the Templar priests will undergo a rotation this time. One more thing to note, all the Grey Dwarf prisoners brought to K Island must be escorted back to Padstow by Captain Tiprador. Do not leave them there." All the half-elf captains in the cabin stood up and said yes in unison. "Everyone, please sit down. This is just a meeting. There's no need for formality. Next, gather all the crew members on board who are skilled in ship repairs. In the few days that are available, try to repair these 17 barks as best you can." "Yes." A group of half-elf captains disembarked the Black Pearl, and once disembarked, everyone got busy. Roy, on the other hand, relaxed aboard the Black Pearl. He lay on a lounge chair in the flower bed on the rooftop, soaking in the abundant holy light. Moira was by his side. The Black Pearl rocked slightly under the waves, and it was this gentle sway that allowed Moira to sleep soundly in the lounge chair. Miss Tiffany came up from below, and Roy made a gentle gesture. Miss Tiffany didn't care. She sat down next to Moira, squeezing into the same recliner. Moira, soundly asleep, nudged Tiffany, but failed to move her away. She rolled over and fell back into a deep sleep. Miss Tiffany said to Roy, "There are over 100,000 Grey Dwarf prisoners in the Partington Plain, and over 150,000 Highland headhunter prisoners. The prison camp is becoming increasingly dangerous. You must warn Nealon to disperse the Grey Dwarf prisoners as soon as possible to prevent them from spending too long in the Highland City prison camp. We must also avoid contact between the Grey Dwarves and the headhunters. One is the native and local tyrant of the Pagisto Plateau, and the other is a bandit with natural burrowing skills. If they unite, they might take over the entire Pagisto Plateau." Roy had actually been thinking about this too. Nealon had been doing a good job. However, due to the battle between the Mine Guards and the Grey Dwarf Northern Fleet, a continuous influx of Grey Dwarf prisoners will be sent back to the Partington Plain. The number of Grey Dwarf prisoners in Plateau City will increase. If these Grey Dwarf prisoners are not properly handled, they could become a bomb that explodes directly on the Pagisto Plateau. Miss Tiffany's idea is to disperse the Grey Dwarf prisoners to the various mines as soon as they arrive in Plateau City. Utilize the numerous mines on the Pagisto Plateau to separate these Grey Dwarfs. Roy, on the other hand, wanted to expand the forge. All Grey Dwarf prisoners would undergo a month-long investigation at the Plateau City prisoner of war camp, and only true Grey Dwarf craftsmen would be sent to the forge. The Mine Guards are now collaborating with the tribal orcs of the Mensa Plains. These tribal orcs also covet the vast quantities of metal tools Roy possesses, including weapons, armor, and daily necessities. These tools require a large number of Grey Dwarf craftsmen, so Roy needs to select a group of Dwarven craftsmen from among the Grey Dwarven prisoners. Also, pay attention to the number of Elven guards and Dwarven craftsmen at the forge. These Grey Dwarves are hardworking and dedicated when working, but they become bloodthirsty bandits when rioting. If they perceive the forge's defenses to be weak, they will riot without hesitation. Roy folded his hands under his head, exhaled, and said, "The bloodstains in the southern Spinel mines haven't been cleaned up yet. No one knows those Duergar better than the half-elves of the Pagisto Plateau, so we don't need to worry too much. This time we're facing the northern fleet of Durag's Knee, and behind them are 2 million Duergar civilians. Therefore, we must conduct thorough investigation and research in every battle ahead. If only we had a giant ship like that." Miss Tiffany curled up her legs on the recliner, leaning against Moira, and replied firmly, "Of course we will. As long as they don't give up their plan to move south, we will definitely take advantage of the northern fleet." Seize a massive ship from the fleet. Roy turned to look at the three-masted sailboat anchored in the safe harbor, and said to Miss Tiffany, "Actually, the Mine Guard's biggest weakness right now is our lack of a shipyard. All our three-masted sailboats were captured from the Grey Dwarf bandits, and now we seized over 50 or 40 Imperial merchant ships. If the fleet suffers a significant loss of ships, we won't be able to replenish them in a timely manner like the Northern Army's fleet." Miss Tiffany asked with a smile, "So that's why you built a shipyard on K Island, slowly recruiting shipbuilders, and then developing it into a shipyard?" "Yeah, that's roughly what I was thinking," Roy replied. 4,000 Grey Dwarf prisoners boarded 6 magic airships, filling their entire hull to the brim. Each magic airship was also escorted by 300 half-elf guards. Fully loaded and in good condition, these 6 magic airships were to sail through the wind stratum for 2 weeks. Miss Tiffany instructed the half-elf captains of the magic airships to regularly inspect the Grey Dwarf captives in the hold. 6 of the magic airships departed the Nontali Islands, with Miss Tiffany's earnest instructions. A day later, 17 three-masted galleons sailed out of the Nontali Islands in a long formation. The remaining 34 magic airships, carrying 17,000 half-elf guards, 5,000 Siren warriors, and 2,000 Griffin cavalry, moved on to the Gulf of Aden. The Gulf of Aden fortress lies within the Blood Wolf tribe's territory, and as such, the Blood Wolf tribe controls the Gulf of Aden's free trade market. Currently, the Gulf of Aden fortress faces the same predicament as Fort Loyan. The Grey Dwarf's reserves across Durag's Knee are extremely short of supplies, and the Grey Dwarfs can no longer afford to release a portion of their supplies each month to the Orcs' free market. The problems facing the Gulf of Aden fortress are even more serious than those at Fort Loyan. The only difference is that the Blood Wolf Orcs here are likely more patient than those of the Ares tribe, so the free trade market in the Gulf of Aden fortress is relatively stable. This information was provided to Roy by Old Luke. As a Blood Wolf tribe peddler, Old Luke held a certain reputation within the tribe. It was a personal letter from Old Luke that allowed Roy to contact the Blood Wolf chieftain. A month later, Roy led 20,000 half-elf guards and, in conjunction with 20,000 Blood Wolf riders, captured the Gulf of Aden fortress. The Blood Wolf orc seized all of its supplies and facilities. The Mine Guards only captured 6 three-masted sailing ships in this battle. It was clear that the Wolf Riders' power on the battlefield was far greater than that of the Ares orc warriors. Faced with the Wolf Riders' charge, the Grey Dwarfs collapsed almost instantly, offering no resistance before surrendering. The Grey Dwarfs on the barks offered even more resolute resistance. The half-elf guards and Griffin Riders repeatedly attacked the barks, but ultimately only managed to capture 6, destroying the rest. The wreckage of many barks sank near the Gulf of Aden docks. In the spring of 1415, the Grey Dwarf Northern Fleet's fortress in the Gulf of Aden, on the west coast of the Mensa Plain, fell. The Horde orcs reclaimed control of the 2 fortresses from the Grey Dwarves, while the half-elf Mine Guards completely occupied the Mensa Strait. In the 2 battles, Roy captured nearly 10,000 Grey Dwarf prisoners. These were transported to the island of Kay by magic airship, and then transported through the Kay portal into the city of Padstow. Roy returned to the Nantali Islands with the Mine Guard fleet, and planned to build a half-elf military base on the main island. If a formal war breaks out between the Mine Guard and the Northern Army fleet, this location would be crucial. Because these 2 fortresses are quite far from the frozen island northwest of Durag's Knee, the Northern Army fortress might take longer to receive reports of the battle. During this period, Roy's magic airship fleet continuously delivered large quantities of goods to the free markets of Liyun and Aden. In addition to the agreed-upon metalware, the half-elven even brought apples and orange wine, dried fish, and other foods from Padstow to the free markets. Unfortunately, the orcs disliked neither fruit nor dried fish, so these items were almost unsaleable. On the other hand, the iron and bronze ingots were extremely popular, and the orcs snapped up almost every piece they brought in. Chapter 956. During this period, most Imperial merchant ships have vanished from the west coast of the eastern continent. The Imperial merchants trading on the west coast of the eastern continent were practically in a state of panic. News had spread that a half-elf army had been entrenched in the Mensa Strait, intercepting passing Imperial merchant ships to investigate the number of half-elves aboard and to determine if they had been kidnapped. These merchants had heard that many Imperial merchants had been captured, along with their ships, by this half-elf army for trafficking half-elves. An Imperial merchant ship, sailing north to south with full sails, was blowing from the frozen sea at this time of year. The northeast wind, blowing from the frozen sea at this time of year, would allow the ship to swiftly cross the Mensa Strait and reach Margaret Harbor in the Evernight Forest, home to the Darkmoon Elves. The captain of this merchant ship was also an Imperial merchant. The merchant ship departed from the Grim Empire's province of Sloyd, sailing eastward along the dividing line between the Frozen Sea and the Endless Sea. After reaching the western coast of Durag's Knee, it continued southward along the western coast of the eastern continent. The merchant ship finally crossed the endless Black Gold Mountains along the western coast. That day, the crew on the main mast lookout shouted excitedly. Only when the Imperial merchant, Gus Benny, emerged from the captain's cabin did 2 crew members on the lookout excitedly announce the presence of a harbor in the bay ahead. Gus Benny hurried back to the captain's cabin, carefully measuring the expensively purchased nautical chart with a tape measure. The first and second mates gathered around him. Based on the sailing time, the harbor we saw shouldn't be the Darkmoon Elves' St. Margaret Harbor, Captain Spaney said with certainty. At this moment, the Grey Dwarf pilot they had hired at Durag's Knee pushed open the bedroom door, carrying a bottle of wine. Although he was drunk, as soon as he stepped out of the room and saw the land in the distance, he said in a halting Imperial language, "Hurry! Haha, we have successfully arrived at the Mensa Strait. That port you see must be Fort Rowan." The first mate turned to the drunken Grey Dwarf pilot and asked, "Can we stop at Fort Rowan for supplies?" The Grey Dwarf pilot shrugged, spread out the bottle of golden cider in his hand, and said humorously, "If you can deal with the orcs stationed in the fort, it's no problem. Those barbaric tribal orcs seized Fort Rowan from the Northern Fleet. Anyway, I can't do that. If I showed up at the dock, they would probably chop me into pieces and throw me into the sea in seconds." Captain Spaney waved his hand, deciding not to discuss the matter anymore or risk docking. "Then let's continue south." At this point, the Duergar navigator addressed Captain Gasbany, "Attention. From now on, you left the Northern Fleet's control zone. A half-elf fleet now controls the Mensa Strait, and they're not friendly to us. Also, if I encounter a half-elf ship, I need to evade them immediately. They're currently engaged in a war with our northern fleet, and if they see a Duergar like me, they capture me. With that, he slammed the hatch shut, not caring if Captain Gasbany had any further information to share. Captain Spaney returned to the cabin, where a group of Imperial merchants and ship managers gathered. They discussed with some concern. It seems the rumors are true. The half-elven fleet controls this area, and the northern fleet has been driven back north. The second mate muttered, "Didn't the Grey Dwarves in Durag say that the northern fleet controls the Mensa Strait?" A merchant ship shareholder snorted, "What those Grey Dwarves say in the tavern. How can you trust them?" The first mate asked Captain Spaney, "What should we do now?" Captain Spaney frowned, scratching his stubble with his hand, and remained silent for a long moment. A merchant ship owner nearby took the opportunity to say, "I think any merchant ship operating normally shouldn't be stopped by them." The first mate then interjected, "I'm a little worried." The atmosphere in the captain's cabin suddenly grew quieter, and the merchant ship owner immediately proposed again, "Then let's quickly cross the Mensa Strait, and hope we don't get spotted by the half-elf fleet." Before Captain Gasbany could issue an order, the lookout on the mast tower pointed up into the sky and shouted, "Look! A group of elves riding griffins are flying towards us." The two lookouts, with their exceptional vision, had spotted the griffin cavalry early on. Their voices reached the captain's cabin, immediately causing panic among the Imperial merchants. Upon hearing the news, some mercenaries also rushed out of the cabin, alertly gazing upwards. Some Imperial crew members even rushed to the massive crossbows at the bow and stern to string their bows, causing a sudden commotion on deck. The griffin riders in midair didn't immediately descend, but instead circled the Imperial merchant ship from a safe altitude. More than 20 griffin riders gradually appeared overhead. The Imperial lookout on the mast tower shouted again to the captain's cabin, "They're trying to land on board." Captain Gasbany's expression darkened, but at this point, he forced himself to remain calm. He shouted to the lookout on the tower, "Then let them down. Everyone, leave them alone. We see what they're up to." The latter part of his call was directed to the crew on deck. The mercenaries, prepared for battle, breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing Captain Gasbany's words. This battle would be over for the time being. Sabrina landed on the deck of the Imperial merchant ship with only 4 griffin riders. This was the first time in days that she had encountered an Imperial merchant ship sailing from Durag's knee. The griffin riders had spotted the merchant ship as soon as it appeared on the western coast of the Kangamore forest. Sabrina had also rushed all the way from the Nantali Islands, only to discover this Imperial merchant ship lingering near Fort Loyan. It seemed the ship had no intention of docking at Fort Loyan. The crew had already hoisted the sails, preparing to steam south at full speed. Sabrina, taking advantage of the Imperial merchant ship's slow pace, approached it with a group of griffin riders. She prepared to board the ship for a routine inspection, and through the ship's lookout, she secured the captain's permission. In reality, she would have to board the ship for an inspection regardless of whether the captain agreed or not. Disagreement might have been more troublesome, but the outcome would have been the same. Sabrina released the White Griffin's reins and stood mid-deck. She waited for the Imperials from the captain's cabin to reach her before addressing them in her broken Imperial tongue. "We are patrolmen from the Griffin Cavalry Regiment of the Half-Elf Mine Guard. We are inspecting this merchant ship to see if there are any half-elves imprisoned. We hope you will cooperate with us. Those who disobey will be severely punished by the Mine Guard." Hearing Sabrina's stern words, Captain Spinney forced a quick smile and said to the fair-skinned, sweet-faced wood-elf swordswoman before him, "We are merchants from the Grim Empire. This time, we have brought a shipload of exquisite artwork, silks, and scrolls from the Grim Empire. We plan to ship these items to the Elven Kingdom for sale, and then purchase a batch of magical herbs from the Elven world to bring back to the Grim Empire." He then added, "There are no other prohibited items on board." As he spoke, Captain Spinney couldn't help but think of the Duergar navigator. Sabrina had seen enough cunning Imperial merchants to disbelieve Captain Gasbany's words. Standing opposite him, towering over him by a full half a head, her gaze downward exuded a sense of oppression. Sabrina said sternly, "All the Imperial merchants have told me the same thing, but many of them have deceived me. So I no longer believe your words. I choose to see for myself. Also, I warn you not to attempt to obstruct or resist our search, or I will declare your merchant ship a slave ship. As with any slave ship, we will forcibly seize it and bring all on board to K Island for trial. Do you understand what I'm saying?" she asked, gazing at the ship. Captain Gasbany, overwhelmed by Sabrina's powerful aura, could only nod obediently. Then, under the tense gaze of the Imperial crew, Sabrina thoroughly searched the Imperial merchant ship. Sabrina found no half-elves in the hold, and she also searched the other cabins, finding no trace of them either. As for the drunken Grey Dwarf, Sabrina didn't bother to pay attention. After failing to find any half-elves on the Imperial merchant ship, she and her 4 half-elves decisively rode off on their white griffins. Throughout, the Imperials aboard the merchant ship stood quietly, waiting for Sabrina to finish her search. Then, without a word, they rode their griffins off the ship. When the griffin cavalry overhead quickly dispersed, Captain Gasbany and his crew breathed a sigh of relief, collapsing on the stairs outside the ship's tower. Captain Spinney, holding onto the wooden railing with one hand, asked the others with a puzzled expression, how could they have griffin cavalry? The other Imperials shook their heads, bewildered. Seeing the griffin cavalry leave without damaging or taking anything, Captain Spinney even developed an inexplicable fondness for them. The half-elf mine guards firmly controlled the Mensa Strait. The capture of 2 Northern Fleet fortresses led to a complete withdrawal of the Northern Fleet, completely halting the Duergar's southward migration plan. For the past few months, the Northern Fleet has frequently sent ships to the Mensa Strait for exploratory attacks. To fulfill his agreement with the Horde Orcs, Roy shipped large quantities of metal tools from the Partington Plain almost every month to the 2 free markets at Fort Leon and Fort Aden. Originally, Roy had planned to deliver these goods to Castletown and contact the elven merchants there. Unexpectedly, the situation in Castletown was dire, and the deal ultimately fell through. Now, he's transporting these goods to the Mensa Plains, and the Horde Orcs are incredibly enthusiastic. The business, once completely doomed, is now flourishing again with the Horde Orcs. It's a blessing in disguise. For this reason, Roy chose to build a transit station for the half-blood elves on Nontali Island. Since there are no forests on the Nontali Islands, he cuts wood in the Kongmore forest and transports it back to Nontali Island by schooner to build cabins and warehouses. He also built a dock in the Nontali Island safe harbor, large enough for 10 schooners. The half-blood elves now have a transit station for their supplies on the Mensa Strait. Recently, several ships from the Northern Fleet have been conducting reconnaissance missions near the Nontali Islands. However, the 3-masted galleons have been unable to escape the pursuit of the Griffin Riders, and have disappeared upon entering the Mensa Strait. The Northern Fleet has finally realized that no matter how many 3-masted galleons they send to the Mensa Strait, they seem to be sinking in the ocean. Recently, very few 3-masted galleons have been conducting reconnaissance missions there. After a period of silence spanning over 10 days, the Northern Fleet has finally made new moves. Griffin Riders patrolling around the Nontali Island spotted 2 Sea King warships slowly descending in the upper wind vortex above the main island, soon to hover above the clouds. The 2 Sea King warships were immediately spotted by the Griffin Riders, who reported the news to Sabrina. Sabrina had just finished searching an Imperial merchant ship near Fort Leon, and was now hurriedly returning to the skies above the Nontali Islands on her Griffin Riders. 18 magic airships were already facing off against the 2 Poseidon warships. The 2 sides were currently quite far apart, but the atmosphere was already tense. From a distance, the Black Pearl could be seen among the magic airships. Sabrina signaled the Griffin Riders to hover in the air while she returned to the Black Pearl. Opening the door to the captain's cabin, she saw Roy standing there, carefully observing the 2 massive ships. "What do you think? Let's do it now. I'm sure we can save one of them," Sabrina said to Roy. The giant ship is equipped not only with magic cannons, but also with magic shields. Forcing your way aboard with your Griffin cavalry and engaging those Grey Dwarves in hand-to-hand combat is too dangerous. Roy then instructed the half-elf crew on the watchtower, warn the other magic airships to maintain their distance from the giant ship to avoid being hit by its magic cannons. The herald on the watchtower immediately responded, "Yes, boss." Sabrina then stepped in front of Roy and said, "Recently, the regiment has been discussing how to engage the giant ships of the Northern Fleet in aerial combat. Unfortunately, we haven't had the opportunity to test those ideas. This presents a rare opportunity, and I'd like to give it a try." Chapter 957. Watching the giant ship slowly descend from the clouds, its massive hull resembled a floating island, its bottom constructed from countless riveted metal plates, covered in a layer of barnacles and shells. A row of wooden houses and warehouses had already been built on the Nontali Islands. These 2 Poseidon warships were clearly bound for the Nontali Island transit point. The 3-masted sailboat anchored near Nontali Harbor quickly hoisted its sails and spread out in all directions. 13 magic airships also activated their levitation devices, simultaneously cranking up their magical propulsion systems to maximum power, rapidly evacuating the Nontali Islands. Sabrina waved her hand, and the 500 Griffin cavalrymen gathered on the deck simultaneously spread their wings into the wind. With a few fierce flaps of their massive wings, their heavy bodies lifted into the air, then slowly ascended, their speed increasing. After leaving the magic airship 100 meters away, the griffins reached their normal speed and began climbing upwards. 500 griffins were divided into 8 groups. As they left the magic airship, they wound like 8 soft ribbons toward the great ship high in the sky. Sabrina flew at the head of a group of griffins. Squinting her eyes, she turned and shouted to her companions behind her, "Follow me. Be careful to avoid the crossbows fired from the great ship. The great ship is full of ballistae. Be maneuverable as we approach." The half-elf cavalry continued to spiral upwards, and the griffins let out sharp, piercing cries. Sure enough, a number of grey dwarf warriors appeared on the great ship, surrounded by a row of ballistae fixed to the side of the ship. Seeing the large number of griffins soaring into the sky, these grey dwarf warriors immediately maneuvered the ballistae and aimed them at the griffins. Those sharp crossbow arrows gleamed coldly in the sunlight. At this moment, the 2 great ships also blared their horns, and more grey dwarf musketeers emerged from the sides of the ships, their black muzzles trained on the griffin riders. The first to open fire were these grey dwarf musketeers. Even though the range was far from sufficient, the grey dwarf musketeers on the great ships opened fire simultaneously. A visible ball of flame erupted from the muzzles of all their muskets, and lead pellets rained down from the sky like raindrops. Though these pellets missed the griffin riders, they emboldened the grey dwarf warriors aboard the great ships. In a duel between a magic airship and a great ship, the higher altitude vessel often holds the absolute advantage. The griffin riders continued to climb higher, hoping to soar overhead against the 2 Poseidon ships. Turtleshell-like magical shields appeared beneath the 2 giant warships, evidently fearing that the magic airships near the harbor would concentrate their magic cannon fire on the warships. The Northern Fleet clearly had absolute confidence in their Sea Emperor warship's victory. Having already lost 2 Sea Emperor warships in the battle at Fort Leon, they still dispatched 2 more to attack the Nantali Islands. The disadvantaged griffin riders raised their iris shields with one hand, wrapped their other around the griffins' necks, and leaned forward, shielding their upper bodies and heads beneath the shields. A large number of griffin riders dispersed from beneath the giant warships. 4 magic airships appeared below and to the left and right of the warships, firing 4 magical beams from each airship, almost simultaneously targeting the magic shields beneath the warships. The magic cannon's beam instantly dimmed the giant ship's magic shield, but it didn't damage the ship's bottom. A few seconds later, the giant ship's magic shield was restored to its original state. Because the magic cannon's own depression angle was less than 30 degrees, the giant ship's magic cannon was temporarily unable to fire at the magic airship below, and the 2 giant ships could only accelerate their descent. The giant ships of the Northern Fleet were the most powerful combat force in the hands of the Grey Dwarves. The Grey Dwarves never installed expensive levitation devices on 3-masted sailing ships. They believed that 3-masted sailing ships equipped with levitation devices would not be able to withstand the silver Pegasus Knights of the Elven Kingdom. Therefore, they created these giant ships, which were almost like floating islands. These giant ships possessed both excellent offensive and defensive capabilities. These aerial fortresses were as solid as a tortoiseshell, and equipped with powerful offensive means such as magic cannons. They were a formidable force no matter where they were deployed. The only drawback is that these giant ships are not very maneuverable. The first time they encountered the Northern Fleet's floating giant ships, it took the combined fire of the magic cannons from 40 magic airships to sink 2 of them. 40 magic cannons firing simultaneously instantly consumed over 600 of Roy's magic crystals. This time, during the Northern Fleet's raid on Nantali Island, there were only 13 magic airships at the island's transit point. If all the magic cannons from those airships focused their fire on a single Poseidon giant ship, it was unclear whether they could instantly destroy the giant ship's magic shield. At this point, it seemed the magic cannons from the 4 magic airships would be unable to break through that thick magic shield. The Griffin cavalry in midair saw that the magic airship's first attack had failed, and they hurriedly urged their griffins to fly higher. Finally, the giant ship's crossbows began firing at the Griffin cavalry, who quickly dispersed, causing many of the crossbows to miss. Sabrina, riding a white griffin, soared above the floating giant ship. Instead of hovering, she plunged directly into the clouds, followed by a group of griffin riders. When the griffin riders emerged from the clouds again, they all plummeted from the sky like meteorites. During this rapid fall, the griffin riders hurled their short spears. These short spears, imbued with armor-piercing magic, left streaks in the air, glancing through gaps in the magic shield and landing on the giant ship, claiming the lives of several of its Grey Dwarf warriors. Instantly, dozens of Grey Dwarf warriors were pierced by the short spears, like struggling sea fish pierced by a harpoon. The Grey Dwarfs on the giant ship finally realized one thing: The Grey Dwarf musketeers on such a large ship would have difficulty dealing with the swift and agile griffin riders. The intelligence the Grey Dwarfs had gathered previously overlooked the fleet's presence in the air. A single attack by the Griffin cavalry resulted in over 200 casualties among the Grey Dwarf warriors aboard the giant ship. The giant ship's magic cannons, however, couldn't aim at the ascending magic airships. When the Grey Dwarf commander aboard the giant ship saw the magic shields erected on 13 of the magic airships, he angrily shouted to the Grey Dwarf officers around him, "They have magic shields on their airships too. How can we fight this battle? Hurry, send the word down. Activate the levitation systems at full power. Rapidly ascend the giant ships into the wind stratum, and escape the pursuit of these Griffin Knights." The runes on the levitation systems of the two giant ships quickly illuminated, and the rapidly descending giant ships began to hover in midair. Then, they slowly ascended, surmounting the short spears hurled by over 500 Griffin cavalry, and plunged into the clouds. As the great ship broke through the clouds and plunged into the high-altitude wind belt, the elusive Griffin cavalry unexpectedly followed. The Grey Dwarf musketeers, who had originally considered taking refuge in the cabin, could only stand on the edge of the deck in the freezing wind, holding their muskets to prevent the Griffin cavalry from forcing their way aboard. 13 magic airships followed closely behind the great ship and entered the wind belt. The two great ships of the Northern Fleet did not dare to enter the Mensa Strait. They adjusted their altitude in the wind belt, found the right wind direction, and quickly fled north. With their sails fully filled, the great ships began to sail north at high speed, gradually distancing themselves from the magic airships. The battle ended hastily after a brief encounter. The Griffin cavalry brigade led by Sabrina could not remain in the wind belt for long, and soon the Griffin cavalry broke away from it. Even in their hasty departure, they had flown over 100 kilometers from the Nantali Islands. A group of Griffin riders, their faces, bodies, and armor covered in a thin layer of frost. They shivered with cold, yet even as they soared through the air, they cursed the Grey Dwarfs. What a bunch of cowards who only know how to run away. Above the clouds, a flock of fiery red gulls flew across them like a sunset glow. From a distance, it looked as if the clouds ahead were ablaze. Sabrina hurriedly halted all the Griffin riders. Their priority now was to avoid them, and avoid provoking the ill-tempered exploding firebirds. These exploding firebirds inhabited the depths of the Black Gold Mountains year-round, and their diet was varied. Besides the mountain beasts, they also frequently foraged at sea. These exploding firebirds weren't actually considered high-ranking magical beasts. They couldn't cast magic like other beasts. However, these exploding firebirds had an extremely violent temper. Once provoked, they would transform into a hail of fire and launch a suicidal attack. So, when Sabrina saw these firebirds, she immediately avoided their flight path. By the time Sabrina had circled the sea and returned to Nantali Island, several magical airships had already returned safely to the harbor. A group of Griffin riders, exhausted and tired, alighted on the deck on their griffins. The griffins rested on the deck, while the Griffin riders collected dried fish from the barn and began feeding them. To improve their rapport, feeding couldn't be done by others, so Sabrina fed the white griffins herself. It was already midnight, and the half-elf crew members of the magic airship gathered in groups of 2 or 3, munching on fruit and chatting. They were all discussing the recent battle, their failure to capture the 2 massive warships. Sabrina, exhausted, returned to the Black Pearl. She had also intercepted an Imperial merchant ship today, but it was loaded with Imperial cargo and appeared to have just arrived from the Grim Empire. No half-elf was found on board, so Sabrina let them go. Woods, who was waiting in the captain's cabin, saw Sabrina board the ship and waved to her from the window. The ship was silent. Walking into the hallway of the deck, she couldn't understand why she preferred to share a cabin with Moira when there were clearly plenty of empty rooms. Pushing the door open, she found the narrow space contained only a wooden bunk bed and a desk by the window. There were no lights in the room, and the light filtering through the glass made the cabin exceptionally dim. A faint sweet scent lingered in the air. Roy and Moira slept in the lower bunk, embracing each other. Moira's smooth arm draped over the edge of the bed, the back of her hand resting on the floor. The thin blanket covering them had half fallen to the floor. Sabrina tiptoed off her armor. There was a bathroom in the room, so she quickly rinsed and climbed onto the upper bunk in a light robe. She embraced the soft, sun-scented blanket, closed her eyes, but didn't fall asleep. She pulled the blanket up to her chest and curled up. It seemed as if only this small room could give her a sense of security. There had been constant fighting in the Nantali Islands recently, and everyone had become accustomed to these exploratory attacks. Roy planned to seize the Nantali Islands, and used them as a frontline position for the battle against the Northern Fleet. The Northern Fleet once again advanced into the Mensa Strait, this time dispatching massive ships to attack the transit point on the Nantali Islands. However, they were intercepted by the Griffin Riders of the Mine Guards. Clearly, the massive ships had no advantage against the Griffin Riders. The Northern Fleet's air force had previously refrained from entering the Elven Kingdom, fearing the Silver Pegasus Knights. Now, these Griffin Riders were even more formidable. The tentative attack also ended in failure. Sabrina slowly closed her eyes, her lips curled slightly upward, her long golden hair cascading across her pillow. Now, it seemed, the Grey Dwarves of the Northern Fleet weren't so formidable after all. A few years ago, when she and Moira were living on Brown Street in Castletown, they overheard the half-elves fishing at the docks discussing the Grey Dwarf bandits at sea. They described them as a vicious bunch, constantly harassing fishing boats. Now, not only had the Grey Dwarf bandits around the Queen Uni Islands been driven away, but even the waters of K Island had become half-elves' domain. Now Roy and his mine guards have taken over the entire Mensa Strait. If 10 years ago, someone in the tavern had said that a group of half-blood elves had beaten the living crap out of Grey Dwarf bandits at sea, every elf would have thought they were drunk and talking nonsense. But now that the facts are clear, it's probably time for the other elves to wipe their eyes when they see half-blood elves. Sabrina fell into a deep sleep amidst these wild thoughts. In the room downstairs, just a wall away from Sabrina, Miss Tiffany lay lazily in the bathtub, her giant tricolored fishtail dangling outside. A metal showerhead hung above her head, spraying seawater onto her face, making her want to moan in pleasure. The hatch was pushed open, and Miss Olive walked in. She unceremoniously sat beside Miss Tiffany, snatched the showerhead from its stand, and held it over her head, letting the cool seawater pour over her. "How was it? What did you gain from this expedition north?" Miss Tiffany asked Miss Olive curiously. Chapter 958. Roy learned from the Duergar prisoners that the Duergar natives of Durag's Knee had been forced to the Valeria Valley on the west coast by the Dark Legion, the Duergar's last remaining safe haven in Durag's Knee. The Nakma's Black Riders had planted their infernal banners throughout much of Durag's Knee. Currently, approximately 2 million Duergar had gathered in the Valeria Valley, a narrow valley formed by the Gangdis Mountains and the Paitsals Mountains. The two mountain ranges merge into a rugged mountain range in the interior of Durag's Knee. This precipitous mountain range now serves as the Duergar's last gateway against the infernal forces of the Nakma. The Duergar built the city of Presites on the pass where the Gangdis and Paitsals mountains meet. Currently, it is home to over 400,000 Duergar. It is the Duergar of Presites that has effectively kept the Nakma at bay. However, this mountain city has become shattered and dilapidated after years of attacks by the Nakma. The walls, built on the cliffs, may collapse one day. Then the city will be directly exposed to the Nakma's Black Riders. Currently, nearly 2 million Grey Dwarves remain trapped in the Valeria Valley. Of these 2 million, 400,000 live in the city of Presitis, nearly 800,000 are gathered in the coastal city of Bowls, and the remaining 800,000 are scattered throughout the narrow valley stretching over 400 kilometers. Some have also fled to the Frozen Earth Island and the Black Gold Mountains. The only remaining territory of the Grey Dwarves is the Valeria Valley, sandwiched between these two mountain ranges. Throughout Durag's Knee, with the exception of the Valeria Valley on the west coast, the Dwarven and Orc coalition has established a defensive line east of Durag's Knee in the Mountains Valley, shielding the eastern Gaetian plains behind them. Vargren are now rarely seen on the Gaetian plains, and it's said the entire plain has been reduced to ruins. Currently, only the Dwarven and Orc coalition is stationed east of the Mountains Rift. A wall has been built along the edge of the Dwarven Rift, confronting the Nakma with the Great Rift as the boundary. The Dwarven and Orc coalition has given up on repelling the Dark Legion. They hope the Grey Dwarves will rally and form a pincer attack with the coalition, trapping the Nakma within Durag's Knee. Furthermore, they need a third-ranked warrior to journey to the Great Rift and destroy the Abyss Gate deep within. Only then would these Nakmar have a chance of successfully retreating from Durag's Knee. For years, the Duergar have committed atrocities on the western coast of the eastern continent, and their feud with the elves is more recent than just a few hundred years. Thus, the elves did not wish to intervene in the war over Durlag's Knee. The elves felt that seizing Durlag's Knee from the Duergar would be as difficult for the Nakmar as seizing Darnassus from the elves. Even if the Dark Legion did capture Durlag, the horde orcs of the vast Menshar Plains would still be able to resist the Dark Legion's forces from the Abyssal Forces. If the Dark Legion truly managed to penetrate the northern regions of the eastern continent, they would still have the Evernight Forest as their first line of defense, the Veranaz Mountains as their second, and Darnassus, the World Tree where the Wood Elves dwell, as their third. If the Dark Legion truly entered the World Tree of Darnassus, it would mean the imminent fall of the entire eastern continent. The Duergar dwarves, unable to defeat the Nakma, hold the entire western coast of the eastern continent. Now that the waters of K Island and the Mensa Strait are occupied by the half-elves, their southern migration route is completely cut off, a crucial threat to the Duergar dwarves. Yesterday, 2 Poseidon warships descended from the Wind Stratum and launched an exploratory attack on the Nantali Islands, only to be forced back by the Griffin Riders. This made the leaders of the Northern Fleet realize that the half-elf mine guards, armed with numerous magic airships and Griffin Riders, had become an insurmountable barrier on their southern migration. Tundra Island is an island located northwest of Durlag's Knee, within the boundaries of the Frozen Sea. The entire Tundra Island covers approximately 90 square kilometers and is shaped like a spoon, with the handle pointing southwest. This is the rear base of the Northern Fleet. A 15-kilometer-long seawall lines the entire southern coastline of the island, and most of the Northern Fleet's ships are anchored here. Many times, the Northern Fleet's top brass issues orders from here. They are also the primary supporters of the Grey Dwarf Bandits along the entire western coast of the eastern continent. As long as the Grey Dwarf Bandits send some resources to the Frozen Earth Island, they can receive anything they need in return, including but not limited to barks, ballistae, and various military equipment. For a long time, the Grey Dwarf Bandits on the west coast have enjoyed a symbiotic relationship with the Northern Fleet. They rely on the constant flow of supplies brought back by the Grey Dwarf Bandits, and the Grey Dwarf Bandits, in turn, rely on the various military support provided by the Northern Fleet. However, this harmonious partnership began to falter 10 years ago. As the Grey Dwarf Bandits on the west coast of the eastern continent grew increasingly powerful, they gradually began to slip beyond the control of the Northern Fleet. These Grey Dwarf Bandits extended their reach into the Elven continent and the Great Sea, devoting their energies to the slave trade. They even began plotting against the Queen Uni Islands, long occupied by the Silvermoon Elf Kingdom. Year after year, wars broke out, and before anyone knew it, at least half of the over 500,000 Grey Dwarf Bandits once active on the west coast of the eastern continent had vanished. And the Elven Kingdom's waterway, crucial for the southern migration, had now fallen completely into the hands of the half-blood elves. This was the Northern Fleet's greatest headache. The southern migration plan, originally scheduled for the beginning of 2589 of the Grim Empire calendar, had to be temporarily shelved due to the half-blood elves' occupation of the waters of K Island. When it would resume depended on how quickly the Northern Fleet could deal with these half-blood elves. Look! What was I saying? Those half-elves have suddenly appeared on K Island. Actually, we first saw their presence during the Battle of Queen Uni's Islands. And now, they brought back a regiment of Griffin cavalry to block the way there, and they have dozens of hovercrafts under their command. Now, they colluded with the tribal orcs on the Mensa Plains. Marshal Kane, Supreme Commander of the Northern Fleet, stood at the main seat, his face filled with rage, as he roared at his officers gathered around the long conference table. They seized our fortress of Rowan and the Gulf of Aden. Now our fleet can't even enter the Mensa Strait. He banged his clatter on the conference table, the veins on his forehead practically popping. Back then, I repeatedly emphasized that when opening a shipping route, it was best to bypass the Elven world if possible. The Elven world possesses powerful flying forces, from the earliest Emerald Dragon Legion to the later Dragonhawk Legion and Elven Dragon Legion, and even to the later Silver Pegasus Legion. Which legion is easy to provoke. Although the 3 Elven races are gradually declining, their legacy remains. Now the Griffin cavalry has emerged. Tell me, how should we respond? How should we respond? Should we send out the island's last 7 Poseidon warships simultaneously, taking all the magic crystals, and consuming them completely to turn these half-elves into cannon fodder? A Grey Dwarf officer immediately stood up, interrupting Marshal Kane's speech, shouting, "Marshal Kane, I disagree with you. I don't believe that consuming all our magic crystal reserves will completely eliminate this half-elven army." A group of Grey Dwarf officers stared at him, as if he were idiots, confused as to where this unfamiliar face had come from. "Sit down and shut up until I'm done, you unruly fellow." Marshal Kane, seething with rage, pointed his golden staff at the young Duergar officer and unleashed a barrage of curses. He then addressed all the officers present. "I called everyone together to hear your opinions. The situation in Presite City is dire. We still have nearly 2 million Duergar in the Valeria Valley. They need to be evacuated as soon as possible. The 2 Poseidon warships we dispatched just returned to port yesterday. They encountered resistance from the half-elven air force upon reaching the Nantali Islands. Everyone here, tell me how we should fight this battle." After saying this, Marshal Kane returned to his seat of honor. The Grey Dwarf officers were whispering among themselves, each with their own thoughts, yet each eager to gauge the others. A Grey Dwarf officer in a captain's uniform stood up and declared irritably, "If you ask me, we should send our entire fleet to the Mensa Strait. We have so many ships, including 7 Poseidon warships. If we work together, we can surely repel this half-elf fleet." Marshal Kane stared at him coldly and asked in a deep voice, "And then what?" "Not to mention the predicament the Grey Dwarfs stranded in the Valeria Valley will face if we fail. Even if we can engage in a tug-of-war with the half-elven in the Valeria Strait, how much time will the dire situation in Durag's knee afford us?" The Grey Dwarf officer blushed slightly and stammered, "If our fellow Grey Dwarves in the Valeria Valley organize another group of warriors to garrison the city of Presites, they should be able to hold out for a few more years. Then I appoint you as the supreme military commander of this support force. Lead your new troops to reinforce Presites," Marshal Kane said forcefully, pointing at the Grey Dwarf officer without mercy. The Grey Dwarf official didn't dare argue, shrinking his neck like a red-faced quail. "I think we could try to contact these half-elves. It would be best if we all sat down and had a serious discussion about the price we would have to pay to safely pass through the Mensa Strait and the waters of K Island. Those half-elves won't demand exorbitant prices. Compared to the supplies consumed in the war, the compensation might not be that terrible." An old Grey Dwarf sitting to Marshal Kane's right spoke up. At this moment, the conference room suddenly fell silent, and more than half of the Grey Dwarf officers stared at him in disbelief. At the same time, some Grey Dwarf officers suddenly realized that this method might not be impossible. If it could achieve the goal of migrating south at a lower cost, it might be worth a try. But such a thing was difficult to say. They represented the Northern Fleet. Would they have the dignity to take the initiative to negotiate with those half-elves? Roy had never imagined that he would one day receive a letter like this. It came from Marshal Kane, the Supreme Commander of the Northern Fleet. The general message of the letter was that the Northern Fleet hoped that both sides could cease the current fighting. In addition, the Mine Guards could open a sea route for the Grey Dwarves of Durag to migrate south by ship, and the Northern Fleet was willing to pay a certain amount of compensation. The Durgar negotiators have arrived at the Nantali Islands and are currently under surveillance, Captain Rodhart reported to Roy. "Should we summon him now?" Roy was in the wooden cabin on the main island of Nantali, which served as a makeshift command center for the Mine Guards. He was comparing Abbott's hand-drawn sea chart with the one seized from the Durgar, comparing them comprehensively. The warehouse on Nantali Island was currently overflowing with various supplies. They had become the largest supplier of supplies to the orcs of the Mensa Plains tribe. So far, cooperation with the orcs had been quite pleasant. Almost all of the fine weapons Roy had sold to the Horde orcs were sent to the northern battlefield. It's said the fighting there is extremely intense, with the combined forces of orcs and dwarves currently bearing the lion's share of the pressure from the Nakma Demon Legion. Let him wait a few days. There's no rush. Besides, they're the ones who come to us to negotiate, so we naturally whet their appetite. Roy said this, then planted a small flag on the frozen island on the map. "Boss, do you think we should give up the sea route?" Captain Rodhart asked Roy curiously. "We should give it up. Otherwise, what will happen to all those Grey Dwarves who have already decided to leave?" Roy said with a smile. He hadn't expected the Northern Fleet to be such a paper tiger. They usually appear formidable, but after a head-on confrontation, he realized they were a cowardly bunch, completely utterly fearless. "Since they offered us some compensation, let's see what we can get from them." "Boss, aren't you still thinking about seizing the 2 Poseidon warships? You can definitely bring it up with them this time," Captain Rodhart said with a grin. Roy slapped his forehead and said, "If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten." "You're right. Don't forget to remind me when we discuss compensation." Chapter 959. The Poseidon ship, having landed off the coast of the Nantali Islands, spotted a large number of griffin riders in the distant sky and quickly lowered a sloop before rapidly ascending into the wind vortex, avoiding contact with the griffin riders. Captain Kress, accompanied by a group of griffin riders, sailed less than 20 nautical miles on a sloop before finally sighting the 3-masted bark of the Mine Guard. As a negotiator sent by the Northern Fleet, he was accompanied by only 2 trusted associates. This Durgar captain was sent here because he was fluent in both Elvish and Imperial languages. In his youth, he was an adventurer and had extensive contact with elves. This trip to the Nantali Islands was also intended to meet with the leader of the Mine Guard. Many Durgar dwarves reported that this half-elf leader of the Mine Guards hated Durgar dwarves with a passion, and whenever he encountered one, he would kill them. It was precisely because of the Grey Dwarves' reputation for Roy that the top brass of the Northern Fleet dared not come. Legion Commander Kless didn't want to come either, but he was second in command of the Southern Migration Plan. Marshal Kane, the primary officer, would definitely not show up, so he had to step up. His face was tense, seemingly expressionless, but in reality, his heart was pounding, his palms sweating with nervousness. Standing on the sloop, his legs were a bit unbending. Now, on the deck of the three-masted sailboat, he was relieved to see that the half-elven crew hadn't forcibly tied them up. After Captain Kleiss explained his purpose, several Griffin cavalrymen took to the air, heading towards the Nantali Islands. Soon, the three-masted sailing ship, riding the wind, entered the Nantali Islands. From afar, a row of magic airships could be seen anchored in the safe harbor. The half-blood elves had installed numerous levitation devices on the three-masted sailing ships, creating extremely maneuverable magic airships. The Northern Fleet's Poseidon warships dared not venture into the Mensa Strait, fearing not only encountering the Griffin cavalrymen, but also being surrounded and targeted by these magic airships. After landing on the island, Captain Kleiss was led by the reception officer to a wooden cabin to rest. The half-blood elves brought him a plate of fruit and a pot of lemon tea, then left Captain Kleiss alone. No other elves came to address them. Captain Kleiss had been to the Nantali Islands before, but back then, the islands were barren. Only when storms approached would nearby ships seek shelter here. A simple dock has now been built at the island's safe haven, and a row of warehouses and wooden houses have been erected. Half-elves are everywhere, and the entire area is teeming with life. Originally, the Northern Fleet had planned to establish a transit station on the Nantali Islands, but later, in consultation with the Horde Orcs, they established two fortresses in Liyun and the Gulf of Aden. Now, because they couldn't provide the supplies the Orcs needed, they were expelled by the Horde Orcs and the half-elves before them. Although the Duergards had previously breached their contract, they still believed the Horde Orcs had gone too far, strangling every Duergard in the fortress without even a word of warning. This led to a complete rift between the Duergar and the Horde Orcs. In fact, it was only in the past 6 months that, with the exception of the Valeria Valley, the eastern region of Duragsni was almost entirely occupied by the Nakma, and the last industrial city had fallen completely, leading to a shortage of supplies for the Duergar. For the Horde Orcs, they hoped the Duergar would rally. Only if the Duergar could hold off the Nakma invasion would the Mensa Plains be safe. But these Duergar repeatedly disappointed the Horde Orcs. Even when the Orc-Dwarf Alliance secured the eastern Rift Valley of Duragsni, the Duergar never considered regrouping on the west coast, allowing the three forces to jointly combat this abyssal force. Besides the shortage of supplies, the primary catalyst for the rift between the Horde Orcs and the Duergar was the Duergar's non-resistance strategy. The southern migration route they had opened up was intended to transport the final batch of nearly 2 million Duergar to Garo Island in the Seven Realms Sea. The Orcs were unwilling to let the Duergar leave so easily. Once the Duergar dwarves completely retreated from Duragsni, it was easy to predict that the next challenge facing the Nakma Dark Riders would be the endless Black Gold Mountains. It would then be the Ares tribe Orcs, who would engage in direct combat with the Nakma Dark Riders. This was also why the Ares tribe Orcs particularly hated the Duergar dwarves. The Northern Fleet had lost Fort Loyan and the Gulf of Aden, and had also lost control of the waters off the island of Kay. From the Mensa Strait to the waters off the island of Kay, this area was a perilous and mortal place for the Duergar dwarves. Legislaw Commander Kress sat in a log chair and sighed softly. Once on foreign territory, everything depended on their arrangements. There were 15 supply warehouses on Nantali Island. While Kless was resting in his chair, the half-elf crew had been loading supplies into the warehouses non-stop. Numerous wooden crates, all seemingly heavy, were being carried into the warehouses by the elves. The crates must contain some metal, a gray dwarf attendant said confidently. Indeed, Legion Commander Kless thought so too. He had never imagined the elves would send such large quantities of metal to the Horde Orcs. Aren't the Orcs and elves on the eastern continent sworn enemies? Aren't these half-elven crew members clearly aiding the enemy? Legion Commander Kless stared coldly at the half-elven crew carrying supplies, imagining the day when the Northern Army fleet would arrive, drive out all the half-elven, and then burn down every warehouse on the island. Just as he was absorbed in observing the warehouses, he suddenly heard someone calling his name. Captain Kleiss, Commander. What's wrong? Captain Kleiss saw several half-elf officers standing behind his entourage. In front of them stood a young Imperial wearing a magic rune armor. As they were introducing themselves, Captain Kleiss had never expected that this seemingly young human was actually the supreme commander of the half-elf group. Boss Roy. He couldn't understand why such a young Imperial was the supreme commander of the half-elf group. Everyone sat down together, and the half-elves got straight to the point. Roy sat among the half-elf officers, staring at the short, muscular gray dwarf officer across from him. His first words were, "I'm sure you're all aware that for years, gray dwarf bandits have been plundering elven ships on the west coast. I know they're backed by the Northern Fleet. Now, we finally cleared these gray dwarf bandits from the west coast of the elven continent and, in the process, destroyed their lair. The waters of K Island. Even during the time I was managing K Island, the Northern Fleet still sent Captain Machio to attack K Island, but they ultimately failed. Let's put those grudges aside for now. However, a group of Imperial merchants, under the implicit instructions of the Northern Fleet and with the tacit approval of the Silvermoon Elf nobles, defrauded half-blood elves in coastal port cities across the elven continent. These unscrupulous Imperial merchants lured large numbers of half-blood elves onto their ships, and then shipped them off to other lands. This is what we cannot tolerate most. Your actions have harmed the fundamental interests of the half-blood elves. Now they sent representatives to negotiate with us. Fine. Since you initiated the initiative, how should we discuss it? Boss Roy's words immediately made Captain Kless sweat profusely. The half-blood elves have always been the target of oppression by various factions. Now that they've suddenly risen, some things are bound to be repaid. The Dark Knights of the Nakma, a dark legion of the Abyssal Forces, have been plundering Durag's knee. There's no room for the Duergar there anymore. Therefore, after discussion, the Duergar Elders Council has decided to relocate all Duergar to the safer south. Our migration route will sail south from Boris City to the Nantali Islands. From there, our fleet will sail south to the Muriaki Outer Islands, and from there to the waters of K Island. This section of the sea route happens to be under your control. I come to meet you this time to discuss this. We're willing to pay a price in exchange for free passage along this sea route. As soon as Commander Kleiss finished speaking, Boss Roy waved his hand without hesitation. That's impossible, Roy said firmly. I will never agree to allow the Duergar's free passage along this sea route. Commander Kleiss's heart sank, but his expression remained unchanged. He tried to force a smile, but his face was so stiff that it was impossible. In the end, he could only awkwardly take a sip of lemonade to mask his inner panic. If the 2 million Duergards hadn't been driven to the brink of despair, he would never have come to negotiate with these half-elves. Then buy a 6-month passage. If we can relocate all the Duergards, the Northern Fleet will never set foot in these waters again. Commander Kleiss finally stated the purpose of his trip. Roy thought for a moment before saying, your transport ships intend to pass through the waters under the actual control of the Mine Guards. Fine. But you must make a public declaration, announcing that the Duergar dwarves officially relinquished the territory of Durag's knee. Legislature Commander Kleiss's mood brightened immediately. He hadn't expected the other party's offer to be so simple. That's no problem. We're prepared to give up Durag's knee. The other issue is compensation for the half-elves. Roy continued, extending a hand toward the Legion Commander Kleiss, curling his thumb and leaving 4 fingers extended. Compensate me with 4 Sea King battleships. Legislature Commander Kleiss's eyes darkened, and he nearly collapsed on the table. The Northern Fleet won't accept this offer. Boss Roy, please make a more practical request. The Sea Emperor's great ship is the core of the Northern Fleet's strength, and the Grey Dwarves will never surrender it. Roy waved his hand, somewhat impatiently. You disagree with my terms. And yet, you insist on asking me to propose them. I think you should list what you can offer. If that convinces me, I let your transport ship pass. Otherwise, you just sit there in the Valeria Valley, waiting for the Nakma's Black Riders to march through. League Commander Kless suppressed his rage. He wanted to flip the table and call it quits, but this time, he was clearly the one begging. If this southward migration route wasn't open quickly, the 2 million Grey Dwarves in the valley would be unstoppable, and the Northern Fleet's position would be in jeopardy. Shipyards. There are numerous shipyards along the coastline near Bowles City. After we leave Durag, we will hand them over to you intact, including the remaining materials and a complete set of blueprints for building sea vessels. When I return to the Frozen Earth Island, you can send craftsmen to hand over the blueprints. League Commander Kless hit the nail on the head. Yes, although the Mine Guards possess numerous barks, most of them were captured from the Grey Dwarves. In fact, Roy doesn't have any shipyards. Every useless magic airship is one less. And magic airships are precisely the Mine Guards' most important strategic assets. Without them, the Mine Guards would be stranded on K Island and the Partington Plain. Hearing Captain Kleiss' words, Roy knew that these Grey Dwarves had thoroughly studied the Mine Guards and were aware of their weaknesses. After we evacuate Durag, the entire Valeria Valley will be handed over to you. Captain Kleiss then added. Roy shook his head again. After you leave, the Nakma will immediately occupy Valeria Valley. These cabins are located on the coastline at the end of the valley. Once the Nakma have taken over all of Valeria, what will we gain? Captain Kleiss quickly added. In addition, we will provide the locations of 10 dwarven treasure houses. As Grey Dwarves, we have a habit of hiding large amounts of wealth in our treasure houses, just like dragons. However, all 10 dwarven treasure houses are located in the heart of Durag's Knee, within the Nakma-controlled territory. After hearing Captain Kleiss's words, Roy waved his hand again. Is he crazy? He's going to have to fight the Nakma head-on just to dig up a few dwarven treasures. Each treasure house holds enough supplies to equip an entire legion. Legion Commander Cress continued. Roy immediately perked up, staring at Legion Commander Cress and saying, Can you tell me more about the dwarven treasures? Chapter 960. Seeing Boss Roy finally show some interest, Corps Commander Klaus quickly perked up and introduced. These treasure troves contain the treasures we didn't have time to take with us when we evacuated Durag's Knee. Not only magical weapons and high-level armor, but also some war puppets obtained from the Dwarven Kingdom, and of course, more common but large quantities of strategic materials. It's just that the Nakma demons captured Durag's Knee so suddenly that these treasure troves were originally in the hands of the Army Corps. With the Army Corps' demise, many of the treasures in the treasuries were lost. The treasures were moved and never discovered by the Nakma. If you, Boss Roy, are interested in these treasures, we can provide you with the locations of 10 vaults that have long been hidden in the heart of Durag's Knee. If Durag's Knee can one day be recovered from the Nakma, these vaults will definitely provide you with a rich reward. Of course, you can also try to have your adventure group sneak into the heart of Durag's Knee and open those vaults. Roy shook his head in disappointment when he heard Captain Kless say that these dwarven vaults were all in the Nakma-controlled area. Come to think of it, if these western dwarven vaults were so easy to open, the Grey Dwarves wouldn't have kept them until now. Roy felt that the red-nosed Grey Dwarf before him was being cunning. He waved his hand again, somewhat impatiently. All right, I heard enough. I don't want to keep talking about these unrealistic things. The compensation I need from you is something we can get right away. Legion Commander Kleiss pretended to be all ears. Roy said, for example, your warships, or perhaps magic crystals. Talk to me with these tangible compensations. Also, you must tell me the whereabouts of the 20 Imperial merchant ships carrying half-elven slaves that slipped through the Mensa Strait. I suspect they're currently operating along the west coast of Durag's Knee. I need your warships to help us intercept them. Finally, after the Grey Dwarves have evacuated and migrated south, the Northern Fleet must also vacate the frozen Earth Island and refrain from damaging any structures on the island. Roy felt there was no point in continuing to argue with this Grey Dwarf commander. It was they who were anxious. Legion Commander Kleiss said with a bitter face, First, we can't provide your army with warships. We're still short on ships. 46 transport ships for the evacuated population haven't been launched yet, and we don't have many magic crystals to offer. In fact, the Grey Dwarves of Durag had already prepared ships for this southward migration. However, the Northern Fleet has suffered a series of recent defeats, culminating in the loss of both Liyun and the Gulf of Aden. Numerous ships have been reduced to ruins in these two ports, leaving a gap in the Northern Fleet's fleet. But you want the frozen island. We can discuss that. League Commander Chris said, wiping the sweat from his forehead, his expression somewhat grim. Finally, you want our training ships to intercept Imperial merchant ships carrying half-elves. I can send a message immediately, and have the patrol fleet on the west coast of Durag's Knee cooperate with your Griffin cavalry. The peace envoys sent by the Duergards this time seemed sincere. Although they were unwilling to offer ships and magic crystals, they were very accommodating in other areas, offering almost unconditional compensation to the half-blood elves for anything they could give up. Roy hadn't expected the Duergards to come to negotiate so soon. He had assumed a fierce battle was still to come. At least the Northern Fleet still had several Sea King warships as a last resort. If all of these warships were deployed, it was doubtful whether the Griffin cavalry could maintain air superiority. The reason they were so eager to move south was probably because the situation at Durag's Knee was deteriorating. The sword hanging over the heads of the 2 million Duergards happened to be the Black Knights of the Nakma. In fact, Roy should be grateful to the Nakma. It was precisely because of the Nakma Black Knights' imminent attack that the half-blood elves and tribal orcs had jointly captured Fort Lowen and Fort Aden that the Northern Fleet had to actively negotiate. Roy and a group of half-elf officers around him quietly discussed how best to scrape a little oil off the Grey Dwarves this time. Everyone agreed that the most valuable asset the Northern Army had, besides the ships, was the Tundra Island, which still held some value. So, Roy demanded that the Mine Guards take over the Tundra Island immediately after the last group of Grey Dwarves boarded and departed. As for the cities of Bowls and Presites, that depended not only on the evacuation of the Grey Dwarves, but also on the deployment of the Nakma demon army. However, Commander Klees hoped the Mine Guards could enter the Valeria Valley as soon as possible. Ideally, as the Grey Dwarf warriors retreated in batches, the half-elf guards could quickly take over that portion of the defense zone to prevent the Nakma demons from taking advantage of the chaos and seizing the city of Poseidus. Roy was still hesitant about this. He didn't want the Mine Guards to be in danger. With the Grey Dwarf army withdrawing, how could the half-elf guards hold off the Nakma demon Black Knights? Roy felt the compensation the Grey Dwarves were willing to offer was far from enough. But he also kept wondering what else these Grey Dwarves had. The journey from the frozen island to Kauai Island, sailing on the sea with the wind, would take 9 months if all went well. The long journey south, coupled with so many transport ships, meant the Northern Army fleet was responsible for the safety of the entire migration team. This was a massive migration of 2 million Grey Dwarves. The support deployment required was enormous. Each transfer station would need to stockpile a large amount of daily necessities, and continuously supply the transport ships docked along the way. A large transport ship could carry approximately 3,000 Grey Dwarves. Nearly 2 million Duergar dwarves are currently stranded at Durag's Knee, meaning at least 700 transport ships would be needed to relocate them all at once. Setting sail from the frozen Earth Island to Garo Island in the Seven Seas, even if all goes smoothly, the voyage will take approximately 3 years. During the southward migration, the stops are almost always islands. To obtain large quantities of supplies, the Duergar dwarves must gather them from various sources. This is why Legion Commander Kless keeps giving Roy blank checks. Rather than relying on limited resources, he hopes the half-blood elves can take over the fixed assets left by the Duergar dwarves in Durag. The Duergar were now completely weakened. They couldn't even offer the Horde's orcs enough to trade goods, let alone compensate the half-elves with their limited supplies. This unprecedented migration left all the Duergar dwarves utterly exhausted. Even though their naval base still had several massive Poseidon warships docked, they didn't want any conflict with these troublesome half-elves. Not only did they need to avoid conflict, they also needed to borrow a sea route from the half-elves. Indeed, it was the Northern Fleet's leadership's miscalculation of the half-elves' military strength that had put them in such a passive position, ultimately backfiring on themselves. Roy was quite interested in the shipyards near Bowles City, but many of the items were uncertain. Furthermore, the Northern Fleet had to hold out until the very end before abandoning the Tundra Island. Over 100 nautical miles from the west coast of Durag's Knee, the Tundra Island perfectly protected them from the Nakma's Black Knights. Therefore, the Tundra Island was a genuine compensation for Roy. After the Duergar retreat, who knows when the Nakma's Black Riders will completely conquer the western coast of Durag. The Duergar's offer may seem generous, but in reality, it's just fixed assets the Duergar can't take with them after their departure. Even if the half-blood elves don't come to take them, they have to abandon them anyway. Once the Nakma's Black Riders break through Poseidus City, these fixed assets in the Valeria Valley will become worthless. Of course, the Mine Guards want to hold onto the Valeria Valley to maximize their profits. That meant deploying a garrison in Poseidus City. Only by holding off the Dark Legion's Nakma demons and their Black Riders could Roy control the Valeria Valley. Roy hoped the half-elves could find a place on the eastern continent. Seeking a piece of land in the Elven Kingdom was utterly impossible. Now the Valeria Valley lay before him, requiring him to take advantage of a difficult situation. At this moment, he hesitated. A map of Durag's Knee hung on the wall of the room. The area belonging to the Valeria Valley had been thoroughly scrawled on it by Roy with his quill pen. In the middle of the night, after making out with Moira, Roy couldn't sleep because of his thoughts. Sitting on the edge of the bed, he gazed at the map in the bright moonlight. Although the small print was blurred, Roy had already memorized the area. It didn't really matter whether he saw it or not. Moira's smooth back was exposed outside the blanket. She always liked to sleep soundly with the blanket half wrapped around her and half held in her arms. Sabrina, hugging the quilt, sat up from the top bunk and quietly got out of bed. As she reached the table, she saw Roy leaning against the bed. She startled, almost dropping the teacup in her hand. "Sorry to bother you," Roy whispered. Sabrina was wearing a cool, loose-fitting nightgown. The moonlight cast a seductive shadow on her breasts. Seeing Roy sitting on the bed, she draped an arm over her chest and, without rushing to climb back up to the top bunk, casually sat on the chair in front of the small table, holding her water cup. "No, I just needed a drink." "What are you thinking about?" Roy withdrew his gaze, but his gaze inadvertently passed over two round, ivory-white legs. The Grey Dwarves were willing to give up the frozen island and 2 cities to the north, so we could clear a sea route south. "I've been thinking that half-elves ultimately need a place on the main plane." Sabrina thought carefully before saying, Since there's no room for us in the Elven world, we could try living in the north of the eastern continent. Although the Dark Legion's Nakma demons currently occupy most of Durag's territory, I don't think they stay there for long. The dwarves and tribal orcs. The coalition forces are defending the mountains rift east of Durag. If we could also establish a battlefield on Durag's west coast, we'd be able to pincer the Nakma from both the east and the west. Since the orcs are willing to establish a defensive line with the dwarves east of Durag, why don't we discuss with the Horde orcs and see if they're interested in establishing another battlefield west of Durag? Compared to the Nakma crossing the Black Gold Mountains and charging into the Mensa Plains, establishing a new battlefield west of Durag would be more advantageous to the Horde orcs on the Mensa Plains. If they're willing, we might give it a try. Roy had been agonizing all day over whether to send troops to defend Persida's city. Sabrina's words suddenly opened his mind. He stood up excitedly, rushed to Sabrina, cupped her beautiful face, and kissed her forehead. That's right. Why haven't I thought this through? I feel so much better now. Go to sleep. After saying this, Roy walked back to the bed, embraced Moira, and fell asleep peacefully. Sabrina, sitting in a chair, blushed bright red as Roy kissed her forehead. She felt her heart pounding like a drum. Boss Roy agreed to open a sea route for the Grey Dwarf army to migrate south, but insisted that the Northern Fleet cede the frozen island and gradually take over the cities of Persidus and Boris. This decision finally relieved Captain Kleiss, his mission a complete success. Most importantly, it came without any tangible cost. After they left Durag, the half-elves would take over the two cities and an island with year-round ice. He wrote down all of Boss Roy's demands on a piece of magical parchment, and both parties signed it. Although it was only a framework agreement, not a formal magical contract and not bound by magic, Kleiss would take this agreement back to the frozen island. After receiving approval from the top brass of the Northern Fleet, this agreement would finally take effect after Marshal Kane of the Northern Fleet and Boss Roy of the Mine Guard signed a magical contract. Time was pressing, and Commander Kleiss, armed with this magical parchment, sailed overnight into the waters off the Nantali Islands. Contacting the waiting Poseidon ship, the commander returned to the frozen Earth Island. The agreement was also quickly approved at a high-level meeting of the Northern Fleet. The next day, Marshal Kane, accompanied by a group of fleet officers, boarded the Poseidon ship and headed for the border between the west coast of Durag and the Mensa Strait. After Commander Kleiss's departure, Roy also quickly boarded a magical airship and rushed to Conmore Forest. He needed to meet with the chieftain of the Ares tribe. Only with the Ares support could the Mine Guards gain a foothold in Persida's city. Chapter 961. Inside a large tent of the Ares tribe in Kangamore Forest, Chief Grop was discussing the defense of the northern part of the forest with the leaders of the neighboring Ares tribes. Since his collaboration with the half-elves a few months ago to seize Fort Luyun from the Duergar dwarves, his reputation among the Ares tribes has soared. Originally, Chief Grop controlled only about 30 Ares tribes, but now, with a vast supply of Duergar dwarf weapons and ammunition at his disposal, the Ares tribes deep within Kangamore Forest are gradually aligning with him. The number of Ares tribes under Chief Grop's control has nearly doubled, totaling over 60,000 Ares orcs. He is considered one of the most prominent chiefs of the Ares tribe in Kangamore Forest. Many other Ares chiefs, hearing that he could obtain elven weapons, have extended olive branches to him. The reason he initially joined forces with the half-blood elves against the Duergar was simply because they were disgusted with their reneging on their promises and forcibly seizing orc territory. Also, the orc warriors were helpless against the Duergar, who had fled to the sea, which was why they joined forces with the half-blood elves against the Duergar's northern army. Great Chief Grop had never imagined that the half-blood elves could provide a vast supply of superior weapons and a wide variety of metalware, far beyond the reach of the Duergar themselves. He relied on these superior weapons to trade with other great chiefs in the Conmore Forest, a move that earned him some good reputation. Rumors circulated that the Duergar were preparing to migrate south, and some who did not wish to venture southward into the Seven Seas would retreat deep into the Black Gold Mountains. To avoid the pursuit of the Nakma Dark Riders, these Duergar were likely to flee to the northern slopes of the Black Gold Mountains. This meant the Ares needed to strengthen their defenses in the Black Gold Mountains to prevent infiltration by the Grey Dwarves. Odysseus, every 2 days, you and your people will patrol north along the Dakla River. Yes, Great Chief. Odysseus readily agreed. The Great Chief's assignment meant providing his tribe with some fine weapons. He had long coveted those gleaming black short-flying spears. He had even personally tested their power. Throwing them with enough force, they could completely pierce a tower shield over 60 meters away. Truly a weapon worthy of being from the Elven world. An orc warrior from the Ares tribe ran in breathlessly and frantically addressed Chief Grop, Chief, outside. A half-elf airship has appeared, hovering over the jungle. Chief Grop stood up immediately. He and the half-elf had an appointment to trade metalware at the free market in Fort Leon at the beginning of each month. He hadn't ordered any weapons recently, so he needed to completely use up his stockpile and acquire more magic crystals from other Ares tribes before he could purchase more elven weapons from the half-elves. Bring them into the tribe, Chief Grop instructed the orc warrior, waving his hand. He then regretted his words and quickly added, "Wait, I go myself." "You lead the way." The orc warrior quickly agreed and swiftly exited the tent to wait outside. Soon, the orc warriors brought Chief Grop to the observation deck on the top of the mountain, from where they could overlook the Conmore forest within a few kilometers. Chief Grop looked up and spotted the magic airship slowly flying overhead. He immediately dispatched his men to hoist the Ares tribe's flag, which fluttered in the wind from the top of the tallest fir tree. The magic airship quickly spotted the flag and flew towards them. Roy climbed down the magic airship's lattice ladder and made his way to a hilltop observation tower belonging to the Ares tribe. Chief Grop was waiting for him there. The last time they met, Chief Grop had told Roy the location of his tribe. Roy had come here this time, following the route described by Chief Grop. Chief Grop said straight to the point, "Boss Roy, long time no see. You come to Conmore in person, so something must be going on." Roy nodded, smiled reservedly, and said, "Boss Grop, you guessed right. I'm here to discuss something with you." He paused, then continued, "I came to see you to see if there's any possibility of further cooperation between us half-elves and the Horde orcs. I intend to lead my troops north to Durag to test the strength of the Nakma. This time, I plan to deploy 20,000 half-elf guards. With this number, I suspect it will be difficult to stop the Nakma's attack. Therefore, I come here to invite you to join us in the war against them." Roy made no secret of his battle plan. Upon hearing Boss Roy's words, Chief Grop's eyes immediately grew serious. He pondered for a moment before saying to Roy, "Regarding this matter, I can only say with deep regret, there is nothing I can do. I can handle the battle at Fort Lowen, because that falls within my responsibilities. But not this one. I don't have the authority to mobilize so many orcs." Chief Grop, teacup in one hand, said to Roy with a serious face, "But I can take you to see the High Chief. He's the High Chief recognized by all of our Ares tribes, and the Ares King of the Black Gold Mountains. With his support, this matter is halfway to success." Seeing that Chief Grop was about to take him to see the Ares King, Roy replied, "Then I leave it to Chief Grop." In this area on the northern foothills of the Black Gold Mountains, there are nearly several thousand Ares tribes living. It is these tribes that form the northern defense line of the Mensa Plains. Chief Grop's forest is on the western edge of the Conmore forest, where the forest meets the sea. He oversees over 60 tribes, large and small. His tribe numbers approximately 3,000 people, with adult males making up nearly one-third of the total population. The other tribes had smaller populations, ranging from a few hundred to a few thousand, scattered around the Black Gold Mountains and the edge of the Conmore forest. The Black Gold Mountains stretched across the entire eastern continent, stretching for tens of thousands of kilometers, and these Ares tribes were also very scattered. Captain Grop led Roy to Eagle's Nest Peak, where Hansahim, the Ares chieftain, resided. Hansa was his real name, and Heim translates to guardian in Orcish. This was a sign of respect shown by all Ares orc warriors to the chieftain, hence the name Hansahim. The magic airship took nearly 10 days to reach Eagle's Nest Peak, where Hansahim resided. It said this place was once home to Thunderbirds, but now very few live on the Mensa Plains. When the magic airship arrived at Eagle's Nest Peak, it saw a 1,000-mile-long cliff, most of which reached the clouds. This area is located in the middle section of the Black Gold Mountains, and Eagle's Nest Peak is one of the 10 highest peaks in the Black Gold Mountains. According to Chief Grop's instructions, the magic airship anchored at the foot of Eagle's Nest Mountain, where a large Ares tribe also lived. With Chief Grop's guidance, Roy and his group disembarked the Black Pearl magic airship here. Then, under Chief Grop's guidance and flanked by hundreds of Ares orc warriors, they continued their ascent along the cliffs. Roy hadn't expected this climb to take 3 full days, finally navigating the thick clouds and reaching the peak above the clouds. In addition to Roy, his companions who arrived at Eagle's Nest Peak included Woods, Sabrina, Moira, and Leah. Reaching the summit, it looked like a rugged, tribal-style city in the sky. Its foundation was the summit of Eagle's Nest Peak, then built from large rocks following the slope of the mountain. Walls followed, clinging to the rock face. A complex network of tents was constructed using logs and leather. A cold wind howled from the summit, occasionally mingling with falling snowflakes. Winter was cold here year-round. Headmaster Hansahim wore a suit of heavy golden armor, and underneath it, a thick leather armor. He was a burly figure, his face covered in wrinkles, but his eyes sparkled, making it impossible to tell his age. The two horns on his head were exceptionally thick, the left one seemingly broken off. He stood on the steps at the mountain's entrance, pursing his lips as he stared at Roy climbing up from the base, his eyes filled with wariness. The fortress at the summit was built remarkably solidly. There was only one path leading from the base to the summit, which was just enough for 3 people to walk side by side. More would have been too crowded. Chief Hansahim stared at Roy, who, after climbing all the way up, seemed to have exhausted all his strength. Chief Hansahim had only a brief encounter with Roy and then left immediately. Chief Grop, however, was well versed in the peak's fortress. He led Roy to the summit, took a circuit around the outer perimeter of the fortress, and then ascended to the observation tower. On a clear, mist-free day, gazing out into the distance, one could take in the vast expanse of the Black Gold Mountains below. The orc warriors passing by were also very strong. These Ares orc warriors wore a layer of woolen clothing, covered with leather armor, and finally, a thick set of heavy armor. The sharp, knife-cut peaks running east and west were visible through the gaps in the clouds. Not just one peak, but hundreds, even thousands, all belonging to the Black Gold Mountains. This Black Gold Mountains completely exceeded Roy's imagination. Standing on the platform, Chief Grop, holding the railing, said to Roy with great pride, "When the Grey Dwarves wanted to capture the Mensa Plains, we stopped them north of the Black Gold Mountains. Besides the fact that our Ares warriors are adept at fighting in cold mountain environments, we also rely on the ruggedness of these 100,000 mountains. Boss Roy, what do you think it would cost the Nakma's Black Cavalry to cross the Black Gold Mountains? Look at these mountains, they actually change every year. It's said that an ancient earth dragon lurks beneath them. The Grey Dwarves can't build underground cities, so they can only build mountain cities amidst the mountains." Captain Grop told Roy much about the Black Gold Mountains. For years, the Grey Dwarves and the Horde Orcs have been fighting over the Black Gold Mountains. The Orcs' ability to hold off the Grey Dwarves is largely due to the Black Gold Mountains. Roy stood beside Chief Grop and said to him with a smile, "The Nakma don't need that. They just need to capture the Victoria Valley and occupy the Durgar city of Boars. If there's no armed force to oppose them on the western front, they can use the resources of Boars Harbor and advance south along the western coast of Durag, entering the western Connemore forest at the junction of the mountains and the sea." Chief Grop's eyes widened. According to Boss Roy, if the Nakma moved south, his Ares tribe would be the first to bear the brunt of the Nakma's Black Riders' trampling. Besides, there are actually 15 gorges within the Black Gold Mountains that lead from the Mensa Plains into Durag's Knee. The Ares tribe residing there would naturally suffer the ruthless attacks of the Nakma's Black Riders. Roy and Chief Grop were on a high platform, placing some gravel on the table. Roy was commanding the Nakma to infiltrate the Mensa Plains of the Horde, but Chief Grop was helpless. This argument also attracted the other Ares orcs on the mountaintop. Everyone was discussing the true strength of the Nakma. Chief Grop sat at the stone table and told Roy, "Currently, a coalition of dwarves and our tribe's White Wolf orcs are resisting the Nakma in Durag's Knee. Because Durag is far from the Mensa Plains, the orcs have been pouring resources into the battle, but haven't achieved any significant results. Now that the Grey Dwarves have withdrawn from Durag, only the dwarves and the tribe's orcs are struggling to hold out in the Great Rift Valley. This consumes a huge amount of resources each year, and now they can't withdraw. The White Wolf and Lion Chiefs are deeply troubled by this." Roy. He pulled out a map of Durag from his bosom, placed a stone on the city of Presidus, and said, "If we can garrison Presidus, we can contain the large number of Nakma demons roaming the western section of the southern foothills of the Black Gold Mountains. If we can't withstand the Nakma demons' attack, we can quickly escape back to Bowl City via the Valeria Valley. From Bowl City's port, we can retreat along the west coast of Durag to the Mensa Plains, minimizing losses. The magic airships the half-blood elves can provide can be used to transport the orc warriors back from the battlefield first." After hearing all this, Chief Grop still hesitated. Chapter 962. In recent years, the Horde orcs have continuously poured resources into the Battle of Durag. However, the war has not turned out as they anticipated. While the Nakma's Black Riders have been stopped in the Montan's Rift, the combined forces of orcs and dwarves have also been blocked in the eastern part of the rift, leaving a vast expanse of land east of the rift reduced to scorched earth. The Nakma continue to encroach on Durag, until today, the last of the Grey Dwarves have decided to abandon Durag. The Black Gold Mountains serve as the northern defense line of the Mensa Plains. If the Nakma break through the Black Gold Mountains, the Black Riders will enter the vast, flat Mensa Plains. The Horde Orc chieftains gather annually to discuss the battle situation on Durag. They are also deeply concerned that if the Grey Dwarves completely withdraw from Durag, the Nakma's Black Riders will turn their blades on the Mensa Plains. Roy placed the stone representing the Nakma in the northwest corner of the Mensa Plains and said to Chief Grop, "They have emerged from the abyss, and they will not retreat back to the depths of the abyss on their own. This battle must be fought. Now that the Duergar have retreated, the Horde Orcs will face the Nakma Black Riders directly. Rather than letting their cavalry gallop across the Mensa Plains, it would be better for us to proactively enter Durlag's knee and use the Duergar's defenses to resist the Nakma Black Riders." As Roy and Chief Grop spoke of this, Chief Hansahim sat in the adjacent tent. After hearing Roy mention building a defense against the Nakma in the western mountains of Durlag, preventing the Ares tribe of the Black Gold Mountains from facing the Nakma Black Riders, he closed his eyes and thought deeply. Next to Chief Hansahim sat an old orc. Her aged, shrunken form resembled a skeleton wrapped in wrinkled leather. Her eyes were completely gone, leaving only 2 dark holes. Her lips were sunken, and it looked as if all her teeth were gone. She was draped in a hide, shrouded in magical flames, as if the entire hide were ablaze. She was the high shaman of the Ares tribe, revered by their orcs as sheep spirit. When Chief Hansahim opened his eyes, he looked at the high shaman with a questioning look. He remained silent, not treating her as if she were blind. At this moment, Roy's voice rang out from the next room. "I want to dispatch a mine guard to the Valeria Valley. If possible, I want to keep the Nakma demons outside the eastern pass of the valley. The Grey Dwarves have built the city of Presites there. The half-elf guards can remain within the city, but you, the Ares tribe, don't you wish to include the Black Gold Mountains?" When these words reached Hansahim's ears, the chieftain's eyes lit up again. At this moment, Chief Grop laughed and responded, "The Ares tribe has the vast mountainous terrain at the northern foot of the Black Gold Mountains, more than enough for our people to thrive. The Black Gold Mountains are too vast. How could we possibly occupy them entirely? The Grey Dwarves had that idea before, but what happened? They were driven out of Durag by the Nakma, and now they're forced to flee their homeland." Roy looked at Chief Grop and used his charcoal pencil to draw a line on the map along the western coast of Durag. He said, "If we turn the west of Durag's knee into a battlefield for war with the Nakma, the Valeria Valley boasts precipitous mountains, frigid northerly winds, and the sturdy fortifications left behind by the departing Grey Dwarves. We set the battlefield here, so what if the land is ravaged? But if the Nakma Dark Riders advance south along the west coast, bypass the Black Gold Mountains, and advance onto the Mensa Plains, what on this vast Mensa Plain can stop the Dark Riders? In the end, won't they rely on the flesh and blood of the Orc warriors?" Hondheim, the Ares chieftain, was overwhelmed by Roy's words. He stood abruptly, but didn't take a single step forward. Thinking deeply, he turned again to look at the warlock beside him. The Lamb Spirit warlock nodded, seemingly aware of something, and said in a trembling voice, "He's not lying, and he's a trustworthy ally, at least better than those money-grubbing dwarves. Go and have a good talk with him. He's right. This matter concerns the future of the Ares tribe. We can't avoid a battle with the Nakma Dark Riders. If we take the initiative, we can still choose the battlefield. Go, my child." The voice became especially gentle at the last word. Chief Hansahim's gaze grew resolute. He walked out of the tent, responding, "Yes, mother." The thick fur curtain of the tent was lifted, and a cold breeze blew in, carrying drifting snowflakes. A bonfire roared in the center of the hall. Chief Hansahim walked straight into the hall, and sat down in the main seat. Both Chief Roy and Chief Grop rose from their seats, not following until Chief Hansahim sat down. The Hansahim chieftain stared at Roy with a sharp gaze. His face was a cross between a goat and a human. A distinct vertical line crossed his golden pupils, his muzzle and mouth protruded outward, and horns curled around his head, making him resemble a demon from the fiery hell. A goat-headed monster. But the aura of power emanating from him made Roy, a rank 2 expert, feel a strong sense of danger, as if he could easily crush him with a single flick of his wrist. Even before Grand Mage Cedric, Roy had never felt such a strong sense of oppression. Grand Mage Cedric was a peak rank 3 expert, one step closer to legend. This Hansahim chieftain was likely a being of the same rank as Grand Mage Cedric. He was a burly figure, towering over Roy by half a head. Sitting in the main seat, he resembled a small mountain. His first words to Roy were, "How many Ares warriors do you expect us to send to securely hold the Valeria Valley?" Roy stared at Hansahim, dumbfounded. The chieftain's decisiveness left him unsure how to respond. He had just been trying to convince Chief Grop of the benefits of sending Ares orc warriors into Durlag's knee. To his surprise, the chieftain's first question upon entering the hall was to ask Roy how many Ares orc warriors he needed to enter the Valeria Valley. Seeing Roy didn't respond immediately, Chief Hansahim asked again in a deep voice, "Then tell me, how should we work together?" Chief Grop, like Roy, showed a look of shock on his face. He practically stood up from his seat, then sat down again in a sullen manner. Roy gathered his thoughts before saying, "Here's what I'm thinking. When the Grey Dwarves evacuate the Valeria Valley, I send a mine guard force to take over Presida City. It's the first line of defense against the Nakma. If Presida City falls, the western gate of the Valeria Valley will be completely opened. This mine guard force is composed of half-elves and plateau headhunters. The half-elf guards will be responsible for the city's management and air defense. The plateau headhunters are native to the plateau of the Partington Plain. They lived in the cold highlands for a long time, so they should be able to adapt more easily to the living environment around Presida City. They're also naturally excellent warriors. Our guards just need to hold the high walls and hold off the Nakma's Black Riders." Roy had made thorough preparations, so he spoke in detail. Roy then added, "I hope the Ares tribe will also dispatch some Ares warriors to garrison Presida City and assist us in defending this mountain city. I will provide the Ares warriors stationed in Presida City with superior elven weapons and fine dwarven armor. This elven and dwarven chainmail will be custom-made for the warriors. When they complete their 6-month garrison mission and return to the Mensa Plains, their assigned weapons and armor will be theirs. While the Ares tribe orc warriors are stationed in Durag's Knee, our half-elf guard will be responsible for their supplies. Also, once Presida City is captured, the Ares tribe orc warriors will be prioritized for evacuation. We, the mine guards, are responsible for the rearguard action. Of course, we're willing to sacrifice so much because the Grey Dwarves gave me the Valeria Valley when they left." Roy told Chief Hansahim directly that he wanted to claim the Valeria Valley. Chief Hansahim wasn't particularly interested in the valley. It could be said he had no direct impression of Durag's Knee as a whole. He was focused on the Black Gold Mountains, just as Roy had said. If the Ares could conquer the entire Black Gold Mountains, they could expand northward for decades to come. But Chief Hansahim also noted that the full implementation of Roy's plans depended on the cooperation of the Grey Dwarves. If the Grey Dwarves set a trap for the half-elves and orcs at some point, it could result in significant losses for both sides, making their cooperation crucial. "Are the Grey Dwarves trustworthy?" Chief Hansahim asked worriedly. Roy gestured to reassure everyone, then said, "Even if the Grey Dwarves have some conspiracy, there's no need to worry. When our army landed on Durag's Knee, their Grey Dwarf fleet was migrating southward through the waters governed by the half-blood elves. It would take at least a year for such a large fleet to safely navigate such a long route. During this time, all buildings and facilities in the Valeria Valley will be taken over by the half-blood elves. If any problems arise, I will hold these Grey Dwarves accountable. I don't think they would do such a foolish thing." The Ares chieftain nodded repeatedly at Roy's words. This young human had laid out such a thorough plan, so there was no reason for the Ares tribe not to participate. Roy was so certain the Grey Dwarves wouldn't cause trouble in the Valeria Valley, because he could easily control the Grey Dwarves migrating south by sea, and he also feared the Grey Dwarves from the Northern Fleet might capture K Island. At this point, Roy revealed his thoughts to the Ares chieftain. "The half-elves don't have any lofty ideals, nor do we seek to maintain peace in the Eastern Continent, nor do we even consider completely driving the Nakma back. We simply want to transform the Valeria Valley into a place suitable for the half-elves to live. For so many years, half-blood elves suffered discrimination from the pure-blooded elven nobles in the Elven Kingdom. Now, some Silvermoon elven nobles are using imperial merchants to expel the half-blood elves from the Silvermoon Elven Kingdom. Although we have a place to stay on the Partington Plain, we have no place on the main plain. The Grey Dwarves' migration out of Durag's Knee is an opportunity for us. Besides, we have experience fighting against the Dark Legions of the Abyssal Hell. We successfully drove out the Dark Faceless Legion on the Partington Plain." Roy continued to speak, and Chief Hansahim listened attentively. Afterwards, Chief Hansahim arranged for Roy and his group to rest in a tent on the summit. Due to the limited tent space on the various platforms at the summit, the group was assigned a single bearskin tent. The entire tent was covered with dark bear skin. There was no fire in the tent, and the felt tent was leaking air everywhere. If you wanted to sleep in the tent, you had to wrap the blanket around yourself and curl up in a corner where there was no wind. The group of Ares orcs, who were responsible for receiving Roy and his group, were extremely welcoming. Some Ares female orcs even approached them, but were coldly dismissed by Moira and Sabrina. The next day, the Hansahim chieftain invited Roy over to discuss the joint military operation, and began discussing the specifics. So, in the first phase, How many Ares warriors do you need us to garrison Bowls? Bowls was built on the west coast of the Valeria Valley. It was also the place where 2 million Grey Dwarfs sailed to the sea. The Grey Dwarfs had built many large shipyards along this coastline, and these shipyards were also important strategic resources that Roy hoped to take over. Roy raised a finger. He had originally intended to send 1,000 half-elf guards to Bowls to assess the situation there before deploying additional troops. Unexpectedly, Hansahim misunderstood. He nodded repeatedly at Roy's finger and said, I also think sending 10,000 Ares warriors should be enough to take over Bowls City. At that time, we warriors will fully cooperate with your operations. Listen, I still need to have final discussions with the Grey Dwarfs. I also need to conduct a field survey in the Valeria Valley. I hope you can send a tribal leader to accompany me to Bowls. Once everything is settled, it won't be too late to send the half-elf guards to take over the city. Roy said. Actually, the first batch of troops may not need that many. Great Chief Hansahim's expression changed, and he asked Roy, You want to go to Durlag's Knee? Aren't you afraid that the Northern Fleet will send strongmen to forcibly detain you there? Chapter 963. A bitterly cold wind blew aside the cotton curtains of the tent, wafting snowflakes into the room. The chill wind atop Eagle's Nest Peak was fierce, a feeling that persisted year-round here. Roy looked at Chief Hansahim and thought for a moment before answering, The Dark Legion from the Abyss has invaded the northern part of the eastern continent. Ostensibly, it's only invading the Duergar territory, but in reality, the Nakma Dark Riders are targeting the entire eastern continent. Once they completely capture Durag's Knee, the Dark Riders will immediately march south. After seizing the Mensa Plains, they invade the Elven world. Currently, the Elven world has no contact with the Duergar, and therefore knows nothing about the war in the northern part of the eastern continent. They're not even aware that the Duergar have decided to abandon Durag's Knee and migrate to Garo Island in the Seven Seas. This time, the half-elf mine guards wanted to enter the Duergar battlefield, but they hadn't thought about it. We must hold back the Nakma Demon Black Cavalry. We simply aim to occupy the Valeria Valley. In addition, I'd like to contact some elves who wish to jointly resist the dark forces of the Abyss and join this war. Since the Dark Legion has invaded the eastern continent of the main plane, as inhabitants of that continent, we elves can't remain silent and pretend we know nothing. Although the Elven world doesn't want to intervene in this war yet, there will always be some elves who understand the current situation and are willing to join. I already contacted the Adventurers Guild and the Magic Guild of the Elven continent, and they responded positively. This time, on our journey north to Durlag's Knee, the great magicians of the Elven World Magic Guild will accompany us. Chief Grop, sitting nearby, immediately responded, I go with you. The Ares tribe now roams the southern slopes of the Black Gold Mountains. As Roy had said, once the Nakma have swept through Durag's Knee, they will immediately march south. The Ares will be the first tribe to bear the brunt of the slaughter by the Nakma's Black Riders. Chief Hansahim stared at Roy, wondering why his mother trusted the humans so much. Our Ares tribe has held entrenched in the Black Gold Mountains for thousands of years. Even if those Nakma invade from the north, they surely pay a terrible price to wrest these mountains from us. Chief Hansahim said. I never doubted the orcs' courage on the battlefield. I simply feel that if the battle could be held in Durag, perhaps we could put aside our differences and unite as elves and orcs against the Nakma, Roy said. Chief Hansahim asked doubtfully, Are those proud elves willing to put aside their pride and join us orcs in resisting the Nakma? Roy patted his chest and said, We are different. I'm speaking to you on behalf of the half-elves of the Partington Plain. Even without me saying it, I'm sure you know that the elves excel in crafting magical weapons and armor of exceptional quality. If we can equip our orc warriors with these magical weapons and armor, their combat effectiveness will be greatly enhanced. As we fight together against the Nakma, I can make a promise. All orc warriors who enter Durag's Knee will be equipped with magical weapons and high-grade armor. Furthermore, upon completing their 2-year garrison mission, they can take these magical weapons and high-grade armor back home. Of course, we don't just have magic weapons and high-level armor. We also have some large magic weapons that can fight those Nakma demons. After hearing Roy's personal promise to equip the orc warriors heading to Durlag's Knee with elven-crafted magic weapons and high-level armor, Chief Hansahim looked at Chief Grop and said, Since you want to go to Durlag, Grop, let's go and see if our warriors can still hold their own against the Nakma demons there, and with the logistical support of the half-elven fleet, we might as well try to build a defense at Durlag's Knee. Chief Hansahim patted Chief Grop on the shoulder. Chief, do you support me? Chief Grop asked excitedly. Chief Hansahim nodded and said, This concerns the survival of the Ares tribe, so I must proceed with caution. Regarding sending an advance force to garrison Durag's Knee, I will also contact the chiefs of other regions to recruit elite warriors from their tribes to join this advance force. You will be in charge of this advance force." Chief Grop immediately stood up and saluted Chief Hansahim. "Yes, Chief." Chief Hansahim then began to discuss the follow-up arrangements with Roy. The Ares tribe would also need to gather the chiefs to form an advance force of elite orc warriors. Roy would also need to prepare a fleet specifically to transport this orc army. A typical 3-masted sailing ship would take at least 5 months to transport the orc warriors to Durag, which would definitely not be enough time. After returning to the Frozen Isle from the Nantali Islands, Commander Kleiss would organize a southward migration fleet departing from Bowles Harbor. Roy, in order to formally take over the cities of Bowles and Praesidus in the Valeria Valley, would need to send an advance force to Durag within 2 months. His arrival at Eagle's Nest Peak had already delayed him for half a month. Afterward, Chief Hansahim would summon the chiefs of the Ares tribe. Chief Grop would immediately accompany Roy on the magic airship to Bowles City. Roy departed Eagle's Nest Peak by magic airship. A week later, they arrived at the western coast of Congamore Forest. Chief Grop returned to the tribe to give some instructions, then boarded the Black Pearl magic airship with 40 Ares warriors. The Black Pearl first returned to the Nantali Islands. Archmage Grimus returned to the Magic Guild of the Silvermoon Elf Kingdom. He first secured the support of a group of inscribers for the custom-made magic rune constructs, and also procured a large number of giant magic crossbows. It's worth noting that Roy's recent orders have almost completely monopolized the Silvermoon Elf Kingdom's magic market. Grems also invited Archmage Apea, a beloved disciple of Mage Jonas, who specializes in spatial magic, with her accompanying them north. Even if they encountered any emergencies, Roy and his crew would be able to escape through a temporary portal. This also gave Roy the confidence to bravely journey alone to the city of Boris, Durlag's Knee. In addition to the Black Pearl, the magic airships accompanying Roy to Durlag's Knee included airships 43 and 44. These 2 airships had just flown from K Island to the Nantali Islands, and were in excellent condition, making them well suited for a long voyage. In the summer of the Elven calendar year 1415, Roy and Grop boarded the Black Pearl and journeyed together to the city of Boris, Golag's Knee. Chapter 964. Grand Mage Grimes and Miss Apea were in a cabin on the 3rd deck of the magic airship. This cabin offered the widest view of the entire ship, situated above the captain's cabin. In addition to the bed, the room contained a round table and a set of sofas in the corner. Miss Apea sat lazily on the sofa, saying to Grand Mage Grimes, who was sitting beside the round table, with some emotion, "I didn't expect the first to take this step would be a half-elf." Grand Mage Grimes gave a helpless smile. Rather than the half-elf, it was Boss Roy's insistence. The Magic Guild has long known that the situation in Durag is deteriorating. But what good would that do? The Grey Dwarves occupy the sea lanes and are plundering elven ships along the west coast. The Magic Guild's leaders have repeatedly reported the situation in Durag to the Elf King, but unfortunately, the Elf King is unwilling to help. Miss Apea held a cup of the Tree of Life in her hand. He sipped the juice like a glass of wine and said, "The Magic Guild leaders are worried that the Nakma will inflict irreparable damage on the eastern continent, but the Elf King wants nothing to do with matters outside the elven world." Grand Mage Grem said, "In fact, if we hadn't sealed the dark portal in Golfido, the Dark Legion might have burst out from there, heading north into the Dark Moon Eternal Night Forest and south into the heart of the Silvermoon Elves Kingdom. War might have already begun in the elven world. Roy wants to lead a group of half-blood elves into the Valeria Valley. Ultimately, it's to secure a place for the half-blood elves on the main plane." Miss Apea said, "None of us elves have a first-hand understanding of Durag's Knee. Without having visited the Valeria Valley, I don't want to judge." Grand Mage Grems laughed. "It seems you're not very optimistic about Roy's decision." Miss Apea didn't argue, but said bluntly, "After all, it's the Black Riders of the Nakma. I wonder how he convinced those Ares orcs." Grand Mage Grems pondered for a moment, thinking that even though Apea wasn't optimistic about the matter, she was still willing to help. She probably wanted to meet Roy. His thoughts drifted a bit, and he casually said, "He's a half-elf who looks very human. Orcs are quite friendly to humans." Miss Apea looked at her reflection in the wine glass. That delicate face was flawless. She could never understand why Roy didn't like her face. Captain Grop and a group of Ares orc warriors lived on another magical airship. The airship's kitchen surprisingly provided them with whole wheat scones and boiled beans. Though these Ares orcs were open to both meat and vegetables, they ultimately preferred vegetarians. The Black Gold Mountains were short on supplies, so they ate whatever they could find in the forests and mountains. Their most common food was the Black Gold Mountain specialty moss cakes, which had a unique mossy aroma. Some Ares warriors were seasick, so they locked themselves in their cabins, not even daring to step onto the deck. The magic airship sailed above the clouds. Chief Grop threw open the window of his room, letting in a sharp, cold wind that blew the furnishings around. The Ares orc warriors were accustomed to living in cold regions, and were not afraid of the bitter cold. Opening the windows also helped clear their groggy minds. I see the black gold mountains north of the Connemore forest. These mountainous areas are where we never been. An Ares orc warrior leaned over the window and looked down. Through the gaps in the clouds, he could see the rolling black mountains. Captain, do you think the Nakma will really cross these treacherous mountains and invade the Mensa plains? The Ares orc warrior, gazing at the vast expanse of the mountain range, was filled with doubt and asked Chief Grop. Chief Grop sighed and said, perhaps not in the short term. They haven't completely captured Duragsni yet. Once they do, they inevitably invade the Mensa plains. Because the eastern front of Duragsni is resisted by a coalition of dwarves and orcs, they must completely pin this coalition east of the Montan's Rift before they can enter the Connemore forest along the west coast. And once the Nakma launch an offensive, we who dwell in the Kangamore forest will face the Dark Riders of the Nakma. This group of Ares orc warriors are the best of their respective tribes. They have gathered around Grop, forming a powerful force of Ares led by him. An Ares orc warrior said to Grop, many in the tribe say that if we leave Kangamore, we may never return. Grop asked him, are you afraid? The Ares orc warrior smiled frankly and said, what's there to be afraid of? The other Ares orc warriors echoed, that's right. Maybe this time, I can return to Kangamore with 2 Nakma heads hanging from my waist. The Ares warrior put away his smile and said to Grop, I hope one day my ashes can be scattered in the pyre in Valhalla, and my name inscribed on that stone tablet. Grop patted him on the shoulder and said, Valhalla isn't easy to enter. Valhalla houses the spirits of the orcs' ancestors. Its stone tablets record the names of the orc tribe's greatest warriors, who for millennia have been worshipped by the orcs of the Mensa plains. Grop's current status is only halfway to the entrance of Valhalla. In the Black Pearl's captain's cabin, Rodhard reported to Roy, we transferred 30,000 Plateau headhunters from Plateau City. They're currently undergoing reorganization on K Island. They then be sent to the Nantali Islands for 3 months of training. Half of these Plateau headhunters were withdrawn from the outer defenses of Sun Island Bay, and the other half were drawn from the road-building teams on the Padstow Plateau. Roy sat on the sofa, looking across at Mullen, and asked, how's the road construction on the Padstow Plateau going? Mullen had come this time aboard magic airships 43 and 44. Roy had requisitioned nearly 30,000 Plateau headhunters from the Padstow Plateau, and Mullen personally escorted them to K Island. On K Island, she heard that Roy was negotiating with the Grey Dwarf Northern Fleet, so she boarded magic airship 43 and traveled to the Nantali Islands. Roy happened to be returning from Eagle's Nest Mountain on a magic airship, so Mullen and Roy went to Duragsni together. They were currently sitting in the captain's cabin, discussing the situation on the Pagisto Plateau. Mullen explained, there's now a major road running north and south across the plateau, and over 10 road-building teams are working on the roads between the various mining areas. Although the plateau is crisscrossed with mountains, the valleys between them are gently paved, making road construction easy. The only problem is that the plateau is so vast, and it's unclear how long it will take to build the road network the boss mentioned. Roy, knowing the situation on the Pagisto Plateau, said, I was initially concerned that with so many headhunters crammed into the prisoner of war camp in Plateau City, a riot would be difficult for the half-elf guards in Plateau City to suppress. So, we organized these headhunters into road-building teams, starting from the Cassie Mountains and moving towards the Sedassa Mountains. Then, they extended the road to the Caldem Mountains in the west, and the Spinel Mines in the south. It seems they're doing quite well. Speaking of these headhunters, Mullen beamed with pride. This was considered the most successful aspect of her governance of Plateau City. Of course. We established a pasture in the prairie, primarily to domesticate the wild buffalo there, as well as the Argali sheep herded from the northern plateau. These buffalo give birth to 3 calves every 2 years, and the herd's population nearly doubles annually. This essentially guarantees a meat supply for the headhunters of the plateau. What could they possibly be dissatisfied with? Roy turned to her and asked, tell me, then. As the governor of the Pagisto Plateau, why did you suddenly come here? Mullen responded fearlessly, I want to visit the eastern continent of the main plain. Also, since you're suddenly mobilizing 30,000 Highland headhunters to enter Kwe Island, I'm going to come and find out what's going on. Roy knew this matter was unavoidable, and he couldn't avoid telling Mullen, Rosander, Captain Prado, and the other half-elves. He needed to explain the whole thing clearly, so he said to Mullen, this time, the mine guard suddenly intervened in the battle at Duragsni. I always been a little worried that the half-elves on the Partington Plain would think I was being arbitrary. After all, we're going to enter Durag to fight the Nakma demons, and the Grey Dwarves who live in Durag's knee have fled. And yet the half-elves are determined to take on this challenge. Haha, you have such concerns? Aren't you afraid the Mine Guards will collectively oppose your decision? Mulan asked him. Roy frankly said, the Mine Guards are different. They weathered so many battles, and are elite warriors, seasoned in blood and fire. I have every confidence in them, but I'm worried the half-elves on the Partington Plain won't understand. Mulan didn't respond, but continued, this time, in addition to the Mine Guards, you also mobilized 30,000 Highland headhunters and the Ares orcs. How many troops do you plan to deploy at Durag's knee? Roy said, the first coalition force entering the Valeria Valley will need to be around 100,000 to hold Poseidus. Mulan pressed his hand to his forehead, asking somewhat helplessly, what about the supplies? So much supplies, such a long distance, and we're relying on dozens of magic airships to transport them back and forth. How long do you think Padstow City can hold out? In the past, the largest source of income for the Partington Plain was magical herbs and magic metals sold to the Silver Moon Elf Kingdom through the military channels of the 17th Silver Pegasus Legion. Now that these trades have been disrupted, how will you keep those 40-plus magic airships operating? Do you know how many magic crystals they burn in a day? The captain's cabin fell silent. On average, a magic airship burns approximately 50 magic crystals a day. 40-plus magic airships. Flying every day is a massive expense. Captain Rodhart had also mentioned to Roy that the magic airships were too expensive and hoped he could reduce their use. However, Roy felt that these airships were the Mine Guard's greatest advantage. Seeing Mulan mention this, Roy responded, currently, our trade with the tribal orcs is helping me share the magic crystals consumed by the airships. Later, after opening a sea route for the Grey Dwarves to migrate south, I plan to provide supplies to the Grey Dwarves. Of course, this won't be free. I know what you're thinking. Someone must have asked you to intercede. Those Imperial merchants on K Island are a bunch of shameless slave traders. I intend to sentence them, and send them to the prisoner of war camp in Plateau City to serve their sentences. However, the specific sentencing will have to wait until those half-elves who drifted across the sea successfully arrive on K Island. For now, letting them work in the shipyard is already a courtesy to them. Mulan frowned and asked Roy, are you planning to send them to a prison camp and keep them there until they die? Since they violated the laws of the Elven world, all punishments must naturally be carried out according to Elven law, Roy insisted. Mulan said with some reluctance, but they're different from us. Their lifespan is only 100 years. Even if they become powerful, their lifespan won't exceed 150. We elves can probably live to 800. Lifespan isn't a reason for them to evade punishment. Roy shook his head. Mulan hesitated, then said, I know I'm definitely not the first to suggest that the punishment for these Imperial merchants could be replaced with ransom, just like prisoners of war. Roy nodded. In fact, Captain Flint had brought up this matter more than once, and Captains Jeroen and Dukas had shared the same idea, but Roy had been avoiding the topic and had never formally discussed these Imperial merchants. He hesitated for a moment before saying, I simply want to convict them first. The sentencing standards for each Imperial merchant will be different. Also, Imperial crew members who have committed no wrongdoing will receive the lightest sentences. Those with half-elven blood on their hands will receive the minimum sentence. As for the Imperial merchants, I hope they do hard labor in the shipyard for about a year, allowing them time to reflect and then decide how much ransom they're willing to pay for their freedom. Since they chose this path, they must pay the price now. After all, deploying so many magic airships to capture them along the entire western coast of the eastern continent will incur a certain amount of expenses, and of course, this expense must be recouped from them. Roy smiled at this. Chapter 965. Mulan stared at Roy, who wore a faint smile, and asked, so you plan to tell the other Imperial merchants that you arrested all of these merchants trafficking half-elves? Roy accepted the lemon tea from his adjutant and nodded in agreement. I already spread the word through legitimate Imperial merchants sailing the Mensa Strait, and I expect more contacts will come through soon. Also, the Grey Dwarves of the Northern Fleet will use some special means to let the Imperial merchants know about this. Since the Grey Dwarves of the Northern Fleet had previously encouraged them to target half-elves on the Elven continent, then this time, I also used the Grey Dwarves of the Northern Fleet to force these Imperial merchants to return their ships. This was the first time Mulan had seen Roy so forceful. When it came to the trafficking of half-elves, Roy had never compromised. This time, I want all Imperial merchants trading on the west coast of the eastern continent to know that the Grey Dwarf Northern Fleet they rely on has bowed to us. If they want to pay a ransom for their freedom, they have to pay more. In the captain's cabin, besides Mullen and Captain Rodhart, Woods and several captains of the mine guards were discussing the Grey Dwarf's southern migration route. Everyone looked at Roy in surprise at what he said. Roy had finally chosen to back down on the matter of dealing with the Imperial merchants. Mullen breathed a sigh of relief. She had come all the way from Plateau City to meet Roy personally, having been asked by Captains Jarowin, Flint, and Dukas to do so. The three captains hoped Mullen could intervene and persuade Roy. Currently, over 100 Imperial merchants were imprisoned on Kauai Island, and the total number of Imperial sailors exceeded 5,000. This had effectively wiped out all the merchants, who had come all the way from the Green Empire to trade. Even if there were any who slipped through, they were few and far between. The entire Templar Order is from the Grim Empire, and they are now considered a completely independent group within the Mine Guard. They experienced the battle against the Faceless Legion in the western waters of the Partington Plain, and played a vital role in the war. Roy intends to lead the Mine Guards against the Nakma invasion east of Durag's Knee, and gaining the Templar Order support is crucial. Now that Roy is willing to make a concession, it serves as an explanation to the three leaders. Sitting across from Mullen, Roy's thoughts were completely different. In fact, the moment Mullen emerged from the magic airship that day, Roy had a vague idea of her intentions. This rash decision to capture the Valeria Valley on the west coast of Durag's Knee was Roy's most daring decision yet. So, Roy needed to gain the support of the half-blood elves of the Partington Plain. First, Roy had to convince Mullen. Although she was currently only the governor of Plateau City, she effectively governed the entire Padstow Plateau. Secondly, she had to convince Lysander. Roy was familiar with Lysander's character. He had long harbored the ambition of leaving the Partington Plain, so gaining his support would be easy. As for Captain Tiprador of Sun Island Bay, he was probably the most difficult of the three to convince. This time, the occupation of the Valeria Valley, which occupied Durag's Knee, required the Griffin cavalry to control the route from Kay Island to the Nantali Islands. The Duergar Dwarf southward migration fleet passed through this route, and the Griffin cavalry's role was to monitor the Duergar Dwarf's specific movements. Captain Tiprador had always advocated that all half-elves should migrate to the Partington Plain. He even had some objections to the portal connecting to Kay Island in the central square of Padstow City. The half-blood elves living in the Silvermoon Elf Kingdom have long suffered from the bullying and oppression of the pure-blood elves, and have been denied the normal rights of citizens. Therefore, I believe that half-blood elves ultimately need a place to live. Although we currently occupy the Partington Plain, with the frequent interplanetary wars, we also need a piece of land of our own on the eastern continent. Roy had said this countless times, yet he still insisted on repeating it to these half-blood elves. Dozens of officers with the rank of captain and above were aboard the ship this time. They were heading to Durag's Knee, hoping to quickly ascertain the actual situation in the Valeria Valley. These half-blood elf officers were almost all personally trained by Roy. They were his most loyal supporters. This time, we joined forces with the orcs of the Ares tribe to fight the Nakma Black Riders, significantly increasing our chances of success. Otherwise, it would have been difficult for our elven guards, the half-blood guards, to hold the city of Presites at the eastern pass of the Valeria Valley. Roy, standing behind the sofa with one hand on the back, continued, the orcs want to keep the Nakma Black Riders north of the Black Gold Mountains, while we aim to capture the Valeria Valley. Our goals are different, but the enemy is the same. This time, at the invitation of Marshal Kane of the Northern Fleet, we're heading to the Valeria Valley to see what the situation is like there. It's said that the Duergar were utterly defeated by the Nakma. The Nakma Black Riders slaughtered nearly 800,000 Duergar in the Lava City, terrifying the Duergar in other areas. Many Duergar go weak in the knees at the mere sight of the Black Riders. But these are just rumors. We don't know the true situation, which is why we need to go to Durag. The captain's cabin was silent, everyone listening to Boss Roy's speech. Everyone knows that the Duergar Knee was abandoned by the Dark Legion. Terrified by the Black Riders of the Nakma, they were forced to migrate south. But you may not know that east of Durag's Knee, a dwarf orc coalition still bravely resists the Black Riders. This coalition comes from the Dwarven Kingdom, and the orc legions east of the Mensa Plains. This time, on behalf of the half-elf Mine Guards, I have formed an alliance with the Ares of the Orc tribe. We plan to take over the defense line that the Duergar dwarves are about to abandon, relying on the Valeria Valley. I hope to gain your support. As Roy spoke, he rested his hands on the conference table. The senior half-elf officers around him all looked at him. After Roy finished speaking, Captain Rodhart said excitedly, Boss, I support you. I grew up in Moibamba. My father worked as a night watchman to support our family. In Moibamba, half-elves like us can only do the lowest jobs. It's almost as if all our work is in service to the Silver Moon Elves. Even so, the Silver Moon Elves often look at us with disdain. They think we're taking up their living space, but they don't realize it's because of us half-elves that they have such a comfortable life. If we could secure a piece of land at the northern end of the eastern continent, I think we could easily bring the half-elves from the Silver Moon Elf Kingdom over and have them live here. We defeated the Dark Faceless Legion on the Partington Plain, and we definitely defeat the Nakma demons at Durag's Knee. Captain Rodhart seemed a bit excited. Mullen, however, didn't treat him well. With a cold expression, she asked, "Rodhart, I must correct one of your misconceptions. It wasn't us who defeated the Dark Faceless Legion, but the Sirens. And the true leader who helped the Sirens defeat the Dark Faceless Legion was the Void Ray Ungula, commanded by Lord Abyssal Fong Asabai. What qualifications do we, the Mind Guards, have to contend with the Black Riders of Nakma demons?" Mullen's words immediately brought the half-elf officers back to reality. Mullen continued, "I'm not opposing the boss's decision, but I hope everyone can see the facts clearly, and not harbor excessive illusions about defending the Valeria Valley. We need to be clear-headed. At the very least, we need to come up with a very complete battle plan. If we can hold Preside City, everything will be fine. If we can't hold Preside City, we must have a detailed and complete retreat plan. At the very least, we must ensure that all half-elf guards can withdraw from that large battlefield." The half-elf officers fell silent after hearing Mullen's words. Everyone's eyes returned to the map on the table, a hint of thought in their eyes. "This time we're heading to the Valeria Valley. I hope you explore every corner of it. I need the most realistic picture of the Valeria Valley." In the captain's cabin, Mullen began discussing the itinerary after reaching the Valeria Valley. Roy hadn't expected Mullen to arrive and offered to share the work. As the governor of the city of Pagisto Plateau, she naturally possessed unique insights. By the time he left the cabin, it was already completely dark. Unexpectedly, they had discussed the matter all day in the cabin. Mullen had successfully galvanized the half-elf officers. Roy even invited a Grey Dwarf guide aboard to inquire about the Nakma demons. Roy left the cabin only to realize his throat was hoarse. The magic airship continued its journey through the wind stratum. Aboard the Black Pearl were 3 Grey Dwarf guides, who would guide the Black Pearl along the west coast of Durag's Knee toward the city of Bulls. These 3 Grey Dwarves clearly still harbored hostility toward the half-elven, unwilling to speak a single word while on board. However, the Duergar's southern migration route, extending from the Mensa Strait to the waters of K Island, is currently controlled by the half-elf Mind Guards. If they want to pass through this area, they must cooperate with the half-elf Mind Guards. Roy saw that even with veins bulging on their foreheads, they still calmly answered his various questions. Reaching the 3rd floor, Roy walked along the corridor to the cabin door and pushed it open. The cabins on this floor were not very spacious, and the bathrooms on this floor were not private but shared. Roy arrived at the cabin door and saw Moira and Sabrina, wearing loose long skirts, emerging from the bathroom at the end of the corridor. Water droplets still dripped from their hair. Washed in the warm water, their skin was as white and smooth as egg white. Sabrina's thin pajamas barely concealed the outline of her slender, voluptuous figure. Roy waited at the door and asked Sabrina, "Why didn't you go to the meeting in the captain's cabin? The topic you were discussing today has little to do with the Griffin Riders. Why would I want to get involved?" Sabrina retorted. With that, she passed by Roy and entered the slightly cramped cabin. The relationship between the 3 of them was somewhat subtle. In the eyes of the half-elves, Roy and Sabrina's relationship was probably no different from Moira's. Both sisters were lovers of Roy's boss. Elves pursued freedom throughout their lives, and their love lives were relatively casual. If they liked each other, they would stay together. If the feelings faded, they would decisively break up. Roy, on the other hand, was a bit hesitant about this issue. Moira shook her head, brushing the water stains from her short hair as she took Roy's arm and returned to the cabin, where he casually closed the hatch. A complete set of full-cover magic rune armor hung on a wooden shelf by the door. This heavy armor, crafted from mithril, was incredibly heavy, but Sabrina had wiped it clean. This heavy armor was only suitable for a blade dancer like Sabrina. Sabrina threw a long skirt over her loose pajamas, put on thick leather boots, and draped a fur cloak at the door. She grabbed a basket from under the bed and said, "I go feed Tybralder." She was referring to the White Griffin. The best way for animal trainers to strengthen their bond with their pets is to feed them. Griffins are considered the lowest of the 3-tiered magical beasts. They are considered level 3 magical beasts because they are flying beasts and possess the magical ability Iron Will. Every magical beast possesses 1 or more magical abilities. Griffins possess magical abilities far superior to those of other level 2 magical beasts, so when categorized, they are barely classified as level 3. This type of magical beast possesses rudimentary intelligence. An adult griffin's intelligence is roughly equivalent to that of a 7 or 8-year-old human child. Sun Island Bay boasts abundant fisheries, and the half-elves there dry almost all the fish they catch to supply the mine guards. The Griffin Cavalry Regiment, comprising over 2,000 griffins, has a prodigious appetite. Each griffin consumes approximately 60 pounds of dried fish daily, and the entire Griffin Cavalry Regiment requires approximately 60 tons of dried fish daily. This dried fish is currently transported from the Partington Plain via magical airships. In fact, there are also abundant fisheries near K Island. However, to avoid unnecessary conflict with the Naga Sea tribe, Roy restricted the half-blood elves on Kauai Island from rowing their boats into areas where the Naga Sea tribe lived. As a result, Kauai Island's fishery resources remained undeveloped.